Hello everyone, welcome to part 2. First, let's briefly recap the previous episode. In the world of beast tamers, a young boy named Lin Han, with his double-level talent and mythical beast taming abilities, faced a series of challenges and battles, ultimately achieving a remarkable turnaround. Originally, Lin Han was just an ordinary student, but his double-level talent made him the center of attention. However, his girlfriend, Meng Xiao, looked down on him due to her own level talent. She even humiliated him in front of others, and chose to be with the more promising Zhou Tong. After this setback, Lin Han decided to work hard to improve his strength and prove himself to everyone. During an awakening ceremony, Lin Han unexpectedly awakened his double-level talents, the Slevel Iron Body and the Mythical Heavenly Eye. This awakening made him the focus of everyone's attention, but it also attracted the jealousy and suppression of the Academy Alliance. They tried to block Lin Han from joining any academy. Nevertheless, Lin Han was not discouraged and became even more determined. By chance, Lin Han acquired a paydoin system that allowed him to earn points by completing tasks, which he used to enhance his strength. Utilizing the system's capabilities, he successfully opened a beast taming space and gained exclusive enhancements. Throughout this process, Lin Han constantly challenged himself, battled various fierce beasts, and steadily increased his level and strength. In one battle, Lin Han successfully defeated the powerful bloodthirsty Mosquito King, earning rich rewards. His strength was further enhanced, and his beast, the Candle Turtle, also grew. The synergy between Lin Han and the Candle Turtle led them to numerous victories in battles. As the story progressed, Lin Han encountered Meng Xiao in a major competition. Meng Xiao, with her level talent and her golden-ranked beast, the Blaze Wolf, became the focus of attention. However, Lin Han was not intimidated by her strength. Instead, he showcased his formidable abilities in battle. Using his talents and beast, he successfully defeated Meng Xiao, leaving her humiliated. In the final showdown, Lin Han and Meng Xiao engaged in an intense duel. Relying on his intelligence and strength, Lin Han managed to defeat Meng Xiao and win the competition. His performance shocked everyone and made Meng Xiao realize her mistake. That's a recap of Part 1 storyline. I hope you enjoy today's Part 2. Your likes and comments are my biggest motivation. If you're interested in this story and it's your first time watching, you can start with Part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's begin the story of Part 2. Watch out. Before the words could even leave her lips, Qin Luoshi's figure flickered like a phantom. Her short blade sliced through the air, leaving a dark streak as it precisely severed an arrow in half. Simultaneously, another arrow was consumed by a surge of dark purple soul fire, turning instantly to ash. Her beast companion, a level 40 nether purple fox, appeared gracefully, its three tails tinged with light blue swaying elegantly, before it vanished into the shadows with its master. During the subsequent training, the Longya squad underwent various combat scenarios supported by the advanced training systems at the military academy. From dense jungles to open plains, floating islands to shallow riverbanks, each terrain presented unique challenges for the team members. Throughout this process, Lin Han gradually figured out the optimal way for the team to work together. It wasn't until Xue Wushuang's stomach growled in protest that everyone realized they had missed mealtime. Even in this world, possessing great power doesn't exempt one from basic physiological needs. Lin Han waved his hand to end the simulation, and the mist-covered valley dissipated like ink in water, revealing the original marble floor. After training, Chun Huaner sat on the ground, exhausted and panting, while Zhou Qingqing stuck her silver greatsword into the ground, tugging at her sweat-soaked collar for some air. Qin Luoshi, maintaining her usual calm, silently appeared beside Lin Han and asked briefly, "Not training anymore?" "Seeing them like this, let's give them a break," Lin Han replied with a smile. Qin Luoshi nodded slightly and sheathed her short blade. Her nether purple fox let out a distinctive call and gracefully leapt onto her shoulder, its three fluffy tails swaying joyfully. Noticing Qin Luoshi's weapon, Lin Han inquired, "Is that short blade a special item?" "Yes, it's from a dungeon. A top-grade gold item, sharper than a regular dagger and easy to carry." After pondering for a moment, Lin Han said, "Hold on, I have something for you." He quickly navigated the system interface and selected a short blade from the array of items. It was a beautifully curved, crimson weapon with blood grooves extending to the tip. The system displayed, Bloody Tier Blade. Grade, High Silver. Type, Short Blade Attack. Special effects, forged with the soul bone of a bloodthirsty waste wolf. It can paralyze for 2 seconds against silver-level strength and slightly poison, affecting Beastmaster abilities. The blood groove design ensures continuous bleeding. Spotting the double option, Lin Han's eyes lit up. Thanks to the 30,000 point reward from defeating the ancient demon general, he still had 20,000 points left after spinning some on a beast egg. System, purchase the Bloody Tier Blade. Execute triple doubling. The system interface flashed with purchase information. Purchasing, deducting 500 credits. Doubling once, deducting 1,000 credits. Doubling twice, deducting 5,000 credits. Doubling 3 times, deducting 10,000 credits. Lin Han watched the numbers climb with a heavy heart. But considering the importance of the upcoming competition, he gritted his teeth and said, "Go ahead." No sooner had he spoken than a dark red light appeared in his palm. Under the astonished gaze of everyone present, a dagger, resembling blood jade, materialized out of thin air, its edges exuding a foreboding aura. Qin Luoshi's eyes widened, and her calm demeanor was quickly replaced by surprise. Glancing at the interface, Lin Han gave a brief introduction: Bloodcry Soul Blade, Diamond level, short blade type, with blood-stained and edge-breaking attributes. Check out the details yourself. With that, he handed the dagger to Qin Luoshi. While Qin Luoshi was still in a daze as she accepted the weapon, Chun Huaner joyfully jumped up and approached Lin Han. "Captain, Brother Lin, since Brother Luoshi got a gift, do I get one too?" Lin Han was prepared. With a thought, he produced a silver cross. The cross was entwined with a slightly rusty silver chain, its surface marked with eerie red stains. Seeing Chen Huaner's puzzled frown, Lin Han explained, "Bloodstained cross can negate external damage 3 times, capable of withstanding the strongest attack from a level 50 beast." Chen Huaner's eyes sparkled instantly. Ignoring the bloodstains, she eagerly took it and excitedly declared, "Brother Lin, from now on, whether it's climbing mountains of swords or crossing seas of fire, let me go first." At this moment, Zhou Qingqing timidly asked, do I get one too?" Once again, light flashed in Lin Han's hand, revealing a dull gray sphere with frayed red strings attached. Zhou Qingqing took it and read the description, standing frozen in shock. Path of the Forsaken. Type, bracelet. Level, diamond mid-level. Nature, curse amplification. Description. A summoner betrayed chose to end it all, leaving behind this soul relic, seemingly housing his restless spirit. Each time the wearer is under a negative buff, a layer of end-of-the-road boost is added, with a maximum of 3 layers. The boost attributes allow a choice between speed and strength, increasing by 10%. What kind of item is this? I've never heard of it before. It absorbs negative states and converts them into personal boosts. Zhou Qingqing's face was full of astonishment. Seeing Zhou Qingqing frozen like a statue, Lin Han raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, Zhou Qingqing's gaze became intensely focused as she looked directly at Lin Han and asked calmly, "Captain, have you ever been kissed by a woman?" This unexpected question caught Lin Han off guard. Before he could react, Zhou Qingqing's face had already swiftly approached his. Without activating his iron defense, Lin Han felt as if his face had been heavily hit, leaving him stunned, blinking in disbelief. "Woohoo! This is amazing!" Zhou Qingqing suddenly burst into cheers, shedding her usual nonchalance as she jumped around excitedly. "With this, I'm sure to win the Academy's prize in this year's competition." Nearby, Xue Wushuang had been watching Lin Han intently. Seeing the other team members receive gifts, he couldn't contain his anticipation. "Lindsay, with our relationship, I suppose you've prepared something for me too?" Just as Lin Han was about to introduce the dark yellow beast egg in his palm, it was already snatched into Xue Wushuang's embrace. "This is a feline beast egg." Xue Wushuang held the cloud leopard beast egg with the passion of an avid collector, stroking and kissing it. "This aura. Oh my, I've dreamed of having this." Lin Han scratched his head with a smile, thinking that calling him Fat Cat wasn't for nothing, given his obsession with feline beasts. "Don't worry, this is a cloud leopard egg. With proper nurturing, once it reaches level 50, it will undergo an astonishing transformation." "Cloud leopard? Are you referring to the king of the Liyun grassland, exclusive to the Yu province dungeon?" Xue Wushuang looked at the egg in disbelief. Seeing his knowledge, Lin Han was secretly impressed by the cat enthusiast's expertise. At that moment, Xue Wushuang carefully placed the beast egg into his space and then looked at Lin Han seriously. "Lindsay, have you been kissed by a man?" Lin Han's face darkened, and before he finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving only a parting remark: "Tomorrow, we'll have half a day of training. Get familiar with these tools. They might come in handy for the upcoming competition." As Lin Han walked away, the others couldn't help but laugh. Qin Luoshi gently caressed the blade of her blood-weeping soul blade, whispering a sincere thank you. The next day, Lin Han received a flood of inexplicable letters. It turned out that someone had spread the word about the duel between Han Fei and Lin Han, sparking heated discussions about the strength of the Dragon Concubine team and the Dragon Fang team, even leading to bets being placed. At that moment, Xue Wushuang was grinning foolishly at his computer screen. As Lin Han awoke, Xue Wushuang was about to speak, but Lin Han cut him off. "Early in the morning, young people should be more disciplined, understand?" Xue Wushuang's smile froze instantly. "What are you thinking about, Lin?" Xue Wushuang asked excitedly as she approached Lin Han. "I just saw on the Academy forum that people are starting to place bets." "Bets on what?" "On who will take first place in the freshman competition, of course." Dragon Fong versus Long Fei. Shui Wushuang exclaimed, waving her hands animatedly. The forum is buzzing with comments about you. Lin Han chuckled softly, maintaining a calm demeanor. It's pointless. Better to focus on improving ourselves instead of getting distracted by this kind of thing. Before he finished speaking, Shui Wushuang turned around, looking justified. I'm just nurturing my big cat. It'll be the most impressive presence when it appears. Lin Han glanced at the chubby cat, somehow dressed in a maternity outfit, and his lips twitched slightly. Don't say you know me outside. Besides, why go through the trouble? Just take the beast egg to the incubation center. You don't understand. Shui Wushuang retorted, unconvinced. This is about caring with heart. After all, this is my first feline beast. As you wish. Lin Han decided not to argue with this dedicated cat lover and headed towards the door. As soon as he stepped outside, Lin Han sensed something was off. Everyone's eyes were suddenly on him, and the peculiar attention made him uncomfortable. Although the Dragonfang squad had garnered some discussion after completing a mission, the current level of attention seemed unusually high. Walking through the academy, the gazes from all directions finally became unbearable. As he scanned the crowd, he spotted a familiar face, Lin Zihao. Seeing Lin Han's gaze, Lin Zihao turned to flee, but Lin Han caught him by the collar. If it weren't for the academy's rules against summoning beasts, he would have ridden his blazing Qilin to escape the crowd. Dragging Lin Zihao to a secluded spot, Lin Han pressed, "Spill it. What's going on?" Lin Han. Lin Zihao's voice trembled. "I'm your senior. You should show some respect. Get to the point." Lin Han's expression darkened. Lin Zihao quickly explained. This morning, news spread about the Dragonfang squad facing off against Han Fei's Long Fei squad. Someone started a betting pool, initially as a joke, but then a big shot placed a bet. The senior running the pool got scared and fled, and now the Merchants Guild of the Academy has taken over. Lin Han's face changed. The Merchants Guild? Who placed the bet? Wu Qinghong. Lin Zihao answered cautiously. Who is she? Lin Zihao looked as if he had seen a ghost. You don't know Wu Qinghong, the head instructor of the Military Academy's freshman class 13? Wu Qinghong. Lin Han furrowed his brow. The name was unfamiliar to him, but the mention of class 13 of the freshmen reminded him of Chen Huaner's earlier warning. Are you really from the Xinglong Empire? You don't even know Wu Qinghong? Lin Zihao exclaimed with an exaggerated expression. She's a legend at our military academy. I haven't heard much, but I've been told she's quite a beauty, Lin Han replied nonchalantly. Beauty doesn't even begin to describe her. She's a goddess. Lin Zihao gestured animatedly. Plus, all the students she taught have become big shots in the military. If it weren't for the issue at the national competition 3 years ago, she wouldn't be teaching freshmen here now. What level is she? Lin Han's curiosity was piqued. That, I don't know. Lin Zihao shrugged, looking helpless. Lin Han released Lin Zihao, contemplating silently. Why would Wu Qinghong, someone he's never met, put him and the Longya squad in the spotlight? Is it because she doesn't like Han Fei? He quickly made his way back to the dormitory along the path. Upon entering, he saw Shui Wushuang still intently focused on the beast egg of the golden cloud leopard. Stop incubating that egg. We've got trouble, Lin Han stated bluntly. Shui Wushuang looked up in confusion. Lindsay, isn't Han Fei weaker than you? Plus, with the equipment you've given the team, even if they're all level 40, we might not lose. It's not that. Do you know Wu Qinghong? Of course, the beautiful instructor of class 13. It's all over the forums. I heard she even bet on our Longya squad, Shui Wushuang said, his eyes returning to the computer screen. Just then, the dormitory door was flung open. Qin Luoshi burst in, looking disheveled, and pressed firmly against the door. Outside, there was a cacophony of female voices. What happened? Got caught in the girls' locker room? Lin Han teased. Qin Luoshi ignored the jest and coldly said to Shui Wushuang, Go out and deal with them for me. I'm not interested in chatting with your fangirls. Shui Wushuang began to refuse, but noticed the beast egg had somehow ended up in Qin Luoshi's hands. Are you going or not? Qin Luoshi tapped the eggshell lightly with his slender fingers. All right. Luoshi, please spare to meow. It's just an egg. Shui Wushuang reluctantly opened the door. Outside stood over a dozen girls in military academy uniforms. Where's our little Luoshi? Why is it you, fatty? Don't talk like that. Freshman, I'm Chu Yao, your senior. Could you ask Qin to come out? We need to talk. The female students, who were full of admiration for Qin Luoshi, chatted animatedly, while Shui Wushuang's expression grew darker. These visiting girls were not only beautiful, but each had their own unique charm and carried themselves with grace. We're discussing the details of tomorrow's new student competition, so please, everyone, head back for now. Upon hearing that Qin Luoshi had important matters to attend to, the group of admiring female students and seniors reluctantly turned to leave. Junior Qin, we'll be watching your performance closely in tomorrow's competition. Go Luoshi. they called out expectantly as they left. The commotion quickly caught the attention of the other male students on the same floor. Watching the girls and seniors leave, their eyes were filled with envy. Once it was quiet again, Qin Luoshi emerged from the bathroom. He had changed into his sportswear, and his expression had returned to its usual calm. Qin Luoshi, can't you do something about your fangirls? They've even come to the dormitory, Shui Wushuang said, closing the door with a look of grievance in his small eyes. Qin Luoshi's face darkened, and he instinctively glanced at Lin Han, eager to explain, it's not like I asked them to come. They just follow me during my morning runs, and I can't shake them off. My Luoshi really is a natural charmer. It's only been a short while, and you've already got fangirls, Lin Han chuckled. Hearing Lin Han's teasing, Qin Luoshi turned away, his cheeks slightly flushed, muttering softly, who's yours, blockhead? Lin Han seemed oblivious to Qin Luoshi's embarrassment and continued, notify the rest of the team. We'll meet at the training ground this afternoon. Tomorrow's new student competition is ours to win. Meanwhile, in a spacious office within the academy's teaching building, Wu Qinghong lounged lazily in her office chair, her long legs crossed, eyes fixed on the screen. The monitor displayed the betting odds set by the Academy's Merchants Guild, with the stakes reaching 40,000 points. Now, this is getting interesting, she remarked, a charming smile playing on her lips. Hey, the old man is going to scold you for this. A man's voice suddenly sounded in the office, full of helplessness. Oh, you're here. I'm just borrowing your office, Wu Qinghong replied with a mischievous smile. A tall, handsome young man with a hint of roguishness in his eyes stepped out of the shadows. Sister Wu, this is a bit against the rules. Wu Qinghong nonchalantly took a cigarette from the desk drawer, a flame flickering between her slender fingers. Rules, schmules. I couldn't care less. The old man promised that as long as I'm willing to come back, I can do as I please in this academy. So, does that mean Sister Wu has found a promising candidate? Just wait and see. He's going to be an interesting kid. Wu Qinghong's eyes sparkled with a playful glint. The much-anticipated freshman grand competition has finally arrived. The arena buzzed with excitement as a sea of academy students packed the venue, leaving no space unoccupied. Among the crowd were not only new students with less experience but also seasoned upperclassmen eager to watch the spectacle, as well as several renowned competing teams. Cheers erupted from the audience, each person passionately supporting their favorite team. As an affiliate of the military academy, the significance of this freshman grand competition was undeniable. This year, the rewards were exceptionally generous. In addition to the usual 10,000 points and the privilege of priority class selection, various guilds offered 3 diamond-level items and an epic-grade beast egg. The most enticing prize, however, was a special exemption. Every member of the winning team would be granted a year without exams or assessments, allowing them to skip directly to the second year. This meant they could use that time to focus on enhancing their skills with the Academy's resources, preparing to ascend to higher ranks in the future. Though the competition had already begun, the most anticipated teams, Dragonfang and Dragon Princess, were nowhere to be seen. The other matches failed to capture the audience's interest, as everyone was eagerly awaiting the showdown that had been widely publicized by the Academy. The organizers seemed to have strategically planned to save this duel between the 2 elite teams for last. The opponents originally scheduled to face them had sensibly decided to forfeit after all. Achieving such feats as clearing dungeons feared even by upperclassmen during their freshman year was beyond the reach of ordinary newcomers. As the searchlights illuminated the dusk, the long-awaited announcement finally came over the speakers. Next match, Dragonfang against Dragon Princess. Lin Han, Shui Wushuang, Qin Luoshi, Zhou Qingqing, Chun Huaner. Please proceed to the waiting area. The audience erupted in excitement. Then another set of names was called. Han Fei, Mou, Xin Xiaozhou, Xin Xiaochuan, Gu Yunzhou. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch as frenzied fans shouted out their cheers. Yunzhou, Yunzhou, I love you like a mouse loves rice. Princess, Mo goddess, we love you. In the waiting area, Lin Han and his teammates wore peculiar expressions. This was less like a competition and more like a celebrity meet and greet, with the crowd's enthusiasm leaving them utterly speechless. As they were still puzzled, the venue suddenly erupted with a synchronized chant, so loud it even drowned out the cheers for the Long Fei team. Luoshi, Luoshi, love you forever. Qin Luoshi, dream guy, marry me now. In the waiting area, the Longya team stifled their laughter, all eyes turning to Qin Luoshi. His face darkened. He buried his head in his chest, awkwardly muttering, shut up. The cheers were like a tidal wave, as if a mysterious force had suddenly invaded the military academy. The referee's face darkened, and he barked into the microphone, quiet down, prepare for the match. His command brought immediate silence to the scene. Lin Han led the Longya team members, including Shui Wushuang and Qin Luoshi, onto the stage. Opposite them, Han Fei, in a red gown, approached with a cold expression. Behind her was Mou, a tall beauty in a cloud-edged cheongsam, whose playful elegance was accented by a small mole by her lip. She occasionally waved to the audience, drawing waves of cheers. Following them were identical twins in both attire and demeanor, and finally, a strikingly handsome man whose presence even made Lin Han feel a twinge of envy. His bright and sunny aura elicited screams from the girls with every step he took. Shui Wushuang whispered introductions to the group beside him. That one in the Chong Sam, Mou, is a water element beast tamer. Her ringwater Lin Jiao is quite formidable. The twins are prodigies recruited from Lu province this year. Interestingly, their beasts have the same attribute, but opposite natures. The older brother has a red flame dragon python, and the younger one has a tide abyss dragon python. And that's Gu Yunzhou. Chen Huaner chimed in quietly. Him, Shui Wushuang scoffed, a hint of jealousy in his tone. He's useless. His talent is being a center of attention, which makes him an easy target, and his beast is a mutated land turtle, the wood elemental spirit turtle. Zhou Qingqing teased lightly, don't underestimate them. Everyone in the Long Fei team has Han Fei's endorsement for their strength. Keep your jealousy in check, little fatty. I'm not jealous. Shui Wushuang's face turned dark. So what if he's 6 feet tall or good-looking? Enough. Don't embarrass yourself. Lin Han whispered. Get ready for battle. Take positions as we arranged last night. Both sides took their places, Lin Han and Han Fei locking eyes. Instinctively, he used his creation eye, seeing on the system panel. Han Fei's talent. Dragon Tamer. All dragon attribute beasts have a 10 boost in all attributes. Natural affinity with dragon attribute beasts, greatly increasing capture success rate. Level 39. Beasts. Dragon Sparrow, Purple Lightning Tyrannosaurus. In just 2 days, she's leveled up several times. This progress is like cheating. Lin Han marveled to himself. Han Fei's eyes burned with deep hatred, fixated on Lin Han. Are you ready to step down? I told you, Lin Han, you'll pay for this. Before her words had even settled, dragon flames surged around her, suddenly coalescing into a fiery whip that lashed down towards Lin Han. Han Fei suddenly attacked, her flame whip whistling down towards Lin Han's head. At this critical moment, Qin Luoshi vanished from her spot. With a soft hum, the whip made of dragon flames shattered, dispersing into sparks. Qin Luoshi stood calmly beside Lin Han, holding the Blood Cry Soul Blade. The blade's sharp, blood-red glow was startling, even to Lin Han. Since you knew she would strike, why didn't you dodge? Qin Luoshi frowned at Lin Han. Faced with her questioning, Lin Han remained silent, though a strange flutter stirred in his heart. I did underestimate your team, but this time, victory will be ours. Han Fei's face darkened as she signaled to her teammates. Mou gracefully tucked her long hair behind her ear and softly commanded, Huan Shui Lin Jiao. A pond suddenly appeared on the ground, and from its rippling waters emerged a water-blue serpent beast. This creature, with twin horns on its head and a misty aura surrounding it, drew gasps from the audience. That's the divine beast of Mou goddess. So beautiful. It's an extremely rare dragon-blooded beast, said to be acquired by the Ninghai Mo family with great effort. Zhou Qingqing, unfazed by the chatter, tightened her grip on her silver longsword and said, I'll handle this young lady. The rest of you deal with the others. Before she finished speaking, she summoned a centaur wielding a spear and shield, while a golden shield formed on her own left wrist. Hold on. There are still others who haven't acted yet. Lin Han's warning couldn't stop Zhou Qingqing from charging at Mou. At that moment, the twin members of the Dragon Princess team attacked simultaneously, sending pillars of fire and ice spikes towards them. A black tide surged beside Lin Han, and the dark black tortoise appeared, forming a rock wall to firmly block the assault. Chen Huaner, provide vision. Fat Cat, prepare to engage. Following Lin Han's orders, Chen Huaner's spirit crow took to the sky, her eyes glowing silver as she activated her spirit vision skill. Shui Wushuang seized the moment to place a 0.5% high holy light grass behind the dark black tortoise, surrounded by a red halo. The intense heat in the air caught the attention of Lin Han and his companions. Han Fei's dragon bird opened its mouth, unleashing dragon flames that compressed into a dazzling fireball, crashing into the rock wall with a thunderous impact. The high temperature erupted, causing the rock wall to shatter and collapse instantly. Han Fei immediately commanded, Dragon Bird, perform the dragon fire dance and disrupt their formation. The dragon bird's fiery golden feathers burst into a radiant glow, gracefully spiraling in the air. It emitted a deafening cry, leaving trails of flame as its burning feathers transformed into a shower of fiery rain, pouring down on the Longya squad. With a thought, Lin Han summoned giant stones around the dark black tortoise, which quickly rose to form an impenetrable protective barrier. The dragon flames struck the rocks, scattering sparks but unable to break through. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingqing and a centaur charged towards the lone Mou. Noticing Zhou Qingqing breaking away from her team, Mou's lips curled into a cold smile. Ring water Lin Jiao, let it rain. The ring water Lin Jiao, coiled over the water pool, slowly rose as mist spread and expanded, quickly forming rolling black clouds that covered half the arena. In an instant, a torrential downpour began. Seeing this, Han Fei's face lit up with joy. Lin Han, no matter how strong you are individually, in the face of absolute domain suppression, you are of little use. MOU's domain has formed, and even I find it difficult to exert my strength within it. Lin Han frowned, looking towards the misty area where Zhou Qingqing's figure had become blurred. When Qin Luoshi suggested going to help, Lin Han shook his head, saying, "Let her learn from this mistake for breaking away from the team." Chen Huaner stood by, hesitant to speak. Amidst the storm, Zhou Qingqing gripped her silver longsword tightly, her expression vigilant. The centaur sensed its owner's tension and immediately emitted a silver glow to shield the surrounding area. "In my domain, you are in danger." MOU's gentle yet chilling voice echoed through the rain. "Ring water Lin Jiao. Rise like the tide." The water curtain before Zhou Qingqing distorted suddenly, as waves surged towards her. The centaur's protective power formed a light shield, emitting a faint glow in the rain, barely withstanding the impact of the waves. Zhou Qingqing kept her eyes fixed on the unchanging rain curtain around her, her frown deepening. Meanwhile, Han Fei's Dragonbird and Lin Han's Dark Black Tortoise engaged in a new round of intense battle, with dragon flames clashing against the rocks, sending sparks and debris flying. "Which one of you is the older brother and which is the younger? Never mind. I can't be bothered to figure it out. Are you two going to take me on?" Shui Wushuang taunted, seeing Lin Han and Zhou Qingqing each find their opponents and refusing to be outdone. "You, the fat one, really don't know how to pick your battles," Shen Xiaozhou sneered. "Xiaochuan, let's go." Before he finished speaking, another Shen Xiaochuan, identical in appearance, leapt into the air, and the crimson flame dragon python behind him spewed out a scorching tongue of fire. Shui Wushuang, agile as ever, dodged the flames and aimed a heavy punch at Shen Xiaochuan's face. Driven back by the ferocious attack, Shen Xiaochuan retreated repeatedly. At that moment, several sharp-eye spikes sliced through the air, targeting Shui Wushuang's punching arm. "Fat cat bro, I'll help you," Chen Huaner shouted. "Spirit Raven. Wind breath technique." The Spirit Raven swooped down from the sky, its wings flapping fiercely to create a gust of wind that blew the incoming ice spikes away. "With this punch, you'll be bedridden for half a year," Shui Wushuang declared, now fully unleashed with Chen Huaner's support, maximizing his bloodthirsty and ferocious talents. Focused on combat skills, his punch roared through the air. In the distance, Shen Xiaozhou panicked as his attack failed to halt Shui Wushuang. With a resounding bang, Shui Wushuang's fist landed squarely on Shen Xiaochuan's face, causing blood to gush from his nose. Is this the so-called prodigy of Lu Province? So easily defeated? Shui Wushuang shook his hand arrogantly, surveying the surroundings. Zhou Qingqing was obscured by the rain, and when his gaze met Han Fei's cold eyes, he shivered and quickly looked away. "I underestimated you, brother. Prepare the fusion technique." Shen Xiaozhou fumed, commanding the Crimson Flame Dragon Python. The two dragon pythons, Crimson Flame Dragon Python and Tide Abyss Dragon Python, swiftly intertwined their tails. Before the astonished eyes of Shui Wushuang and Chen Huaner, the dragons opened their massive jaws, and water and fire, two opposing elements, began to blend, with flames enveloping the surging tides. "Crimson Flame Dragon Python, Tide Abyss Dragon Python," the Shun twins shouted in perfect unison. The dragons' appearances started to change. The Crimson Flame Dragon Python's jet black scales began to lighten, while the Tide Abyss Dragon Python's azure scales turned dark red at the tips. "Huaner, stop them." Shui Wushuang sensed the complexity of the situation and urgently called out. Chen Huaner immediately commanded the Spirit Crow. "Spirit Crow, wind pressure." The Spirit Crow opened its sharp beak and let out a piercing screech. Its wings flapped violently, stirring up a gale that rushed directly at the two merging dragon pythons. Meanwhile, Shui Wushuang charged straight at the owners of the dragon pythons, Shun family twins. He knew that if he could defeat the brothers before the dragon pythons fully merged, their powerful beasts would be rendered ineffective. However, the Shun brothers were prepared. As Shui Wushuang lunged at the fallen Shun Xiaochuan, both brothers drew short swords. Shui Wushuang noticed this but remained unfazed, his eyes glinting with a blood-red hue as he aimed a punch straight at Shun Xiaochuan's face. To the brothers' surprise, Shui Wushuang completely ignored the risk of being stabbed. Even when his left arm was pierced, he unhesitatingly delivered another heavy punch to Shun Xiaochuan's face, knocking him unconscious. Shui Wushuang expressionlessly pulled the short sword out of his left arm and tossed it to the ground. The sword vanished into nothingness, and the one in Shen Xiaozhou's hand dimmed slightly. At that moment, a golden light suddenly shone from behind the dark Xuanwu in the distance, enveloping Shui Wushuang, and his arm wound began to heal. With a confident smile, Shui Wushuang turned to Shen Xiaozhou. The latter glanced nervously at the still-merging dragon python's their tails had already fused completely, and their scales were beginning to transform. Almost there, just a little more. Shen Xiaozhou gritted his teeth, clutching his short sword tightly. However, when Xue Wushuang's fist struck Shen Xiaozhou, it inexplicably passed through his body. In his berserk state, Xue Wushuang was momentarily stunned, then felt searing pain from his back and underarm somehow. He had been slashed multiple times. More unsettling was the disappearance of the previously downed Shan Xiaochuan. Suddenly, two mocking voices echoed in Xue Wushuang's ears. He actually believed it, brother. I think we don't need to wait for the dragon pythons to merge. Just the two of us can take him down. Of course, just a poor student from a small town thinking he's a genius? Fat cat bro. Chen Huaner called out anxiously from afar. Since Xue Wushuang had punched Shen Xiaochuan, he seemed like a different person, swinging at thin air and talking to himself. Meanwhile, the Shun brothers watched with mocking eyes. At this point, the fusion of the dragon pythons was nearly complete, and their aura was rapidly intensifying. On the stage, Han Fei's gaze was as sharp as a knife, sweeping over the besieged members of the Longya team. Lin Han, your teammates are doomed to fail. Surrender now and hand over that fat guy to me, and I might spare your team this once. Before her words had even faded, the dragon sparrow above her opened its massive mouth, unleashing a dense rain of dragon flames. Beside Lin Han, the dark Xuanwu maintained a solid defensive stance, with floating rocks forming a natural barrier around it. Lin Han's expression was calm, but he was closely monitoring his teammates' situation. Since Zhou Qingqing had recklessly broken away from the team against orders, Longya had been on the defensive, with Han Fei's team steadily wearing down their strength. Suddenly, Lin Han's peripheral vision caught a subtle disturbance in the space next to Han Fei, causing him to quietly exhale in relief. In the next instant, Qin Luoxi's figure emerged from the twisted space, her blood-red soul blade aimed directly at Han Fei's throat with fierce determination. Just as the blade was about to reach Han Fei, a dull metallic clash resounded. The blood-red soul blade seemed to strike an iron wall, and the powerful rebound forced Qin Luoxi to hastily lean back, narrowly avoiding an attack that sliced through the air. Lin Han felt a sinking feeling. A tall figure wielding dual shields had somehow taken Han Fei's place. Lu Yunzhou. Strangely, it was as if he had been there all along, yet everyone had subconsciously overlooked him. Lu Yunzhou. Lin Han murmured the opponent's name. Behind the shields, Lu Yunzhou displayed a confident smile. With me here, your assassin won't be able to make a difference. He even found time to run a hand through his long hair, eliciting a wave of cheers from the audience. Yunzhou, you make us feel so safe. So handsome. The fans' shouts echoed one after another. Qin Luoxi reappeared beside Lin Han, whispering, it's no use. I can't get close. Every time I try to target Han Fei, I'm involuntarily drawn towards Lu Yunzhou. That's the Watcher's talent. Truly troublesome, Lin Han thought rapidly. Although he still had tricks up his sleeve, he suspected the opponent wasn't giving it their all either. On the field, Zhou Qingqing's situation was becoming increasingly dire as the protective light around her dimmed. Mou, however, seemed to be toying with her prey, delaying the final blow. Do you feel powerless? This is the gap between us. Mou's icy voice reached her, while the centaur-like figure beside Zhou Qingqing was battered and scarred. In the midst of the rain, Mou and her beast, the water spirit flood dragon, were completely concealed. Her voice echoed from all directions, accompanied by countless water blades and ice spikes whistling through the air, showcasing her formidable domain technique. Zhou Qingqing's short hair was soaked, clinging to her face. Listening to Mou's superficially gentle yet sharply piercing words, anger ignited in her eyes. All that gifted talent, all that family prestige, it's nothing but a joke to me. Zhou Qingqing erupted again, her body emanating a heavy glow as she wildly swung her long sword through the rain, her furious shout piercing the downpour. Such an impulsive guardian knight, truly a disgrace to the knightly families. Mou's voice sounded again, dripping with sarcasm. Beside the drenched Zhou Qingqing, the centaur sensed her anger, becoming restless and constantly stomping the muddy ground. All right, it's time to end this, Mou said, her lips curling as she commanded the water spirit flood dragon. The massive water beast's azure scales gleamed coldly as a thick jet of water shot from its mouth, piercing through the rain towards Zhou Qingqing. Zhou Qingqing seemed oblivious, allowing the torrent to shatter her final protective shield. With the sound of shattering glass, her body suddenly stiffened and was flung backward. Yet, she still clutched her silver long sword tightly. She crashed heavily onto the wet ground, splashing water everywhere. A flicker of regret crossed Mou's eyes as she was about to turn away, only to see Zhou Qingqing tremble and stand up. Her left arm oozed dark red blood, but she leaned on her sword, standing firm. Rain dripped from her short hair, obscuring her expression. As Mou frowned, Zhou Qingqing suddenly smiled. Got you. Mou turned as if electrified, seeing a cross mark appear on the water spirit flood dragon's head. In the next moment, Zhou Qingqing moved. Her body glowed brightly, and the centaur neighed, hurling a light spear that hit the water spirit flood dragon accurately. The giant beast let out a painful wail, retreating. Water spirit flood dragon. Mou's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene. Before she could react, a blade wrapped in immense power slashed towards her. The silver longsword struck Mou heavily, only for her form to burst into a spray of water. The mist quickly reformed, taking human shape beside the water spirit flood dragon. The water droplet necklace around Mou's neck slowly shattered and dissipated, her expression no longer composed. She was about to speak when her form suddenly vanished, reappearing outside the arena. Mou of the Dragon Consort Squad is out, the referee coldly announced. The entire venue fell into a dead silence, then erupted in shocked chatter. The Dragon Consort Squad was the first to lose a member? How is that possible? Upon hearing the news of Mou's elimination, the expressions of the people outside the rain curtain varied. Lin Han and Qin Luoshi were momentarily stunned, but clearly felt a sense of relief. Chun Huaner was visibly shocked, while on the Dragon Phoenix team, Captain Han Fei looked grim and Lu Yunzhou frowned deeply. The Shen family twins, who were besieging Shui Wushuang, exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe that Mou had lost the match. The dark clouds covering half the field gradually dissipated, and the rain curtain began to lift. Only then did everyone see Zhou Qingqing standing weakly, leaning on her sword, soaked to the skin and on the verge of collapse. The centaur beside her had already been recalled to its space, evidently at its limit. Eliminate one first. Shin Xiaochuan's eyes flashed coldly as he charged at Zhou Qingqing with a short sword in hand. Fat cat, save her. Lin Han shouted loudly, only to find that Shui Wushuang seemed oblivious, still punching the air aimlessly. Captain, something's wrong with Fat Cat. Chen Huaner urgently reminded. Damn it, Dark Xuanwu domain. Lin Han gritted his teeth and shouted. Just as Shan Xiaochuan's short sword was about to pierce Zhou Qingqing, a roughly 10 square meter circular dark domain appeared out of nowhere, with the dark Xuanwu turtle beast raising its head within it. Shen Xiaochuan's movements suddenly halted, his pupils dilated, as if swallowed by the darkness. Luoshi, he's all yours. Before the words were even out, Qin Luoshi had already vanished from her spot, diving into the dark domain the next moment. Xiaochuan. Shin Xiaozhou called out anxiously as he watched his brother being engulfed by the darkness. Don't even think about it. Spirit Crow Windblade. Chun Huaner wielded her staff as the spirit crow above her head shrieked and flapped its wings, stirring up 2 wind blades. The wind blades didn't directly target Shin Xiaozhou but instead kicked up dust and sand around him, forcing him to shield his vision temporarily. At that moment, there was a dull thud as Shin Xiaozhou took a heavy punch to the abdomen, his eyes bulging in pain. The blow came from Shui Wushuang, who was in a state of bloodthirsty frenzy, shrouded in a blood mist and attacking indiscriminately. Damn it! Crimson Abyss Dragon Python, Ice and Fire Breath. Shin Xiaozhou shouted angrily, summoning a formidable 2-headed dragon python. When Chen Huaner inadvertently locked eyes with the dragon python, she immediately fell into an illusion, her eyes vacant as she groped around, prompting a satisfied smile from Shin Xiaozhou. Continue. With a fierce shout, the 2 heads of the Qi Yuan dragon python simultaneously flicked their long tongues and opened their massive, tooth-filled jaws, lunging ferociously towards Shui Wushuang. At this moment, Shui Wushuang was deeply entranced in a hallucination, standing motionless like a post, with no intention of resisting. Just as the dragon python was about to bite her, a light enveloped her form, and she appeared outside the arena. The referee solemnly declared, Shui Wushuang is unable to continue fighting, out of the match. Almost simultaneously, the dark domain surrounding Shin Xiaochuan began to fade, revealing a figure covered in wounds and trembling uncontrollably. Qin Luoshi was supporting Zhou Qingqing, standing beside him, casting a cold gaze at his pitiful state. Xiaochuan. Shin Xiaozhou frowned, glaring with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Shin Xiaochuan struggled for a moment before suddenly going still, bloodied and unconscious. His form then disappeared as the referee announced once more. Shin Xiaochuan is unconscious, out of the match. Watching the medical staff rush to surround Shin Xiaochuan, Shin Xiaozhou let out a slight sigh of relief. But then, his gaze towards Qin Luoshi grew increasingly venomous. At that moment, a clear voice called out from behind, Spirit Raven, wind pressure, followed by a sharp whistling sound. The Qi Yuan dragon python was immediately surrounded by icy and fiery auras, revealing its menacing fangs to dissipate the fierce wind. Shin Xiaozhou turned in surprise to find Chen Huaner, who should have been trapped in the hallucination, standing perfectly unharmed. You can actually break the dragon python's hypnotic ability? If it were anyone else, they might have been affected. But I am the team's eyes. Chen Huaner kept her eyes closed, but a silver glowing eye appeared on her forehead, an ability she only mastered after her spirit raven reached level 30, allowing her to perceive everything around her through it. I'll deal with you first, then avenge my brother. Xin Xiaozhou shouted fiercely. Qi Yuan Dragon Python, flame-swallowing wave. The two-headed dragon python let out a sharp screech, its scales shimmering. One head formed a scorching fireball, while the other compressed a vibrating water ball. The two energy spheres intertwined and merged in the air, hurtling towards Chen Huaner at an increased speed. Amidst the swirling dust and cracks forming on the ground, Xin Xiaozhou's face showed a smug smile, only to hear Chen Huaner's voice emerging from the dust. Is that all? I shouldn't have wasted my item. As the dust cleared, Chen Huaner stood unscathed, a silver cross around her neck emitting a dazzling starlight. Below the stage, a judge watched the freshman competition with a keen eye, observing every detail. He astutely noticed that MOU's elimination wasn't by chance, but due to an opponent triggering a one-time protective artifact. Considering MOU's special status as the eldest daughter of the MO family from Ning Province, her disqualification was deemed necessary to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, he also discerned that the necklace around Chen Huaner's neck was no ordinary accessory. The tension on the field intensified. Xin Xiaozhou glared at the glaring silver cross on Chen Huaner's neck. So what if you blocked it once? He shouted angrily, then commanded, Abyssal Dragon Python, tear her apart. The two-headed dragon python roared in response, its scales glinting dully under the spotlight as it lunged at Chen Huaner. But just at that critical moment, a voice as chilling as a ghostly spring echoed in Xin Xiaozhou's ear. His pupils contracted, instinctively raising a short sword to block. A bone-chilling cold spread down his spine, followed by a sound of the air being torn as a strike aimed for his throat. With my body, I will protect you. A fierce shout shattered the deadly moment. Lu Yunzhou instantly swapped places with Xin Xiaozhou, his body shimmering with a metallic sheen as he held a massive shield to block Qin Luoxi's blood-cry soul blade. I told you, as long as I'm here, you can't do anything. Lu Yunzhou fixed his gaze on Qin Luoxi, knowing that this assassin was more formidable than any opponent he had faced before. Yet Qin Luoxi merely smiled enigmatically. Alarm bells rang in Lu Yunzhou's mind as he turned back to his original position, only to see Xin Xiaozhou engulfed in purple flames, screaming in agony. The eerie flames seemed to come from hell itself, consuming Xin Xiaozhou the moment they switched places. What's going on? I moved him. How did you manage to attack? Lu Yunzhou's face darkened. Qin Luoxi remained silent, her form gracefully melting into the shadows. Outside the arena, Wu Qinghong elegantly swirled a glass of red liquid, taking a small sip while intently watching the live broadcast of the competition. A young man beside her raised an eyebrow and commented, "This year's freshmen are truly surprising." The young man analyzed as he spoke. The eldest daughter of the MO family from Ning Province has a rare mental ability. No wonder they spent a fortune to acquire a Huan Shui Lin Jiao. The twins from Hu Province are interesting too. Although their talents are average, they've managed to integrate beast mastery, creating a new combat system. He turned to Wu Qinghong beside him, probing, "Senior sister, are you interested in that young assassin named Qin Luoxi?" Wu Qinghong remained focused on the screen, seemingly ignoring him. The young man shrugged and continued his own evaluation. He's indeed a promising talent, very suitable for our dark division. His skills and judgment are commendable, especially how he used the ghost fire ability of the Yuming Purple Fox to break Lu Yunzhou's defense. Quite clever. But a shadow crossed his eyes. With the old man's standards, that's still not enough. Wu Qinghong suddenly stretched, her uniform straining against her movements. You're talking too much. It's boring. All right, the young man quickly replied, "Senior sister, I just ask one thing. Leave my office after the match, okay? I have other matters to attend to." As if I care. Wu Qinghong stood up. "I'm leaving. Just keep an eye on things for me. If I lose money because of them, they're done for." With that, she pushed the door open and left. The young man sighed in relief, noticing the wine glass on the table. He picked it up and sniffed, using a wine glass for strawberry juice. Tsk. He turned his attention back to the arena. The situation had become clear. Longya squad Shui Wushuang was out, and Longfei squad had suffered heavy losses, with the Shin brothers and MOU falling in succession, leaving only Han Fei and Lu Yunzhou holding on. With Xin Xiaozhou's exit, the fusion state of the Qiyuan Dragon Python was forcibly undone, transforming into a stream of light and returning to the beast space. "Give up, you have no chance," Lin Han said calmly. "Impossible. I will never lose." Han Fei's face twisted, her eyes filled with malice. On the other side of the field, Chen Huaner used the Ling Yu's wind field to quickly move to Zhou Qingqing's side, while Qin Luoxi emerged from hiding to assist. "Brother Luoxi, the cross can block one more time." Chen Huaner began to speak, but Qin Luoxi interrupted. You and Zhou Qingqing just stay by the side. The opponent has already lost members. Lin Han and I can handle it. At that moment, Han Fei's eyes suddenly flashed with purple arcs, causing Lin Han to become alert. Is she finally going to use that move? I thought she'd save it for last. In the air, the Long K sensed its master's condition and let out a mournful cry before dissolving into countless fiery sparks that disappeared over the arena. As the dragon sparrow disappeared, the arena fell silent. Han Fei trembled as she raised her hand, issuing a command to the sky, "Help me crush them." With a thunderous roar, lightning as thick as an arm rampaged across the arena. Dark clouds instantly shrouded the sky, and bolts of lightning struck down. The referee, seeing this, furrowed his brow and waved his hand, raising a barrier of soft green light along the edge of the arena to protect the audience. The spectators had not yet recovered from the shock of the successive losses in the Longfei team, when the sudden onslaught of lightning changed the situation dramatically. Tiny arcs of electricity danced around Han Fei, her pale and delicate face showing signs of pain. In front of her, a colossal creature towering over 4 people occupied a fifth of the arena. This purple thunder tyrannosaurus was enveloped in purple electrical arcs, its scales as tough as armor, and its beastly eyes gleamed with ferocity and murderous intent. Lin Han's pupils narrowed as his Eye of Creation automatically activated. Purple Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Level 50. Attributes: Lightning, Dragon. Innate ability: Thunderfall continuously summons controllable lightning within a 100-meter radius during battle. Skills: Thunder Roar, Dragon's Breath, Purple Lightning Orb. Such a massive creature was unlike anything Lin Han had ever heard of. Although Han Fei's pained expression indicated that there was a time limit to summoning this beast, he couldn't take any risks. For the sake of his teammates, he had to act quickly. Dark Black Tortoise, return. Flames swirled at Lin Han's feet as he rose into the air. A fire-cloaked Qilin appeared beneath him, its intense heat distorting the air around it. The crowd gasped. That's the legendary beast Qilin. I've never seen a real one before. The fiery Qilin let out a roar, its radiant fur gleaming in the flames, seemingly complaining about being confined in the beast space while only the black tortoise could come out. Sensing its emotions, Lin Han chuckled and patted its head. Don't worry, your time to shine will come. For now, let's take care of this together. As Lin Han was enveloped in a thin film of flames, the fiery Qilin's racial talent, Flame Sovereign, was activated. At that moment, the purple thunder Tyrannosaurus raised its claw, wrapped in arcs of electricity powerful enough to destroy anything, and brought it down upon Lin Han and the fiery Qilin. Circle around behind him and find an opening, Lin Han commanded decisively. The fire Qilin's 4 legs suddenly surged with power, causing the ground to sink instantly. It soared into the air, with flames solidifying beneath its feet, allowing it to move as if walking on solid ground, eliciting gasps from the audience. The purple thunder Tyrannosaurus's claws swiped through empty air, leaving charred cracks on the ground. It roared in anger and lunged at the fire Qilin in midair with its claws extended. Blazing Inferno! Lin Han ordered again. Flames erupted around the fire Qilin, rapidly gathering in the air before pouring down on the purple thunder Tyrannosaurus. However, the flames had little effect on its scales. Avoid direct confrontation. Ignite the flames before they reach it to deplete its strength. Lin Han issued a series of commands. The fire Qilin understood immediately and quickly reacted. Dodging the purple thunder Tyrannosaurus's attack, it transformed into a streak of fire, leaping over its opponent's head with Lin Han. In an instant, it seemed as if the sky itself caught fire, with waves of flames surging. Just then, a system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host. The fire Qilin has learned a new skill. Please name it. Before Lin Han could respond, a meteor-like rain of fire descended, enveloping the purple thunder Tyrannosaurus completely. Explosions echoed continuously, leaving the arena in ruins. Han Fei groaned in pain, her body trembling violently as purple arcs of electricity intensified around her. As the dust settled, the purple thunder Tyrannosaurus's scales were charred, and the lightning on its body dimmed. It fixed its gaze on the fire Qilin, the chill in its eyes sending a shiver through Lin Han. Fire Qilin, get behind it and finish it off, Lin Han ordered. The fire Qilin was about to dive when Han Fei, trembling, commanded, "What are you waiting for? Kill them, quickly. I am your master, do not defy my will." Unexpectedly, the purple thunder Tyrannosaurus suddenly turned and lunged at Han Fei with its jaws wide open. What's happening? Lin Han sensed something was wrong and immediately shouted, "Fire Qilin, save her!" But it was too late. Even the referee outside the arena couldn't intervene in time. In the nick of time, a golden light appeared under Han Fei's feet, transporting her to a nearby pit, followed by a dull thud. "With my body, I protect you." The final incantation echoed throughout the arena. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted in the arena. The dragon head of the purple electric Tyrannosaurus, covered in scales, suddenly jerked back. Lu Yunzhou, who had forcefully used a swapping skill to save Han Fei, bore the brunt of the devastating impact. The twin shields he clutched in his hands cracked under the immense force and finally shattered. Despite this, the residual power still hurled him into the air, slamming him heavily against the distant barrier. Blood gushed from Lu Yunzhou's mouth, his handsome face instantly drained of color. Blood trickled from the corners of his eyes and mouth, and more critically, a layer of flickering electric arcs coiled around his body like venomous snakes ready to strike, threatening his life at any moment. Cough, cough. Lu Yunzhou, lying heavily on the ground, spat out another mouthful of blood, clearly feeling multiple fractures within his body. Run! He shouted with the last ounce of his strength before collapsing, his breath faint. The referee outside the arena quickly reacted, waving his hand to activate the surrounding life barrier. Lin Han frowned, observing the sudden turn of events, but when he noticed the hunched old man who had appeared in the audience whom he had seen before his elder Penghe felt slightly relieved. With such a high-level life attribute beast tamer present, Lu Yunzhou's life should be out of danger. However, after attacking Han Fei, the out-of-control purple electric Tyrannosaurus became even more frantic. Perhaps enraged by Lu Yunzhou's actions, its dragon eyes were filled with pure fury as it roared deafeningly and charged at Han Fei again. "You beast! How dare you!" A voice full of authority suddenly resounded. In an instant, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed rapidly, and countless beams of morning light descended. A figure, akin to a deity, walked through the air, followed by two colossal dragons, each about 3 stories tall. The dragon on the left was a dazzling dark gold, its extended wings almost covering the entire arena, surrounded by a shroud of black mist. The dragon on the right was more balanced, with 4 wings spread wide, its body like flawless jade, exuding an imposing majesty. The purple electric Tyrannosaurus froze in place, its open mouth slowly closing as its dragon eyes lost their luster, turning blank. It had fainted on the spot. Lin Han was astonished, contemplating that even with his own skills and 2 beast companions, subduing the frenzied purple electric Tyrannosaurus wouldn't be this effortless. Yet the formidable figure before him had achieved this with just a single command. The surrounding formations had somehow vanished, and the crowd below erupted in excitement. "The Dean has graced us with his presence. Greetings, Dean." Only then did Lin Han realize that this was the legendary Dean of the military academy. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the 2 gigantic dragons beside the Dean. Light Holy Dragon. Light-type dragon attribute beast, level unknown, skills unknown, racial abilities unknown. Dark Nether Holy Dragon. Dark-type dragon attribute beast, level unknown, skills unknown, racial abilities unknown. A system notification appeared. With the current rank of the host's Eye of Fortune talent, further information is inaccessible. Please upgrade promptly. Lin Han frowned as the system prompted him to upgrade his talent for the first time, making him wonder if the Eye of Creation could advance further. However, the urgent situation left him no time to ponder. A figure descended slowly from midair, revealing an elderly man with white hair and beard. Though he appeared calm, his eyes were as sharp as a drawn sword. His gaze swept over the crowd and finally settled on the stunned Han Fei. "Feier, put it away," the old man said coldly. "Yes, grandfather." Han Fei snapped out of her daze, raised her arm, and purple arcs of electricity surrounded the feet of the purple thunder Tyrannosaurus, forming a magic array to retract the dragon back into the beast space. The Dean did not look at Han Fei again but directly addressed Lin Han. "You are quite impressive. This year's new students at the military academy have indeed surprised me. Young man, I look forward to seeing you again. Until then, work hard to improve your strength." Lin Han immediately cupped his fists and bowed. "Yes, I understand. Thank you, Dean." With a gentle smile, the Dean's gaze swept over the damaged arena, and he frowned. Such a sacred place should not be in disarray. Before he finished speaking, the holy light dragon behind him let out a low roar, its 4 radiant wings unfurling as starlight fell. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the shattered ground automatically repaired itself, broken stones fitting perfectly together, and the arena was restored in an instant. "Well, I've done what I needed to do. If you have questions, the ancestral court will answer them in a year." "Of course, that's up to you," the Dean said, and his figure disappeared instantly. On the stands, Elder Pang and the judges bowed. "Farewell, Dean." Lin Han looked at the newly restored arena, feeling conflicted. Under the pressure of the twin holy dragons, he clearly sensed the fire Kirin's fear, and even the flame membrane bestowed by Yin Jun seemed ineffective under the Dean's gaze. Suddenly, Han Fei turned pale and fainted to the ground. The judge immediately announced, "Team Dragonfong wins the freshman competition." Dragonfong! Dragonfong! Lin Han is incredible. Cheers erupted. Zhou Qingqing, though a bit disheveled, walked towards Lin Han with Chen Huaner's support. Qin Luoshi had already appeared by Lin Han's side, silently checking if he was injured. We won, Captain, we won, Chen Huaner said with a squinting smile. Zhou Qingqing wanted to smile too, but winced from the pain of her injuries. Lin Han looked at his teammates, smiling and waving. This is our Dragon Fang team's first time making a name for ourselves. There will be many battles in the future, so let's work well together. Ugh, I didn't mean to, really, I didn't. Please forgive me, ah. On the hospital bed, Xue Wushuang suddenly sat up, drenched in cold sweat. As he looked around, the familiar hospital setting calmed him slightly. Why are you yelling? This is a hospital. If you keep this up, I might just hit you. You scared the hell out of me. Lin Han's disgruntled voice came from nearby. Lindsay, it's you. Xue Wushuang's eyes lit up with joy upon seeing Lin Han standing safely by the bed. Did we win the new student competition? Of course we won. What else? Lin Han's eyes twinkled mischievously, and he subtly gestured behind him. Oh yeah, that's great. Xue Wushuang laughed excitedly. I knew my fate wasn't sealed. Now that crazy woman and I can call it even. Just then, a soft cough interrupted his gloating. Ahem. The familiar sound made Xue Wushuang tense up, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. He turned mechanically to see Han Fei, dressed in a student uniform, glaring coldly at him from the next bed. How about I kowtow to you? Perhaps out of sheer fright, Xue Wushuang suddenly asked Han Fei with utmost seriousness. Get lost. Han Fei spat out coldly. Lin Han couldn't help but chuckle at the scene, but seeing Han Fei's increasingly dark expression, he quickly stifled his laughter and explained to Xue Wushuang. All right, fat cat, I'm done teasing you. Han Fei has promised not to harm you, and from today on, she's the 6th member of the Longya squad. What? Xue Wushuang looked bewildered. Lindsay, how long was I asleep? How did Han Fei become my teammate? That was 2 days ago. Oh, by the way, your dad sent someone to check on you yesterday and left some things for you. I've kept them safe. My dad was here? Xue Wushuang's eyes widened, but he quickly showed disappointment. I knew it. Someone as busy as him wouldn't remember he has a son. Lin Han patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. Since he sent something, it shows Uncle Xue still cares about you. Han Fei, unable to bear it any longer, frowned. I'm still here, you know. Save those words for later. Lin Han, I'm here to deliver the Academy's decision. Lin Han turned to her, a bit embarrassed. Oh, almost forgot about you. What did you come to tell me? Han Fei's eyelid twitched. If she wasn't outmatched and in the wrong, she would have loved to slap Lin Han. Suppressing her anger, she said, the martial arts instructor said that this year, Class 13 of the new students will only accept 7 people. Special classes start tomorrow, and we meet at the front gate of the academy. Don't be late. After Han Fei finished speaking, she strode out. Hold on, Lin Han's voice drawled. As the new member of the Dragon Fang squad, we'll notify you when the team gathers next time. That's an order, not a suggestion. I got it. Han Fei's pretty face fell again as she spoke angrily before striding away. Once Han Fei left, Xue Wushuang couldn't hold back any longer. Lindsay, what's going on? After I passed out, how did Han Fei become our team member? What about her original team? Lin Han rubbed his forehead. Don't worry, I'll explain. Han Fei's second beast lost control and nearly caused a disaster. Luckily, the dean intervened in time to prevent irreparable consequences. The academy issued a reprimand and disbanded her team. As for why she was reassigned to our squad, that's the dean's order. I don't know the specifics. Before he could finish, Lin Han's gaze suddenly focused as he caught sight of a familiar figure outside in his peripheral vision, the mysterious woman they had encountered at the ancient demon prison gate. He immediately got up and headed outside. Lindsay, why are you leaving so quickly? I still have questions. I have urgent matters. I'll explain later. Lin Han quickly walked into the corridor, but found it empty. Just as he frowned in thought, the figure swiftly flashed around the corner at the end of the hallway. This was no coincidence. The person was deliberately leading him out. Although cautious, Lin Han knew that within the academy, even if the other party had some tricks, they wouldn't dare act recklessly for fear of provoking the academy instructors. He retrieved a black and white mask from his space, putting it on. The mask tightened like a living thing, fitting perfectly to his facial contours. He touched the shimmering gemstone at his brow, and silver patterns immediately spread from the gem across the mask, giving it sharp angles, with a bright silver totem forming under his left eye and the lines extending to the back of his head. First use of the mask of virtue and vice. Very well, it's virtue guard. Feeling the surge of power within him, Lin Han chased after the figure. He followed them through the hospital, eventually reaching a deserted alleyway corner. The figure stopped before the surrounding walls, seemingly with no way out. Lin Han's eyes flickered with silver light as he gripped his short sword, advancing. No way out? Huh? Now it's my turn to ask you questions. In this confined space, to avoid drawing attention, he decided not to use the Xuanwu and Qilin. However, with his iron body talent, even as a beastmaster, his combat strength was formidable. Lin Han stared intently at the figure before him, gripping his short sword tightly. The alley was dimly lit, and the moment the figure halted and turned around, Lin Han immediately recognized the face. So it is you. What exactly is your purpose here at the military academy? Lin Han narrowed his eyes, cautiously surveying his surroundings. He clearly remembered being pursued by several black-clad individuals in the ancient demon domain, and the woman before him was likely involved in that incident. The woman's lips, painted a deep red, curled into a slight smile as her captivating eyes fixed on Lin Han. In that instant, Lin Han felt a momentary daze. He attempted to activate his creation eye to assess her power, but it was as if his system had been blocked, yielding no response. It seems we were right. You're the one we've been looking for. In just 3 days, you've already begun to transform, the woman's languid voice whispered in his ear. Strangely, in a blink, she appeared beside Lin Han, so close he could feel her breath. Instinctively, Lin Han leaped forward a few steps, swinging his short sword back, only to slice through air. When he focused again, the leather-clad silhouette had moved several meters away, her lips still bearing a faint, elusive smile. Are you also from the abyss of Qingming? Could you be the dark master they speak of? At the mention of the abyss of Qingming, the woman's smile faltered, and an odd look flashed in her eyes. Fine, if you won't speak, I'll find out myself. Lin Han's thoughts surged, causing the ground to tremble, and a thunderous roar echoed from above. A massive shadow began to form the dark Xuanwu. As soon as it appeared, the walls on either side of the alley cracked and crumbled. Dark Xuanwu, domain expansion. With Lin Han's command, the dark Xuanwu let out a mighty roar, engulfing the woman in darkness. Dark Xuanwu, hold her down. I'll fetch the academy instructors to handle this. Just as Lin Han was about to leave, his vision suddenly flipped, and a sharp pain shot through his ankle. To his shock, he realized it was the mysterious woman, supposedly restrained, who had attacked him. Are you crazy, kid? This is the academy, and you're causing such a commotion in public. The woman's voice was agitated, her expression grim. Seeing her alarmed, Lin Han felt a slight relief, indicating the academy's influence was significant. As he was thrown to the ground, his innate defense and the protection of his benevolent mask helped him stabilize his stance, maintaining a facade of calm. The faculty will be here any moment. If you want to take on the instructors, just keep wasting time here. Lin Han warned coldly, while simultaneously channeling the power of the dark Xuanwu. In an instant, countless stone walls erupted from the ground, tearing up the pavement and forming an impenetrable barrier, cutting off the woman's escape route completely. The woman watched as the street was rapidly destroyed, her eye twitching slightly. Just as she was about to speak, a swift whooshing sound came from afar. Stop right there. Which students are you? Who gave you permission to brawl on campus? Several figures approached quickly, led by Wang Yunlong, who was dressed in an instructor's military uniform. As a retired veteran now serving as the head instructor for the first-year students at the military academy, he was furious at the sight of the ruined street and the collapsed buildings on either side. However, upon recognizing the combatants, he swallowed his unfinished reprimand. Instructor Wu? Why is it you? And who is this? Just then, Wu Qinghong threw a punch, shattering the barrier created by the dark Xuanwu in an instant. Lin Han was taken aback by the mention of Instructor Wu. Before he could process it, Wu Qinghong grabbed him by the collar like a chick. He dared not resist but inwardly chuckled wryly. He had only just enrolled, yet he'd already managed to defeat the strongest freshman, Han Fei, and now he was in direct conflict with an instructor. It seemed he was destined for fame. In the next moment, the space seemed to twist suddenly, and Wu Qinghong vanished with Lin Han in tow. Her voice lingered in the air. Calculate the damages, and I'll compensate at full price. Apologies for the disturbance, farewell. In the blink of an eye, Lin Han found himself in an office. Before he could regain his balance, a slightly complaining voice came from behind him. Hey, I'm working on paperwork here. Can't you use your own office, senior sister? Enough talk, this kid has potential, but his head's not quite right. I'm thinking of throwing him into the Howling Caves to toughen him up a bit. What do you think? Lin Han was looking at Wu Qinghong, the woman soon to be his instructor, who was dressed in tight leather that perfectly accentuated her impressive figure. Unlike the brief glimpse he caught in the alley earlier, he now had a clear view of this strikingly attractive instructor. However, he quickly averted his gaze, not daring to linger. Come on, senior sister. A somewhat teasing voice came from behind him. The Howling Caves is a dungeon that even level 70 professionals might not survive. Are you trying to toughen him up, or get him killed? Lin Han turned around to see a young man with a mediocre appearance standing there, smiling. Hello there, young man. I'm Qin Yu, the recruitment officer from the military academy. The young man introduced himself. This is our first formal meeting, but I'm sure we'll be seeing more of each other. I want him dead. Wu Qinghong's icy voice came from behind Lin Han, sending a shiver down his spine. He stood up abruptly, suspiciously glancing at the beautiful instructor. Surely not. Qinyu maintained his smile. Weren't you testing the new student skills today? Why are you so upset? Don't even bring it up. Wu Qinghong's face showed a pained expression. This kid summoned a beast within the academy and destroyed half the street. My points. Instructor Wu. Lin Han tried to defend himself. I didn't know your identity, and you didn't directly tell me. But when he met Wu Qinghong's murderous gaze, he swallowed the rest of his words. From now on, you're part of my team. Lin Han, she declared seriously, her eyes still simmering with anger. I don't have many demands in my team. Understood. I look forward to your guidance. Lin Han quickly bowed. Despite the awkward first meeting, it did not diminish his respect for the strong. Wu Qinghong narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp as needles, making Lin Han's spine tingle. Why did this woman, who looked no older than 30, exude such an intimidating presence? Senior sister, I've spoken to the old man for you. Qinyu interjected at the right moment. He said you can handle it however you see fit. Oomph. The old man couldn't care less. Wu Qinghong scoffed, her red lips curling into a smile. If we're going to teach, we might as well do it efficiently. She suddenly remembered something and looked at Lin Han, who was still standing there. Lin Han, what exactly do you take me for? Did something happen in the ancient demon domain after you met me? Lin Han hesitated for a moment before confessing. I misunderstood, but it's not entirely my fault. After meeting Instructor Wu, I encountered some people claiming to be from the abyss of Qingming in the ancient demon domain. They tried to ambush me, but I was prepared and managed to escape. I thought they were coming for revenge this time, so I didn't hold back. The abyss of Qingming? Before Wu Qinghong could respond, Qinyu, who was flipping through some documents, suddenly looked up, his eyes sharp. You said they appeared in the ancient demon domain. His voice was tinged with undeniable surprise. Lin Han had a gut feeling that the person in front of him, named Qinyu, was not someone ordinary. So, he explained everything in detail. He reached into his spatial storage and pulled out an item that had fallen from the body of a demonized Baina pitch-black bead. Upon seeing the bead, Qinyu's eyes immediately gleamed with a peculiar light. It really is them. Who are they exactly? And what is this method that turns people into beast controllers? Lin Han urgently inquired. Don't rush. Qinyu waved his hand dismissively. You're not yet authorized to know too much. But given how hastily they acted this time, there must be something they want within the ancient demon domain. Wu Qinghong, standing nearby, frowned and said, Qinyu, since he's a student of our military academy, he should know more of the truth. After a moment of contemplation, Qinyu nodded. Very well. The Abyss of Blue Darkness is an organization formed by fanatical believers. Those who fought against them know they sacrificed themselves to otherworldly deities to gain immense power. As for why they're targeting you, it's likely you possess something they desire. Are you referring to the source of darkness? But what is it exactly? Why am I unaware of it myself? Lin Han asked, puzzled. I can't say for sure. Qinyu shook his head. These cults always operate in secrecy. The 5-member team you encountered is considered quite strong within their battle ranks. Remember, if you encounter people from the Abyss of Blue Darkness again, don't engage with them unnecessarily. Your safety is the most important thing, Qinyu advised with concern in his voice. Wu Qinghong interjected coldly. With his current strength, it's almost impossible for him to compete in the ancestral court battle a year from now. Whether he can or not depends on his abilities, Qinyu said with a smile, winking at Lin Han. By the way, kid, about the compensation points, I heard your Dragonfang team won the first match. The academy should have rewarded you quite a bit, right? So, how about? Wu Qinghong immediately interrupted. Don't even think about it. Those points have all been exchanged for items and training room access. You cover this debt. She waved her hand impatiently. Lin Han's figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared outside the teaching building. In the office, Qin Yu's gaze gradually sharpened. This kid is indeed impressive. To escape from a 5-member cult team, he must have some hidden skills. But getting involved with the Abyss of Blue Darkness is troublesome. The military battlefield still needs someone to hold the fort, and the other side might take action again soon. A mere cult? I alone am enough to protect him completely, Wu Qinghong stated firmly. Hearing this, Qin Yu's lips curled into a sly smile. Is the Red Blade General making a comeback? At the entrance of the military academy building, Lin Han stood still, momentarily bewildered. Just as he was about to gather his thoughts, his phone buzzed in his pocket. The caller ID showed Qin Luoshi. Did you pass the temporary assessment? Qin Luoshi's typically concise question came through the line. Lin Han recalled the awkward incident where he mistakenly identified Wu Qinghong as a member of a cult and replied somewhat embarrassed. I think I passed, though I might have caused a bit of a commotion. As long as you passed, Qin Luoshi replied calmly, then continued, were you tested by Wu Jiaoshi personally? No, it was probably another instructor. He was skilled, but I could tell he wasn't trying to kill me, so I didn't go all out either. This conversation made Lin Han suddenly realize something. So, the other members of Longya squad are also targets for the Academy's assessment? He particularly thought of Xue Wushuang, still in the hospital. Yes, Chen Huaner and Zhou Qingqing have already reported back. They were also attacked but confirmed it was an assessment and passed. As for Han Fei, I don't have her contact information, and she probably wouldn't reach out to us. After hanging up, Lin Han remembered Xue Wushuang left alone in the hospital and hurried to the Academy hospital. Pushing open the door to the infirmary, he was startled by the scene. The room was a mess, and Xue Wushuang lay on the bed grimacing, with blood seeping through the bandages. What happened here? Lin Han asked with a frown. Xue Wushuang complained indignantly. Linzi, after you left, a masked person came and started hitting me without a word. You didn't fight back? Seeing that Xue Wushuang could still talk and complain, Lin Han was slightly relieved. Of course I fought back. Xue Wushuang proudly waved a fist, then winced in pain and lay back down. I went into a bloodthirsty rage and drove him off. I even managed to zap his left eye with an electric punch while he was off guard. He's probably not doing any better now. It seems you passed the test too, Lin Han said, rubbing his chin. What test? I thought it was that madwoman Han Fei sending someone for revenge? Xue Wushuang looked puzzled. Never mind that, just focus on recovering. Tomorrow, our Longya squad is meeting the new instructor. Don't miss it. Got it. The next morning, the dormitory alarm rang right on time. Qin Luoshi was the first to wake up and headed straight to the bathroom. The noise roused Lin Han, who opened his eyes, watching the bathroom light up. He yawned and got up, giving a gentle nudge to the still sleeping Xue Wushuang. Linzi, it's not even light yet. Why so early? Xue Wushuang sat up with a jolt, still swaying. Lin Han smirked. Who was it that said they wanted to get up early to make a good impression on the new female instructor? Stop whining and get up. Let's not keep the girls and the team waiting. Lin Han and Xue Wushuang quickly finished washing up and packing. Before leaving, Xue Wushuang took a reluctant glance at the golden cloud leopard beast egg on the bed, then followed his teammates out of the dormitory. In the hall outside the dormitory building, Zhou Qingqing and Chen Huaner had been waiting for quite a while. Zhou Qingqing, as usual, sported her short, neat hair and wore a boys' school uniform, looking spirited and confident. In contrast, Chen Huaner had a girl next door vibe, with the ends of her long hair playfully curled, her face bare of makeup yet naturally lively. What's with you guys? Making us ladies wait so long? Huaner and I are getting pins and needles. Zhou Qingqing complained with dissatisfaction. We agreed on meeting at 7. We didn't make you come early, Xue Wushuang teased, grinning as he moved closer. Tired of standing? Want me to give you a massage? He reached out to grab Zhou Qingqing's leg. Get lost. Dream on if you think you can touch me. Zhou Qingqing shot him a disdainful look, then turned to Lin Han. Captain, everyone's here. Han Fei said she'd meet us at the rendezvous point. Let's go. All right. Lin Han nodded and led the team out of the academy. The early morning mist had not yet lifted, and the chill of early autumn made Chen Huaner shiver. Why do we have to be up so early? I didn't sleep well. Hang in there. I'm sure you've all felt the sting of this new instructor's discipline. Lin Han chuckled as he looked back. Everyone fell silent at his words. Outside the academy gates, Han Fei had been waiting for some time. What took you so long? She asked with a frown, her tone laced with annoyance. Where's Instructor Wu? Lin Han ignored her complaint. It was best to let a pampered young lady like her adjust to the team on her own. Han Fei's expression turned cold, but she answered truthfully, not here yet. I've been waiting a while. This Instructor Wu, making us get up early and then being late herself, Xue Wushuang muttered. She better be good looking, or I'll be mad. Watch your mouth, fatty, or you might lose it. A lazy female voice suddenly came from above. Everyone froze, except Lin Han, who immediately recognized the voice. Greetings, Instructor Wu. The group looked up and saluted. Xue Wushuang turned stiffly and finally saw a woman dressed in leather, with a striking figure, lounging on a tree branch. She's really a beauty, Xue Wushuang began, but stopped when he saw the flash of menace in Wu Qinghong's eyes and the disdainful looks from his teammates. He quickly shut his mouth. Wu Qinghong smiled with satisfaction, stretching languidly, her perfect figure on display. I waited so long I fell asleep. Are you the strongest freshman this year? Her eyes scanned the group before she lightly jumped down, landing gracefully as if weightless. I'm not the strongest. Lin Han humbly bowed and said. Wu Qinghong's red lips curved slightly as her gaze swept over the members of the Longya team. From today, you are my students. The military academy is different from other schools. We focus on practical experience rather than rigid textbook knowledge. Reporting to the instructor, Xue Wushuang quickly spoke up, a hint of flattery in her tone, as she had just criticized the instructor earlier. Since joining the military academy, I've understood its uniqueness. I'm not afraid of hardship. Please guide me. Seeing this, the other team members chimed in. Wu Qingheng nodded in satisfaction, giving Xue Wushuang a meaningful look. Criticizing the instructor to her face will be the last time. However, I admire your courage. Here, strength is everything. When you are strong enough, concerns naturally diminish. Then, she turned her gaze to Lin Han. Are you the captain of the Longya team, Lin Han? Yes, I've met Instructor Wu. Lin Han responded solemnly. No need to be formal, Wu Qingheng said gently. Here, titles are flexible. But remember, the military academy trains warriors for the battlefield. I don't want to see unnecessary sacrifices. As she turned, a fleeting hint of melancholy crossed her eyes. Instructor Wu, please begin the training, Lin Han said eagerly. All right, Wu Qingheng replied calmly. For now, everyone go back and rest. Dismissed. Before the words were fully out, she had already disappeared from the academy gate. What's going on? Chen Huaner and Zhou Qingqing exchanged puzzled looks. Although Han Fei frowned, she silently headed towards the academy. Lin Han, though confused, inexplicably trusted Wu Qingheng's arrangement and also turned to leave. Qin Luoxi, aren't you going to rest? Xue Wushuang asked Lin Han as he was about to leave. No, I'm going for a morning run, Qin Luoxi replied thoughtfully. In the distance, Qin Yu smiled and asked Wu Qingheng, letting those young ones go just like that? It's not like you. Why rush? It's just the beginning. Wu Qingheng stretched lazily, her figure vanishing into the morning mist. Whether the Longya team can recreate the glory of the 13th class is indeed something to look forward to. A few hours later, the Longya team gathered in the training room. Zhou Qingqing complained, Captain, hasn't the instructor assigned us any training tasks yet? Other teams have already started. As top performers among the newcomers, they had expected more rigorous training. The martial arts instructor was adjusting the training room's environment settings, intending to strengthen team coordination during downtime. Just then, a graceful figure silently appeared beside him. I told you all to rest, yet you seem to have endless energy. Fine, in that case, our training begins now. Wu Qingheng's sudden appearance startled Lin Han, who turned around with feigned composure, glancing at the training room door that was locked from the inside. Instructor Wu, may I ask how you got in? Take a guess, Wu Qingheng replied with a charming smile. Moments later, the entire team found themselves at the foot of a mountain 20 kilometers away. Apart from the exceptionally fit Lin Han and the well-trained Qin Luoxi, who remained composed, the others were already panting heavily. Xue Wushuang, sweating profusely, managed to speak. Instructor Wu, why are we in this level 15 training area? Isn't it just filled with mushroom creatures? And why do we have to run here? Wouldn't using a teleportation array be more convenient? Zhou Qingqing added, her voice betraying her exhaustion. Even the usually graceful Han Fei appeared slightly disheveled, her long hair a bit messy. Wu Qingheng frowned slightly at the sight of her exhausted team members. Is that all you've got? The training has just begun. She pointed to a nearby teleportation portal and continued. This is the Silent Mountain Range. I brought you here not to level up, but to collect special herbs from deep within the mountains and return as quickly as possible within a day. Seeing the puzzled looks on their faces, Wu Qingheng added a crucial condition. You cannot use your abilities or beasts, and those with special professions must carry extra weight. Remember, if you take more than 8 hours, you'll have to spend the night here. According to the Academy's rules, failing to return to your dormitory on time will result in a 20 deduction of your points, and 3 times means expulsion. With that, she snapped her fingers. Suddenly, everyone felt a weight on their wrists. A black bracelet had appeared. Lin Han examined it closely. It was a golden-level ceiling item called the Warden's Handcuff, capable of completely restricting all of a user's abilities. The once silent valley was disrupted by the sound of footsteps crunching on fallen leaves. A group of figures was struggling through the terrain, with Xue Wushuang at the back looking particularly disheveled. His round, chubby face was flushed red, and the 5 or 6 sandbags strapped to him made it nearly impossible for him to move. Stop for a moment. Xue Wushuang gasped. Hands on the ground. I need to catch my breath. The group ahead slowed down and turned to look at Xue Wushuang, who was slumped on the ground. Zhou Qingqing shook her own weighted sandbags and teased. Why are you so weak? Can't handle this? That's easy for you to say, Xue Wushuang replied, lying on the ground with a resentful look at the others. You're a knight, naturally stronger. I'm just a healing priest. Why do I have to carry so much more weight than you? The martial instructor is right, Zhou Qingqing retorted. Precisely because you're a healing beastmaster, you need to train your physical strength. When you're facing enemies alone, with no one to save you, you have to rely on yourself. Xue Wushuang pointed unwillingly at Chen Huaner. What about her? She's not a combat class either. Why doesn't she have to carry any weight? Chen Huaner blinked innocently, while Lin Han rolled his eyes and replied, she's a girl. You've got no chance. He shook the 8 sandbags strapped to him. Although these weights were manageable for him thanks to system enhancements, without his innate talents and beast assistance, leading the team deeper into the valley was daunting. Han Fei frowned, irritated by the 2 sandbags on her shoulders. Let's not waste time. I don't want to camp out here. Just then, a rustling sound came from a nearby bush. The group was instantly alert, and Qin Luoshi instinctively tried to use stealth, only to be restrained by the electric current from his wristband. Even as an assassin, the weight of 4 sandbags made movement difficult. Fat cat, get away from there. Lin Han shouted to Xue Wushuang. The latter, as if injected with adrenaline, quickly darted to the others. When they saw the half-human-sized mushroom emerging from the bush, Xue Wushuang's face darkened instantly. Zhou Qingqing seized the opportunity to mock him. Look at you, a level 30 beastmaster scared by a level 12 mushroom beast. You might be the first. Xue Wushuang, disregarding his exhaustion and driven by male pride, was about to act. But the electric shock from the wristband reminded him of reality in a situation where all his abilities were sealed. Even a level 12 mushroom creature posed a significant threat. Leave Luo Shi to you. I'll take care of it later, Xue Wushuang said casually, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. As everyone hesitated, the mushroom monster's face suddenly changed, its cheeks gradually puffing up. With a faint pop, a sticky, unknown liquid shot out from its mouth, landing precisely on Xue Wushuang. The moment the liquid touched him, Xue Wushuang felt a warm sensation and didn't think much of it at first. But soon, a wave of indignant anger surged through him. He tried to grab a stone nearby to retaliate, only to find that the sticky substance had glued him in place like strong adhesive, even immobilizing his raised arm, which then fell with a thud. What the heck is this stuff? It's so sticky. Linzi, help me. Xue Wushuang shouted in panic, clearly not expecting to be taken down by a small mushroom. Be careful of these mushroom monsters' attacks, try to avoid them. Lin Han immediately ordered, and the members of the Dragon Fang squad quickly shifted into a serious mindset. Before he finished speaking, rustling sounds emerged from the surrounding bushes. More mushroom monsters emerged, their large eyes staring intently at the intruders. Screw this, run. Lin Han decided swiftly. Han Fei and Qin Luoshi were already dashing ahead, while Zhou Qingqing and Lin Han supported the immobilized Xue Wushuang on either side, with Chen Huaner following closely, still looking shocked. After running a certain distance and confirming there were no pursuers, Zhou Qingqing frowned and said, I remember there weren't this many mushroom beasts here. Why are they all gathered together? You've been here before? Can you tell us more about the beast distribution here? Lin Han asked. Zhou Qingqing caught her breath and explained. This is a training area. I used to come here to hone my beast taming skills and have killed quite a few. These mushrooms aren't strong, but each has its own traits. She pointed at Xue Wushuang, still struggling with the sticky substance. Like that soft mushroom beast, it can spray glue-like liquid to slow you down. But they're usually docile and don't gather or attack. Then why did it spray me? How is that not aggressive? Xue Wushuang complained. Maybe it thought you deserved it. Zhou Qingqing chuckled. It might not be that simple. Chen Huaner suddenly spoke up earlier. That soft mushroom beast mentioned their king has been born and doesn't allow intruders near. With this revelation, everyone fell silent. Mushroom beast king? Zhou Qingqing's eyes lit up. Lin Han immediately noticed something was amiss from Zhou Qingqing's reaction. Before Zhou Qingqing could explain, Han Fei furrowed her brows and delivered worrying news. This is troublesome. The Silent Valley is usually calm, but when the Mushroom Beast King appears, it becomes extremely dangerous. It's a rare beast controller, and its presence agitates all the mushroom beasts in the valley. Any creature that approaches is seen as an intruder. After Han Fei's explanation, Lin Han looked grave. It seems the herbs that Instructor Wu wants us to collect are deep in the mountains. In our current state, going further might lead to more attacks from the mushroom beasts. Zhou Qingqing added. Instructor Wu actually knew the Mushroom Beast King would appear. It releases a special spore that can quickly parasitize the surrounding plants. I'll distract them, and you all continue forward, Qin Luoshi suggested decisively. No, Lin Han immediately refused. As a team, we can't let anyone act alone. Fat Cat is carrying too much. I'll take 2 of the loads. Saying this, he walked over to Xue Wushuang and took 2 burdens from her to carry himself. Lin Zi. Xue Wushuang was too moved to speak, despite her face being covered in slime, making her look somewhat comical. Let's get moving. We only have 6 hours left before the deadline. Lin Han took the lead, stepping forward, and the Dragon Fang team members exchanged a smile, following closely behind. Han Fei, though her expression was complicated, also joined the group. By the water's edge, several mushroom beasts were lazily resting. Suddenly, the sound of something cutting through the air was heard, and the water's surface in the distance splashed. The mushroom beasts became instantly alert, simultaneously spitting flames, water balls, and stones at the source of the sound. There was no movement in the bushes. The flames went out, the water balls scattered, and the stones fell silent. The leading fire mushroom beast cautiously poked its head to check, only to be suddenly dragged into the bushes. The remaining two mushroom beasts panicked, frantically attacking the bushes until they were drenched. Seeing no further disturbance, they bravely poked their heads to inspect. Lin Han's hands flashed out, grabbing their heads and smashing them together. The two mushroom beasts saw stars and collapsed heavily. Done. Lin Han signaled his teammates to move forward. The team members tiptoed over the unconscious mushroom beasts and quickly advanced. The open field ahead seemed endless, and although no mushroom beasts were visible, everyone instinctively slowed their pace and kept hidden. These low-level creatures, once considered insignificant, now demonstrated surprisingly tactical prowess. Many mushroom beasts lay in ambush underground, waiting to emerge and attack with fire, water, and stones as they passed by. Although not deadly, these obstacles are indeed slowing down the team's progress. Lin Han stood on a flat clearing, casually picked up a pebble, and tossed it. The stone rolled across the ground, and just as it was about to stop, the ground suddenly caved in, and a massive mouth snapped shut from below. In that split second, everyone caught a glimpse of the Biasta, gigantic creature covered in mushrooms, resembling a crocodile, with most of its body hidden underground, only lunging out when prey approached. That's a beast from the deep layers of the mountain sand earth crocodile, Zhou Qingqing whispered. It seems we're getting closer to our target. This guy can't be taken down by sheer force, Shui Wushuang observed, gesturing towards the gaping mouth. That mouth could swallow the four of us whole. We need to use strategy, Lin Han stated succinctly, crouching down to sketch a plan in the dirt with a twig. Does the captain have an idea? Chen Huaner asked, her eyes shining with confidence in Lin Han. After finishing his sketch, Lin Han motioned for everyone to gather around and whispered a few words. The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. We have a plan. Now we just need suitable bait, Lin Han said, and as soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Shui Wushuang. Hey, why is everyone looking at me? Shouldn't we draw straws for this? Shui Wushuang protested in despair. You're the heftiest among us. Look at all that meat. Who else would we use? Han Fei joked for once. What's wrong with being hefty? Did I eat your rice? Shui Wushuang glared at Han Fei, then turned to Lin Han with a pleading look. Fine, I'll go, but you have to ensure my safety. Don't worry, I have a way to keep you safe. Promise me. Lin Han clenched his fist. Are you going or not? Fine, fine, let's talk this through, Shui Wushuang muttered as he walked out of the forest towards the earth crocodile. Lin Han had his reasons for sending Shui Wushuang on this risky mission. First, to test if Wu Qinghong was secretly observing them, and second, to improve the relationship between Shui Wushuang and Han Fei. Although Shui Wushuang appeared carefree, he always came through when it mattered. His confidence stemmed from the system. Ever since he donned the bracelet, Lin Han had confirmed that the system was still operational, and the myriad of tools in the store could handle any crisis provided Wu Qinghong didn't intervene. This secret was known only to him. Summoning his courage, Shui Wushuang left the dense forest and gradually approached the clearing. The closer he got, the more he felt something watching him, causing a wave of nervousness. Steeling himself, he took another step forward. Suddenly, the ground cracked open with a roar, and a fissure extended right beneath his feet. Oh no! Shui Wushuang yelped as he plummeted with the collapsing ground. As Shui Wushuang's body was about to be completely engulfed, Lin Han quickly issued a rescue command. He was the first to rush out, and despite carrying extra weight, he moved with his usual agility. He grabbed Shui Wushuang's arm, took a deep breath, and with a powerful heave, flung him backward to safety. The earth crocodile, seeing its meal slipping away, let out a deafening roar. The original pit rapidly expanded outward, collapsing with debris and sand, gradually revealing the massive crocodile. After rescuing Shui Wushuang, Lin Han immediately searched for the tree he had marked earlier. Qin Luoxi and Zhou Qingqing each took one of Shui Wushuang's arms, dragging him swiftly away. Ouch, ouch! Slow down, my butt's on fire! Shui Wushuang wailed as he was dragged along. Shut up! I told you to eat less, now you're just a burden. I'll never again, Shui Wushuang began to say, but stopped abruptly when he noticed the earth crocodile moving just as fast as they were running. Seeing the gaping, tooth-filled maw nearing him, he panicked and changed his tune. Guys, I take it back. Run faster, or I won't have any legs left. Do you really need to say that? Qin Luoxi gritted her teeth, veins bulging on her arms. Lin Han kept a close eye on the distance between them and the marked tree, his gaze fixed on their target. Hang in there. We're almost there, shouted Zhou Qingqing. But we're not there yet. Push harder. Seeing the earth crocodile so close, Shui Wushuang was nearly scared out of his wits. The distance to the target tree shrank rapidly. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Just as the earth crocodile was about to burst from the ground to bite Shui Wushuang, two sharp sounds cut through the air. and two hastily woven nets dropped down from the tree canopy. The furious earth crocodile emerged from the ground, but its limited vision and unstable center of gravity caused it to crash heavily onto the earth. With a thunderous crash, the scattered leaves revealed a pre-dug trap several meters deep. Though hastily excavated, it was enough to ensnare the giant beast. Inside the pit, water splashed as the earth crocodile thrashed wildly, its front claws desperately trying to climb out, but it was evident that the preparations had effectively trapped it. As Han Fei set the trap, Lin Han seized the opportunity. Seeing the earth crocodile struggling to escape, he was about to signal Han Fei to finish the hunt when the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Without hesitation, Lin Han retreated, reflecting on the success of their hunting plan. Han Fei, with a stone knife in hand, swiftly cut the coarse rope. Then, with a series of thuds, rubble cascaded down. The earth crocodile let out a piercing wail before falling silent. The group barely had time to celebrate before a distant rumbling grew louder. Lin Han frowned and signaled everyone to gather, satisfied with the team's seamless coordination during the hunt. Judging by the sound, something big is coming, Lin Han warned. What's there to fear? Shua Wushuang exclaimed, waving his fists, seemingly forgetting their earlier struggles. We took down an earth crocodile with our bare hands. We might encounter the Mushroom Beast King next, Lin Han said seriously. Once we get the target item, we must retreat immediately. We can't afford to linger. Time is running out. Meanwhile, in the city of Wu, several miles away, everything seemed normal. The bustling streets were filled with people, and popular music from a hit band played in front of the shops. In front of the commercial building, a magician in a tailcoat and white mask was performing. With a flick of his slender fingers, for playing cards appeared between them. Amidst the audience's cheers, he transformed the cards into a vibrant rose. The rose spun in the air and gracefully landed on the hair of a woman in the front row. Amidst thunderous applause, the magician asked in a magnetic voice, "Are you all satisfied with today's performance?" "Yes. It was amazing. Can I have your autograph?" "Didn't get enough." The audience responded enthusiastically. With a smile beneath his white mask, the magician said, "Then, the real show is just about to begin." He snapped his fingers lightly. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the front row. The woman chosen by the rose collapsed in pain, clutching her head. Those nearby tried to help, but upon seeing her face, they screamed even louder. This bustling city was about to face an unexpected calamity, unbeknownst to its citizens. The woman's delicate face suddenly began to decay, as if melted by invisible flames. With her skin peeling away inch by inch and her hair falling out in clumps, she lunged at the nearest spectator, her mouth full of rotting tissue, and without hesitation, bit through the neck of the passerby. "Run!" A scream pierced the air. The crowd scattered like startled birds, but the bitten victim staggered to his feet, joining the chase. The magician stood still, his eyes calm behind a white mask as he watched the chaos unfold. "There's a monster! Call the police!" In the chaos, the crowd formed a terrifying bottleneck at the exit. "Get out of my way! Let me go first! Save my child! I can stay behind!" In fear, the ugliest side of human nature was laid bare. Centered around the magician's stage, more of those infected rose to their feet, their faces unrecognizable, as they frantically lunged at the surrounding crowd. The infection spread geometrically, quickly escalating from a few people to hundreds. "This is the grand performance for Wuxia. Cheer for this moment." The magician's voice trembled with excitement, and at some point, a deep red cane appeared in his hand. As the cane touched the ground, ripples spread like a blood-colored lake. The magician walked elegantly through the inferno of the mall, orchestrating the symphony of chaos. "How vile human nature is, and how delightful you all are now," he whispered softly. Several panic-stricken escapees brushed past the magician. The nearest one's chest suddenly blossomed with blood, a gaping hole forming in an instant. His pupils contracted sharply as life drained away. His companions watched helplessly as the magician held a beating heart in his hand. With a gentle squeeze, the heart burst in his grasp, blood staining the white mask. The mask writhed as if alive, absorbing the blood and forming eerie crimson patterns, with a scarlet vertical pupil emerging in the center. At that moment, anomalies also appeared in two other densely populated areas of Wuxia. In a crowded amusement park, a petite figure in a hood quietly slipped into the throng. "Little girl, would you like to buy some cotton candy?" A vendor pushing a small cart approached a hooded little girl and asked enthusiastically. "Okay," came the childish voice from under the hood. The vendor immediately took out a cotton candy and looked around as he asked, "Who are you with? Remember to pay." "I'm here with my sister," the little girl replied softly. The vendor looked around but saw no one accompanying her. "Are you lost? Do you need help finding someone?" "No, she's right here," the girl said as she slowly removed her hood. When the vendor saw her face, he jumped back in terror, screaming, "Oh my god, a monster!" The girl's face had two distinct visages, one with the innocence that matched her voice, and another a pale woman's face. As the vendor stared in horror, the pale face suddenly opened its deep, dark eyes, and the vendor's gaze became vacant. Amidst the bustling amusement park, though some heard the vendor scream, they dismissed it without further commotion. "Sir, I want the cotton candy." The girl reached out to the dazed vendor. A bizarre smile crept across his face as he threw the cotton candy on the ground and clutched his own neck. With a bone-chilling crack, the vendor gruesomely tore off his own head. Blood spurted from his neck as the headless body mechanically handed the head to the little girl. "Someone's dead." The surrounding crowd finally noticed the scene, and screams erupted as they realized what was happening. When they saw the two-faced girl holding the bloody head, they fled in terror. "Sister, why are they running away? Do they hate us too and want me to die?" the girl asked, holding the head, her voice trembling with tears. The other pale face suddenly spoke with a voice full of resentment. "They are all bad people. Kill them. They don't deserve to live." "Okay, I'll do as you say, sister." The girl broke into a sinister smile and spread her small hands. The space began to distort, and 5 blood-red magic circles appeared on the ground. With terrifying roars, 5 enormous black hellhounds emerged from the circles. These demon creatures, hundreds of times the size of ordinary dogs, had sharp fangs, menacing claws, and bloodthirsty gleams in their crimson eyes. Blood-red chains coiled around their necks, with the other ends firmly grasped in the little girl's hand. The amusement park had descended into chaos. 5 massive hellhounds rampaged through the crowd, each towering 3 to 4 times the height of a person, their pitch-black fur emitting an ominous sheen. They charged into the panicked visitors, and screams erupted everywhere. People in the streets scattered like headless chickens, with pushing and trampling occurring constantly. One hellhound leaped suddenly, its front paws slamming heavily onto the ground. The shockwave sent nearby tourists flying. It lowered its head, its crimson beastly eyes locking onto a few despairing victims at its feet. Its enormous fangs opened, instantly piercing through one person's body, with blood dripping from its menacing maw. Under the hunt of these 5 terrifying beasts, the tourists were like lambs to the slaughter. Amidst the chaos, a little girl sat quietly on a bench, her head lowered as she gently stroked a gradually cold head in her lap. Meanwhile, in the Jin family of Wuxia, the new head, Jin Songyun, was receiving an urgent report. 3 locations have been attacked, and the assailants are suspected to be level 50 or higher professionals. The police dispatched have lost contact, with casualties exceeding 10,000. Listening to this, a few more strands of Jin Songyun's already sparse hair fell out. Level 50 professionals? What are they trying to do? Jin Songyun fumed. A hunched servant beside him tried to soothe him. "Master, please calm down. Our people are already on their way. It's the 4th young master leading the team. We must immediately seek assistance from the Imperial Military Academy." Jin Songyun said gravely, "We have to quell this situation before the casualties increase further." At that moment, in front of a burning building in Wuxia, the fashionably dressed Jin Yunsheng led 3 subordinates wearing traditional robes with the Jin emblem embroidered on their chests to the scene. With his hands in his pockets, he coldly surveyed the precarious structure, indifferent to the frantic crowd fleeing around him. "The target is inside. I'll scout ahead." Jin Yunsheng took out a talisman, and as it burned, a faint spiritual entity appeared and flew into the building. He closed his left eye, sharing the entity's vision. Moments later, his gaze shifted to the entrance of the smoke-filled underground parking lot. "Down there," Jin Yunsheng gestured, leading his 3 subordinates toward the parking lot entrance. A person behind swiftly pulled a talisman from their sleeve. They ignited it and quietly commanded, "Dispel." The talisman burned away instantly, forming a pale yellow barrier around the group, keeping the swirling dust at bay. Jin Yunsheng's expression was grave, his voice deep. "I found them. There's only one enemy, but their strength is unknown. Stay close to me." As he spoke, his hand, adorned with an expensive watch, opened, and several talismans quickly stacked in his palm, encircling the group. They entered the underground parking lot, faced with utter devastation. Charred vehicle wrecks scattered about, exposed steel bars like menacing fangs, and the concrete floor riddled with craters of varying sizes. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the silence. Jin Yunsheng's pupils contracted, his movements swift as the talismans around him coalesced into a glowing spirit hand. It caught the incoming 3-meter-long steel bar just in time. Judging by the force of the attack, the opponent was undoubtedly a high-level professional. "Whoever you are, daring to wreak havoc in Yu City, today will be your end." No sooner had Jin Yunsheng finished speaking than an eerie, raspy laughter echoed from afar. "Master Yunsheng, be careful," a follower shouted from behind. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a massive figure appeared out of nowhere, swinging a punch at the group. The ground cracked loudly beneath the impact. As the dust settled, the figure's outline became clear. A towering 2-meter frame, unnaturally thick arms, and skin of a chilling dark purple. A fallen demon. How could one be here? Jane Yunxing exclaimed in shock, then quickly regained his composure. Keep your distance from him and be ready to assist. However, only a deathly silence answered him. As the dust fully settled, 3 torn bodies lay motionless on the ground, their chests stained with blood, the golden characters on their attire stark and shocking. Jin Yunxing took a deep breath, his gaze turning sharp. A level 50 fallen demon. It seems escaping death today is unlikely. No matter, let's see what you cultist beasts are made of. His eyes gleamed with a dark golden light, and a brilliant humanoid beast spirit appeared behind him. Talisman spirit, attack? At his command, countless talismans extended in the air, swiftly forming a spherical barrier enclosing him and the fallen demon. Jin Yunxing stepped forward, talismans flying towards the fallen demon. Before they could make contact, they exploded, fire and shockwaves illuminating the entire space. At that moment, a golden light flashed outside the spherical barrier, and a paper crane folded from a talisman silently flew towards the parking lot exit. The office of the military academy was enveloped in silence. Suddenly, the piercing ring of the telephone shattered the stillness, and at the same moment, an old candelabrum flickered to life, its flames dancing and adding a touch of warmth to the empty room. The phone continued to ring until a slender hand calmly picked up the receiver. This is Qin Yu. What's happening? A deep voice resonated in the room. On the other end, chaotic sounds could be heard. Qin Yu frowned slightly. All right, I understand. The academy will dispatch instructors and senior professionals to assist. Can we confirm it's the work of a cult? The voice on the other end grew more disordered. Support will arrive within an hour. Try to evacuate the crowd and stabilize the situation before the casualties increase. Qin Yu responded succinctly before hanging up, his handsome face appearing somewhat somber in the candlelight. A 3-member cult sequence appearing in Wuxia is unusual, he murmured to himself, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. But since they've dared to show up, none of them are leaving. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and his smile turned radiant. Senior sister and those little fellows are over there. Huh, looks like I won't need to go personally. Qin Yu snapped his fingers, and the office was immediately illuminated. Several figures appeared on a distant projection screen. He issued concise instructions. High-level cult professionals have appeared in Wuxia. Send people to suppress them immediately. Instructor Wu is there. You can contact her if there are any issues. The individuals on the screen began to discuss animatedly. What? A cult in Wuxia? What are the casualties? Why would such a small city? Upon hearing that Wu Qinghong was present, their expressions turned peculiar. Yes, we'll make arrangements right away. The scene shifted to the teleportation array in front of the silent mountain dungeon, where Wu Qinghong was lazily leaning against a stone pillar, yawning and murmuring to herself. Judging by the time, they should be coming out soon. At that moment, the earring on her left ear glowed faintly. She frowned slightly, casually brushing her hair aside. What do you need? I've made it clear to the old man over there that you can't interfere with my plans. Qin Yu's voice came through the earring, informing her of the situation in Wuxia and requesting that she keep the young ones away. Wu Qinghong's eyes lit up briefly, a flash of fire passing through before her demeanor returned to calm. All right, I'll go and arrange to bring back a few of the youngsters. Meanwhile, inside the silent mountain dungeon, Lin Han suddenly halted his frantic pace as a system notification popped up. Emergency mission. Head to Wuxia. Reward, 20,000 gold points, 3 random legendary grade beast eggs, 2 diamond level items equipment. Warning, the mission will refresh in 3 minutes. Please confirm whether to accept. Yes, no? Before Lin Han could react, he heard Xue Wushuang's anxious shout in his ear. Damn it, Lin. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Lin Han suddenly awoke, remembering that they were being chased by the Mushroom Beast King. Although they had already acquired the Lingji, this was certainly not the time to be dazed. As Qin Luoshi and the others broke into a cold sweat for Lin Han, the massive body of the Mushroom Beast King leapt into the air, threatening to crush Lin Han beneath it. But just at that critical moment, the black wristbands on their wrists emitted a crisp sound, and then the light dissipated as they detached. A hint of triumph flashed across the Mushroom Beast King's menacing face, ready to assert its dominance as the boss of the Silent Mountain dungeon. However, it was utterly unprepared for the powerful counterforce that suddenly surged from beneath it. Lin Han's body began to shine with a metallic luster as his iron form activated, and with a swift maneuver, he flipped the Mushroom Beast King onto the ground. The Mushroom Beast King looked on in disbelief. The group that had been fleeing moments ago now surrounded it with a fierce aura. Even more alarming were the high-level summoned beasts that appeared from nowhere. Get him! Shouted Xue Wushuang, and the level 30 Mushroom Beast King was instantly overwhelmed by the more powerful beasts. Light spheres, wind blades, ghostly flames, and dragon fire bombarded it relentlessly. Soon, a system notification sounded, announcing the fall of the dungeon's hidden boss, along with rewards of leaf stones and spore powder. After venting her anger, Shui Wuxuang turned to Lin Han. Lindsay, what happened? If the wristbands hadn't failed in time, you'd be dead. Lin Han calmly replied, it's nothing. I just suddenly felt a bit dizzy. Inwardly, he was anxiously repeating the acceptance of the system's temporary quest. Along with the successful acceptance came a stern warning. Failure would result in a deduction of 20,000 premium points, and the shop would be downgraded. As the light of the Silent Mountain Dungeon's teleportation array faded, the members of the Dragon Fang squad saw Wu Qinghong. Han Fei immediately inquired about the reason for the wristband malfunction, while Lin Han vaguely sensed it was related to the temporary quest he had received. Wu Qinghong gave a brief evaluation of their performance, stating they had barely passed the test of entering the dungeon as ordinary people, and mentioned she had to leave as the academy would send someone to pick them up. Unexpectedly, Qin Luoshi suddenly asked, has something happened in the city? This question not only raised Wu Qinghong's eyebrows, but also surprised Lin Han. How had Qin Luoshi perceived this without any system prompt? Wu Qinghong stared at Qin Luoshi, and the moment their eyes met, she was taken aback. You have dual talents? And your second talent matches the talent for slaughter so perfectly? Her tone was filled with undisguised astonishment. As an experienced instructor, it was rare for her to encounter such a surprising genius. Qin Luoshi nodded slightly, and then his pupils began to change. Light gray patterns rippled across his eyes, gradually forming two deep whirlpools. Even more astonishing, his short hair began to grow visibly, reaching his shoulders in an instant, with the tips shimmering with a faint, silvery glow. As his appearance transformed, so did the aura surrounding him. The reincarnation talent is activated. Qin Luoshi's voice became ethereal, and his already handsome face appeared even more captivating. I can sense the fluctuations of the souls in Wuxia right now, and there are tens of thousands of them. This scene made Lin Han's heartbeat accelerate, and he cursed inwardly, damn. This feeling again, am I really falling for a guy? Wu Qinghong observed Qin Luoshi's state, her lips curving slightly. I didn't expect such a perfectly matched dual talent. I underestimated you. She quickly shifted to the main point. Wuxia is currently targeted by a cult, and they've launched a large-scale massacre. Their exact purpose is still unknown, but the main Jin family in Wuxia has requested aid from the academy, and I need to go support them. Wu instructor, take us with you. Lin Han suddenly requested. Wu Qinghong frowned at his words. This is not a joke. The opponent's strength is unknown, and it would be too dangerous for you. As your instructor, I can't let you take such risks. We're not weak, and you know the dungeons we've cleared. We won't act recklessly. We just want to help. Lin Han's tone was firm. Surprisingly, Han Fei stepped forward at this moment. Wu instructor, if I remember correctly, military academy students are required to complete an external training task once a year, during which the academy must not interfere, and it counts towards the annual evaluation. Wu Qinghong looked displeased. That's a requirement for third-year students. You're just freshmen. This is absurd. We can help evacuate the civilians. As the captain said, we can indeed be of assistance. Instructor, we're applying for this opportunity as our external training. After some thought, Wu Qinghong finally agreed but set conditions. All right, but you must promise not to act on your own. Agreed. The members of the Longya squad responded in unison. Lin Han looked at Han Fei in confusion, and she whispered in his ear, don't misunderstand. It's just to repay your kindness. This made Lin Han smile knowingly. A system prompt appeared. Temporary task. Head to Wuxia completed 13. Temporary task. Eliminate any one of the 3 cult members. Note. Temporary tasks will show progress, and completing all progress will be considered task completion. When they returned to Wuxia, the scene before them changed everyone's expressions. The street was a scene of chaos, with abandoned vehicles scattered haphazardly along the roadside, blood trailing across the ground, and the sight of crumbling walls was shocking. Qian Huaner looked at the devastation before her, her expression shifting in disbelief as she shook her head. Qin Luoshi had just recovered from her reincarnation talent state, but her face was unusually pale, and she looked pained. She could clearly sense a large number of struggling souls gathered ahead. Are you okay, Luoshi? Lin Han asked with concern. I'm fine. Just suddenly sensing so many unjustly dead souls is a bit overwhelming. Qin Luoshi gestured to indicate she was all right. Wu Qinghong's eyes burned with a fierce flame as she stared intently at the end of the distant road. You all go and evacuate the crowd. Remember, don't act recklessly. The situation is worse than I thought. Before she finished speaking, her figure had already vanished in several streaks of fire. What should we do, Lin? Shui Wuxuang asked hesitantly. The members of Longya squad all looked towards Lin Han. Lin Han studied the system prompt, thought for a moment, and said, let's follow her, focusing on rescuing people. As soon as he spoke, a blaze erupted beside him, and a fiery Qilin raised its head and roared, as if complaining about not being able to appear for a long time. Don't worry, you'll have your chance to shine soon, Lin Han reassured, gently stroking the Qilin's mane, then leapt onto its back, calling out to the others, I'll scout ahead, you follow. Ching Ching and Fat Cat, protect everyone else. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by, and Qin Luoshi was already seated steadily on the Qilin's back. The fiery Qilin turned back in dissatisfaction, but upon meeting Qin Luoshi's gaze, it showed a hint of fear. Take me with you? I can help, Qin Luoshi said calmly. Okay, leave it to me and the chubby guy, Zhou Qingqing promised, patting her chest. Shui Wushuang chimed in. Don't worry, Lin. The fiery Qilin leapt into the air, disappearing swiftly among the distant high-rises. There, ahead, where the souls are gathering, Qin Luoshi's breath brushed against Lin Han's ear, sending a shiver down his spine. The Qilin landed heavily, cracking the concrete beneath. Lin Han dismounted, and Qin Luoshi appeared beside him in an instant, the ghostly purple fox on her shoulder lazily yawning. In the distance, flames roared, and shattered glass buildings spewed thick black smoke. The Eye of Creation activated automatically, displaying familiar, eerie panel information. Demonic qualities, diamond level race, follower level 55 strength. Lin Han's eyes showed a serious expression. It's indeed the cult of the Azure Abyss. Could this attack on W City be related to me? Dark Black Tortoise, extinguish the fire. At Lin Han's command, the massive dark black tortoise, as large as a small hill, lowered its head, while its snake-like tail covered in azure scales rose high. The surrounding moisture quickly condensed, forming a torrent of water that surged towards the burning building in the distance. In an instant, most of the flames were doused, revealing a charred passageway below. From now on, stay by my side, Lin Han instructed Qin Luoshi in a low voice. The opponent is not just any ordinary practitioner, so be careful and don't act recklessly. Qin Luoshi nodded softly, her blood jade-like, crying blood soul blade ready in her hand. Although uncertain about the enemy they would face, seeing the serious expression on Lin Han's face, she chose to trust him. With a thought, Lin Han signaled the fiery Kirin to lead the way, while he and Qin Luoshi took cover behind the dark black tortoise, cautiously approaching the underground passage. Lin Han, I hear something inside. There's a fight going on. Qin Luoshi suddenly alerted. Let's go. Lin Han also heard the sounds of battle from the underground parking lot. He speculated it might be reinforcements from the academy, and going there could not only help but possibly complete their mission. Along the way, whenever flames blocked their path, the fiery Kirin would take a deep breath and swallow the ordinary flames whole. Finally, they reached the depths of the parking lot, where amidst the smoke and fire, Lin Han saw a shimmering golden light. The scene before them was shocking. A protective barrier constructed of golden talismans had shattered, and within it, a figure was struggling to hold on. The person was in tattered clothes, with a limp left arm, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth and eyes. This was Jin Yunsheng, forming a seal with his right hand in front of his chest, but neither his beast spirit nor the talismans around him had any light left. In contrast, the fallen demon on the other side, although bearing some scorch marks on its skin, was in much better condition than Jin Yunsheng. Damn it! Looks like I'm going to die here today, Jin Yunsheng muttered hoarsely. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching from afar and turned to see Lin Han. Seeing that the newcomers were two students under 20, Jin Yunsheng's heart sank even further. In this perilous place filled with fire, he couldn't comprehend why these two students were here. Realizing his life was at stake, he couldn't bear to implicate innocence, so he shouted angrily, "Get out of here! This is no place for you." With that, Jin Yunsheng prepared to perish with his spirit. Although he couldn't fully defeat the fallen demon, he could at least hold it off for a moment, buying time for the two students to escape. Lin Han frowned, feeling somewhat annoyed at the young man he had come to save who was now yelling at him. Just then, a powerful punch suddenly struck from the side. Jin Yunsheng, in a daze, caught sight of a shadow darting by, its speed so incredible that his heart skipped a beat. Could it be a fallen demon? What shocked him even more was that the speed of this figure seemed to be increasing. He quickly turned his head to confirm, only to find the original fallen demon still standing motionless. This discovery sent a shiver through him. Were there more than one enemy? Domain, Lin Han whispered, and in an instant, dark energy emanated from the black tortoise around him, rapidly expanding to envelop him, Qin Luoshi, and the attacking shadow. As the domain unfolded, the fallen demon's movements noticeably stalled. Although it couldn't be completely controlled due to its power, the brief restriction was effective. Qin Luoshi seized this fleeting opportunity, her blood-cry soul blade tracing a cold arc. With a sizzling sound of burning flesh, an arm as thick as Lin Han's thigh fell to the ground, dark purple blood gushing out. Although new flesh buds quickly sprouted from the severed limb, they were immediately engulfed by a strange purple ghost fire, halting regeneration. This scene took Lin Han by surprise. Qin Luoxi actually knew the fallen demons could regenerate? Before he could ponder further, she had already vanished into the shadows of the dark domain. Meanwhile, Jin Yunsheng was being relentlessly attacked by the fallen demon, forced to retreat while spitting blood. When the domain dissipated, instead of the corpses of the two students he expected, he saw the young man still standing firm, and not far away, a fallen demon wailing in agony due to its severed arm. While he was momentarily stunned, the opposing fallen demon seized the opportunity to launch a fierce punch. At that critical moment, a faint tearing sound suddenly echoed. The sight before Jin Yunsheng would be etched in his memory forever. The fallen demon, which had the upper hand just a moment ago, suddenly had a crack appear on its head, and its entire skull shattered with a boom. A ghostly figure emerged. Qin Luoxi, her long silver hair billowing in the wind, the blood-cry soul blade in her hand connected to a silver thread, her eyes swirling with a vortex as if capable of devouring souls. The headless body of the fallen demon continued to struggle wildly, the gray in Qin Luoxi's eyes growing increasingly turbulent. She slowly pressed her palm against its chest, her ethereal voice resonating. Soul's demise. With a thunderous roar, Jin Yunsheng felt as if thunder had exploded in his mind, his soul quaking. The massive body of the fallen demon suddenly stilled, dark purple blood oozing from beneath its skin, and it collapsed lifelessly. Simultaneously, the one-armed fallen demon near Lin Han began to tremble violently, glaring at him with a menacing gaze. "Want a brawl, do you? I'm game," Lin Han said, cracking his neck with a series of bone-popping sounds, a battle-ready smile playing on his lips. He donned a black and white mask, its edges seamlessly adhering to his face. With a tap on the central gem of the mask, ink-like patterns flowed across, forming a sinister, eerie design. Mask of Virtue and Vice, Punish Evil. Flame Monarch. With a low command from Lin Han, the fiery Qilin behind him erupted in flames, a searing fire membrane enveloping his entire body. He clenched his fists tightly, ready to strike. The one-armed demon roared up at the sky, veins bulging beneath its dark purple skin, and raised its right fist high, aiming directly at Lin Han. Facing this powerful blow, Lin Han's aura surged around him, showing no intention of retreating as he met the punch heated. In his state of punishing evil, his entire being exuded a murderous intent, and a thin film of flames quickly gathered at his fist. Boom! The clash of fists created waves of air, causing Lin Han's clothes to flutter wildly. A flicker of surprise crossed the demon's crimson eyes, quickly replaced by fury. Both stepped back a pace. Lin Han didn't give his opponent a chance to catch his breath. He leapt into the air, his fist ablaze, and a purple glow flickered beneath his dark mask. His body instantly took on a metallic sheen as he activated his steel form, delivering another fierce punch with all his might. Sensing danger, the demon hastily gathered murky energy in its mouth for a ranged attack. Lin Han noticed and smirked. A close combat specialist attempting a ranged move? He quickly commanded his Dark Xuanwu, Dark Domain. Block the energy. The Xuanwu raised its head and unleashed a swirling darkness that engulfed the demon. The energy in its mouth began to disintegrate within the domain, causing it to howl in pain. "Enough noise," Lin Han shouted coldly, his fists raining down like a storm. Amid the thunderous explosions, the demon's body shattered under the onslaught, dark purple blood splattering everywhere, and the sound of breaking bones echoed continuously. When the dust settled, all that remained was a bloody, mangled corpse, its head mostly obliterated, leaving red and white matter strewn across the ground. A system notification chimed, announcing experience points, level ups, and new skills acquired. Lin Han's eyes sharpened beneath his mask as he scanned the dense array of messages on his panel. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Double the flame transformation to the final stage. This will require a payment of 40,000 premium points. Confirm?"
Yes.
The system beeped, indicating a successful payment of the premium points. A confirmation followed. "Congratulations, host. The skilled flame transformation of your beast, the fiery Qilin, has been upgraded to 9 transformations of blazing flames." The system then detailed the upgraded skill. The fiery Qilin can significantly boost its basic stats multiple times in a short period. Each boost consumes stamina, and the effect can stack up to 9 times. However, the system warned that stacking beyond 5 times could cause irreversible effects on the beast. Lin Han studied the skill description, a thoughtful glimmer in his eyes. He then performed a similar upgrade on the Dark Xuanwu's Dark Rain skill. "Congratulations, host. The upgrade was successful. Your current premium points balance is 15,000. The skill Dark Rain of the beast Dark Xuanwu has been renamed to Ethereal Dark Rain." The effects of Ethereal Dark Rain were displayed. Within the domain of Dark Xuanwu, allied units receive purification from negative effects, and its resistance increases by 40. All water attribute skills have a 20 chance to trigger the shimming trait, marking targets to make them visible and reducing their speed by 30. Just as Lin Han was about to close the system panel, a familiar voice suddenly called out, "Lin? Lin Han?" The unexpected call made Lin Han instinctively turn around, flames igniting on his fist. But upon recognizing Qin Luoshi, he quickly restrained his attack. He swiftly removed his mask, and the violent aura dissipated instantly. Panting heavily, Lin Han felt the soreness throughout his body while warily eyeing the mask of good and evil, which reverted to its black and white state. "Lin Han, are you okay?" Qin Luoshi asked with a frown, clearly shaken by the brutal side of Lin Han she witnessed moments ago. "Nothing, just a bit tired," Lin Han replied, waving his hand as the mask of good and evil dissolved into the air. He was inwardly alarmed at how he nearly lost control, as if some force was manipulating him. The mask clearly held unknown risks. Suddenly, Lin Han remembered something, and his expression turned despairing. "Wait, did I just spend all the premium points I've been saving up?" He recalled how he had spent 40,000 points with a near-obsessive calmness, feeling a pang of regret. Although the skill improvements were worth it, he warned himself to be cautious with the mask of good and evil in the future. At that moment, a weak voice spoke up, "Excuse me, who are you two?" "I'm Jin Yunxing from the Jin family of Wuxia. Thank you both for saving me." Jin Yunxing eyed the seemingly young duo before him, his tone tinged with uncertainty. "We're freshmen from the military academy, here to provide backup," Qin Luoshi stated with a noticeable chill in her voice as she faced Jin Yunxing. "Freshmen?" Jin Yunxing's eyes widened in disbelief. Until today, he would never have believed that students from the military academy could possess such formidable strength. But witnessing the terrifying power displayed by these two, his understanding was completely overturned. The excitement agitated his wound, causing a pained expression to cross his face. Lin Han regained his composure and looked directly at Jin Yunxing. "You're injured. We can take you away, but you must promise not to disclose what you've seen today to anyone, or else." He didn't want to reveal his full strength and trump cards too early, as they were crucial for his future self-preservation. "Of course," Jin Yunxing replied solemnly. "The Jin family keeps its promises, and you two are my saviors. I will not speak of today's events. However, I must report the appearance of the fallen to the Empire truthfully." "That's acceptable, but just mention that you defeated it with our assistance," Lin Han agreed with a nod. Qin Luoshi remained silent, but her gaze was fixed on Lin Han, clearly impressed by his earlier display of skill. "That mask is problematic. Don't use it unless it's absolutely necessary." Qin Luoshi suddenly spoke up as Lin Han turned to leave. "Understood." Lin Han acknowledged her concern with a simple response. The three of them, along with two beasts, quickly evacuated the underground parking lot, where the fire outside had been brought under control. "Where to next?" Qin Luoshi asked Lin Han, as if just by following him, she wouldn't need to think, merely acting as a sharp blade. "We'll meet up with Fat Cat and the others." They sent a message saying they're near the central trade city. After securing Jin Yunxing in a safe location, the two rode off on the blazing Qilin. Watching their distant figures, Jin Yunxing finally came to his senses, secretly marveling at the formidable foundation of the military academy. He decided to contact his father quickly to persuade the family to choose a side early. Opposing people like them could spell disaster for the Jin family. He took out a transparent talisman and watched it burn to ashes in the air. Meanwhile, the scene inside the trade center hall was a hellscape. Severed limbs and flesh were scattered everywhere, and blood stained the marble floor a dark brown. A magician sat on a central bench, his mask's scarlet eyes closed, his suit gleaming in the blood-red light. His long, gloved fingers gripped a blood-colored cane, tapping it rhythmically on the ground, as if preparing for some ritual. The feast approaches, crimson freedom. The magician's raspy laughter echoed through the hall. The mutated creatures wandering around seemed to receive a command and began to fight each other, creating a gruesome scene. At that moment, with a loud crash, the distant door was shattered by a tremendous force. A slender figure in tight leather walked in slowly. The magician sitting on the central bench sensed the presence of the newcomer, his eyes slightly trembling. The scarlet vertical pupil on his mask slowly opened as he said coldly, "I despise impolite guests. You're not welcome here." As his words fell, the aberrant creatures that had been fighting suddenly stopped and turned in unison towards the figure at the door. Standing at the entrance was Wu Qinghong. Her beautiful eyes scanned the bloody scene, and her brows furrowed slightly. "Rats should hide in the dark sewers, and you've crossed the line," she stated calmly and icily. Before she finished speaking, countless aberrants lunged at her. Their wounds dripped blood, grotesque and terrifying. Wu Qinghong simply lifted her head slightly, and a crimson ripple spread out from her as the center. The moment the aberrations touched the ripple, they turned to ash, along with the severed limbs and bloodstains on the ground. The magician's body visibly trembled, the scarlet vertical pupils on his mask fixated on Wu Qinghong. I never expected a wretch from the Scarlet Devil's Eye to meddle with the abyss of Qingming, he said, feigning composure. It's merely a common goal. We're not the same as those abyssal vermin. The magician gritted his teeth. He recognized this figure from the imperial military, a feared entity by both the abyss of Qingming and the Scarlet Devil's Eye. The church's 3 scarlet sons would love nothing more than to flay her alive. Yet, he couldn't fathom why such a person was in the small city of Wu. Are you stalling? Wu Qinghong's icy voice cut through his thoughts. She then tossed a round object, which rolled to a stop at the magician's feet. It was the head of a little girl, her pale face with empty eye sockets, clearly gouged out. The magician trembled violently, his cane tapping the ground incessantly. All right, it's time to end this, Wu Qinghong said calmly. Remember to tell your blood master that if they dare to harm anyone from my military academy, the Scarlet Devils I will have no reason to exist. No, you can't kill me, the magician shouted frantically. A curse seed has been planted here. If I die, it will sacrifice the entire city. Even if you escape, the whole city of Wu will be obliterated. You're with the military, you wouldn't want to see that happen. I don't care. Wu Qinghong's voice echoed above him. A crimson blade slashed down from the sky, piercing the marble floor. Along the sword's path, a head wearing a mask with scarlet pupils slid off cleanly, the cut so smooth it was chilling. In the center of the trade center's hall, a headless corpse dressed in a suit sat quietly on a bench. A crimson cane slipped from its rigid fingers, clattering sharply as it hit the ground. Wu Qinghong glanced disdainfully at the member of the Crimson Demon Eye she had personally killed, and was about to turn away. In that split second, the entire hall floor suddenly trembled, and the heavy marble tiles were shattered by a massive force. Dozens of blood-red tentacles shot out from the cracks like snakes, thrashing wildly in the air. At the same moment, the mask on the head that had rolled to the ground split open, revealing a twisted, menacing face with an eerie smile. Its wide-open eyes gleamed with the light of victory. The blood-red tentacles surged toward Wu Qinghong like a tide. She spun around instantly, a crimson sword appearing in her hand at some point. With a sweeping slash, her sword cleaved through the approaching tentacles like lightning, severing them completely. The blood that spurted from the cuts evaporated into nothingness before it could hit the ground. There's more to this? Wu Qinghong murmured, frowning slightly as a fierce sword aura erupted around her. Behind her, the phantom of a tiger-like beast appeared, and as its roar echoed, the crimson sword light grew even more intense. However, the blood-red tentacles suddenly altered their attack direction, instead reaching toward the headless corpse. A sense of unease surged within Wu Qinghong, causing her to hesitate for a brief moment. By the time she intended to act, the tentacles had completely enveloped the corpse. The sound of a heartbeat echoed through the hall, and a dense blood mist began to spread. Just as Wu Qinghong was about to strike with her sword, she heard an eerie movement from within the blood mist. Frustrated, she swung her sword, dispersing the mist slightly, only to see an ordinary woman, her face obscured, split in two, her piercing screams filling the air. Are there still living people here? Wu Qinghong paused, but quickly regained her composure. She retrieved a pair of headphones emitting an eerie red glow from thin air and put them on. Instantly, silence enveloped her, and the blood mist dissipated. With her eyes closed, she moved cautiously through the hall, the tiger-shaped beast phantom behind her growing more solid. Finally, sensing something, she unhesitatingly brought her sword down. A flash of red light disappeared in an instant, and when Wu Qinghong opened her eyes, the scene before her had changed. The broken figure that had emitted a mournful wail, along with the blood mist, had vanished, leaving only a blood-colored staff broken in two on the ground. She now faced several spheres wrapped in blood-red tentacles, and with a thought, the broken staff fell into her hand. The system immediately identified the item. Blood mist staff, damage quality, diamond grade, an illusion-type artifact. When the holder is near death, it drags living beings within a certain radius into an illusion, reviving in another form by absorbing their vitality. Wu Qinghong frowned and turned her head, confirming that the magician's head she had severed was nowhere to be seen. Leaving only a blood-stained mask on the ground, its scarlet vertical pupil still wide open. Thump, thump. The sound of an increasingly intense heartbeat came from ahead. Wu Qinghong looked up at the blood sphere, her pupils contracting sharply. A system prompt appeared. Blood God's Offspring Palace Resurrection State. Countdown to resurrection 1 minute. She decisively swung her sword at the blood sphere, but the heart inside suddenly beat violently, emitting a piercing, dull sound. By the time Wu Qinghong realized something was wrong, it was too late. Meanwhile, outside the commercial center, Lindsay, you finally made it. Shui Wushuang, covered in grime and utterly exhausted, greeted the arriving Lin Han and Qin Luoshi. The other members of the Dragon Tooth squad were equally disheveled. Chen Huaner was rushing back and forth with other academy rescue teams to aid civilians. Zhou Qingqing and Han Fei leaned against the ruins, their faces pale. Long Ke was still releasing dragon flames, trapping untreated mutants in the rubble. It's the work of cultists. They turned ordinary people into monsters. Thankfully, Instructor Wu acted in time. Shui Wushuang weakly explained, accepting a recovery potion handed over by Lin Han. Beside them, the holy light grass continued to emit a gentle glow, healing the group. Where's Instructor Wu? Does she need support? She went to deal with the cultists alone. But don't worry, Instructor Wu is incredibly powerful. Although Lin Han didn't act rashly, an inexplicable anxiety rose within him. From the attitude of those at the military academy towards Wu Qinghong, her strength was undoubtedly formidable. Yet this unease only grew stronger. Fat cat, how long has Instructor Wu been in there? Lin Han asked with a frown. How long? About half an hour, Shui Wushuang replied after a moment of thought. Something's wrong. Lin Han's tone suddenly turned grave. Behind him, Qin Luoshi seemed to sense something. After exchanging a glance with Lin Han, she received his silent confirmation. We'll go in and check the situation. You handle protecting the civilians, Lin Han instructed, just as he was about to summon the fire Qilin. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. The tremor came without warning, causing everyone present to struggle to keep their footing. In the distance, instructors and students from the academy, who had rushed over to help, turned their gaze towards the source of the disturbance. An instructor with strong sensory abilities released his divine sense to investigate, and his face turned pale. Run! He shouted desperately. There's an unimaginable amount of terrifying energy gathering underground. We can't stay here. Panic ensued as people scrambled to flee, but before they could escape, an even more intense tremor emanated from below. The shaking was so severe that even Lin Han felt a jolt of dread, an ominous feeling growing stronger within him. Look over there. What is that? Someone exclaimed in fear, pointing into the distance. All eyes were drawn toward the commercial center, and the sight made their skin crawl. A giant, shrouded in blood-red mist, and with a face grotesquely decayed, was breaking free from the commercial center. Its size rivaled that of a building. The crimson fog coiled around its body as it effortlessly smashed through the rooftop, extending its massive arm. Amidst the chaos, terrified cries rang out. What is that monster? Run! Make way, I'm an instructor! Faced with the towering crimson corpse, both the ordinary people and members of the Longya squad, including Lin Han, felt a wave of helplessness. But then, a streak of red light suddenly sliced through the sky, striking the creature's head like lightning. The massive head shattered instantly, dark purple blood gushing out. It's Instructor Wu. Someone recognized the figure. Suspended in the air, Wu Qinghong stood with a pair of dark golden wings unfurled behind her, her long sword glowing with red light. Her demeanor was majestic and imposing, like a deity descended from the heavens. This is the power beyond the starlight level. Lin Han watched the awe-inspiring scene, genuinely impressed. However, the threat was not over. The headless crimson corpse suddenly lashed out, reaching for Wu Qinghong in the air. Although she quickly maneuvered away with her wings, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. This was clearly beyond her expectations. His head exploded. Yet he's still not dead? Everyone stared in shock at the scene. From the neck of the scarlet corpse, large patches of flesh began to writhe strangely, and countless blood-red tendrils started to grow frantically from the severed area. The horrifying sight caused everyone present to instinctively step back, losing their will to fight. At that moment, Qin Luoshi's voice reached Lin Han's ears. This is a living corpse, not a life. The head is not its weak point. At most, it just slows its recovery. Lin Han turned to look at Qin Luoshi, noticing her eyes were like bottomless whirlpools, with the power of reincarnation emerging once again. With this reminder, Lin Han suddenly understood. In the distance, Wu Qinghong continued to swing his sword, each strike carving deep grooves into the scarlet corpse. Thick blood mist spewed from these trench-like wounds, quickly enveloping the entire commercial center. Yet, these attacks did not halt it. Instead, they seemed to accelerate its escape from confinement. The massive corpse shook violently, and the surrounding steel and concrete buildings collapsed, filling the air with dust. Wherever the blood mist passed, the scene resembled hell. We must warn Instructor Wu, Lin Han thought anxiously. Causing more damage will only spread the blood mist across the entire city of Wu. He quickly leapt onto the back of the fiery Kirin, with Qin Luoshi following closely. Lin Han did not stop her, as only her reincarnation talent could pinpoint this giant's weakness. Get us up there. Lin Han patted the fiery Kirin's head. Understanding immediately, the Kirin's 4 hooves ignited a wave of fire, propelling them to higher ground. As they entered the blood mist, eerie whispers and wails immediately filled the air. Although Lin Han could barely resist due to his system enhancements, Qin Luoshi's complexion turned pale. Flame Lord! The The fiery Kirin roared, surrounding them with surging flames that formed a protective barrier. With this fiery shield, Qin Luoshi's condition slightly improved. Upon reaching the rooftop several hundred meters from the corpse, Qin Luoshi's reincarnation talent manifested uncontrollably, her silver-white hair flowing, her eyes resembling deep reincarnation passages. Wear this, Lin Han handed her the mask of good and evil. As long as you don't choose the punishment mode, there shouldn't be too much negative impact. Though hesitant, Qin Luoshi accepted the mask and put it on. It fit her face perfectly, and when she touched her brow, a milky white light and pitch black hue simultaneously appeared. Seeing the attribute boost from this balanced mode, Lin Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the midst of the blood-red mist, Qin Luoshi's eyes glowed with a mysterious light beneath her mask. As they moved closer to the giant, decaying corpse, the faint presence of life she sensed grew increasingly indistinct. Lin Han frowned deeply. Despite the system's support and the protection of his iron body ability, he still felt a strong discomfort even several hundred meters away from the gruesome corpse. In the thick mist, maddening whispers and wails incessantly invaded his ears, lingering in his mind like a persistent brand. We need an item to block the interference from the blood mist, Lin Han thought, and the system shop interface appeared before him. His eyes swiftly scanned through the array of items, quickly settling on one holy water. Holy water purifies evil, dispels illusions. Upon use, it removes negative buffs below star level, maintaining a sanctified state for 5 minutes. While sanctified, immune to negative effects below diamond level. Price, 2,000 currency points. Buy it, Lin Han commanded decisively. The system notification chimed, 2,000 currency points deducted, holy water one acquired. Current balance, 1,300 points. A glass vial etched with a golden cross appeared in his hand, the liquid inside gleaming with pure radiance. As the noise around him grew more chaotic, Lin Han quickly unscrewed the cap and poured out the holy water. As soon as the liquid touched him, the bothersome whispers ceased, and an unprecedented sense of sanctity filled his heart. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Instinctively, Qin Luoshi looked up to see a massive blood-red hand descending upon them. The decaying corpse had detected their presence. The flame Qilin let out a thunderous roar, transforming into a streak of fire that carried the two of them swiftly towards the edge of the giant hand's shadow. Only then did Lin Han snap back to reality, his pupils contracting sharply at the sight of the colossal hand. In a split second, a blazing red light cut through the sky like a crimson meteor, shattering the mountain-sized hand. Chunks of flesh and blood rained down like a storm. Aware of the dangers of the blood mist, Lin Han immediately summoned the Dark Xuanwu. Dark Xuanwu, embrace of the earth. At his command, the patterns on Xuanwu's shell began to glow, and the surrounding boulders quickly converged, enclosing them and the beast in a protective barrier. Blood rain mixed with clots fell like meteors, leaving deep craters in the streets, while nearby buildings shook under the impact, threatening to collapse. The muffled booms echoed through the protective barrier. Lin Han and Qin Luoshi exchanged a glance, both shaken. From a distance came the wails of the bloody, decaying corpse, indicating that its shattered head had already begun to heal. At that moment, a clear, ethereal female voice rang in their ears. Leave quickly, I'll hold them off. Once the Academy notices the anomaly, support will arrive. Try to evacuate as many survivors from Wu City as possible. Lin Han's heart tightened. Although Wu Qinghong had noticed them, she hadn't shown herself, which meant she was locked in a tough battle with the Scarlet Corpse. Considering his temporary mission to save Wu City, he knew if the city fell, the mission would fail. It wasn't the loss of points that bothered him, but the anger at the inhuman acts of the cult. No, we can't. Qin Luoshi's voice suddenly weakened, and for some reason, it became sharper, different from usual. It's right above us. Lin Han's gaze sharpened. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Qin Luoshi. Tell me where it is and wait here for me. No, I have to go with you. Qin Luoshi's voice grew weaker. I don't want anything to happen to you. Her delicate face beneath the mask appeared especially ethereal. All right, Lin Han agreed through gritted teeth. The situation was dire, and since only the power of reincarnation could reveal the Scarlet Corpse's weakness, he had to seize this chance to save Wu City. The stone barrier shattered with a roar, and a figure wrapped in fiery light shot into the sky, heading straight for the massive Scarlet Corpse in the distance. The holy light cut a sharp path through the blood mist. As the flames around the blazing Qilin scorched the surrounding air, its fiery mane glowing with a sacred brilliance. 5 minutes, countdown begins. In midair, Wu Qinghong's beautiful eyes scanned the figure racing below. The red sword in her hand showed cracks, not a mere tool but a manifestation of her own power. What are these kids trying to do? Well, they're my students, so I'll give them a chance. Wu Qinghong's lips curled slightly as her sword intent surged, and the beast's shadow behind her grew more solid. She spread her wings of light, red brilliance tearing through the blood mist as she struck again at the corpse's broken body. Just ahead, on the back of the blazing Qilin, Qin Luoshi's voice grew weaker, her black and white mask beginning to blur. Lin Han knew that both the holy water and the neutral mode of the mask of good and evil were nearing their limits. Let's do this. Blazing Qilin, Flame Transformation 9. Lin Han shouted, and the blazing Qilin's flames erupted instantly, a fierce red light bursting from its brow and quickly enveloping its entire body. Roar! The blazing Qilin let out a sky-shaking roar, its aura surging to new heights. Its speed, already pushed to the limit, broke through once more, leaving a dazzling trail of fire in the air. At this critical moment, Qin Luoshi suddenly lost her balance and began to fall backward. Luoshi! Lin Han exclaimed, instinctively pulling her into his arms. As soon as they made contact, a wave of scorching energy surged into Lin Han's body. So hot, Luoshi, what's happening? Stop using the reincarnation gift. Lin Han urged, his voice filled with anxiety. Qin Luoshi, her breathing faint, struggled to remain conscious. I can't. If I stop now, I will. Before she could finish, a chilling rustling sound echoed from a distance. By this time, the blazing Qilin had leaped onto the decaying body of the crimson corpse, using the surrounding structures as footholds. Up close, the massive body was even more terrifying. Layers of flesh were a sickly dark purple, with viscous blood oozing from its pores, enveloped in a thick, bloody mist. Suddenly, the necrotic flesh was torn apart, revealing several thick, blood-red tendrils, each meters long. These tendrils grew wildly, trying to block Lin Han and his companions from reaching the core. With a furious shout, Lin Han commanded the blazing Qilin, which immediately responded, gathering fiery elements around it. In an instant, countless meteoric fire rains formed in midair, bombarding the writhing tendrils. In the searing waves of fire, the tendrils shattered one after another, allowing the blazing Qilin to accelerate forward. The second transformation of the 9 changes of blazing flame had been activated. Lin Han knew that this was an irreversible process if they couldn't reach the core of the crimson corpse by the 5th stage. The blazing Qilin would suffer severe damage. Qin Luoshi's breath grew weaker in his arms, while the blazing Qilin was giving its all for him. At that moment, it felt as if a fire was blazing inside Lin Han. The fiery light was so intense that even Wu Qinghong, who was engaged in combat high above, noticed the phenomenon. This generation has produced an interesting young one, Wu Qinghong murmured to herself, before turning her focus back to the fight. A torrent of crimson tendrils sprouted from the decaying blood mass, rushing towards the blazing Qilin. System notifications rang continuously, but Lin Han ignored the experience gain prompts. Until an unusual message appeared. Successfully killed, Blood Core Guardian gained 53,000 experience. Lin Han became instantly alert, quickly scanning the area where the flames had just raged, feeling a surge of joy. Found it? Blazing Qilin, turn back. Focus your attack, 300 meters ahead. The blazing Qilin roared in response, its fiery mane beginning to shimmer with a golden red hue. The 4th transformation of the 9 changes of blazing flame had been activated. A massive meteor shower suddenly descended upon a single point. The fiery Qilin, like a fiery tyrant king, distorted the space around it with each step. As it passed, the air was filled with the acrid smell of charred flesh, and a massive, bottomless pit appeared in the ground. Without waiting for Lin Han's command, the fiery Qilin leapt into the pit. Although it was pitch black below, the flames surrounding the Qilin lit up the surroundings as if it were daylight. Suddenly, a dull heartbeat echoed in the darkness. At that moment, Lin Han's Eye of Creation activated without warning, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. System prompts appeared. Blood Fetus Core Race, Unknown Traits, Curse, Gestational Blood Volume, 1. Before the information was fully displayed, Lin Han's body froze in place, his eyes vacant, with only his consciousness remaining clear. In front of him was a translucent red crystal, inside which a fetus the size of an adult was curled up. The fetus stared at him with blood-red eyes. This was a high-level curse far beyond the power of holy water. Lin Han realized this too late. The moment their eyes met, his hand moved unwillingly to grip his own throat. His steel body activated automatically, barely preventing him from strangling himself immediately, but he could neither fight back nor approach the blood fetus core with only a single drop of blood. The system seemed blocked, unresponsive to his cries for help. His fingers dug into his skin, the metallic surface beginning to crack, and his eyes filled with blood. The fetus within the blood crystal watched coldly, seemingly mocking this overreaching creature. Just as Lin Han's consciousness began to fade, cracks appeared on the surface of the blood crystal, and it suddenly shattered. Red liquid splattered, and the fetus clutched its throat in disbelief. It was Qin Luoshi who intervened just in time, using a blade like a blood crystal to destroy the blood core. As she turned, the mask of good and evil fell away, revealing a face that Lin Han would never forget, a stunning visage with fair skin, eyes as deep as a cold pool, silver lashes, and slightly pale red lips. This was Lin Han's last memory before losing consciousness. As his awareness faded, the system's notification sounded. Successfully killed blood fetus core, gained 888,888 experience points. Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary task. Amidst the noise ringing in his ears, interspersed with hushed discussions, Lin Han slowly opened his eyes, feeling a throbbing headache. What he saw was a group of unfamiliar faces, all wearing white lab coats and academic glasses, scrutinizing him with a gaze that seemed to quantify everything into data. Suddenly aware of his situation, Lin Han snapped into full consciousness, was submerged in a container filled with a pale green viscous liquid. He attempted to speak, but the nutrient fluid rushed into his mouth, causing him to cough violently. Cough, cough, glug, glug. The subject is awake. Quickly, remove the nutrient fluid. He's going to choke. A female researcher outside the container immediately instructed the staff. As a button was pressed, the nutrient fluid swiftly drained from the bottom channel. Finally able to breathe, Lin Han expelled the remaining fluid from his mouth, trying to speak, only to find himself isolated from the outside world by a sturdy glass enclosure. He banged on the glass to signal, but the researchers ignored him, instead gathering more closely. He looked down to confirm that he was at least wearing an experimental surgical gown, which gave him some relief. However, the researchers' wary glances and their surprise at his awakening filled him with unease. I need to see Instructor Wu. He continued to pound on the glass, but the enclosure, evidently designed for someone with his extraordinary physical abilities, was not only robust but also soundproof. Before long, a graceful figure entered through the door, surrounded by the others. Wu Qinghong, clad in a tight leather outfit. The researchers made way, and Lin Han felt a bit reassured upon seeing her, but her subsequent actions shattered his expectations. Wu Qinghong picked up a microphone, her eyes fixed on Lin Han, her cool voice resonating through the chamber's speakers. Who exactly are you? Answer me. I am Lin Han. Aren't you my instructor? Please, stop joking and let me out. Lin Han, though alarmed by the thought that his system's secret might have been exposed, tried to maintain his composure. You claim to be my student, so can you tell me what exactly happened that day? Do you have any connection with the Crimson Eye? Wu Qinghong's gaze turned icy, and even through the glass, Lin Han could feel a chilling sensation creeping down his spine. What on earth are you talking about? What is the Scarlet Eye? What's happening with that giant corpse now? And what's the situation in Wuxia? Lin Han banged on the glass in front of him, creating a series of loud thuds. As a new student at the academy, he intentionally displayed a frantic demeanor to avoid any further misunderstandings. Wu Qinghong watched his agitated reaction, the coldness in her eyes gradually fading. You truly have no connection with the cult? I swear on my life, absolutely none. Lin Han replied firmly. Wu Qinghong's gaze shifted to an object in a nearby researcher's hand, a bronze pipe emitting blue smoke. The researcher, with a look of joy, stepped forward to report quietly to Wu Qinghong. Her expression shifted from serious to relaxed, and she waved her hand. With the sound of machinery, the glass enclosure in front of Lin Han slowly rose. Before he could react, a refreshing breeze hit his face. Under the gaze of everyone, Wu Qinghong pulled him into an embrace. It was then Lin Han realized that Wu Qinghong was about 1.8 meters tall, much taller than the average woman. Being in his growth phase, he was only about 1.75 meters. As she leaned down to hug his neck, his cheek inadvertently brushed against something soft. While Lin Han marveled at this unexpected benefit, Wu Qinghong's voice, barely a whisper, reached his ear. Be careful, this isn't our turf. Just do what they ask, and we'll talk once we're out. Before he could respond, Wu Qinghong released him and turned to instruct the researchers, take him for a medical examination. Over the next few hours, Lin Han underwent an unprecedentedly thorough medical examination. Without Wu Qinghong's warning, he might have tried to flee. After the examination, he was escorted to a simple room containing just a bed and a table. After being examined like a cabbage countless times, Lin Han lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Just then, a familiar voice broke the silence. You've had a tough time, little guy. Snapping back to reality, Lin Han saw Wu Qinghong sitting at the bedside, resting her chin in her hands, smiling at him. Master Wu, what's going on? Why am I here? You asked me to cooperate, but who exactly are they? Is this really the academy? Lin Han blurted out a series of questions. Calm down, Wu Qinghong said lazily, leaning back against the headboard. I'll tell you everything I can. This is the military headquarters, Wu Qinghong said, sitting behind her desk with her eyes fixed on Lin Han. The people who examined you are researchers sent by the military. As for why they need your cooperation, it's because of your uniqueness. She reached out and tapped the tip of Lin Han's nose, her red lips curving into a meaningful smile. My uniqueness? Lin Han's heart skipped a beat, but he tried to remain calm. I'm just an ordinary student. What's so special about me? Wu Qingheng chuckled and shook her head. I don't know how you caught their attention, but the investigation results are quite intriguing. She pulled a document from her drawer. This is your medical report. Want to take a look? No need, Lin Han replied curtly. Young people, Wu Qingheng said with a smirk, always so serious. Aren't you curious about what we found inside you? Lin Han frowned slightly. Instructor, do you also doubt that I'm just a regular person? A regular person wouldn't attract a cult willing to sacrifice an entire city to find them, Wu Qingheng said calmly, yet her words hit Lin Han like a thunderbolt. Are you saying the attack on Wu City was because of me? Lin Han's eyes widened in disbelief, anger rising within him. Wu Qingheng nodded solemnly. You have an unprecedented energy source within you, something that can't be explained by any artifact or innate talent. The dark source. Lin Han blurted out, recalling what he'd heard at the abyss of Qingming in the ancient demon domain. Exactly, Wu Qingheng confirmed. The group that attacked Wu City is the Crimson Eye, a cult from Nanling. To be precise, their goal wasn't solely to find you but to use life sacrifices to achieve a certain purpose. Upon learning that Yun City had also been attacked by members of the abyss of Qingming, Lin Han's expression grew even more serious. Now you have two choices, Wu Qingheng said, looking directly at Lin Han. Either join us and personally help eradicate the cult, or accept special protection from the military, but you'll have to live away from the public eye for the rest of your life. I choose the first option, Lin Han replied without hesitation. No second thoughts? No need. The cultists deserve to die, and I'm willing to… Haha. Wu Qingheng interrupted with a laugh. Qinyu, I told you I didn't misjudge this kid. At least, not before I reached the star shining level. Would I dare to face those crimson corpses? All right, a bet's a bet. Here's what I promised you. A clear voice suddenly sounded from behind Lin Han. Without turning, he knew it was Qinyu from the Academy's military department. Qinyu looked weary, his spirits clearly low. Do you need me to handle the aftermath in Yun City? Wu Qingheng noticed Qinyu's unusual state. Her brows furrowed slightly, but she still took the ring he handed over with decisiveness. No need, the old man has already sent someone to take care of it, Qinyu replied, turning to Lin Han. But you, have you really thought it through? What lies ahead might be more troublesome than the crimson corpses. Your situation will only become more dangerous. Lin Han nodded in acknowledgement without saying much. Wu Qingheng lightly patted his head and chuckled. All right, staying away too long will arouse suspicion. Qinyu, take me and your little junior back to the academy. He's not even a disciple yet. How can he be a junior? Qinyu frowned in displeasure. It's only a matter of time. Don't I know the old man's temperament? True, the old man. Qinyu waved his hand helplessly. Lin Han was surprised to see the room's space shatter like a jigsaw puzzle. Qinyu calmly retrieved a half-human hate golden sword, its blade intricately carved, with a ruby embedded at the hilt's end. Let's go. This is a long-distance move. It might be a bit bumpy, Qinyu said, gripping the sword with both hands and thrusting the blade into the ground. Strangely, the ground remained intact, but the blade merged seamlessly into it. As the space began to fracture, Wu Qingheng lifted Lin Han as if he were a chick. With a soft command from Qinyu, a spherical space formed around them, centered on the golden sword, and they vanished instantly. When they reappeared, Lin Han found himself lying on a bed in the academy's infirmary. Qinyu was nowhere to be seen. Wu Qingheng stretched and said, by the way, your little girlfriend is still unconscious next door. This is her good and evil mask. It's a useful tool. Keep it safe. Lin Han took the black and white mask, recalling Qin Luoshi's glance back at the last moment, increasingly convinced she might truly be a girl. Not bothering to tidy himself, he stored the mask and headed for the door. Aren't you going to warn that kid? The old folks from the Blade of Judgment aren't easy to deal with, came a teasing voice from inside the room. Wu Qingheng curled her lips into a charming smile. What's there to warn about? Since he's my student, he should strive for what he wants himself. But if those old folks don't know their place, then they can't blame me for not giving the military face. Hopefully, it won't cause trouble. Qinyu sighed, shaking his head as his form gradually faded from the space. Luoshi. The door was flung open, and Lin Han's voice was filled with undeniable urgency. Qin Luoshi, standing by the window, turned at the sound. Her white hospital gown made her appear even more frail. Her eyes remained calm and indifferent, mirroring the image in Lin Han's memory-long silver hair, eyelashes like frost. I came to see you, Lin Han said, suppressing a smile, though a wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over him. I'm fine now, Qin Luoshi replied in a flat tone. Did Wu Jiaoshi send you for something? No, nothing important, just wanted to ask about the aftermath of that giant corpse. Lin Han tried to detect any flicker of emotion in her eyes. but it was in vain. I don't remember what happened that day, Qin Luoshi said calmly, but it's enough that we're both okay. Silence spread through the hospital room. After a moment, Lin Han broke it. Well, I'll be going back. The rest of the team should be back at the academy too. I'll check on their injuries. There's training tomorrow. Will you be there? Of course, I'm a member of the Longya squad too. Relieved by her response, Lin Han left the room. Only after his footsteps faded did a hint of sadness flicker in Qin Luoshi's eyes. Forgive me, Lin Han? She took out the blood jade-carved weeping soul blade, her fingers gently tracing the blood-red blade. A moment later, a blood glow gathered in her palm, forming a small red cube. In an instant, the entire room's floor dissolved into blood, and Qin Luoshi stood serenely on the surface, holding the cube. Her pupils transformed into deep, whirlpool-like patterns, and silver energy chains extended from her palm, wrapping the red cube layer by layer. The phenomenon quickly dissipated, and the room returned to normal. This artifact had dropped from the blood fetus core after its death. Before the rescue team arrived, Qin Luoshi had stored it away, unbeknownst to anyone. The Scarlet Bloodstone's quality was linked to a legendary false god who governed blood and sacrifices, promising immortality to its followers. The followers gathered the souls of thousands to create a blood fetus, all in hopes of connecting with the false god. The manifestation of countless twisted beliefs and souls, the Crimson Bloodstone lay quietly in Qin Luoshi's hand. This bloodstone not only served as the key to opening the Crimson Gate, but also carried an irresistible power of corruption due to being observed by a false god. Qin Luoshi quickly stored it away in her space, while applying the power of reincarnation to seal it. Not enough, she murmured softly to herself. Meanwhile, Lin Han quietly left the academy. Standing outside the school gates, he felt a sense of confusion. Everything that had happened recently seemed like a dream, being targeted by a cult, getting involved in the battle of a city massacre, and that meaningful glance back from Qin Luoshi. As someone who was aware, Lin Han remembered that moment vividly. He was sure it was Qin Luoshi, but he doubted her true appearance. He wanted to ask her about it, but the words just wouldn't come out. Never mind, let's see what I've gained this time, he said, shaking off his chaotic thoughts and bringing up the system panel. His level was now a notable 37, with the experience from defeating rows of crimson tentacles clearly recorded. The record of defeating the blood fetus core, which should have earned him significant rewards, was also listed: 888,888 experience points, a crimson bloodstone, and the title Blood Stare. Yet, after searching through the system inventory, the crimson bloodstone was nowhere to be found. Lin Han frowned, suspecting that it might have been taken by rescue personnel, and decided he needed to report this to Wu Qinghong. As for the title, it was nowhere to be found in the system, leaving experience points as the only tangible reward this time. After nearly dying to defeat the Crimson Corpse, is this all I get? Lin Han thought bitterly, resolving to seek compensation from Wu Qinghong. As he continued to browse the interface, he saw the task completion notifications. Save Wusher Task 33. Rewards include 20,000 premium currency points, 2 random beast eggs, and a legendary quality item reward box. Reaching level 40 unlocks the class change task. Surpassing level 35 unlocks the reputation system. Signing a third beast task 01. Rewards include 10,000 premium currency points and a skill scroll of any attribute. Looking at the dense system notifications, Lin Han organized his thoughts and reached out to click on the reward claim button for the Save Wusher task. Congratulations, host. You've gained 20,000 premium currency points, a legendary quality random reward box, and 2 random beast eggs. As soon as the system notification ended, Lin Han saw the option to open the reward box appear before him. Without hesitation, he chose to open it, knowing that any legendary quality reward would be worth it. A purple crystal chest with gold trim materialized before him and slowly opened. The dazzling golden light made Lin Han squint slightly, and the system prompt followed. Congratulations, host. You've obtained the Origin Key 1. His hand felt heavier as a bronze key, about the length of a finger, appeared in his palm. The key was intricately engraved with complex designs, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. Checking the item description panel. Origin Key. Quality: legendary. Type: consumable item. Description: a gift from a mysterious western land, sealing a contract to reach the other side. The user can consume the Origin Key to gain complete control over a dungeon. Note: requires level 50 to use. Lin Han's heart skipped a beat. In the Star Dragon Empire, dungeons were the cornerstone of city economies and opportunities for professionals. It was rumored that the Empire controlled fewer than 10 dungeons, and now this key could grant him full control over one. Carefully placing the Origin Key into his backpack, Lin Han turned his attention to the remaining rewards. He swiped open the interface for the 2 random beast eggs, feeling the weight in each hand. In his right hand was a normally sized beast egg, which the Eye of Creation identified as. Species: Cloud Tiger. Attribute: Air. Quality: gold. Skills: pounce, roar, intimidate. Description: where the wind follows the dragon, and the cloud follows the tiger. The Cloud Tiger clan, residing on Mount Laojun, is known for its fierce temperament and difficulty in social interactions. A gold-level air attribute, quite a pity. If it were epic, it could enhance the team's strength, Lin Han thought to himself. The beast egg in his left hand was unusually small, only half the size of a regular beast egg. Its exterior was pure black with silver speckles, resembling stars dotting the night sky. The Eye of Creation revealed. Species: Star Shatter Beast. Status: weak. Quality: legendary. Skills: Shared Fury, Rapid, Starburst. Description: roaming the starry seas, drifting through the vast universe, living for a single strike that can shatter stardust. Note: the Star Shatter Beast undergoes 7 transformations in its lifetime, each one a metamorphosis. Lin Han's breath quickened as he stared at the seemingly insignificant little egg in disbelief. However, he soon realized that the system interface provided no additional information. As the system repeatedly flashed "cannot be doubled" warnings, Lin Han's face grew increasingly grim. Racial talents cannot be doubled, skills cannot be doubled, aptitudes cannot be doubled, and even the current host level cannot be doubled. Despite this, Lin Han did not give up on the Star's Heart Beast. He understood the system's quirks all too well, especially the prominent current host level cannot be doubled, which piqued his curiosity. All right then, it's you, my third beast. Star's Heart. As soon as the words left his mouth, the beast egg in Lin Han's hand, slightly smaller than an ostrich egg, began to shake violently, and the surrounding space became noticeably chaotic. Just as Lin Han frowned, the system's prompt chimed in right on time. Star's Heart has sensed the host's call, hatching in progress. This notification brought a gleam to Lin Han's eyes. As expected of a legendary creature, even the hatching process is so quick and effortless. Of course, if his future self heard him describe it as effortless, he might not resist giving his current self a few slaps. As energy rapidly gathered around, cracks appeared on the surface of the beast egg. Lin Han felt a wisp of his consciousness being forcibly drawn out, tightly connecting him with the beast egg in front of him. The system then prompted. Star's Heart is autonomously forming a contract with the host. Congratulations to the host for binding the beast. Star King Star's Heart. The system immediately displayed the latest status. Host: Lin Han. Profession: Level 37 Beastmaster. Talents: S-level Iron Body, S-level Eye of Creation. Beasts: Level 55 Fire Kirin, Level 52 Dark Xuanwu, Level 20 Star King Star's Heart. The system has detected that the host has acquired a third beast. Task completed. Reward: 10,000 premium currency points, 1 random quality item reward box. With a flash of light, a crisp "Wu" reached Lin Han's ears. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain at the base of his ear. Ouch, ouch. Let go. My ear is going to fall off. The little creature biting his ear seemed to sense his pain, trembled all over, and then fell to the ground with a thud. Only then did Lin Han see that it was a palm-sized furball, round and fluffy, with big, dark eyes looking at him pitifully. Ignoring the pain in his ear, Lin Han quickly stepped forward and grabbed the soft little ball in his hand. This thing, you're telling me it's called Star King Star's Heart? Legendary? System, what the? Despite the chaos running through his mind, the Eye of Creation's prompt was not mistaken. Beast: Star King Star's Heart. First stage status: weak. Holding the palm-sized furball, Lin Han felt a mix of emotions. But he quickly made up his mind. Forget it, since it's legendary, it must have its unique qualities. Let's replenish its energy first. I can't let it stay in a weakened state. With that, he held the Star's Heart beast and headed towards a nearby restaurant. In a bustling street-side restaurant, the eyes of many diners were drawn to a table in the far corner. There, a young man sat with a blank expression, nearly obscured by a towering pile of dishes and empty bowls in front of him. Even more eye-catching was a fluffy little creature darting joyfully among the plates, accompanied by loud munching sounds, as the food disappeared at an astonishing rate. Lin Han watched this scene, feeling the veins on his forehead throbbing. His beast, Sui Xing, had already devoured what would amount to a meal for 5 adults, yet showed no signs of stopping. Hey there, what kind of beast do you have? The restaurant owner asked curiously as Lin Han settled the bill. Such a small creature, yet with such a huge appetite. That'll be 2,455 points. Lin Han's hand trembled slightly. Do you accept cash? We only accept academy points here, the owner kindly explained, since we mainly serve academy students. Just as Lin Han was worrying about his dwindling points, a familiar voice called out, Lin Han, is that really you? I'll cover the bill, boss. Looking up, he saw it was Lin Hao, a senior he knew. Lin Han didn't object much, especially since Sui Xing had already contentedly leaped onto his shoulder and fallen asleep. Walking down the street together, Lin Han couldn't help but remark, spending over 2,000 points on a snack is quite something. I heard you were involved in the rescue operation in Wuxi? Lin Hao asked. Is that news everywhere now? It is. The Academy's guild is still issuing tasks for Wuxi's reconstruction. Mentioning Wuxi darkened Lin Han's expression, and his fists clenched involuntarily. The ruins were still vivid in his mind, and his hatred for the cult was hard to quell. Seeing this, Lin Hao quickly changed the subject, asking to exchange contact information and promising to offer his help in the future. Lin Han agreed, grateful for the assistance. Watching Lin Hao leave, Lin Han looked up at the darkening sky, taking a deep breath. Time to head back. As Lin Han pushed open the dormitory door, he was greeted by Xue Wushuang's excited laughter. Hee hee, Big Meow, you're so soft and feel so nice to touch. Xue Wushuang was holding a newly hatched golden cloud leopard. The cub was less than 50 centimeters long, curled up like a kitten, covered in golden fur, and appeared drowsy with its eyes half closed. Lin Han walked in, his face dark. Seeing him return, Xue Wushuang immediately lifted the golden cloud leopard in his arms and said, Lindsay, look, Big Meow was born. Lin Han glanced at the excited cat lover and headed straight to his bed. Alright, congratulations. But don't forget about the growth cycle of the golden cloud leopard. Let's hope you can still lift it then, he said flatly, before lying down and closing his eyes to rest. Seeing Lin Han's lack of interest, Xue Wushuang shrugged and continued to focus on the leopard cub. The next morning, Lin Han was awakened by the sound of the door closing. He looked over at Qin Luoxi's bed and saw the neatly folded blankets, but no sign of Qin. Qin Luoxi really is dedicated. Xue Wushuang's voice came from the upper bunk. When we went to rescue you, he looked weaker than you, and now he's already out for a morning run. Lin Han was a bit surprised. Fat cat, you're actually not sleeping in today? After seeing you guys fight that giant corpse, I realized how weak I am, Xue Wushuang said seriously. Lindsay, if I want to keep up with you and the Longya team, I need to get stronger too. Get lost, don't say things so ambiguously. I don't like guys. I wasn't talking about that. The two bantered as they finished getting ready and left the dormitory. The martial goddess wants us to gather. Are you okay with that? Xue Wushuang asked with concern, looking at Lin Han. With my iron body talent, small injuries are nothing. But what about you? Have you formed a contract with the Golden Cloud Leopard? No, I'm only level 30, and it seems that's not enough. Then hurry up and level up. I'm already level 37, and you haven't even reached 35. What? Freak. How can I compare to you? An hour later, on the Academy's training ground, Wu Qinghong had traded her usual leather outfit for a tight black, short-sleeve shirt and matching military pants, looking particularly sharp. Once the Longya team had gathered, she spoke. Regarding the incident in Wuxi, please do not discuss it outside. That's the Academy's order. You will receive compensation and corresponding merits for your participation in this operation, but the awards ceremony will be omitted, and the merit records will only be kept in your personal files. Upon hearing Wu Qinghong's words, the reactions among the Longya squad members varied. Zhou Qingqing and Chen Huaner immediately showed signs of joy. One was the daughter of a declining family, and the other the cherished daughter of a current family head. For them, the military-issued honors translated into tangible benefits. In contrast, Lin Han and Qin Luoxi appeared much calmer, while Han Fei remained indifferent, seemingly uninterested in the accolades. Wu Jiaoxi, when can we start training? Xue Wushuang suddenly spoke up, breaking the atmosphere. Everyone was taken aback. Even the usually aloof Han Fei frowned at the chubby youngster. Xue Wushuang looked directly at Wu Qinghong, his gaze resolute. Wu Qinghong squinted slightly. You just returned from the battlefield, and you're eager to train so soon? I promised the Academy I wouldn't let you wear yourselves out. Jiaoxi, I don't want to drag the team down. Xue Wushuang clenched his fists. During the mission in Wuxi, compared to the captain and vice-captain, I couldn't do anything. I don't want to feel that way again. His words brought a trace of melancholy to the eyes of the other team members, including Han Fei. Chen Huaner bit her lip. Fat cat is right. We can't hold back the captain and vice-captain. Zhou Qingqing also nodded silently, her eyes full of struggle. Wu Qinghong sighed. Involving you in the rescue mission was the right decision. Recognizing your own weakness fuels the determination to grow stronger. She spoke seriously. I'll create a training plan for each of you. But there's one condition. You can choose to quit before training begins, but once it starts, if even one person gives up, everyone stays back a year. She looked meaningfully at Lin Han. Before Lin Han could respond, Qin Luoxi calmly said, I have no objections. The others quickly voiced their agreement. Moved by his teammates' resolve, Lin Han earnestly declared, Please, Jiaoxi, the Longya squad is ready. Once training commenced, Xue Wushuang's initial enthusiasm was soon replaced by despair. He glanced at the familiar iron ring on his wrist. His weighted bags increased from 5 to 8. all while dodging attacks from all directions. Come on, fatty. Where's that determination you just showed? Don't let me look down on you. Zhou Qingqing, dressed in a white training uniform and also carrying 8 weighted bags, shouted from not far away. I won't back down. Xue Wushuang shouted back, only to be met by the sight of countless mushroom-head creatures emerging from the grass, his voice softening. You just wait. Meanwhile, several miles outside the Silent Mountains, in front of the dungeon stone gate, Wu Qingheng motioned, Qinhuaner, come with me. The rest of you stay put. Nervously, Qinhuaner followed Wu Qingheng's lead as they stepped into the dungeon together. The surroundings shifted, and Qinhuaner and Wu Qingheng found themselves transported to a dense forest. The thick canopy blocked out the sky, with dappled sunlight filtering through the gaps. As Qinhuaner was carefully observing the environment, a sudden attack came their way. Wu Qingheng raised her hand, catching the incoming threat with ease, a faint red glow flickering in her palm. There is only one type of beast here, called the phantom bee, Wu Qingheng explained, opening her hand to reveal a bee the size of a fingernail. Seeing Qinhuaner's raised eyebrow, she continued, every now and then, there's a small chance that a phantom bee will transform into a queen bee. The queen builds a hive, and the subspecies bees reproduce. The honey they produce is the best supplement for beastmasters who specialize in control, as it can extend the duration of control skills and shorten skill cooldowns. After hearing this, Qinhuaner breathed a sigh of relief. This clearly wasn't some brutal combat training. Your task is to find and collect honey from 10 phantom beehives within a week. You can use any method you like, Wu Qingheng said before her figure dissipated. Returning outside the realm, you three, come with me, Wu Qingheng instructed Lin Han, Qin Luoxi, and Han Fei. After a second teleportation, the four arrived in front of a cave. As a captain, no matter how strong you are individually, you can't lead a team to victory alone, Wu Qingheng told Lin Han. You and Han Fei will go in, with one goal level up to 40. Lin Han raised an eyebrow at this. I'm fine, but Han Fei, don't worry about me. Just take care of yourself, Han Fei retorted with a cold snort, entering the realm first. Once they were inside, the scene turned awkward. Only Qin Luoxi and Wu Qingheng were left standing face to face. Do you have any plans for me, Instructor Wu? Qin Luoxi asked. Suddenly, Wu Qingheng attacked, a red beam aimed directly at her neck. Qin Luoxi's pupils contracted, instinctively raising her hand to summon a Bloodcry Soul Blade. Not bad, your reaction speed is quick. It seems the old folks at the Judgment Blade have invested a lot in you, Wu Qingheng noted. Qin Luoxi's expression immediately darkened, her eyes beginning to transform into the deep gaze of reincarnation. Adjudicator with the reincarnation talent. It seems even the military is in for a change, Wu Qingheng remarked in a calm tone. Oh well, I can't be bothered with that. But as a candidate for adjudicator, being taught by someone like me might not sit well with you. In the dimly lit passage of the cave, the walls shimmered with an eerie glow. Han Fei walked ahead, intentionally keeping a 3-step distance from Lin Han. Her voice echoed through the narrow corridor. The Crystal Cavern is one of the more dangerous resource dungeons. The entire cave is divided into 3 layers: upper, middle, and lower. The unique aspect is that the teleportation array randomly sends people to any area. Judging by the features of the surrounding rock walls, we're quite lucky. We seem to be in the central area. Here, the beast levels range from 40 to 45. With our abilities, it shouldn't be difficult to complete the task and leave. This detailed explanation surprised Lin Han. Han Fei, usually known for her aloof demeanor, rarely spoke. It was the first time he heard her say so much. You know this place so well, have you been here before? Lin Han asked casually, though he sighed inwardly. Among the team, Han Fei's difficult personality made her the last person he wanted to be alone with. Han Fei turned, her gaze filled with obvious disdain. Humph, do you think a level 35 dragon beast master like me would come to this kind of mine? She paused, then added, it's not just here. I have knowledge of the fixed dungeons in all 54 provinces of the Star Dragon Empire. I am. Before she could finish, Lin Han's pupils suddenly contracted, and he instinctively lunged toward Han Fei. Watch out. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud crashes erupted almost simultaneously behind them, with 3 boulders smashing heavily against the stone wall, the impact embedding them into the rock. Get off me! You're on my hair. Han Fei's voice came from beneath him, slightly trembling. Lin Han realized their position and quickly got up, inadvertently catching a glimpse of her flushed cheeks from the unexpected closeness. Han Fei swiftly turned her head, avoiding his gaze. Sorry, I was worried you wouldn't react in time. Lin Han apologized, his eyes warily fixed on the direction of the attack. It's fine. Han Fei had just stood up, ready to respond. When the unexpected began behind them, the stones embedded in the rock wall started to spin violently, emitting a low rumble. Are those stones alive? Lin Han was startled and immediately summoned the flaming Qilin. Given the narrow space, he refrained from choosing the larger Dark Xuanwu. Han Fei also summoned the Dragon Sparrow, but due to the limited space, it had to stay close to her side. The appearance of the two fire-type beasts instantly raised the temperature in the passage. At that moment, the boulders fell from the wall and began to twist and stretch in a bizarre manner. Brilliant light flowed over their surfaces, finally revealing their true forms, lizard-like beasts. Their joints and heads were adorned with blue or purple crystals, and their orange-yellow eyes fixated on Lin Han and Han Fei. Once again, the Eye of Creation proved its worth. Lin Han carefully read the Beast Guide's entry on the rock lizard. These lizards, dwelling in layered caverns, choose unique minerals as their symbols upon reaching maturity. In battle, they curl their bodies and use their rocky backs to roll into attacks. A few individuals can harness the properties of the minerals they carry, unleashing powers beyond typical rock attributes. 3 level 42 rock lizards were eyeing them menacingly. Lin Han quickly devised a strategy. "I'll handle 2. You take care of the other one." Before he finished speaking, the fiery Qilin beside him unleashed a burst of blazing flames. The flames surged toward the lead rock lizard, but it quickly curled into a ball, rolling forward without slowing down. Although its rocky surface glowed red, it didn't hinder its advance. Soon, all 3 rock lizards transformed into rolling stones, charging at the 2 of them with a roar. Seeing this, Han Fei immediately directed her Dragon Sparrow to launch a dragon flame attack, but it had little effect. Lin Han frowned and made a swift decision. "Fiery Qilin, switch to Flame Sovereign." The fiery Qilin ceased its flames, an aura of fiery ripples enveloping Lin Han and Han Fei. Just as the 3 rock lizards were about to collide, Lin Han's body shone with a metallic sheen, and he delivered a powerful punch, infused with a thin film of fire, knocking the rolling stones back. With the situation critical, Lin Han pulled Han Fei onto the back of the fiery Qilin. "The terrain here is too narrow, and they seem immune to fire. Is there a more open area?" Han Fei pondered for a moment. "There's a large cavern area on the middle level." Lin Han immediately summoned the Dark Xuanwu, planning to exploit the water element's advantage over rock. The fiery Qilin roared and charged deeper into the passage, but the situation quickly deteriorated. The few pursuing rock lizards suddenly multiplied, the rolling vibrations awakening more of their kind. In no time, the passage behind them was filled with dust, and countless rolling stones, varying in size, surged like a tide. "It seems we have no choice but to keep moving forward," Lin Han said gravely. Even with a body of steel, it was difficult to withstand such a massive wave of rolling stones, especially while protecting Han Fei. The rumbling echoed continuously through the tunnel, causing the rock walls to shake. The fiery Qilin galloped at full speed, almost leaving after images, but still couldn't shake off the relentless pursuit of the rolling stones behind. Lin Han furrowed his brows. Despite repeatedly navigating the complex network of tunnels with Han Fei, the rock lizards followed them persistently, as if equipped with tracking devices. He urgently needed to find an open area so that the Dark Xuanwu could be summoned to save them from danger. At that moment, Lin Han's gaze fell on the system panel and froze on the skill description of the rock lizards. Heat sensing. This word enlightened him instantly. The fiery Qilin and Dragon Sparrow were both flame attributes, making them moving beacons in the perpetually cold caves. Han Fei, retract the Dragon Sparrow, Lin Han ordered decisively, simultaneously commanding the fiery Qilin to suppress its flames. Although Han Fei didn't understand, she complied immediately. As the Dragon Sparrow vanished, the surrounding light dimmed sharply, and the fiery Qilin's fiery mane faded from crimson to a dark golden hue. At the next fork in the tunnel, Lin Han sharply turned the fiery Qilin, and as he expected, most of the rolling stones were diverted down another path, leaving only a dozen still in pursuit. Han Fei then realized and exclaimed, "How did you figure out they were sensitive to temperature?" "Just a guess," Lin Han replied simply, not mentioning the aid of his Eye of Providence. Although they had shaken off most of their pursuers, the fiery Qilin's speed had noticeably reduced without the flame boost, and the situation remained dire. As Lin Han pondered their next move, the tunnel suddenly opened up, and the sound of rushing water came from the sidewall. "On the count of 3, jump," Lin Han said decisively. Before Han Fei could react, he had already started the countdown. 1, 2, 3. He grabbed Han Fei's arm and leaped into the rushing underground river below. "Lin Han, I." Han Fei's exclamation was cut off by the water rushing into her mouth. As they hit the water, Lin Han retracted the fiery Qilin and summoned the Dark Xuanwu. Instantly, a bubble enveloped them, shielding them from the turbulent currents and allowing them to breathe freely. Only then did Lin Han let out a heavy sigh of relief. Looking over at Han Fei, she appeared unusually disheveled. Her usually beautiful face was now filled with the shock of a narrow escape, pale and constantly coughing with her hand over her mouth. Lin Han felt a bit awkward witnessing this scene. He was prepared and had taken precautions, but Han Fei had been suddenly pulled into the water, not only swallowing a mouthful but also having her clothes cling wetly to her skin, making her look quite bedraggled. Only after confirming that the rock lizard had not pursued them did Lin Han command the Dark Xuanwu to use bubbles to carry them back to the rocky shore. Han Fei remained silent throughout, her soaked hair hanging limply, with none of her usual proud demeanor as the dragon princess. Once the bubbles safely delivered them to the shore and dissipated, a cold wind blew, prompting Han Fei to instinctively hug her arms. Seeing this, Lin Han felt guilty and quickly checked his system space, only to find he had no clothes. He then turned to the marketplace to search. In a corner of the marketplace, he found an epic accessory called the Whispering Wind Scarf. Made from the hair of the Sky City Lord, it not only increased wind affinity but also enhanced all wind skills and talents by 20 and even granted temporary flight ability. Despite its steep price of 12,000 currency points, Lin Han gritted his teeth and bought it. As he approached Han Fei with the scarf, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of her silhouette due to the angle. Her wet clothes clung to her body, outlining an alluring figure. "What are you doing?" Han Fei noticed Lin Han's gaze, her face turning stern as she glared at him. I noticed your clothes are soaked. This is a warming item, and we can't make a fire right now, so you can use it," Lin Han stammered, both from his earlier indiscretion and his internal guilt. Surprisingly, the proud dragon princess didn't refuse. She accepted the scarf, immediately noticing its smooth texture and extraordinary nature. "An epic item? It can even allow flight? Where did you get this?" Faced with Han Fei's questions, Lin Han chose to remain silent. Seeing this, Han Fei didn't press further, instead wrapping the scarf around her neck, enjoying the unexpected warmth. After the atmosphere relaxed, Han Fei asked, "How did you know there was an underground river here?" Lin Han answered truthfully, "After forming a contract with the Dark Xuanwu, I developed a special sense for water sources. It all happened so suddenly, I didn't have time to tell you." Han Fei was silent for a moment before her tone suddenly turned cold. "So you knew about the underground river? Why didn't you use the Dark Xuanwu to control the water and drive away those rock lizards instead of pulling me into the river?" Lin Han's expression grew more awkward. "If I said, I didn't think of it, would you believe me?" Lin Han. In a vast cavern, with a thunderous crash, Lin Han witnessed the shattering of the rock lizard. Water gushed from its body, causing its rocky form to swell rapidly and finally crumble into debris. There was no blood, only a field of stones left behind. Defeated level 43 rock lizard. Experience 28,000? Congratulations, host has leveled up to level 38. The system notification sounded. Lin Han contentedly patted the head of the Dark Xuanwu, his gaze sweeping the ground. Amidst the damp surface, the most striking sight was the field of glittering crystals left by the rock lizard, red, yellow, purple, green, with at least hundreds of dazzling crystals scattered about. He picked up an orange-yellow crystal, feeling its smooth edges and warm touch. The system promptly provided information. Host can convert crystals into currency through the real-world shop at a rate of 100:1. After collecting the crystals, Lin Han turned his attention to a nearby battle. Han Fei was fending off 5 or 6 rock lizards on her own, her dragon sparrow circling above. The dragon flames it spewed had little effect on the creatures with skin as tough as rock. "Do you really not need my help?" Lin Han asked. "No, I can do it myself," Han Fei stubbornly replied, giving him a glare. Lin Han shrugged and simply sat cross-legged on the back of the Dark Xuanwu to rest. After narrowly avoiding a deadly attack, Han Fei grew more frustrated seeing Lin Han's relaxed demeanor. "Dragon Sparrow, fire whip," she commanded. The Dragon Sparrow unleashed a wide rain of dragon flames and conjured a flaming whip to strike the rock lizards. While it couldn't deal a fatal blow, it disrupted the enemy's attack rhythm. Seizing the opportunity, Han Fei quickly ordered, "Dragon Sparrow, tear apart." The Dragon Sparrow dove down, its claws engulfed in flames, and ripped the nearest rock lizard in half. Using the same tactic, she systematically took down the remaining foes. By the end of the battle, both Han Fei and the Dragon Sparrow were exhausted, their foreheads glistening with sweat. "Finally done," Lin Han said as he jumped off the Dark Xuanwu's back, hands behind his back. "With this, we've pretty much cleared the mid-level rock lizards. It's time to head to the lower levels." Hearing this plan, Han Fei couldn't help but furrow her brow. "Wait, why do we need to go deeper?" Lin Han paused and turned to explain. "The rock lizards here have already been cleared out, and it will be a long time before the dungeon resets. The martial arts instructor requires us to reach level 40, and clearly, this area can't meet the leveling needs anymore. So it's necessary to explore deeper." Han Fei stood still, her brow slightly furrowed. As a fire attribute beast master, this damp and dark environment wasn't ideal for her. But Lin Han seemed confident. He patted the sturdy shell of the Dark Xuanwu, his tone slightly challenging. "Don't worry, with the Dark Xuanwu here, we won't have any problems." Its water and rock attributes are perfectly suited to this area. I don't need your help. I can manage on my own, Han Fei insisted, though her words lacked confidence. Meanwhile, in another part of the vast forest, Chun Huaner crouched behind a dead tree stump, looking a bit disheveled. Spirit Raven, wind pressure, she called softly. The spirit raven in the air spread its wings, creating gusts of wind that converged at the center. The shape-shifting bees, moving swiftly in midair, were caught in the gusts, colliding with crackling sounds. However, the joy was short-lived. The bees quickly adapted to the wind's intensity and regained their agile movements. They circled around, searching for a target but, finding none, dispersed and went back to their tasks. Failed again, Chen Huaner sat down on the stump, removing her hood to reveal a dust-covered face. Collecting shape-shifting bee honey seemed like an impossible task, let alone catching one of the bees. She had tried many methods but found no solution against their speed and numbers. Instinctively, she touched the blood-red cross pendant on her chest, noticing its luster had dimmed a bit. It was her lifesaver during her first direct encounter with the swarm. She had attempted to communicate with the bees, but their intelligence was evidently too low for that. After several painful lessons, Chun Huaner learned to rely on the family-gifted hood. This inconspicuous item made her hard to detect when she wasn't taking action. Through repeated trials, she discovered that while the shape-shifting bees were incredibly fast, their intelligence was lacking. Whenever the spirit raven attacked and then hid in the clouds, the swarm would return to normal once they lost sight of their target. If this keeps up, I'll only drag the team down again. Chun Huaner reproached herself briefly, then clenched her fist, stood up, and put her hood back on, ready to try again. At that moment, the spirit raven in the air let out a long cry. Chun Huaner immediately sensed its emotions and softly commanded, "Spirit Eye." Her pupils sharpened, and her vision instantly merged with the spirit raven's. Through the spirit raven's eyes, Chun Huaner's sight brightened. Although the shape-shifting bees were still fast, their movements became clear and discernible under the shared vision of the spirit eye. This discovery felt like a breakthrough of inspiration. While sharing the vision of the spirit eye, Chun Huaner suddenly noticed a startling change. As she tried to capture the swarm of bees flying through the forest, her vision, which previously could only expand outward, began to focus on its own. Her pupils slightly contracted, and her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Could it be that the spirit eye had evolved? With this hypothesis in mind, she held her breath and concentrated on a small, rapidly moving dot. Her vision started to zoom in, and the blurry black dot gradually revealed a clear outline. It was a phantom bee, even smaller than a regular honeybee. The joy of success had barely set in when Chen Huaner's vision began to darken, and her sharp pupils gradually returned to their original black. Although her face turned pale due to the exhaustion of spiritual energy, her eyes still sparkled with undisguised excitement. In contrast to Chen Huaner's progress, the situation on the other side was less optimistic. Within the Silent Mountain Range dungeon, Xue Wushuang and Zhou Qingqing were caught in a chaotic chase. Fireballs, dirt clods, and water bullets wove through the air as countless mushroom beasts pursued them relentlessly. You take a break after a few steps, and they can't catch up? Zhou Qingqing's forehead glistened with sweat, a few strands of damp hair sticking to her face. Get it together. Don't make me look down on you. This remark seemed to ignite Xue Wushuang's fighting spirit. Remembering the helplessness he felt during the disaster in Yu City, his eyes reddened as he shouted at the horde of beasts behind him. Come on, if you dare, kill me. A week later, Qin Luoxi stood quietly before the dungeon's teleportation array. As the light flickered, Lin Han and Han Fei emerged one after the other. Luoxi, why are you here alone? Lin Han asked, stretching lazily. The fat cat and the others are still in the dungeon. The martial instructor went to fetch them, Qin Luoxi replied, her gaze lingering on the two with a hint of curiosity. How was your training this time? Nothing happened between Han Fei and me. We just want to gain experience, Lin Han hurriedly explained, only to be met with a cold glare from Han Fei. Shut up. Realizing his explanation was making things worse, Lin Han quickly changed the subject. Let's go. Meet up with the rest of the team. Qin Luoxi nodded in agreement, her eyes still thoughtfully scanning the two of them. Lin Han instinctively glanced at her, inadvertently activating the Eye of Creation. Qin Luoxi, a level 42 Beastmaster. Seeing this information, Lin Han was momentarily taken aback and blurted out, You've reached level 42 as well? Qin Luoxi paused briefly, then nodded and explained. While you all were training, the martial instructor assigned me different tasks. I'm now at level 42. Upon hearing this, Han Fei's previously calm expression turned displeased. She recalled the ordeal in the Crystal Cavern, especially being trapped there with Lin Han, which stirred up waves of discomfort in her heart. The lower levels, teeming with level 45 rock-type beasts, had exhausted her during each battle. The Crystal Cavern had become one of the dungeons she least wanted to revisit. Noticing Han Fei's change in expression, Qin Luoxi curiously asked, What did you experience in the dungeon? It seems you've both reached level 40? As Han Fei's face grew more sullen, Lin Han quickly intervened to smooth things over. Nothing special, just the usual monster hunting and leveling up. Han Fei and I have indeed reached level 40. It's getting late. We should hurry. They must be waiting for us. Saying this, Lin Han instinctively grabbed their arms to urge them on. At that moment, he noticed an intriguing detail. The feel of Qin Luoxi and Han Fei's arms was surprisingly similar, and Qin Luoxi's was even more delicate, a feature hidden beneath her usual loose sportswear and school uniform. Both of them almost simultaneously shook off Lin Han's hand, but he just smiled it off, pretending nothing had happened. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Haoshi Maolin Dungeon's teleportation array, the martial instructor emerged with a petite, dust-covered figure. It was Chen Huaner, who looked remarkably different from a week ago. Her clothes were marked with scratches, and her skirt was stained with the sap of unknown plants, yet her face beamed with pure joy. "Instructor, I did it!" Chen Huaner exclaimed excitedly, holding up a glass jar filled with golden honey. Wu Qinghong couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. "Very well. Your performance exceeded expectations. Captain, where are Luoxi and the others?" Chen Huaner asked, looking around. Qin Luoxi has completed his training and gone to meet Lin Han and the others. The rest should still be in the dungeon, Wu Qinghong explained. "Let's go find Qingqing first. I'm sure they'll join us soon." As he spoke, a ripple of spatial energy passed through, and their figures vanished from the teleportation array. Meanwhile, at the Silent Mountains teleportation array, a crowd had gathered, with two figures intently adjusting their respective weights. The crowd around the teleportation array murmured softly, frequently casting glances at two familiar figures. "It's them again." One onlooker whispered, "Look, they've added weights this time. Last time in the Silent Mountain instance, they ran like maniacs." "Yeah, I heard it even caught the media's attention," another chimed in. "Eyes fixed on their uniforms. Look at those military academy outfits. I bet there's something valuable in there." "That's nonsense," someone nearby interjected dismissively. "They go in and out 5 or 6 times a day, always looking like they're fleeing from something. They're just bored." Xue Wushuang and Zhou Qingqing exchanged a resigned glance, both breaking into a wry smile. "We're famous now," Xue Wushuang said, clenching his fist with determination. "We need to complete the training and leave soon. After so many attempts, this time we must succeed. We can't keep Linzi and the others waiting." The two skillfully secured their weights, and a dark glow flickered on their bracelets. Instantly, their dual talents of Berserk Fury and Guardian Knight were suppressed, reducing their physical abilities to that of ordinary people. Xue Wushuang was the first to step into the teleportation array, while Zhou Qingqing watched his back, her eyes glinting with an unusual light. Just after they disappeared, Lin Han and the others arrived. I don't see them. Are Fei Mao and the others here?" Lin Han frowned, scanning the area. Qin Luoxi suggested asking the onlookers, and soon a helpful person stepped forward, providing a detailed account of Xue Wushuang and Zhou Qingqing's frequent comings and goings. During the conversation, Wu Qinghong's voice suddenly rang out. "Since when do freelancers have a say in military matters?" Seeing Wu Qinghong in uniform, the crowd quickly dispersed. Wu Qinghong turned to Lin Han and his group, nodding with satisfaction. "Good. Except for those two, you've all completed your training tasks." Qin Luoxi recalled Wu Qinghong's previous words, looking thoughtful. Lin Han and the others understood that the most important thing now was to give Xue Wushuang and Zhou Qingqing more time to complete their challenging training. Chen Huaner's voice suddenly rang out as she peeked out from behind Wu Qinghong. As everyone's attention shifted to her, her face turned a shade of red. Lin Han observed Chen Huaner's slightly disheveled appearance, and Wu Qinghong, noticing this, said with a smile, "Come on, let's go have a good meal. After that, you should tidy yourself up. Students of the military academy shouldn't look like this." "Okay." Chen Huaner nodded repeatedly. While looking a bit scruffy in the dungeon was no big deal, it was important to maintain a neat appearance in the real world. As evening approached, the area outside the teleportation array of the Silent Mountain Range dungeon was deserted. The light within the array twisted, revealing two figures supporting each other. "We did it!" Xue Wushuang exclaimed, looking at the dull black bracelet on his wrist and feeling the surge of energy within him as his fatigue slowly faded. He habitually summoned the holy light grass, its soft green healing glow enveloping their weary bodies. While Zhou Qingqing and Xue Wushuang were immersed in their own world, a familiar voice broke the silence. "Fat cat, when did you two get so close?" Zhou Qingqing's face turned crimson at the sound, and she swiftly stood up. Xue Wushuang, caught off guard, toppled over, looking up to see Lin Han smiling at them. "Linzi, when did you guys arrive?" Xue Wushuang asked with delight. In contrast, Zhou Qingqing was noticeably more awkward, especially under Chen Huaner's amused gaze. "Chen Huaner, why didn't you make a sound since you were here?" "You scared me," Zhou Qingqing said, showing a rare girlish bashfulness. "We didn't want to interrupt Sister Qingqing's good moment." Chun Huaner teased with a grin. What nonsense are you talking about with him? Zhou Qingqing became increasingly flustered, revealing a youthful innocence. Lin Han leaned over to whisper to Xue Wushuang, "You've got some nerve, already making it happen?" "Lindsay, don't say that. Nothing happened," Xue Wushuang replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. At that moment, Wu Qingheng approached and examined the dull bracelets on their wrists, nodding in approval. "Congratulations on passing the training. From tomorrow, I won't interfere much, only offering help when necessary. By the way, we have a new student joining our class, and I plan to add him to your team." "What?" Everyone was still basking in the joy of passing the assessment and was taken aback by the news. Seeing Lin Han frown, Wu Qingheng continued to explain, "You should be aware of the Empire's grand competition that the Star Dragon Empire holds every 3 years, right?" "Of course. The Star Dragon Festival is a tradition of the Empire. My father even got 3rd place in the last one," Chun Huaner said excitedly, her eyes shining. "The Empire's grand competition is to select teams that can fight for the Empire. The 1st and 2nd place teams will be our main and backup forces, representing us in exchanges with other empires. For the actual inter-empire contest, a team must have 7 members to register. The Dragonfang squad is missing a crucial member." Wu Qingheng addressed the team with a piercing gaze. "Lin Han is in charge of control and restraining the main force. Han Fei is our burst point. Qin Luoxi leads single-point breakthroughs. Chun Huaner handles reconnaissance. Little Fatty takes care of healing, and Zhou Qingqing is on defense. We need a support amplifier to sustain the team." "But," Lin Han was about to mention that his Fire Kirin and Dark Xuanwu both had amplification abilities when Han Fei suddenly interrupted him. "The team needs more time to gel, and that's not ideal for the Star Dragon Festival in 6 months," Han Fei said, her expression serious, clearly anticipating Wu Qingheng's plan. Wu Qingheng shook her head. "You don't yet understand the importance of a pure support beastmaster to a team. The Star Dragon Festival is just a preview. The real stage is 3 years from now." This left Lin Han even more puzzled. He had heard of the Star Dragon Festival but had never delved into it. The entry requirement for the Star Dragon Festival is that the team's average level must reach the Starshine level, which is level 50, Wu Qingheng continued. "You will be the first team to participate with all members under the age of 20. The news hit like a bolt of lightning. "Reaching level 50 in 6 months? How is that possible?" Xue Wushuang blurted out, while Zhou Qingqing also looked worried. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Han looked up. "Instructor Wu, since you've set this goal, you must have a way for us to achieve it. Please tell us more." "Military achievements," Wu Qingheng said simply before turning to leave. "You don't need to worry about the details. I'll handle that. Just focus on team synergy." Once Wu Qingheng left, Lin Han turned to Han Fei, seeking more information about the Star Dragon Festival. "The Star Dragon Festival gathers elites under 25 from various provinces," Han Fei explained with a grave expression. "Many participants already hold positions in the Empire, and some have even reached the throne level." This revelation chilled everyone, even causing Lin Han to frown deeply. "Can we really defeat opponents like that?" Chen Huaner voiced her concern, but Xue Wushuang was the first to rally. "Who cares? Since Instructor Wu has set the target, let's go for it. I believe in Lin and in Dragonfang. With a captain like him, why can't we create a miracle?" His words lifted the team's spirits, and they shared a knowing smile. By the time they returned to the military academy, it was already late at night. Everyone said their goodbyes and returned to their dorms. Lin Han wanted to talk to Qin Luoxi, but she seemed to deliberately avoid him and quickly left. The next morning, Lin Han and Xue Wushuang were getting ready to head to class. "Wow, it's been so long since the semester started and we're just now going to class," Xue Wushuang complained, rubbing her sleepy eyes and yawning. "I swear, my bed here is so much softer. After camping out in the wild with Zhou Qingqing for days, I almost forgot what civilization feels like." "Wow, you two are quite the adventurers," Lin Han teased, recalling his own awkward experience with Han Fei in the Crystal Caves. "Lin, you've changed. You never used to be so nosy," Xue Wushuang remarked, glancing at the neatly made upper bunk. "By the way, Luoxi is missing again. Yesterday she was all mysterious, and now she's gone first thing in the morning. Maybe she's got other things to do," Lin Han replied evasively. "I've noticed both of you have been acting strange since the incident in U City. What's going on? You can't keep me in the dark, Lin. We're going to be late," Lin Han said, pushing open the dorm door and leaving quickly with Xue Wushuang calling after him. "Wait for me." They soon arrived at the teaching building, where Zhou Qingqing and Qin Luoxi were already waiting at the entrance. "You're so slow," Zhou Qingqing remarked with a roll of her eyes. "Look, Qin Luoxi has been waiting forever. Let's go. Freshman class 13 is on the top floor," Lin Han said, ignoring the teasing and heading straight toward the building. At the classroom door, they saw Han Fei standing there with a cold expression, her brows furrowed. "What's wrong? Why aren't you going in?" Lin Han asked. To his surprise, Han Fei replied, "There's someone inside." Lin Han glanced into the classroom and saw a young man sitting at the center, his striking yellow-dyed hair catching attention. He lounged with his legs propped on a desk, humming a tune. He looks like a real charmer, Lin Han remarked with a twitch of his face, signaling Xue Wushuang. You go check it out? Xue Wushuang led the way into the classroom, with the rest of the Dragonfang team following closely. Well, you finally showed up, the yellow-haired young man said with a smirk. I thought class 13 was full of slackers, and I was in the wrong class. Though he was about the same age and even more handsome than Lin Han, his unconventional hairstyle was quite a shock. You're 15 minutes late, he noted, checking his watch with an annoyed tone. Next time, I won't wait for you. But there's still 5 minutes until class starts. We're not late, Chen Huaner softly pointed out. Everyone must arrive 20 minutes early to welcome me, or face the consequences, the yellow-haired youth declared arrogantly. I'll let it slide this time since it's our first meeting. Who do you think you are, acting so arrogant? Xue Wushuang glared at the cocky blonde teenager in front of him, initiating the confrontation. Qian Xuan frowned at the remark, casting a disdainful glance at the chubby boy. Watch your tone when speaking to me, fatso. You're really annoying me right now. Let me show you how to treat people right. Without another word, Xue Wushuang rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Just as tensions were about to explode, a stern voice called out from behind, Stop it! What are you doing? Everyone turned to see a serious-looking middle-aged man standing at the podium, his gaze piercing as he stared at them. The members of the Longya squad quickly found their seats. Xue Wushuang immediately put away his fierce demeanor, adopting a respectful expression. You must be our teacher, right? Sorry, I lost my temper. Please guide me in the future. The middle-aged teacher nodded expressionlessly. Yes, be mindful in the future. This is a place for learning. Now, let's begin the class. Lin Han led the class in standing up and bowing to the teacher. Everyone followed suit, except for the blonde teenager, Qian Xuan, who remained seated with his legs crossed. Qian Xuan, everyone else is standing. Why are you still sitting? The teacher asked sternly. Nothing much, it's just more comfortable sitting. Why should I stand? Qian Xuan replied nonchalantly, flipping his bright blonde hair. Besides, who are you to make me bow to you? The teacher's forehead throbbed with irritation, about to lose his temper when Chen Huaner quickly intervened. Teacher, time is short. Let's start the class and not bother with him. At that moment, a cold gaze was directed at the teacher. Following the gaze, his pupils contracted slightly, but he cleared his throat as if nothing happened. All right, everyone sit down. I'm your theory teacher for this term, Luo Shou. Even as the strongest team among the new students, you need theoretical knowledge to support your practical skills. Feel free to ask me questions or consult your main instructor, Wu Qinghong. Lin Han raised his hand to ask a question. Teacher Luo, since our class 13 won first place in the freshman competition, don't we get to skip the theory exam to progress to the next year? We still need more time to work on our teamwork. Luo Shou frowned slightly, his tone turning cold. Although you earned first place and are exempt from the theory exam, that doesn't mean you can neglect theoretical knowledge. I've watched all your matches, and to be honest, Lin Han's individual strength is the real factor behind your victories. Your team doesn't even qualify to step into the threshold of the Xinglong Festival. Luo Shou's cold words echoed through the classroom. The members of the Longya squad turned pale, especially Zhou Qingqing, who unconsciously clenched her fists. The memory of being thrown off balance by Mou's influence during the match was still vivid. A flicker of coldness passed through Lin Han's eyes. Mr. Luo, please take back those words. A team is the result of everyone's efforts, and I've witnessed each person's progress, he said firmly, unwilling to allow anyone to belittle the comrades he fought alongside. Luo Shou scanned the back of the classroom and said in a deep voice, I'm not wrong. You lack not only cooperation, but also understanding of yourselves and each other. He evaluated each team member one by one. First, he addressed Lin Han. Your beast-taming talent is top-notch, but in formal matches where you can only field 1 or 2 beasts, can you make the best choice for the team? Turning to Xue Wushuang, Luo Shou was blunt. The uncontrollable nature of your blood rage talent, haven't you suffered enough from it? If you could transform it into a controlled burst, the team's strength would soar. Xue Wushuang's initial displeasure turned to contemplation. Looking at Qin Luoshi, he was forthright. As the team's sharpest blade, you're indeed outstanding, but you're too dazzling. As a guardian knight, have you really understood how to maximize the team's benefits at the same level? Luo Shou continued to critique the other members, notably skipping over Han Fei and Qian Yishuan. His thorough understanding of each person's combat habits and weaknesses forced everyone into deep thought. Lin Han took a deep breath. Please guide us, Mr. Luo. We will learn diligently. He marveled at the wealth of resources at the military academy and respected Luo Shou's expertise. The rest of the morning, Luo Shou systematically explained the Beastmaster system, highlighting common misconceptions and key information. It wasn't until the noon bell rang that everyone realized how quickly time had passed. Though outwardly stern, Luo Shou revealed a scholar's unique wit. Lin Han's discerning eye had already noticed that this seemingly ordinary level 30 Beastmaster possessed incredibly profound theoretical knowledge. Today's lesson ends here. Same time next week. I hope you all will be punctual, Luo Shou said before striding out. Lin Han turned to the equally invigorated Qin Luoshi. What do you think of this, teacher? Excellent. Qin Luoshi replied succinctly, his tone full of unspoken admiration. Hey, time to wake up, everyone's gone. Xue Wushuang was startled awake by the teasing voice. He groggily lifted his head, blinking sleepy eyes. Class is over, he said, yawning. Zhou Qingqing frowned at him. Class ended ages ago. What's up with you? Didn't sleep last night? It's just my old problem, class-induced sleep syndrome. The moment someone starts lecturing, I get sleepy, Xue Wushuang admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. Good thing there wasn't a theoretical exam this time, or you'd be in trouble, Zhou Qingqing remarked with a smirk. Chen Huaner chimed in with a laugh. Why worry? The guy behind me was snoring even louder than him. Everyone followed Xue Wushuang's indication and saw Qian Yishuan, with his signature blonde hair, slumped over the desk, sleeping soundly. That Luo Shou is quite an interesting person, Xue Wushuang chuckled. When he noticed someone sleeping, he didn't get annoyed. Instead, he moved further away and eventually stayed on the podium. Qian Yishuan was jolted awake by everyone's gaze and shivered slightly. Qian, class is over. Lin Han reminded him at the right moment, trying to give him a way out. Yeah, I know. Thanks for the heads up, Qian Yishuan replied, feigning composure as he wiped the drool from his mouth and sat up straight. Let's get acquainted. I'm Lin Han, the captain of the Longya squad. Lin Han introduced himself, considering they might compete together in the future. Qian Yishuan, a genius in the auxiliary beast taming category, Qian replied, flipping his hair and introducing himself. Genius, huh? Xue Wushuang couldn't help but mock. You should look in the mirror and see the marks on your face. Though he spoke quietly, everyone heard him. Chen Huaner and Zhou Qingqing couldn't help but laugh. Qian Yishuan nonchalantly wiped his face, and the marks disappeared, revealing his flawless complexion. That's because I already understood what he was teaching. I'm not like you guys. I'm a true genius. My beast taming skills are just the icing on the cake. My real strength is... Before he could finish, everyone had already turned to leave. Han Fei, the last to go, casually tossed back, idiot. You. Qian Yishuan was about to retort, but realized everyone had left. He could only sit in the classroom, fuming. Just then, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered. I met the person you asked me to see. He's a promising talent, but I'm puzzled why your people are here too. A cold female voice came through the phone. Speak nicely, or I'll come over and hit you. Okay. I almost got into character there. I was just joking. Qian Yishuan quickly changed his tone. Are you really planning to let them participate in the Star Dragon Festival? Why, is that a problem? Qian Yishuan fell into thought, then a slight smile appeared on his lips. Over the phone, Wu Qingheng nibbled on a lollipop as she spoke with a chilling tone. You want him to join your legacy? What are you trying to poach him to? Qian Yishuan quickly replied. Who would dare compete with you? Wu Qingheng's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of severity. We always remain neutral. If it weren't for the fact that I happened to be here this time, I wouldn't have thought I'd participate in the Star Dragon Festival. The Eternal Ice of Guardianship, the Judgment Blade of Verdict, and now the secret Nameless Mist soon to join. It's quite an interesting team, isn't it? Qian Yishuan smirked. If I didn't know you weren't one to abuse power for personal grudges, I'd think you wanted those old guys from the Blade to bleed a little more. Perhaps. Wu Qingheng's voice suddenly turned icy. But there's something you need to understand. Lin Han was personally chosen by the old master, and the position of the Nameless Lord has been vacant for a long time. This is a warning to you and the people behind you. Feeling uneasy, Qian Yishuan quickly said, no need to scare me like that. We're not going to poach anyone. This is a private deal, isn't it? With that, he flashed a bright smile, hung up the phone, shoved his hands into his pockets, and lazily walked out of the classroom. In the afternoon, inside the training room. Lin, can you tell me why this guy is here? Xue Wushuang asked with a dark expression, pointing at Qian Yishuan, who was once again sitting boldly in the center of the field, his flowing blonde hair still striking. Lin Han was about to explain when the other team members also looked at Qian Yishuan with odd expressions. Qian is going to be a future member of our team. It's better for him to get familiar with our combat rhythm early on to coordinate better, right? Fine. For Lin's sake, I won't argue with you. You damn blonde, Xue Wushuang grumbled, holding back his anger. As if I want to work with you, you fatso, Qian Yishuan shouted across the room, his voice echoing in the training hall. Seeing Xue Wushuang about to explode, Lin Han quickly intervened. All right, Qian, come over here. I'll explain everyone's team roles and strengths to you. No need, Qian Yishuan said arrogantly. Instructor Wu has already told me the basics about you all. I know everything. Now, let me see your skills. Before he finished speaking, Qian Xuan snapped his fingers, and a golden stream appeared out of nowhere, forming a luxurious chair. As he sat down, the training room's environment began to change abruptly. What the heck? When did this guy gain control over the training room? Shui Wushuang exclaimed. But before he could finish, they found themselves on a golden beach, the scorching sun making them restless. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air erupted from the sea, with countless water arrows shooting toward Shui Wushuang. Watch out, fat cat! Lin Han shouted, summoning his mysterious power to call forth a dark black tortoise to strike the source of the water arrows. As the black tortoise hit the water, waves surged backwards from Lin Han's position, forcing out several fish-headed, human-bodied creatures. These creatures let out strange you are you cries, baring their sharp teeth. The fishmen emitted a deep, guttural noise as they hurled their crude spears towards the group. Zhou Qingqing reacted swiftly, activating her guardian knight talent as she strode forward, enveloped in a golden glow. Centaur, metal barrier, she commanded, and a centaur, standing 1.5 times the height of a human, appeared. Its humanoid upper body wielded a shield of condensed golden light, deflecting the incoming spears. Qin Luoshi moved in tandem, vanishing into thin air as her bloodthirsty soul blade slashed across a fishman's neck with lightning speed. A line of blood appeared, and the fishman's head separated from its body. The remaining fishmen, enraged by the death of their comrade, opened their mouths wide, releasing a stream of bubbles. Leave this to me, Shui Wushuang declared, surrounded by a blood-red aura, his eyes glowing crimson. After a week of training in the silent mountain range with the mushroom beasts, his power had grown significantly. Activating his bloodthirsty frenzy, Shui Wushuang stomped the ground, causing cracks to radiate outward. He transformed into a streak of blood-red lightning, appearing before 2 fishmen. With a hand gripping each of their heads, he slammed them into the ground. With 2 loud thuds, golden sand scattered, and the fishmen were rendered powerless. Han Fei wasn't idle either. Fiery dance of the heavens, she called out, and the remaining fishmen were engulfed in dragon flames. When the fire subsided, all that was left on the beach was a patch of scorched black sand, crystallized from the intense heat. All done, Shui Wushuang said with a smug grin, wiping his nose and casting a challenging glance at Qian Xuan, who still sat at a distance. See that, yellow-haired guy? That's your cat master in action. Stop showing off all the time. Qian Xuan seemed uninterested in their performance, yawning as he replied. Not bad, at least you're better than the newbies. Not just the newbies, we can take on the seniors too. Shui Wushuang boasted even more. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure. It's not over yet, Qian Xuan remarked, gesturing towards the sea. Suddenly, the water began to churn violently. Lin Han, sensing the disturbance underwater through his dark black tortoise, immediately warned the group, watch out, there's a big one down there. He then commanded, dark black tortoise, mystic rain. The eyes of the dark black tortoise glowed blue, calming the tumultuous sea to a mirror-like stillness. A fine drizzle began to fall, creating ripples on the water's surface and enveloping the team in a sense of inexplicable ease. Chen Huaner curiously raised her hand, observing the faint water patterns on her skin. At that moment, Lin Han gave another command, dark black tortoise, raging waves. The dark black tortoise unleashed a torrent as thick as a barrel, piercing the calm water. In an instant, a crimson spot appeared, followed by a layer of ghostly light gradually illuminating the surface. Lin Han felt a surge of excitement as the shimming trait was triggered with a single strike. Everyone, focus your fire on the spot where the light is emanating from the water. The target has been marked. Prompted by Lin Han's instruction, Han Fei immediately launched an attack. The dragon sparrow circling high above let out a long cry, and fiery chains spun into the water. Got it, she exclaimed. But before her words were finished, the dragon sparrow's body suddenly paused and began plummeting towards the water. Dark Xuanwu, assist! Lin Han quickly ordered as the situation turned dire. The serpent head on Dark Xuanwu's back opened its vertical pupils, and in an instant, a chaotic darkness enveloped the falling dragon sparrow, melting away the fiery chains and the immense force pulling it down. The light on the water's surface suddenly intensified, and a massive figure slowly emerged. It was a gigantic merman, standing nearly 2 meters tall, far surpassing the size of ordinary mermen. It wore a crown made of sea materials and wielded a rusty trident. Its menacing fish head was complemented by fins stretching from its back down to its waist, and its arms were covered in blue scales that glinted with a cold sheen. Several charred marks on its body were the result of the dragon sparrow's fiery chains. You are you. With the merman king's roar, countless smaller mermen leaped from the shattered water surface, brandishing crude spears and longbows, surrounding it. Focus fire on the big one, then deal with the smaller ones, Lin Han ordered, leaping to the front of the group. Although Zhou Qingqing furrowed her brow slightly, She remained cautious in the face of the system-projected mutant merman leader. At that moment, Qian Yishuan looked up at the group, a smile playing on his lips. All right, let's up the difficulty a bit. A translucent die glimmered in his palm, and a 1 square meter die projection appeared above everyone's heads. What are you up to? Shui Wushuang asked warily. Taking a gamble, Qian Yishuan chuckled, tossing the die. It spun in the air, and the projection blurred. When the die landed, showing a 1, Shui Wushuang couldn't resist a teasing remark. Your luck is terrible. Qian Yishuan remained unfazed, producing another item from his hand. Activating reset, the item dissolved into stardust, and the die on the ground began to spin again. Though confused by Qian Yishuan's actions, the group couldn't afford to dwell on it as the situation was urgent. Lin Han and Zhou Qingqing were already firmly positioned at the forefront. The Merman King delivered a powerful punch, which Zhou Qingqing blocked with her shield. The immense force transmitted through the shield caused her arm to tingle with numbness. As she frowned and retreated, Lin Han swiftly advanced from the side, his fist enveloped in searing flames, aiming for the Merman King's chest. The punch landed squarely, with flames and the force of the punch creating a shockwave that stirred a cloud of golden sand. At that moment, the dice's shadow in midair changed, with the number shifting from 1 to 4. A golden light then entered the Merman King's body. The Merman King, who was prepared for death, was surprised to find himself not only alive but also covered in a faint gray glow. Following his instincts, he let out a roar and launched another attack. Shui Wushuang and the others noticed the unusual change in the dice and angrily glared at Qian Yishuan in the distance. Are you crazy? Whose side are you on? Helping the merman? Qian Yishuan appeared relaxed, a smile playing on his lips. I can help whoever I want, and I said I'm here to test if you're qualified. With that, he raised his hand again, summoning a cloak-like item. Initiate reset. As he spoke, the dice on the ground rolled once more, and the enormous shadow in the air shifted accordingly. Stop that blonde lunatic. Shui Wushuang was about to charge forward when Chen Huaner shouted from behind. Watch out, fat cat. 2 mermen glowing yellow had already attacked with spears. Shui Wushuang couldn't dodge in time and was cut by the spear, but fortunately, the healing effect of Saint Lightgrass kicked in. The 2 mermen didn't relent, raising their spears for another thrust. At this moment, Qin Luoxi suddenly appeared, her bloodthirsty soul blade aiming for one of them. However, the merman's reaction was astonishingly quick, counterattacking even as it was struck, forcing Qin Luoxi to abandon the attack and vanish again. Meanwhile, the dice in the air showed the number 2. The situation for Lin Han and Zhou Qingqing was also dire, as the Merman King wielded a trident and launched a fierce assault. Lin Han, lacking a suitable weapon, had no choice but to engage in close combat. Zhou Qingqing, though armed with a long sword, was sweating from the continuous blocks, her arms beginning to tremble. At the critical moment, a centaur released a protective barrier, its hooves pounding the ground as it charged toward the Merman King. Its humanoid upper body emanated a golden glow, transforming into a spear aimed directly at the Merman King's vital point. The dark Xuanwu returned. With a thought from Lin Han, the summoned beast vanished from the water's surface, and the light rain around them ceased. Without the oppressive presence of the dark rain, the Merfolk King's aura surged dramatically. The fiery Kirin opened its mouth, unleashing a rainbow of flames that surged toward the Merfolk King like a tidal wave. At that moment, a translucent blue glow flickered from a dice shadow suspended in midair and instantly merged into the Merfolk King's body. The Merfolk King, engulfed in flames, trembled as a blue glow emanated from its body. With a deafening roar, it broke free from the fiery enclosure. Lin Han noticed that the dice shadow in the air had changed from 2 to 3, indicating its significant influence on the battle. The Merfolk King wielded a trident, aiming a powerful strike at the fiery Kirin. The Kirin nimbly leapt back, its eyes flashing with anger and defiance. Without waiting for Lin Han's command, it charged again, its fiery steps leaving a trail of scorching embers that made the sand beneath shimmer. On the other side of the battleground, Shui Wushuang had finally defeated 2 empowered merfolk, though not without sustaining several injuries. Qin Luoxi and Han Fei were guarding Chen Huaner, fending off the relentless waves of merfolk. The beach was littered with merfolk, remains that dissolved into streams of data. Facing the Merfolk King, Lin Han and Zhou Qingqing found themselves in an increasingly precarious situation. The fiery Kirin's flames seemed ineffective, as the Merfolk King continued its frenzied assault despite its charred scales. It's time to end this, Qian Yishuan declared, standing up and skillfully flipping a coin between his fingers. He tossed the coin into the air, its metallic gleam briefly eclipsing the simulated sun. The coin slowly flipped before he caught it firmly. Time to settle the score, Qian Yishuan said, revealing the coin in his palm. Suddenly, the dice shadow in the air began to expand and plummet towards the group. Everyone, gather around me, Lin Han shouted. Shui Wushuang and the concealed Qin Luoxi immediately closed in, with Chen Huaner and Han Fei following closely. Just as Lin Han was about to summon the Dark Xuanwu for a protective embrace, he realized the command failed. The beast's space unexpectedly responded on its own. Ejecting a small furball from his palm, it was the third beast, Fragment Star. This scene was bizarre. The fist-sized Fragment Star showed no fear against the massive dice shadow. As it leaped, its eyes widened, and it opened its mouth. Everyone watched in astonishment as the colossal dice shadow met the Fragment Star. The dice surface began to blur and collapse, ultimately being swallowed by the tiny furball. Did it just eat that? Everyone in the room stared in disbelief at the astonishing scene. The sight reminded Lin Han of the classic riddle about fitting an elephant into a refrigerator in 3 steps. But what happened before them was even more incredible. The small, fist-sized furball, Sui Xing, was gaping its tiny mouth to swallow a massive dice shadow, hundreds of times its size. Time seemed to freeze. Qian Yishuan's shocked voice broke the silence. What is that thing? Sui Xing nimbly leapt back onto Lin Han's shoulder, purring with satisfaction, looking utterly content. Just then, a mechanical voice announced, "Unknown energy detected. Shutting down simulation program." The surrounding environment, along with the fishmen and the mutated Fishman King, vanished instantly, leaving everyone back in the training room, faces full of disbelief. Even the usually composed Han Fei couldn't help but slightly open her mouth in surprise. Lin, what kind of mythical beast is this? Shui Wushuang was the first to break the silence. Her gaze fixed on the palm-sized sacred beast, Sui Xing, perched on Lin Han's shoulder. Suddenly, Qian Yishuan pushed Shui Wushuang aside, eagerly approaching Lin Han. "Wait, are you selling this beast? I'll pay 1,000,000 star dragon coins and throw in a legendary quality item." "Not for sale, back off." Lin Han felt an inexplicable dislike for this potential new team member. "Come on," Qian Yishuan persisted. "If you won't sell, at least let it breed with mine." Before he could finish, Shui Wushuang grabbed Qian Yishuan's bleached hair, and the two began to scuffle. Lin Han watched coldly, thinking perhaps this would teach Qian Yishuan a lesson. Just then, Chen Huaner and Zhou Qingqing excitedly approached. "Captain, what kind of beast is this? Can I touch it?" Chen Huaner's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Before Lin Han could respond, the two girls had already scooped Sui Xing off his shoulder, tearing a few strips of fabric in the process. Lin Han helplessly watched as his little beast was passed between them, listening to their laughter and reflecting on the disparity between humans and beasts. "Captain, what's its name? It's so cute. Where did you find it? I want one too." "Furball, found it by the roadside. If you want one, figure it out yourself," Lin Han replied nonchalantly, scratching his exposed shoulder, feeling a bit weary. "Purr." The sacred beast Sui Xing let out a protesting purr, seemingly dissatisfied with the casual name. Sui Xing's body was being playfully squeezed into various shapes by 2 pretty girls he'd never met before. Chen Huaner's cheerful voice chimed in. "So it's called Little Furball, huh? What a cute name." "Yeah, not only is it cute, but it's also so adorable and can even swallow such a terrifying attack," another girl agreed. Lin Han shook his head and sighed as he watched Sui Xing surrounded by the beautiful girls. At that moment, Qin Luoxi's serious voice cut through the chatter. "What exactly is it? Where did you get it? Could it be dangerous to you?" Turning to look, even in men's clothing, Qin Luoxi's slightly pursed lips and earnest eyes still revealed a hint of femininity. "I can't reveal its origin, it's a secret." Lin Han scratched his head. "But I can assure you, it won't harm me. I just made it my 3rd beast, and today is its debut." In front of Qin Luoxi, Lin Han felt a twinge of guilt. Ever since he suspected she might be disguised as a man, he had accepted his inner feelings, waiting for the right moment to express them. Seeing Lin Han's discomfort, Qin Luoxi smiled brightly. "I trust you. If you don't want to share, that's fine. Everyone has their secrets, right?" The original training match ended in such a dramatic way. The door of the training room opened, and Chen Huaner, Zhou Qingqing, and even Han Fei joined in on petting the furball. The girls chattered and laughed as they walked out, holding the docile Sui Xing, who relaxed and let them stroke and play with it like a plush toy. "What about those two?" Before leaving, Chen Huaner frowned at Shui Wushuang and Qian Yishuan, who were still scuffling. "They're tough. They should be fine." Zhou Qingqing raised an eyebrow. "Besides, there's Saint Lightherb for healing." Let's go. There's a new cafe across from the academy that's really good. I have coupons for there," Han Fei said timidly. After spending some time together, the barriers between her and the Dragon Fong team girls had long dissolved. The group of girls left together, while Lin Han and Qin Luoxi also tacitly decided to depart, leaving the 2 boys to continue their antics. The next morning, Shui Wushuang emerged from the teaching building sporting a bruised and swollen face. "That's quite a unique look you've got there." Lin Han raised an eyebrow. "Don't even mention it, Lin. You didn't even help me," Shui Wushuang grumbled in a muffled voice. I saw you two were evenly matched. Since you're both teammates now, it wouldn't be fair to help either of you. So I stayed out of it, Lin Han chuckled. Yeah, well, don't be fooled by how I look. He's worse off than me. My fists are a lot bigger, Shui Wuxiang muttered, feeling secretly frustrated. Although the Saint Light herb could heal wounds, it couldn't reduce swelling, so his swollen face would have to heal naturally over time. The martial instructor wants us to gather today. Apparently, there's a mission to assign. Let's not be late, Shui Wuxiang grumbled. Hopefully, it's not another round of special training. When Lin Han and Shui Wuxiang arrived at the rendezvous point, they found that the other members of the Longya squad were already there. Qian Xuan was admiring his sharply defined and handsome face in a mirror, exuding an air of arrogance. Why did you recover before me? That's impossible. Shui Wuxiang immediately questioned, displeased at seeing Qian Xuan unharmed. Calm down, Zhou Qingqing interjected. He's from the Qian family in the capital province. Getting a healing beast master to treat him is a piece of cake. Hey, Qingqing, why are you siding with him? Aren't you the one who despises those rich kids the most? Shui Wuxiang grumbled. Qian Xuan ignored Shui Wuxiang's complaints and walked straight to Lin Han, extending his hand. Yesterday was just a joke. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Qian Xuan from the Qian family in the capital province. My talent is the affluent gambler, which is purely supportive as a beast master. I hope the captain will guide me in the future. His eyes lit up as he added, it would be even better if you could lend me your furball for a few days. Lin Han shook his hand and simply replied, looking forward to working together, deliberately ignoring the request to borrow his beast. Don't get too cocky, Qian. I haven't accepted you as a teammate yet. Shui Wuxiang was about to continue when a cool female voice suddenly came from behind. Wow, it's lively here so early in the morning. Upon hearing the voice, Shui Wuxiang trembled and immediately shut his mouth. Good morning, Instructor Wu. Lin Han waved a greeting behind Shui Wuxiang. Shui Wuxiang turned nervously to face Wu Qinghong's smiling face. You're full of energy, aren't you, little chubby? How about I arrange a few more rounds of special training for you? Wu Qinghong said with a teasing smile. No need. I'm really tired, Shui Wuxiang replied with a wry smile, waving his hands. Enough joking around, Wu Qinghong said seriously. I called you here today for the merit mission we discussed earlier. As she finished speaking, a figure appeared out of nowhere beside Wu Qinghong. It was Qin Yu, the Academy's military department representative. His appearance immediately caught the attention of Chen Huaner and Zhou Qingqing. Good morning, members of the Longya squad. Qin Yu greeted with a bright smile. I'm Qin Yu, a representative from the Academy's military department. If you're interested in joining the military after graduation, I can make introductions for you. Chen Huaner and Zhou Qingqing couldn't take their eyes off him after the introduction. Mr. Qin, could we have your contact information? Qin Yu skillfully took out 2 business cards from his inside pocket, about to hand them to the girls, when a cold snort came from behind. His smile faltered slightly, and he quickly shifted the topic. Back to business. Today is about your merit mission. Instructor Wu and I will each lead a team. Lin Han, Qian Xuan, and Han Fei will come with me, while the others will go with Instructor Wu. He finished with a meaningful wink at Lin Han. Lin Han looked at the person in front of him, feeling an inexplicable surge of irritation, wishing he could punch the other person immediately. At this moment, the group had split into 2 teams, and Chen Huaner and Zhou Qingqing watched longingly as Qin Yu led 3 others away. Stay away from men like that. You'll only end up getting deceived, Wu Qinghong said with a distinct chill in her voice. Qin Luoshi asked curiously, Instructor Wu, why are we splitting up for this mission? Weren't we supposed to be practicing teamwork? Wu Qinghong turned to her, a smile playing on her lips. There will be plenty of opportunities for that later, but not now. With the Star Dragon Festival 6 months away, you must break through 2 major stages and reach level 50. You're all averaging just over level 30 now, and following the usual methods won't be fast enough. What should we do? Qingqing and I are only at level 30, and there's barely time to level up, Chen Huaner said worriedly. Don't worry, I have a plan. Follow me, Wu Qinghong said with a mysterious smile. An hour later, after passing through several teleportation arrays, the group arrived at the entrance of an unfamiliar dungeon. Instructor Wu, what is this place? Shui Wuxiang began to ask but was stopped by a warning look from Qin Luoshi. The scene here was entirely different from a typical dungeon teleportation array. Military-marked vehicles were parked around, white tents were set up, and staff in white uniforms moved back and forth. This is an unexplored area. You must stick close to me from now on, Wu Qinghong said, her expression unusually serious. In front of a tent, they encountered a middle-aged man in military uniform with a star badge on his chest. Upon seeing Wu Qinghong, he immediately saluted. Greetings, General Wu. What's the exploration status? Wu Qinghong asked directly. Report. The exploration of the steel factory dungeon has reached 30%. There have been casualties, but they are within controllable limits. Only 30%? Encountered difficulties? Yes. There are beasts with augmented attributes hindering our progress. We've already contacted the City Guild for support. Augmented creatures are indeed troublesome. Wu Qinghong nodded, then gestured to the group behind her. Assign these individuals to the next exploration team. The middle-aged officer hesitated, frowning. That's against protocol. I need to get approval. Before he could finish, Wu Qinghong exuded a suffocating aura of killing intent, leaving everyone, including the military personnel, visibly pale. General Wu, please don't put us in a difficult position, the officer in military uniform said with a pale face, struggling under Wu Qinghong's imposing presence. This mission's difficulty is above Class A, and there are unknown risks of a boss lurking in the deeper areas. Fine, let them in, Wu Qinghong said calmly. Their safety is my responsibility. Hearing this, the officer's tense facial muscles relaxed slightly. He gave a wry smile and said, in that case, I'll inform the next squad clearly. Please refrain from appearing when the time comes, so we can make proper arrangements. With that, he turned and walked into the camp tent. Master Wu, Shui Wushuang asked in a low voice, why did you bring us here? And why are so many military personnel guarding the entrance? Is there a problem? Wu Qinghong glanced around at the students, who looked puzzled, except for Qin Luoshi, who remained calm. She patiently explained, this is a newly discovered area, and it has already caused significant casualties. This isn't just a warning. Handling such situations is one of the military's main responsibilities. What's fundamentally different about this place compared to the ones we've entered before? Zhou Qingqing asked with a frown. The biggest difference is the unknown, Wu Qinghong replied seriously. Currently, only 30% of the area has been explored, leaving 70% unknown. The level, enemy strength, and special attributes are all uncertain. The military's task is to identify these patterns and then work with the local city-level professional associations for evaluation. This not only relates to the level of danger, but also to resource allocation. She continued with an example. Like the Jin family in Wushi, whom you visited, they've established a unique talisman-based beast combat system because they control two related areas. If resource-related areas are discovered, such as those storing ores, tools, or precious materials, they can bring significant benefits to a city. Of course, the greater the benefit, the higher the risk. What happens if these areas are left unchecked? Shui Wushuang pressed further. Wu Qinghong took a deep breath. Have you heard of the Land of Starlight? Yes, that's my hometown, Zhou Qingqing replied softly, her voice tinged with sadness. Wu Qinghong glanced at her apologetically. About 30 years ago, a beast tide suddenly erupted in the jurisdiction of the Zhou family in Yuqing. The rampaging beasts from that disaster spread over 100 miles, creating the largest real-world area in the empire's history. This is the consequence of allowing an area to expand unchecked. It opens a portal to the real world, and once the internal world becomes saturated, the activation of the Continue button causes the channel to gradually merge with the real world, allowing the beasts that escape from the replica to wreak havoc, driven by their instincts. Wu Qinghong spoke with a heavy tone. The Starlight Land serves as the best example. It was originally just an ordinary replica called Starlight Rainforest. By the time the Empire noticed something was wrong, the beast had already silently infiltrated the surrounding areas. The Empire only realized the true horror of an out-of-control replica when that catastrophic raid occurred. At this point, Wu Qinghong's eyes dimmed. The raid nearly destroyed Yuqing, once among the Empire's top 10 cities, leaving most of its residents vanished without a trace. The Zhou family, an important family of the Empire's guardian knights, was wiped out overnight, with no trace of its members. Zhou Qingqing was the only survivor of her age group. Chen Huaner noticed Zhou Qingqing trembling slightly and quickly embraced her. It's okay. It's all in the past now. You have us. I'm okay, Zhou Qingqing replied, her voice slightly hoarse, but the confusion in her eyes was gradually replaced by determination. They don't belong in this world. I must drive them out and avenge my parents. Wu Qinghong stepped forward and gently hugged Zhou Qingqing as well. You have the support of the military. When the time is right, I'll personally take you to wipe out those creatures in the Starlight Land. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Qin Yu's team was rather tense. Are you serious? Qin Yu's handsome face was dark, and he looked at Lin Han in disbelief. Of course I am, Lin Han replied earnestly. Since there are merit points to earn, I want to try joining the exploration team. No way. It's too dangerous. Qin Yu firmly refused. I promised the principal to bring you all back safely. I can go with him, Han Fei suddenly interjected. Qin Yu's expression grew even more complicated. He thought to himself, if something happened to Lin Han, he might get reprimanded. But if Han Fei got into trouble, the old man would break his neck. Coach Qin, let the captain go. Qin Yishuan chimed in sarcastically. He dared to confront a cult. A replica with only 50% exploration depth should be a piece of cake for him. Shut up. Qin Yu glared at Qin Yishuan. Listening to you gives me a headache. Seeing this, Lin Han proposed a compromise. How about this, Coach Qin? I'll take Han Fei and Qian Yishuan with me, and you can wait here for our news. How does that sound? Qin Yu was still hesitant. He wasn't worried about someone like Qian Yishuan, who was part of the system, but Lin Han was different. He was the old man's favored successor, and if something happened to him, Qin Yu would truly become a sinner. Meanwhile, Lin Han was feeling increasingly anxious. Half an hour ago, Lin Han, Han Fei, and Qian Yishuan were led away by Qin Yu. Just as Lin Han wondered about their intentions, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Emergency mission triggered. Explore the fairy tale book instance. The system displayed detailed mission information. Main quest. Discover crucial information for completion progress 0. Side quest 1. Rescue the little girl in distress. Defeat the evil wolf. Reward, 40,000 K points random item reward box. Side quest 2. Obtain the gold behind the rainbow. Reward, 40,000 K points random item reward box. Mission introduction. This is the realm of fairy tales, and you can play any role until the final chapter. But be aware, not all fairy tales are as they seem. Dark tales are fairy tales too. The countdown began. 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Lin Han rubbed his temples, recalling the peril he faced last time in Wuxia. These mandatory emergency missions made him uneasy, but considering the benefits the system provided, he decided to give it a try. Although there was a risk of death, with the system's protection, he felt he had a good chance of success. To minimize the risk, Lin Han initially wanted to act alone. After all, in exploration missions, a large group could easily draw attention and expose their target. However, Qin Yu's insistence forced him to bring Han Fei and Qian Yishuan along. Frustrated by Lin Han's request, Qin Yu handed him a task scroll. Just pick one, you'll earn merit either way. As the scroll unfolded, 3 tasks appeared. 1. Defeat mission. Location, Mercury River. Difficulty, 5 stars. Requirement, level 45 and above. Defeat the chanting one to obtain scales. Reward, 10 merit points. 2. Rescue mission. Location, Silent Blood Source. Difficulty, 4.5 stars. Requirement, level 40 and above. Rescue Silver Guild members. Reward, 10 merit points. Epic Armor Double for healing classes. 3. Exploration mission. Location, Fairy Tale Book. Difficulty, 5 stars. Requirement, no restrictions. Gather intelligence. Reward, 20 merit points. First time drop item intelligence selling rights. Lin Han's attention was immediately drawn to the last task, but Qin Yu advised, young man, the rating of your first mission is important. I suggest you choose the rescue mission. The map of the Silent Blood Source focuses on blood attribute beast control, and its difficulty is just within their capability. With the fire attribute beast controlled by Han Fei and Lin Han, achieving a high score shouldn't be too challenging. I choose the third one, the Exploration Fairy Tale Book. Lin Han said decisively, a glow flickering in his hand. Are you crazy? Qin Yu hadn't finished his sentence before he saw Lin Han already selecting the most dangerous task. His pupils widened in shock. You're taking on a mission issued by the military? I sent you here to earn merit, not to get yourselves killed. If the old man finds out I let you go in, I'm doomed. His voice was filled with urgency and frustration, even revealing his connection to the old headmaster. Just as Lin Han was about to reassure him, the light in his hand suddenly dissipated. The system voice immediately followed. Exploration Task Fairy Tale Book selected. Participants detected. Lin Han rank C no position. Han Fei rank C no position. Qian Yishuan rank C no position. Currently being accepted. At this moment, Lin Han's gaze fell on Qian Yishuan. With his insight talent from the Eye of Creation, he saw the number 51 displayed above Qian Yishuan's head, and even more surprising was the title Eternal Ice Watcher. This title provided a 10 team buff and a 20 shield value to the holder. Such powerful enhancements were clearly beyond the reach of an ordinary individual. While Lin Han was contemplating, a system prompt sounded. A foreign call is attempting to connect. Accept? Before Qin Yu could refuse, Lin Han had already pressed accept. The screen showed a stern woman in military uniform, wearing glasses and with striking light pink high rarity in such a serious institution like the military, echoing Qian Yishuan's blonde hair. Which organization are you affiliated with? Did you accept the exploration task? The woman's voice was cold. I'm a new student at the military academy, Lin Han. Our team accepted this task, Lin Han calmly replied. A student? The woman frowned, about to say more, when she noticed Qin Yu in the frame. Her expression changed immediately. Advisor Qin, you're here too? Since it's your directive, I'll go fetch the data right away. Please wait a moment. Without waiting for Qin Yu to explain, she hurriedly left the screen. Advisor Qin's face still works wonders, Lin Han joked with a smile. Get away from me. I have a headache. Qin Yu rubbed his temples, looking extremely troubled. Meanwhile, Qian Yishuan was thoughtfully observing Lin Han, a deep light flickering in his eyes. Qin Yu stared at the envelope, his brow furrowed. After a long silence, he sighed and said, "Open it. Now that the mission item is in your hands, there's nothing more I can say." Lin Han glanced at the envelope, and the system immediately displayed the item information. Name: Enchanted Invitation. Type: Consumable Item. Description: Extending the most sincere invitation to you, my friend. Here, you'll experience wonders and magic like never before in a magical realm, a fairy tale kingdom. Welcome, my friend. Note: a key to a certain passage, containing an untold story. With a thought, Lin Han watched as the crimson postmark began to writhe, like a living creature detaching from the paper. It transformed into a viscous blood-like substance that expanded in midair before suddenly exploding. The scattered red liquid converged on the backs of Lin Han, Qianixuan, and Han Fei's hands, forming unique imprint patterns. On Lin Han's hand appeared a little figure wearing a wizard's hat. Han Fei's had a princess crowned with a tiara, and Qianixuan's showed a bard with a feathered cap. Even using the Eye of Creation, these imprints revealed no information. Observing the marks on their hands, Qin Yu cautioned, these could be crucial. Exploration missions often provide intelligence, and items like these are rare. Once inside, be extremely careful and prioritize your safety. Got it? Han Fei nodded, curiously examining the princess mark on her hand. As the postmark vanished, the envelope unfolded on its own, revealing a page of yellowed paper. Scrawled in purple, the words shimmered. "Help me. This is no place for humans." The words seemed to be a final warning left by someone with their last breath. Suddenly, the purple text twisted and distorted, forming a powerful vortex that instantly sucked in the three marked individuals. "Lin Han, all three of you," Qin Yu shouted with a serious expression. "Remember, find the way to clear the level and get out immediately. Don't linger." Once the portal fully closed, Qin Yu dialed a number. "Commander Qin, is there anything else to add?" Came the voice of Lu Ruyan from the military council on the other end. "The Book of Fairy Tales, what level of instance is it exactly?" Qin Yu asked coldly. "That is uncertain." "What do you mean by uncertain?" Qin's voice was laced with obvious anger. "How could the military place such a mission as a commendation task? What are you people doing?" "This wasn't our decision. It was issued by headquarters," Lu Ruyan explained. "The uncertainty arises because someone has already come out, but the information obtained isn't sufficient to end our exploration of this instance." "Speak plainly." Two stellar-level officers and a 10-member guild team entered. Their strength is around level 50. The two officers went missing, but the 10-member team came out unscathed. Stellar level missing. Qin Yu caught onto this key point, his expression instantly darkening. He abruptly hung up on Lu Ruyan, who was about to say more, and immediately dialed another number. "Hello, sir. There's been an incident." Meanwhile, in an unknown space, with a distortion of the space, three figures suddenly appeared. Lin Han felt a wave of dizziness, as if he had forgotten something important. Qianixuan and Han Fei were right beside him. "Do you feel anything strange?" Lin Han asked. "Something's off," Qianixuan replied with a serious expression. "I've never seen an instance that actively pulls people in. This book of fairy tales might be more troublesome than we anticipated." At that moment, Han Fei let out a sharp scream, clutching her head with both hands. Lin Han immediately noticed an eerie black pattern appearing on the back of her right hand, a small Western-style princess wearing a crown, emitting a sinister red glow. Then, Lin Han's Eye of Creation was triggered, followed by a system prompt. "You will enter the special instance as this identity. Book of Fairy Tales." Han Fei's scream abruptly stopped. Her eyes vacant, she walked forward, her military skirt elongating, the starlight above her head forming a crown, transforming her into a princess in a magnificent gown, gradually vanishing into the darkness. Qianixuan also began to struggle violently, veins bulging on his forehead, the minstrel's mark on his hand turning blood red. As his gaze turned hollow and he stepped forward, his school uniform shrank. A silver ring appeared at his waist, a flute at his back, and a feathered green hat on his head, disappearing into the darkness as well. Lin Han was left alone in the space. Facing the chaotic spatial rift before him, he instinctively took out a black and white mask and put it on. The black bookmark mark on his hand turned blood red, but his eyes remained clear behind the mask. The system voice chimed again. "Detected host has accepted the mission. Exploring the Book of Fairy Tales. Loading world." When Lin Han put on the mask, the trembling of his body ceased, and the sense of disconnection from reality gradually faded away. The world around him became bright again. Through his mask, Lin Han could hear a cacophony of sounds that he had never encountered before, brushing past his ears. In an instant, he understood his identity, an evil sorcerer isolated from the crowd, much like the classic villains often mentioned in Western fairy tales. Beneath his name, a status bar appeared, one that he had never seen before. Lin Han's current status was listed as Disruptor, Guardian. It dawned on Lin Han that he had just activated the Guardian effect of the good and evil mask. During this process, he had inadvertently exploited a system glitch, directly entering the scenario while maintaining a stable mental state. Lin Han frowned as he noticed the disruptor status label, and with a thought, an explanation appeared in his mind. It read, as one with a script of your own, yet possessing a bookmark, you are not the sole disruptor. Effect, you can break the rules at specific junctures, limited to 3 times. Once the count reaches 0, this effect will transform into a debuff, triggering a penalty mechanism. Bad ending? Lin Han frowned at the description, gaining a clear understanding of the role he was playing. He then raised his hand, discovering that he was indeed wearing a long Western wizard robe that trailed on the ground. Perhaps due to his isolation, he detected a nauseating odor emanating from his underarms, prompting a sigh. His ancestors never acted, and now, in his first screen debut, he was cast as a villain. Alas, as Lin Han mused over this, a rapid knocking sounded at the door outside. He looked towards it and said in a deep voice, "Who is it?" While he heard his original voice, what emerged was a raspy sound, akin to a sharp object scraping against a chalkboard. He frowned at the sound of his own voice. "My great master Lin, I am your faithful disciple. I have a letter for you from the palace," came the response. "Bring it in." Lin Han's voice remained raspy. A shuffling noise followed, and he saw an elderly man with a hunched back approaching, his demeanor respectful. "For you, my great master sorcerer," the man said. Lin Han took the letter, watching as a withered, claw-like hand emerged from his own tattered black robe to grasp the envelope. The hunched old man was about to leave. "Old Lev, prepare the bathwater for me," Lin Han said without thinking. The old man, hearing Lin Han's voice, quickly responded, "Yes," and hurried away. Lin Han, suppressing his discomfort, used his coarse, withered hand to open the envelope. "My great master Merlin, it has been a long time. Tomorrow is my youngest daughter's 18th birthday, and I kindly invite you to the palace to present your gifts and blessings for her celebration. A banquet will be prepared in your honor, and we eagerly await your arrival." Merlin was the name of the character Lin Han was portraying in this world. He looked at the signature of King Sinbo at the bottom, his expression peculiar. At the same time, the system's task panel began to update. Main task, fulfill King Simbo's invitation and find your teammates 13. Side task, rescue the girl in peril and deal with the menacing wolf. 01. Obtain the pot of gold behind the rainbow. Lin Han stared at the words displayed by the system above him, his brow deeply furrowed. He chose to remain cautious at this moment, avoiding any rash actions, as everything happening in front of him was too bizarre and required time to sort out his thoughts. He looked down at his thin, long fingers and turned to walk over to the mirror. The reflection showed a middle-aged man with sunken eyes and a gaunt face. Instinctively, he lifted his hand to touch his face, only to feel a cold surface the mask of good and evil he was wearing. When he glanced at the back of his hand, the bookmark imprint had quietly disappeared. "The side quest has no leads for now. I'll ask around later," Lin Han muttered to himself. This place is completely different from the usual scenarios. The priority is finding Han Fei and Qianyi Xuan. Despite the unusual circumstances, he wasn't entirely without direction. Based on the information he had, he was able to determine that Han Fei was the princess mentioned in the letter who was about to celebrate her birthday. As long as he waited for the birthday ceremony the next day, he could find Han Fei and then search for Qianyi Xuan. Confirming that this was not a regular scenario, Lin Han remained calm. He recalled Mr. Luo Shou's lessons. Scenarios are categorized into combat, resource, and special types. Combat scenarios are for leveling up. Resource scenarios produce materials and items, and special scenarios have unique rules. Clearly, this fairy tale book was a special type scenario. "Great Magister, your bathwater is ready," came the voice of old Lev from outside. "I know," Lin Han replied in a hoarse voice. The next morning, Lin Han stood up from his seat. Although his memory after old Lev notified him about the bath was completely blank, he felt surprisingly refreshed, as if he had truly experienced a full rest. "Magister, the king's knights have come to escort you to the palace." Old Lev's voice rang out again. Lin Han descended the narrow, winding staircase to the first floor of the clock tower, where he saw over a dozen fully armed knights lined up, the leader wearing a pointed helmet. "Respected Merlin, the great Magister, we are here by the king's order to escort you to the royal city." Lin Han could sense the murderous intent behind their masks. "There's no need. I'll go to the royal city myself." "You may return," he said expressionlessly. "That won't do. The king's orders must be carried out." Suddenly, a bizarre scene unfolded. The dozen or so guards began to tremble violently, their movements turning mechanical and stiff. The lead knight's head twisted unnaturally to a 90-degree angle. When his helmet clattered to the ground with a crisp sound, it revealed a mechanical puppet face, with exposed gears turning as its eyes moved in sync with its jaw. The system's prompt sounded timely. Puppet Knight, level 48 humanoid beast. Puppet Knight Captain, level 55 humanoid beast. Seeing the familiar interface, Lin Han secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In an instant, flames and rocks materialized around him. Accompanied by the roar of a qilin and a deep rumble, the ground began to crack and the sky seemed ablaze. The king's command is absolute and must not be defied, the puppet knights declared in unison, their mechanical voices accompanied by the grating sound of gears turning within. Lin Han acted without hesitation, unleashing his powers. Fiery qilin blazed the sky. Dark Xuanwu, tidal fury. Before the echo of his words faded, the fiery qilin raised its head and roared, sending a torrent of flames into the sky, cascading down like a fiery rain, swiftly engulfing the puppet knight army. At the same time, the dark Xuanwu let out a deep growl, its serpentine tail flicking as a wave surged from beneath it, rapidly expanding into a towering high tide, crashing down upon the puppet knights. Under the dual assault of fire and water, the puppet knights' bodies exploded one after another. Just as Lin Han thought these opponents were too weak, a flash of cold light grazed his face. Thanks to the protection of the Mask of Duality, he avoided injury. Upon closer inspection, it was a sneak attack from the puppet knight commander. Without a second thought, Lin Han delivered a scorching, fiery punch towards the assailant. The punch whistled through the air, flames soaring, shattering the wooden exterior of the puppet knight commander to reveal the frantically spinning gears inside. The recoil from the punch surprised Lin Han. Even with the enhancement of the Flame Sovereign, his physical strength struggled to fully withstand it. The puppet knight commander stood motionless, its mechanical eyes rotating, head twitching erratically. Traitors will be executed without mercy. As Lin Han prepared to strike again, the opponent suddenly lunged, aiming a long sword at his neck. Instead of retreating, Lin Han stepped forward, sidestepping the blade while pushing his iron body to its limit, his right arm shimmering with metallic patterns as he intercepted the sword and immediately counterattacked. His powerful punch struck the puppet knight commander squarely in the face, sending splinters and sparks flying, the gears emitting a harsh grinding noise. The commander's sword clattered to the ground with a crisp clang. A system notification sounded. Successfully defeated the puppet knight commander. Experience 68,000. Obtained consumable item. Side door key to the royal hall. The system provided a description of the key. The royal hall sides are adorned with uniquely designed armor, but all attempts to wear it have failed, as if the armor is alive, guarding a secret since its creation. Key item detected for mission progress. Main quest updated. Complete the invitation of the Forest King. Attempt to open the side door of the royal hall. Current progress in finding teammates. 13. Lin Han murmured to himself. It's interesting how the main quest can change. Lin Han shook his hand. The lingering numbness still hard to shake off. The wooden puppet remains lay scattered on the ground. Though they appeared ordinary, they displayed a surprising resilience when he attempted to destroy them. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and he found himself standing again in front of the towering clock tower. Old Lev's raspy voice timely echoed, "Great Master Lin, the king has sent for you to come to the palace." Looking up, a dozen knights stood in formation, recreating a familiar scene. The same attire, the same lines, even the malice hidden beneath their helmets was identical. However, this time, when Lin Han repeated his usual trick, the knight commander responded unexpectedly, "Very well, please, Master Merlin, make haste to the banquet." With that, the knight commander tugged his reins and led the group swiftly back the way they came. Almighty Master Lin, without the knights to clear the way, the journey to the palace may be perilous. Shall I prepare a mount for you? Bring it, Lin Han replied tersely. Old Lev, hunched over, entered the tower and soon emerged leading a fearsome mount, a skeletal horse, its entire body a framework of bones. The Eye of Creation automatically activated, displaying information. Skeletal horse, level 35, soul state skill, swift. Lin Han mounted the horse, giving its flank a gentle pat. The skeletal horse let out a shrill whinny and galloped off with him. They passed ponds, streams, and crossed the Great Bridge Mountains, as space fractured briefly in a violent tremor. When the scene stabilized, Lin Han stood beneath a grand city gate. Halt! What business do you have at the palace? Two puppet soldiers on the wall demanded sharply, weapons in hand. Take a guess, Lin Han replied. Before he finished speaking, the puppet soldiers seemed to activate, their voices turning mechanical and stiff. Intruders will die. They leaped from the wall. Prepared for this, Lin Han summoned the fire qilin, charging at the puppets. Within half a minute, both puppets were charred black, their gears ceasing to turn. A system prompt followed. Successfully defeated level 48 puppet guards, gained 24,000 experience. As his vision blurred, another voice questioned from above, "Who goes there?" "This is the royal palace's forbidden area, no entry allowed. The king invited me." Here's the letter, Lin Han said, a letter appearing in his hand out of thin air. Moments later, the royal city gates slowly opened. A servant, as if expecting him, greeted, "Welcome, esteemed guest." Sitting upright on the skeletal horse, Lin Han asked without looking away, "Where is the banquet being held?" "It's early yet, master. The king has prepared a room for you to rest. Please, follow me," the servant replied respectfully. In front of countless towering mechanical buildings, a small team is advancing slowly. Leading the group is a middle-aged man with a stern face and thick eyebrows, carrying a massive axe slung across his back. Flanking him are a man and a woman, both dressed as mercenaries with bloodstains on their clothes. The man appears to be in his 30s, and the woman has a plain appearance. The four members of the Longya team follow closely behind these mercenaries. "These mechanical monsters have such thick armor," Xue Wushuang remarked tiredly, rubbing his reddened fists. His eyes were bloodshot, indicating the prolonged battle they had been through. "Sure, there's movement ahead," Chen Huaner suddenly whispered a warning. Her left eye glowed with a silver light, providing the team with a bird's eye view through the spirit raven circling 100 meters above. "How many?" Qin Luoshi inquired. Among them, he seemed the least injured, calmly guarding the rear of the group, his bloodthirsty soul blade gleaming coldly in his hand. 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 mechanical units. Should we take a detour?" Chen Huaner replied hesitantly. "No." The middle-aged man with the giant axe interjected firmly. "If we delay any longer, we'll miss the rendezvous with the main team. The furnace core of the mechanical forge is just ahead, and we must reach it to proceed." Without the help of these young individuals, their mercenary team would likely have been wiped out by now. "I'll draw them away. You seize the opportunity to rush through, but don't engage in unnecessary battles," Qin Luoshi decided immediately, his form vanishing into a shadow. "Be careful," the middle-aged mercenary cautioned gravely. Qin Luoshi did not respond, stealthily making his way to a low wall several hundred meters away. The ghostly purple fox on his shoulder flicked its tail of blue flames, casting a black smoke that shielded his presence. As he approached the ruins, Qin Luoshi observed several half-human-sized shadows patrolling in a fixed pattern below. The sound of treads grinding against the ground was clear, and 2 semi-humanoid mechanical beings equipped with multiple mechanical arms hovered in the air. 4 mechanical vanguards and 2 pioneers. Just as Qin Luoshi was calculating his next move, he failed to notice an infrared sensor not far away scanning his area continuously. When he attempted to move closer, the ground suddenly shook. With a boom, 2 5-meter-long mechanical tendrils burst from the earth, thrusting towards him with speed. "Trouble, it's an ambush." Qin Luoshi reacted swiftly, blue flames igniting around him, spreading toward the mechanical tendrils. Although the flames only slowed them down, it bought him enough time to respond. He leaped nimbly and threw his blood-weeping soul blade. A streak of red light cut through the air, striking the infrared sensor precisely. The instant the sensor was hit, the mechanical conduit beneath it trembled violently, as if experiencing pain. The tendrils reaching for Qin Luoshi quickly retracted back into the ground. With agile movements, Qin Luoshi deftly dodged the laser beam shot by the distant mechanical vanguards. "Go!" Xue Wushuang commanded in a low voice. In her centaur form, Zhou Qingqing immediately understood. A hazy glow enveloped the team members, and they sprinted forward with urgency. Just as they were about to reach the ruins, a humanoid silhouette suddenly appeared before Xue Wushuang. Dozens of iron arms descended simultaneously. Xue Wushuang's eyes turned blood red, and a crimson aura enveloped him. Instinctively, he crossed his arms in front of him, and the mechanical arms crashed down on them, accompanied by the crackling sound of bones. "Go!" Xue Wushuang roared, holding off the assailant's attack, and tightly gripping the mechanical head of the opponent. With bulging veins, his arms exerted immense force, and with a screech of tearing metal, the head, along with the pipes and components attached below, was ripped off entirely. Just as Xue Wushuang discarded the mechanical head, another assailant launched a surprise attack from behind. "I'll help you." Zhou Qingqing's left arm glowed with a golden light, and the illusion of a round shield materialized. Her right hand's shield transformed into a golden beam, striking Xue Wushuang and reinforcing the barrier around him. The mechanical arms of the assailant clashed against the protective barrier, producing a series of rapid impacts. In his bloodthirsty frenzy, Xue Wushuang grabbed 2 swinging mechanical arms and, with an earth-shattering roar, tore them off. Amidst the shower of sparks, he wielded the severed arms as weapons against his opponent. Meanwhile, the headless assailant behind him astonishingly rose again. "We can't afford to get bogged down with them. Retreat quickly." Qin Luoshi's warning had barely finished when a powerful force cleaved the headless assailant in 2. It turned out to be a middle-aged mercenary, also in a berserk state, who had come to their aid. Behind him, A man and a woman wielding crossbows focused their fire on the mechanical vanguards besieging Qin Luoxi. The dense volley of arrows and streaks of light destroyed the half-meter-tall mechanical vanguards one by one. Qin Luoxi arrived just in time, precisely piercing the remaining large-headed mechanical vanguard with the weeping blood soul blade. Amidst sporadic explosions, a system notification echoed in their minds. Successfully killed, mechanical vanguard experience 12,000. Successfully killed, pioneer experience 20,000. Obtained material, mechanical component 1. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Huaner, her face pale, returned her left eye to normal as the spirit raven circling above flapped its wings and landed steadily on her arm. Are you all right? Qin Luoxi asked as he returned to the group, noticing Chen Huaner holding her forehead, looking pale. I'm fine, just exhausted from using too much spiritual power. I just need a little rest, Chen Huaner replied weakly. Let's take a break here then. Even if we rush to the molten core now, we won't be in peak condition, Qin Luoxi said, sitting down cross-legged and closing his eyes to meditate. The ghostly purple fox on his shoulder elegantly flicked its tail, which shimmered with a ghostly blue flame, gently wrapping it around his neck. However, the middle-aged guild mercenary leading them suddenly changed his expression. We can't rest now. The main group is already fighting at the molten core. If we miss the chance to join them, we won't make it out of the steel factory with just our strength. A male and female mercenary beside him quickly chimed in. Yes, we just need to hold on a bit longer to reach the rendezvous point. With the main force covering us, we can rest safely. It's too dangerous here. If we encounter the Steel Vanguard or other pioneers, we'll be surrounded. Qin Luoxi slowly opened his eyes, a hint of coldness flashing within them. Shut up. Say one more word, and I won't hold back. Do you really think I can't see through your schemes? Before he finished speaking, the ghostly purple fox on his shoulder stood up, baring its threatening fangs at the three. Just as the short hair on Qin Luoxi's back began to spread and his reincarnation talent was about to activate, Zhou Qingqing placed a hand on his shoulder in time. Qin Luoxi's gaze returned to normal, and Zhou Qingqing turned to the three mercenaries with a weary smile. Shui Wushuang stepped forward, being the only frontline combatant with a battle talent in the group, and possessing a height-ear healing beast like the holy light grass. His words carried significant weight. With a scar that had just healed on his face, he spoke in a cold tone, abandoning his usual carefree demeanor. If you want to leave, go ahead. We need to rest. The rewards for exploring this dungeon are significant, aren't they? Without us, you ordinary professionals would have died on the way. If you're worried about the military monopolizing the first clear rewards, you can leave now. We won't stop you. But if you want to stay alive, you'd better listen. His words clearly struck a nerve with the mercenaries. The middle-aged man's expression was conflicted. The young man beside him was the first to speak up, trying to persuade him, Captain, without them, we really can't get to the molten core. Maybe we should just rest for a while? The female mercenary added. Yeah, Captain. The middle-aged mercenary glanced coldly at his two companions, then turned to Shui Wushuang and his group, speaking in a serious tone. I'll report your performance truthfully. Any delays in exploration will be your responsibility. The middle-aged mercenary from the guild cast a cold glance at everyone before heading straight to the corner to sit down and rest. Shui Wushuang noticed that the mercenary had no intention of causing trouble, so he gradually dissipated the blood aura surrounding him, leaving him looking drained and listless. 2 kilometers away from where they were resting, a massive circular crater spanning hundreds of square meters suddenly appeared in the mechanical city. Scattered around the crater were numerous building remnants, severed mechanical limbs, and electrical wires flickering with bright flames. The collapsed buildings had been pushed to the outside of the crater by a powerful shockwave, forming a circle of rubble barricade. Inside the crater, the ground was covered with cracks of flowing lava, as if it had been scorched for ages. In the center stood an enormous figure over 10 meters tall. This was the molten core area deep within the steel factory dungeon. In this realm devoured by lava, a gigantic mechanical body stood alone, with high-temperature molten liquid constantly seeping from its joints. Evaporating mechanical lord. Level, 70. Race, unknown. Skills, unknown. Abilities, unknown. Description. A once prosperous city, covered by a mechanical civilization, faced disaster from a sudden meteorite. The alien life within the meteorite gradually took over the mechanical body, ultimately becoming a semi-mortal deity. Several hundred meters away from the mechanical lord, a team of 10 stood motionless. Leading the group was a man in officer attire, his expression serious. The heat forced him to remove his officer cap, revealing his sharply defined features. What a damn place. I was called here right in the middle of my vacation, and it's scorching hot. Let's wrap this up quickly. I still have a few days off. The man grumbled as he took off his gloves. A woman who seemed to be an officer beside him respectfully took his cap and gloves, maintaining a professional smile. Officer Xiao, Although the mission was sudden, there's no need to complain constantly. Your subordinates haven't had much rest either. Xiaoming squinted, stretched lazily, and said, "Don't remind me. I know it's tough for everyone. Let's rest here for a bit. By the way, have we made contact with the local guild members who were supposed to join us? Not yet. They should have arrived by now. If they haven't, they might have encountered issues. The number and strength of mechanical beasts along the way have indeed exceeded expectations," the female officer replied respectfully. If they don't arrive soon, we'll proceed without them. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can enjoy life, right? Xiaoming said with a grin, looking at the female officer, who only maintained her smile without responding. At that moment, several muffled booms suddenly echoed from afar. The previously still Steel Lord abruptly awakened, its massive form slowly rising and blocking out the light. The sound of mechanical movements and boiling steam roared from within, and the calm flowing lava around began to rise and spread. "What's happening?" Xiaoming's urgent voice rang out. "Captain, we can't reach the two explorers. They might have triggered the final boss of the dungeon," came the urgent report over the communicator. "Damn it, I should have sent that bookworm," Xiaoming muttered, leaping into action. "All units, prepare for battle." Before his words had fully left his mouth, the team behind him sprang into action. A series of lights flashed as various beasts emerged from their summoning spaces. This elite squad, directly under the military's command, was comprised entirely of beast tamers. "Lava is rising, avoid it," Xiaoming ordered as he soared into the air with astonishing speed, as if the void beneath his feet had turned into a solid platform. Meanwhile, the female officer who had been standing behind him vanished without a trace. "Create safe platforms and watch out for lava damage," Xiaoming instructed, leaping towards the towering steel lord that was slowly rising. 7 stories tall, quite impressive, Xiaoming remarked from 100 meters away, studying the massive entity before him. The steel lord was clad in heavy armor, with joints and a torso that flowed with a substance as hot as lava. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoming exhaled a cloud of white mist, from which a snow-white weasel, the size of a baby, appeared at his side. "Wind scythe." Xiaoming raised his left arm, and the surrounding heat waves condensed instantly. With the weasel's sharp cry, he swung his hand like a blade, releasing a spinning wind blade that sliced through the air towards the Steel Lord. Initially indifferent to the attack, the Steel Lord continued spewing black smoke and channeling magma from the earth. But when the spinning air saw struck its chest, the solid steel was sliced open as if it were butter. The Steel Lord's head erupted in a fiery rage, raising its hand to crush the wind blade. Xiaoming sneered, cloud split. In an instant, the meter-long wind saw exploded into countless tiny air blades, swirling violently in place and forming a sphere of wind at the Steel Lord's chest. Mechanical debris flew in all directions, and even its arms sparked upon contact with the wind field. "The gauntlet's material is top-notch, perfect for forging a longsword," Xiaoming noted, squinting as the wind field gradually dissipated, revealing the internal structure of the Steel Lord's chest. In that exposed area, Xiaoming immediately identified its core. It was a circular energy device crackling with electricity, as large as the mouth of a well. "All personnel, focus fire on its weak core, and leave the rest to me," commanded Xiaoming. As soon as he spoke, the arriving team members quickly took their positions. The ground had been consumed by lava, with molten rock continuously flowing out, casting a fiery glow over the previously dim environment. A team member in a military uniform stepped forward, raising his arms high. His companion beast, surrounded by stone fragments glowing with an earthy yellow light, gathered strength to lift a stone platform, providing a foothold for everyone. The other team members then directed their beasts to launch a fierce assault, with lightning, fire, and frost energies intertwining and pouring towards the Iron Lord. These creatures, seemingly as small as ants compared to the Iron Lord, clearly provoked it. Its head shot out a towering column of fire, thick smoke rising as the surrounding lava churned even more violently. The splashing lava deflected some of the attacks, while the remaining energy struck its raised arm, having little effect. Seeing the enemy still resisting, Xiaoming advanced again. A small snake, the length of his forearm, slowly appeared on his left arm, its eyes fixed intently on the massive opponent. The intricate patterns on the snake's body began to emit a brilliant azure glow. "Hidden ice," Xiaoming uttered softly, and in an instant, a chilling aura burst from his left arm. Even in this world of lava, a large cold mist formed. The Iron Lord sensed the threat and lumbered towards Xiaoming, ignoring the continuous attacks around it. Xiaoming stood calmly in midair, the wings of wind unfurling behind him, extending his left hand with ease. The cold mist coalesced orderly in his hand, forming a long ice bow. Despite the chill, the weasel on his right arm curled up but still cooperated with Xiaoming, forming a wind arrow in front of his chest. "You piece of scrap metal from another world," Feel the wrath of a soldier's interrupted vacation. Xiaoming drew the bow fully, his fingertips turning red from the immense force. As the arrow shot forth, it carried a destructive piercing power, aiming straight for the energy core in the Iron Lord's chest. The arrow easily pierced through the Iron Lord's outstretched hand, creating a vacuum that shattered all obstacles. The energy core was instantly struck, and the arrow continued its path, embedding deeply into the distant rock wall, abruptly silencing the roaring sound. The massive Iron Lord ceased all movement, its internal rumbling gradually fading. Xiaoming slowly lowered the longbow, gazing at the steel giant before him with its chest pierced through. Xiaoming exhaled slowly, ready to dispel the frosty longbow in his hand. In the distance, the Steel Lord, half of its body submerged in lava, appeared lifeless, and the lava beneath it had gradually calmed from its previous violent boiling. However, just then, Xiaoming's eyes sharpened. He keenly sensed an unusual airflow disturbance transmitted by the Kamaitachi at his fingertips, emanating from within the Steel Lord's body. More concerning, the system had neither sounded the boss's death notification nor indicated the instance's completion. Fall back, it's not over yet. Xiaoming shouted sternly to his teammates, who were attempting to approach and collect materials. At this moment, the rock-type Beastmaster had led his team to within dozens of meters of the Steel Lord. They barely had time to utter retreat before Xiaoming's concern was confirmed. The once calm lava surface suddenly began to churn violently, more turbulent than before. Scorching lava crashed against the surrounding rock walls, sending waves several meters high. Bai Luo analyzed the situation. Xiaoming called out, his expression shifting unpredictably. A graceful figure instantly appeared behind Xiaoming, surrounded by a faint mist. This official, named Bai Luo, lightly adjusted her glasses, which immediately displayed a stream of dense data. The Steel Lord isn't dead, and it seems to have entered a second phase, Bai Luo said incredulously. A level 70 boss having a second phase. How is that possible? Just then, a team member suddenly noticed a strange shadow flicker across the lava surface. There's something beneath the lava. Everyone stay alert. Before he finished speaking, a creature the size of an adult crocodile leapt from the lava, landing steadily on the rock where they stood. The creature had a bizarre appearance, with a glowing single eye on its forehead and skin of an unsettling pink color. Its two strong forelimbs gripped the edge of the rock firmly, unaffected by the high temperatures of the flowing lava around it. Thunder curse, flame burst, 10-mile ice seal. The Beastmasters attacked simultaneously, but the creature merely opened its mouth, releasing a strange wave that distorted space. Courting death. Xiaoming flashed to the creature's side, slicing through its body with a wind scythe formed in his palm. Its fleshy pink skin quickly turned jet black, losing its luster like shattered porcelain, before finally disintegrating completely. Successfully defeated a level 65 extraterrestrial beast, gaining 28,000 experience. Xiaoming frowned as he looked at the mutated creature before him. The Iron Lord is about to enter its second phase. If you don't want to die, get far away. I can't protect all of you, he warned his team below coldly. No sooner had he spoken than a 5-meter-high wave of molten lava surged towards him. In the nick of time, the weasel on his right arm activated its snow-white fur gleaming with a dazzling sheen, whipping up a violent gust. Weasel, Windblade. At his command, a powerful wind radiated from the weasel, scattering the approaching lava. As the view cleared, the team saw Xiaoming hovering unharmed in the air, wings of wind unfurled behind him. His eyes locked sharply on the now mutated Iron Lord, no longer resembling its former self, but rather a giant magnified grub. It writhed in the magma, its once mechanical shell now a cocoon-like casing enveloping its twisted form. Its massive mandibles opened and closed rhythmically, revealing rows of swirling teeth that exhaled waves of heat. What on earth is that? Bai Luo's cool voice came through the headset. That's the true form of the Iron Lord, the alien life form controlling it, Xiaoming replied with a disdainful frown. I absolutely loathe these writhing, furry things. This giant maggot is truly repulsive. Xiaoming flung several wind scythes with his left hand, the sharp air blades slicing through space towards the grub. However, the lava, seemingly possessing a mind of its own, surged to counteract the wind scythe's power. Bai Luo, give me an opening. I want to take it down in one strike. Xiaoming's eyes burned with murderous intent. Bai Luo's figure solidified in the distance, her delicate face slightly furrowed. No. It's too disgusting. I don't want anything to do with it. Momentarily at a loss for words, Xiaoming lowered his voice, using the wind to mask his words. My dear wife, the sooner we deal with this, the sooner we can get back to our time together. Everyone's watching. Give me some face. Just this once. You owe me a bag, too. Bai Luo's voice remained cool, but there was a hint of amusement in her tone. All right, let's do this. Give me some time to trap it. Okay. At Bai Luo's response, clouds suddenly appeared, quickly forming tangible chains. From the magma pool came a rustling sound, followed by several cloud-bound lizard-like creatures being pulled from the lava. You just wait. I don't care what you are. If you dare make me spend money, I'll make sure to take you down. Xiaoming growled through gritted teeth. The snake pattern on his left arm reappeared, the intricately designed long snake flicking its tongue and emitting an eerie glow. Taking a deep breath, a sharp glint flashed in Xiaoming's eyes as he activated his innate ability, Skywalker. All his attributes related to wind, rain, ice, and snow gained a 15% boost. In this moment, Xiaoming was a completely different person from when he was bending his bow and shooting arrows. A mass of nearly invisible cloud energy rapidly gathered around him, forming a thick shadow. An overwhelming pressure, like storm clouds besieging a city, erupted from his body. Deep within his eyes, lightning flickered, and behind him appeared a faint, human-like silhouette, his epic beast, the lightning spirit. The power of his three beasts erupted simultaneously, layers of thunder surrounding Xiaoming. His hair stood on end, transformed into a blazing gold. His eyes became two pure orbs of lightning, and as he raised his hand to grasp the air, energy swirled in his palm, gradually forming into two solid spears. The spear shafts were entwined with clouds, extending endlessly in the fierce wind, their color growing increasingly deep. Without hesitation, Xiaoming gripped the spear in his right hand, its tip enveloped in lightning as he thrust it towards the fleshy worm on the Steel Lord's body. This strike carried a world-destroying force, evaporating lava in its path and leaving a blinding trail in midair. With a dull hum, a deafening roar followed. The spear pierced the worm's body with precision, the terrifying force tearing its flesh apart instantly. Dark purple blood splattered, and the wound charred. Yet, the massive worm did not fall. It slowly crawled out from the shattered Steel Lord's body, heavily wounded but not fatally. Cover Xiao, a team member shouted. The others launched a fierce attack on the worm, while Bai Luo single-handedly held off the creature beneath the magma pool. This well-trained team worked in perfect harmony, a testament to their experience as seasoned warriors. Xiao Ming, surrounded by arcs of electricity, was a storm of fury. He grabbed a segment of the massive worm's body despite its soft, disgusting texture. To him, in his thunder god form, it was nothing more than an oversized punching bag. The team members at the back launched a fierce assault. Xiao Ming, suppressing his weakness, mustered his remaining willpower to control his arms and lifted the writhing worm-like creature in front of him as a shield. The creature was evidently shocked that a human could forcibly drag it out of its iron shell. Its body twisted and struggled, countless short tentacles flailing wildly, emitting a horrifying shriek. Soon, a barrage of flames, lightning, rocks, and frost engulfed the creature. Under this violent elemental onslaught, its body gradually stiffened, and its writhing mouthparts finally ceased movement. Confirming that the creature was dead, Xiaoming immediately hurled its corpse into the churning lava below. As the battle concluded, the cloud and arcs of electricity surrounding Xiaoming's body dissipated like receding tides, and the currents in his eyes faded away. However, just as clarity returned to him, his face turned pale, and the wings of wind behind him suddenly vanished without a trace. His body lost support and plummeted straight towards the lava below. "Xiao team!" someone shouted in alarm. At the critical moment, a hand formed from condensed cloud caught him. Bai Luo's figure then appeared, surrounded by mist, with a cloud-like mass vaguely visible behind her, adorned with a pair of bright, alert eyes. "Is it over?" Xiao Ming weakly inquired, still with some concern in his eyes. "At least there isn't a third phase. We've succeeded," Bai Luo replied, frowning. The system's notification then echoed in everyone's ears, announcing the rewards for the battle. 50,000 points, along with two significant items, Celestial Beacon and Star of Dawn. The system also announced that the Instance Steel Factory would be officially renamed Domain of Steel, with corresponding adjustments made to the main quest. This system notification was conveyed not only to Xiao Ming and his team, but also to Qin Luoxi's group several miles away. Upon hearing the news, the middle-aged mercenary's expression turned grim as he coldly stared at Qin Luoxi and the others. "The exploration task is over, and we didn't make it in time. This is your decision, how laughable. Now look, we've gained nothing. I wonder how the military academy plans to cover for you. Keep talking, and I'll tear you apart." Xue Wushuang roared, his eyes turning blood red as his aura fluctuated wildly. The middle-aged mercenary from the guild stood firm against the threat, decisively grabbing the giant axe from his back and pointing its blade at Xue Wushuang's group. "Since we've already completed this dungeon, there's no need to explore further. Let's leave as soon as possible," Qin Luoxi said calmly, though her voice carried an unsettling tranquility. "Easy for you to say. How are you going to compensate us for the manpower and gear our guild lost?" the mercenary demanded angrily. "What do you propose?" Qin Luoxi's eyes grew colder as she stared intently at him. As the middle-aged mercenary hesitated, the system's notification suddenly sounded. Dungeon first completion achieved. Remaining teams inside will have their mission objectives changed to find and eliminate remaining alien hybrids, locate the only escape route from the mechanical realm. The mission objectives have changed? That's never happened before, a young mercenary exclaimed, while a plain-looking woman beside him turned pale. It's all over. We're going to be trapped here because of you. The middle-aged mercenary lost control, raising his giant axe to strike at Shui Wuxuang. Qin Luoshi acted first, her left hand forming a grip around the Bloodcry soul blade. A flash of blood-red light targeting the mercenary's axe-wielding hand. In that split second, a sudden change occurred. From the direction of the molten core, a red electromagnetic field rapidly expanded from the remains of the pit's mechanical overlord. Wherever it passed, fallen walls were restored, broken circuits and parts returned to place, and the lava receded like an ebbing tide. The entire molten core area began to undergo a bizarre reconstruction, with toppled buildings rising again and neon-lit streets reappearing. Fat Cat, get Huaner and Qingqing away from here. Qin Luoshi shouted urgently. Before he finished speaking, a steel beam as thick as a barrel flew out from the rubble, narrowly missing his head as it soared toward a distant ruined skyscraper. Soon after, debris and steel from the ground began to rise, converging on the damaged buildings. Qin Luoshi quickly moved into the shadows to avoid the flying debris. The middle-aged mercenary, caught unprepared, was enveloped in the red glow, wildly swinging his giant axe to shatter the oncoming rubble. The entire dungeon is restructuring. Zhou Qingqing watched in awe as the scene unfolded like time reversing, witnessing the defeated mechanical remnants reassemble and slowly advance toward them. A few hundred meters away, a massive structure was magically reconstructing itself. Countless broken steel and stone pillars seemed to come alive, returning to their places and quickly forming a towering building dozens of stories high. In front of the building, mechanical guards and pioneers were densely gathered. Let's go! Shui Wuxuang shouted at Zhou Qingqing, who was staring in awe. By now, Chun Huaner had regained her strength, her cheeks flushed with color once more. Shui Wuxuang felt a fleeting worry for Luoxi, but quickly reassured himself. With Luoxi's ability to remain hidden, she should be able to escape safely. As for those ungrateful people, they weren't worth saving. Shui Wuxuang grabbed the hands of the two girls, and they ran for their lives. The scene before them left them even more astonished. The scale was much grander than what they had seen on arrival. Neon lights glittered along the streets, everywhere was filled with futuristic mechanical designs, and there were at least 100 mechanical buildings of various sizes. Strangely, the entire city showed no signs of life, like a ghost town. Meanwhile, within the fairy tale book's replica, Lin Han was facing his own dilemma. He stood at the entrance of a grand, classical palace, where a figure dressed as an attendant bowed respectfully to him. Honorable Magister Lin, the king is currently preparing a banquet and cannot meet you. Please be patient. This was not the first time Lin Han had experienced this scene. Each time he attempted to enter the palace, these attendants would transform into puppets and attack him. Worse still, he seemed trapped in a loop. After defeating the puppets, everything would reset, and he would face the choice of entering the palace again. If he chose not to enter and went to rest instead, he would encounter mysterious curses and assassination attempts. As Lin Han prepared for the umpteenth time to utter the familiar line, "I have urgent matters and need to see the king," the system suddenly issued a warning. The time limit for using the good guard mode of the Mask of Good and Evil had expired, and continued use would forcibly alter the user's character base. Lin Han realized that the good guard mode's cautious and steady traits had been like a shackle. He lightly touched the gem at his brow, and the white on the mask rapidly turned to black, making the mask appear more sinister. The system then prompted, "The Mask of Good and Evil has switched to Punish Evil mode, with effects from the previous good guard mode accumulating. Calculated result. Attack power increased by 20%. Punish Evil effect lasts for 15 minutes. As the power of the mask that punishes evil surged within him, Lin Han's aura intensified dramatically. This time, he didn't command the flaming Qilin to directly eliminate the enemy, but instead called out in a deep voice, "Yanjun." With a long howl, the power of the flaming Qilin poured into Lin Han, causing fiery patterns to ripple across his body. Yet, this force seemed insufficient to satisfy Lin Han's current state. Flaming Qilin, 9 flame transformations, 3rd transformation. His eyes beneath the mask exuded a violent intensity, and his voice was cold and slightly hoarse. Sensing the battle spirit surging in its master, the flaming Qilin roared repeatedly. Its flames shifted rapidly from bright red to a golden hue, and its mane appeared unusually smooth in the scorching heat waves. As it stomped its front paw heavily on the ground, Lin Han shot forward like an arrow towards the puppet servant. Before the puppet servant could react, Lin Han, influenced by the mask's punishing power, was already upon him. Facing the solid beams of light shooting from the puppet's eyes, Lin Han didn't dodge or evade but directly grasped the puppet's neck. Despite the puppet's relentless attacks on him, he remained unscathed. At this moment, with his full steel body ability and the first 3 transformations of the 9 flame transformations, Lin Han's explosive power and defense far exceeded that of the level 40 puppet. With a crisp crack, the puppet servant's neck snapped, sending shards of wood and gear fragments flying. The system notified him of the 14,000 experience points gained from defeating the level 42 puppet servant, but Lin Han ignored it. He lifted the headless puppet body and hurled it towards the tightly shut palace door. With a resounding bang, dust filled the air as the door shattered. Cloaked in the power of Yin Jun, Lin Han charged into the palace without hesitation. In the center of the vast hall lay an open area, with a crystal chandelier hanging above. On either side, dozens of armored figures stood with swords at the ready. As Lin Han stepped in, nearly half of the armors began to transform. The sound of gears turning screeched from beneath their visors, and eerie red light flickered from their seams as they slowly rose. Interesting, Lin Han sneered under the influence of the mask, moving like lightning and leaving fiery trails in his wake. In an instant, he had pinned the quickest reacting armor to the ground, his flame-wreathed hand deforming its head. Yet, the system didn't register a kill. Lin Han swiftly retreated, evading the oncoming flurry of sword shadows. Dark Xuanwu, Nether Rain. With a snap of his fingers, a massive dark Xuanwu appeared beside him. As the water rippled, the entire hall was shrouded in mist, followed by a torrential downpour. The rain clattered against the metal armors with a dense, crisp sound. A smirk curved beneath Lin Han's mask as he commanded the system in his mind. Open the warehouse. Lin Han's gaze swept over the mountain of materials, but it unerringly settled on a random equipment box tucked away in the deepest part of the warehouse. This was a prized item he had saved after signing the Star Fragment contract. Though his current inventory no longer required opening the box, he clearly had other intentions. Spend 20,000 K coins to upgrade to a legendary quality equipment box, he stated calmly. The system prompt appeared. Payment successful, current upgrade probability is 50. Upgrade. Upgrade failed. Would you like to retry for 20,000 points? The probability now increases to 60. Continue. With each attempt, the upgrade probability climbed to 80, then 90. Lin Han seemed to be engaged in a high-stakes gamble until finally. Congratulations, host. The box has been successfully upgraded to a legendary quality exclusive equipment box. Would you like to open it? Open it. At this moment, Lin Han was surrounded by dozens of mechanical armors. With the attribute enhancements provided by Flame Monarch, he moved like a specter among the armors, deftly dodging attacks from all directions. A dark chest with a crystal-embedded frame appeared before him, emitting a dazzling light. Lin Han ducked to avoid a sweeping slash, and his right hand grasped something in the air as if seizing an invisible object. The screech of tearing metal echoed through the hall as several armors collapsed, revealing the inert gears inside. The breakages were jagged and covered with vicious cracks. Maintaining a crouched stance, Lin Han gripped a massive blade as tall as he was. The blade was entirely black, adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns, and featured a unique serrated edge. The system immediately displayed the weapon's information. 100 refinements martial arts phase 1 serrated blade. Type, breaker weapon. Quality, legendary. Features, divine mechanism refinement, 10,000 paths martial arts, unique artifact of another world. The weapon's attributes detailed its 3 main characteristics: refinement advancement, divine mechanism effects, and lucky antihero. The divine mechanism effects included breaker, blood drop, hidden blade, and thousand blades, each with its own unique feature. The final lucky antihero attribute indicated that for 2,000 K coins, there was a 20 chance of a forced upgrade. In the ancient and solemn hall of the palace, countless suits of iron armor slowly rose with the movement of gears, surrounding Lin Han. He exuded a chilling aura of menace, his eyes beneath the mask glinting with an uncontrollable ferocity. A deep hum resonated as Lin Han's obsidian longsword struck the ground, the blade sinking effortlessly into the floor and sending a muffled echo throughout the hall. Die, you bastards! As his hoarse whisper faded, the iron armors raised their swords to attack. Veins bulged on Lin Han's arms as he pushed the power of steel within him to its limits. The moment he lifted the sword from the ground, a tangible wave of energy swept forward, tearing through the armored guards. The fierce wind howled, shredding the iron armors into fragments, leaving gears scattered across the floor. Still unsatisfied, Lin Han shouldered his sword, effortlessly blocking an attack from behind. Is this all you've got? He taunted, though the lifeless armors continued their mechanical assault. Lin Han raised his sword to block, the clash of metal ringing incessantly. His movements grew faster, shifting from graceful slashes to ferocious strikes. As the slaughter continued, the gem at the center of his mask darkened, sinister black lines creeping up to his neck, glowing with a strange red light. A system notification suddenly interrupted. 15-minute limit reached. The mask of good and evil is cooling down. Lin Han snapped back to reality, gazing at the fragments of armor and the halted gears in bewilderment. Did I do this? He murmured, realizing his memories were slipping away. Why am I here? What am I supposed to do? His eyes began to lose their luster, and the dim character bookmark on his hand flickered with an eerie glow. This is bad. The mask of good and evil is cooling down, and I can't resist the curse in this instance. Damn it. A piercing headache struck as memories of Merlin the Dark Wizard surged in, starting to strip away his original consciousness. Lin Han clutched his head in agony, cold sweat pouring down, his face contorting as he began to transform into the shriveled, grotesque visage of the Dark Wizard. Stop him. Make him stop. Lin Han pounded the ground frantically, each strike accompanied by a dull thud. His eyes were bloodshot, and even with the system's mental fortification, he struggled to withstand the overwhelming pressure. Just as he was about to succumb to despair, a melodious flute sound suddenly resonated through the great hall. The flute's melody was heavenly, like gentle tendrils soothing Lin Han's tormented spirit, easing his intense mental anguish. As he managed to lift his head, the first thing he saw was a pair of slightly comical-looking shoes. His gaze traveled upward to a rather ordinary face. Captain, long time no see. The person held a flute, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. You are Chen Yixuan. Lin Han's mind gradually cleared. It's me. I never expected the captain to find a way to counter the curse. You know, this place is marked with at least a starlight-level mental imprint. Chen Yixuan spoke while helping Lin Han to his feet. How did you do it? Lin Han asked, full of curiosity about the peer around his age. Simple. Just try to become the character, Chen Yixuan replied, subtly adjusting his facial muscles to reveal an excessively handsome face. He explained that as a wandering poet, he could not only use the abilities of a musician but also switch character roles freely, utilizing talents and beast-taming skills. As he spoke, a dice the size of a fingernail appeared in his hand. When Lin Han asked about the source of the flute music, Chen Yixuan explained that it came from the Harleyman's flute-playing ability, which could temporarily alleviate the effects of erosion. The next scene is the banquet beginning. We must find Consort Han. She's the key to leaving this instance. Chen Yixuan tossed the dice, which landed on the number 3. Lucky. He snapped his fingers, and a plane of light points formed around them, eventually creating a three-dimensional space a few square meters in size. Give it a try, Chen Yixuan advised. Remember to put away your items. This space can't hold any graded objects. Lin Han looked down at the jagged black long blade in his hand, feeling a mix of emotions. Shinji Balian, it's certainly top-tier gear, but why does my heart ache? In Lin Han's palm, a glimmer flickered as the artifact, Shinji Balian, underwent a marvelous transformation under his gaze. The originally sharp, black serrated long blade gradually retracted, its edges blurring until it condensed into an exquisite mechanical box about the size of a fist, covered in flowing metallic patterns, and hovered above his palm. Captain, this treasure of yours is impressive. How about selling it to me? I'll offer you a fair price, Chen Yixuan said, stroking his chin with interest. His experienced eye had long discerned that the serrated long blade, prior to its transformation, was no ordinary item. Not for sale, Lin Han replied bluntly, casually gripping the artifact and storing it away. Once inside the isolated special space, Lin Han felt the unsettling silence around him. Despite the space being only a few meters wide, it conveyed an eerie sense of vastness. He forced himself to concentrate, prioritizing the urgent task of rescuing someone. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Han was observed by Chen Yixuan from outside, who swiftly transformed into his plain-looking man form. He raised a flute and played a gentle melody, which wafted into the barrier, seemingly easing the pain on Lin Han's face. Moments later, Lin Han opened his eyes. Done? That was faster than expected, Chen Yixuan remarked with a hint of surprise. Lin Han didn't immediately respond. Instead, he demonstrated his achievement. His appearance rapidly aged, his eyes sunk deep, and in the blink of an eye, he had assumed the form of the wizard Merlin. What special abilities did you gain? Lin Han nodded solemnly. 3. Solitary confinement, elixir of life, and arcane mastery. Special quests might be triggered when acting alone. Fatal damage can be reset to a safe point. All sorcery and spell abilities can be self-enhanced. So many. Chen Yixuan examined Lin Han's attire in amazement, realizing, your class must be from the Western Empire, completely different from our Xinglong Empire's beastmasters. As Lin Han stepped out of the barrier, a system prompt sounded. Detected additional side quests within the instance. Do you accept? Accept. Chen Yixuan displayed a peculiar expression. What mission? Lin Han recited the system panel's content. The main quest remains rescuing people, gathering teammates, and finding Han Fei. The newly added directive is to present the most precious treasure at the princess's 18th birthday banquet and uncover the true reason behind the kingdom's hosting of the event. Looks like another mystery-solving quest, Qian Yishuan said, tucking the flute into his belt. How long did it take you to crack this cycle? Once I confirmed it was a loop, I just brute-forced my way through. Lin Han shrugged. The system then prompted. Proceed to the next scene. Yes, no? Lin Han and Qian Yishuan exchanged a glance, waiting for Qian Yishuan's response. Each time the teleportation location in the dungeon is closely related to the characters in the book. Qian Yishuan's voice had barely faded when a blinding white light engulfed them both. Amidst the scattered wreckage, an eerie voice echoed softly. This performance will be quite interesting. I hope you are satisfied with the roles you've been assigned. Suddenly, the entire hall fell into silence, and the world before them flipped like the pages of a book. Lin Han's vision began to blur as memories belonging to Merlin gradually filled his consciousness. He found himself in a room arranged for him by the king, gazing through the window at the slowly setting sun. A dull knock broke the silence. With Merlin's withered face, Lin Han spoke with obvious displeasure. Who is it? Don't you know a mage needs peace? A strong, metallic voice responded from outside the door. By the king's order, I've come to invite the great mage Merlin to the banquet. I ask for your understanding. Understood, Lin Han replied mechanically, reciting his lines as the pattern on the back of his hand shimmered with a strange glow. The distance from the side hall to the grand banquet hall was considerable. Lin Han remained silent along the way. Upon reaching the opulent hall, a servant bowed respectfully. Welcome, esteemed mage, to the banquet. We hope you enjoy your time. Just then, a melodious flute sound drifted from afar. Maintaining Merlin's demeanor, Lin Han frowned. What is that noise? It's terribly distracting. The servant quickly explained. Apologies. It must be an inexperienced musician practicing. After all, before he could finish, a flash of cold light appeared. The servant, clutching his bleeding throat in disbelief, slowly fell. In Lin Han's hand was a silver-white rapier, a single-handed thrusting sword of exquisite craftsmanship. As the servant collapsed, a thick black mist emerged, and the ornate decorations around them began to fade. The approaching guards revealed their puppet nature, with system notifications showing their levels. Puppet servant level 45, puppet guard level 50. The aged visage of Merlin faded, revealing Lin Han's true appearance. The weight of his tattered robe was somewhat uncomfortable, and the constant erosion at his ears persisted. He quickly retrieved a mask of good and evil from the void, and upon wearing it, the mental assault ceased immediately. Gripping the perfectly crafted sword, Lin Han began to combat the sluggish puppets, the silver blade repeatedly piercing their bodies. The sharp blade of the Western sword pierced through puppet after puppet, and the system's notification of experience points gained sounded continuously. The message Lin Han defeated the puppet guard and gained 12,000 experience points echoed, as he slowly sheathed his sword and stood still. From a distance, a plain-looking bard gave him a meaningful smile. As Lin Han nodded slightly, the black and white tones surrounding him receded like a tide, and the world regained its vibrant colors. The servant, whose neck had been pierced by him moments ago, was now intact, respectfully opening the door to the main hall. Please enter, esteemed Master Merlin. The servant remained bowing. Lin Han glanced at the guards behind him out of the corner of his eye, noticing that they had withdrawn their scrutinizing gazes, which allowed him to relax slightly. The script was progressing as expected, but he dared not let his guard down. Wearing the mask of good and evil, he remained highly vigilant due to the particularly strong mental erosion within the dungeon. The memories of the fused Master Merlin were quietly altering his consciousness. The moment he stepped into the hall, the eyes of countless guests turned towards him in unison, filled with fear and astonishment. As an infamous sorcerer, such treatment was commonplace throughout the kingdom, yet Lin Han still felt uncomfortable. The crowd parted, making way for him to the center of the hall. Lin Han strode forward and soon saw the distinctive middle-aged man, the crowned king of Senbo. Unlike the others, the king's gaze was calm and amiable. Oh, let me see who has arrived. Master Merlin, thank you for attending this feast. On behalf of all my subjects, I greet you. The king spoke with the warmth of an elder rather than the aloofness of a monarch. Being invited to the princess's 18th birthday feast is an honor, your majesty, Lin Han replied with Merlin's aged voice. These lines seemed etched into his very being, spoken without a second thought. The banquet is about to begin. Please, Master Merlin, proceed to the second floor, where I have prepared the best seat for you. It is my honor. We shall meet again shortly. Several servants led Lin Han to the second floor. Before encountering the character played by Han Fei, he decided to remain passive, avoiding unnecessary conflicts with the puppets. As the sun moved from the horizon to its zenith, the grand banquet officially commenced. Elegantly dressed nobles mingled, and the crystal chandeliers refracted dazzling light. After a traditional Western ball, Lin Han sat idly in his seat on the second floor, watching the exotic celebration. As the final notes of a jazz dance concluded, King Senbo slowly raised his wine glass. The crystal-clear liquid in the wine glass created bubbles as it swirled against the glass walls. Throughout the banquet hall, numerous nobles were intently listening to the king's speech. Today, I thank you all for attending this celebration of my daughter Marilina's 18th birthday. King Senbo's voice echoed through the hall, bringing an immediate hush. Your Majesty, since it's Princess Mary's birthday, we haven't seen her yet. Yes, Your Majesty. Let us see the princess. The nobles teased from below. Lin Han stood on the second-floor balcony, holding his breath as he observed the situation. Marilina, is this Han Fei's role in the book? He pondered, while cautiously eyeing the dozen or so motionless armored statues lining the hall. King Senbo smiled calmly at their urging. Please be patient, everyone. My daughter is a bit shy and would appreciate a little more time. Then, the high curtain at the center stage slowly drew back, revealing a graceful silhouette behind sheer beaded drapes. The crowd emitted a series of audible gulps, unconsciously stepping forward. Princess Mary's ethereal beauty was renowned throughout the kingdom, and everyone had come to catch a glimpse of her. Lin Han focused on Marilina's elegant figure behind the drapes, but found her true appearance remained obscured. He quickly strategized, knowing that while dealing with the puppets wasn't difficult, those armored statues posed a significant challenge. At that moment, an unexpected voice cut through the murmurs. Oh, my dear princess, may I play a tune for you to express my boundless admiration? King Senbo's brows furrowed as he directed a sharp gaze at the unremarkable-looking bard. Who are you? I don't recall inviting someone like you to such a grand feast. Guards, remove him. Ha ha ha. An elderly, hoarse laugh from the second floor suddenly cast an eerie atmosphere over the banquet. Master Merlin, what is the meaning of this? Senbo turned towards the sound. My dear King Senbo, Lin Han mimicked the character's tone from the play. Don't you find this amusing? I say let him play a tune. If it's not to our liking, we can always escort him out. The king pondered for a moment, and then signaled the guards to release the bard. The bard, who was actually Qian Xuan in disguise, exchanged a knowing smile with Lin Han and, after receiving a subtle nod, slowly raised the flute at his waist. The minstrel's innate talent from Hariman was unleashed, and the melodious flute music momentarily entranced everyone present, even causing King Senbo's eyes to glaze over briefly. Lin Han breathed a sigh of relief and shifted his gaze to the silhouette behind the drapes, his pupils contracting sharply. The figure remained unresponsive. Even as Qian Xuan finished the entire tune, his expression turned peculiarly perplexed. The flute's melody gently faded as the bard's gaze locked onto the silhouette behind the sheer beaded curtain, only to find no reaction from the figure. This detail immediately raised Lin Han's suspicions. If it were truly Princess Marilina, the reincarnation of Consort Han, behind the curtain, the flute's tune should have already stirred her, breaking any mental enchantment. A crisp applause came from behind the curtain, followed by a sweet, melodious voice. What a lovely tune. What's it called? Qian Xuan furrowed his brow and cautiously replied. This piece is called Dragon's Fong. The voice behind the curtain paused briefly before saying, a peculiar name, but I'll remember it. Senbo's expression suddenly darkened, his friendly facade torn away as he angrily pointed at Qian Xuan, who was disguised as a bard. I've already shown respect to the Merlin Magister. Now, please leave. We don't welcome idle people like you here. Just as Qian Xuan hesitated to speak, soldiers approached with their weapons ready. At that moment, a system alert suddenly echoed in Lin Han's mind. The mask of virtue and vice will enter cooldown in 3 minutes. Time was of the essence, and Lin Han made a decisive move. He leaped into the air, his robe billowing, and in a flash, he was just meters away from Marilina's curtain. Merlin Magister, what is the meaning of this? Senbo's hawk-like eyes fixated on Lin Han, signaling the guards to block all exits. Without hesitation, Lin Han rushed towards the beaded curtain and pulled back the sheer fabric. The sight before him made his pupils constrict. There was no princess, only an exquisite doll, with hollow black eyes accompanied by the sound of gears turning. The system immediately issued a warning. You have violated a taboo, triggering a hidden quest. Escape the kingdom. Senbo's face turned ashen, then he erupted in fury. Seize him and take him to the gallows. As Lin Han tore down the curtain, the Western nobles finally saw the truth, and murmurs filled the hall. Senbo gave a cold smile and clapped his hands. The armored statues lining the hall began to move, emitting the grating sound of clashing gears. Your Majesty, we saw nothing, the nobles quickly declared, sensing the danger. Clearly, this was not the first time they had witnessed such a scene. Senbo gave a sinister smile. Too late. This will be the last time you attend my daughter Marilina's birthday banquet. The surroundings fell into a brief silence. Through the curtain, Lin Han realized that what he had seen was not a real person. and the cooldown for the mask of virtue and vice began its countdown. In his mind, the memories that had been slowly merging suddenly intensified. Just as he took a deep breath, a hand grabbed him. A chorus of screams erupted in the hall as Qian Yishuan, in his guise as a minstrel, deftly evaded the encroaching armored statues. Amidst the chaos, he pulled the memory-overwhelmed Lin Han swiftly toward a door at the side of the hall. Don't resist, try to accept it, Qian Yishuan's voice echoed in Lin Han's ear. You are Merlin the magician, and you are also Lin Han. I am Merlin, and also Lin Han. Lin Han mechanically repeated the phrase, as the chaotic stabbing pain in his mind gradually subsided. When he finally became aware of his surroundings, he found himself standing before a downward-leading stone staircase, the torchlight on the walls flickering intermittently. Where are we? Lin Han asked. No idea, just picked a path, Qian Yishuan replied, feeling the uneven stone wall. But I really didn't expect you to stir up a conflict among the NPCs. The hall must be in chaos now. There's something wrong with King Senbo, Lin Han said, massaging his temples with a frown. Qian Yishuan nodded. I actually noticed that earlier. Before coming here, I tried to gather information about Princess Marilina but found nothing useful. She seems more like a figure from legend than a real person. So, Han Fei isn't Princess Marilina? Where could she be? Lin Han's expression turned serious. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Lin Han's mind. The side quest had changed. From present the most precious gift at the princess's 18th birthday banquet to unravel the mystery of the princess's origins. Worse still, due to the effect of the disruptor being triggered more than 3 times, Lin Han was now in a 1-hour antagonist role state, with all neutral NPCs turning hostile toward him. As Lin Han began explaining his predicament to Qian Yishuan, a loud crash came from the distant door, followed by an angry shout filled with murderous intent. They've gone to the palace basement? Break the door down, bring them back. That minstrel and the damn magician are in cahoots. In different locations, 2 pursuits and escapes were quietly underway. On the streets lined with futuristic buildings, Shui Wushuang and Qin Luoshi were running at full speed. Qin Luoshi's figure flickered, transforming into a fleeting shadow, while behind them, a massive army of hundreds of pioneers and mechanical guards were relentlessly closing in. Brother Luoshi, can't your ability carry another person? Shui Wushuang panted, his face flushed. Although his speed had notably improved after the trials in the Silent Mountains, the continuous running was still wearing him out. Qin Luoshi briefly appeared, revealing his handsome and refined features. How many times do I have to tell you? No. And if we don't shake off these pursuers soon, my netherworld purple fox will also reach its limit. With each flicker, his silhouette became more distinct, clearly showing his exhaustion. Isn't there any other way? Shui Wushuang lamented to the sky. What deity did I offend? I've never been so miserable, always being chased in these dungeons. Stop whining, you'll attract more pursuers, Qin Luoshi warned coldly. I'm an assassin, not a fool. There are too many of them. There's no opportunity to strike. Just then, a vague yet discernible voice suddenly spoke. Turn right, then jump down. The 2 exchanged a glance. Ahead, the street split into 2 paths. While Qin Luoshi hesitated, Shui Wushuang made a decision. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I refuse to believe things can get worse. Let's go for it. Before Qin Luoshi could protest, Shui Wushuang veered off to the right. The next moment, he abruptly lost his footing and fell with a shout of "Oh no!" Qin Luoshi halted just in time but looked at where Shui Wushuang had vanished and then back at the swarm of pursuers. Countless red targeting lasers from the mechanical guards locked onto him, as the pioneers' mechanical voices repeated the command to eliminate the intruder. Fully exposed, Qin Luoshi glanced at the dead end behind him. The 3-tailed fox around his neck, the netherworld purple fox, drooped its ears, letting out a low whimper. After sending the exhausted fox into a safe space, Qin Luoshi looked back at the inevitable doom and boldly leaped down. As he jumped, countless lasers and explosions engulfed the area. Amidst the dust and debris, only the sound of mechanical guard treads and the pioneers' commands remained. Shui Wushuang was still falling, having descended several meters without seeing the bottom. Lindsay, your good brother might be done for. Remember to burn some catgirl figures at my grave. I'm afraid I'll be bored down there, he thought, regretting trusting that mysterious voice. Suddenly, a powerful updraft surged from below, sweeping him upwards. The wind seemed like a giant hand, counteracting Shui Wushuang's fall and allowing him to land gently. His expression shifted from despair to blankness, and finally to renewed hope. These few minutes were perhaps the most thrilling of his life. Fat Capro, missed me? Chen Huaner stood in front of him, blinking with a playful smile. Just as Shui Wushuang was about to speak, he caught sight of a mechanical arm quietly reaching out and resting on Chen Huaner's shoulder. Instantly alert, his eyes turned red, activating his bloodthirsty and ferocious trait. Huaner, watch out. He was about to take action, but Chen Huaner quickly stepped forward to stop him. Despite his still red eyes, Xue Wushuang maintained his composure, thanks to his training in the Silent Mountain dungeon. You're defending those mechanical creatures, Xue Wushuang said through gritted teeth. Before he could finish, Qin Luoxi suddenly appeared, a sharp blade aimed at the mechanical being behind Chen Huaner. Luoxi bro, calm down, they're different from the ones outside, Chen Huaner exclaimed. Realizing he might have been too rash, Xue Wushuang took out a vial of blood plasma from his storage space and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. As the redness faded, he looked at Chen Huaner with confusion. Willie, he's different from those mechanical beings outside, Chen Huaner explained seriously. He saved my life and Qingqing's too. What's different? It's just data from the dungeon, Qin Luoxi said coldly. When the dungeon resets, it won't survive. Chen Huaner quickly approached the half-human hate robot with a square head resembling a television and gently tapped its error-displaying screen. The screen flickered a few times and showed a smiley face. The robot retracted its mechanical arm that had been touching the ground and slid over to Xue Wushuang and Qin Luoxi, speaking in a halting voice, turn right, then jump down. Was it you who whispered that in my ear? Xue Wushuang erupted upon hearing this, rolling up his sleeves ready to fight, but was once again stopped by Chen Huaner. Ignoring the agitated Xue Wushuang, Qin Luoxi asked, you said it saved you and Zhou Qingqing. So where is Zhou Qingqing now? She's inside. Chen Huaner's expression darkened. Qingqing is seriously injured, and Fat Cat Bro can heal her. Sensing Chen Huaner's low spirits, Qin Luoxi said coldly, take us to her. Then he glared at Xue Wushuang and the robot who were still scuffling. You two stop it, or I'll dismantle you and put you back together. Chen Huaner led them into a cave at the back, which opened into a breathtaking space filled with large, unknown crystals shimmering with colorful light. As they followed Chen Huaner further in, Willie thoughtfully adjusted the screen brightness to its maximum, illuminating the path ahead like a searchlight. After passing through a rocky wall, the scene opened up to a starkly different landscape. The dilapidated streets were littered with various mechanical parts, and the ground was streaked with trails of oil. The few visible mechanical life forms were mostly incomplete, some missing legs, others with asymmetric arms, and even the colors of their shells were inconsistent. None of these details escaped Qin Luoxi's keen observation. Willie excitedly rolled into the rundown street, his wheels spinning swiftly on the ground. Chen Huaner turned to face the puzzled Qin Luoxi and Xue Wushuang, confidently stating, this is the true realm of machines. What you saw before was merely a facade someone wanted you to see. What do you mean? Were those above just people in disguise? Qin Luoxi asked, frowning. I mean, the inhabitants here are the true natives of this world, Chen Huaner explained. Qin Luoxi furrowed her brow. The military had long speculated about the nature of these instances. Some believed they were trials set by a higher existence, while others theorized these instances were complete replicas of a real world somewhere. Is this something your ability told you? Qin Luoxi inquired. Chen Huaner nodded silently. At that moment, a ramshackle Tinkin house appeared before them, named so not only for its size, but also because one corner of its roof oddly curled upwards. Willie was the first to rush inside, with the three following closely. The scene inside the house left them all shocked. Zhou Qingqing was covered in tubes of various sizes, her exposed skin marred by burns and wounds, with a prominent arrow scar on her left cheek. Even the usually nonchalant Xue Wushuang's expression changed dramatically. Who did this? Xue Wushuang looked at the unconscious Zhou Qingqing, seething with anger. Calm down, fat cat, Chen Huaner said, her face pale. Those people have already been killed, torn to pieces by the pioneers? Qin Luoxi asked in a low voice. What exactly happened? How did Zhou Qingqing end up so injured after we got separated? Xue Wushuang raised a hand to cast a spell, letting the leaves of holy light gently sway and shower healing sparks, slowly mending Zhou Qingqing's wounds. Chen Huaner began to recount. After we got separated from you, we barely managed to hold on with the tools the captain gave us. The injuries on Qingqing were actually self-inflicted. The tool, despair of the desperate, requires a negative state to be effective. We were managing until we encountered those two guild mercenaries who discovered our tools. Qingqing's injuries were sustained at that time. They're nothing but beasts. I should never have saved them. Xue Wushuang fumed, slamming his fist against the iron wall with a resounding thud. Willie, startled by the outburst, nearly triggered an error in his mechanical system. The little robot cautiously extended a mechanical arm, gently patting Xue Wushuang's shoulder in a comforting gesture. This heartwarming act made Xue Wushuang feel a bit more favorable towards the robot. So, how did you all end up here? Qin Luoxi asked. Sister Qingqing led us into the encirclement of the pioneers on purpose to protect us. By the time we realized it, it was too late, and we fell from the same spot you had jumped from. We used up the last chance to activate the bloodstained cross then, and thankfully, Willie saved me, and Sister Qingqing was also brought here, Chen Huaner explained. Oh, and it was Willie who helped us track you down. Qin Luoshi's expression gradually softened, but just then, a sudden coughing sound interrupted them. They turned to see Zhou Qingqing regaining consciousness, thanks to the healing power of the holy light grass. Before Xue Wushuang could express his concern, Zhou Qingqing kicked him away. She had just realized she was barely clothed after rounds of intense chases and battles with mercenaries. Her clothes were already in tatters. In the process of rescuing her, Chun Huaner had torn some more fabric, leaving her almost half naked. Qin Luoshi quickly turned around while Chun Huaner rushed into Zhou Qingqing's arms. Sister Qingqing, you're finally awake. We're all together again. Huaner, where am I? And can that fat guy stop staring and get me some clothes? Zhou Qingqing asked, bewildered. After listening to Chen Huaner's explanation, she bowed solemnly to Willie in gratitude. Thank you for saving my life. A knight must remember such a debt. Her formality was slightly awkward due to her battle-damaged attire. Once Zhou Qingqing changed into spare clothes, the group gathered in the small cabin to discuss serious matters. We should be able to leave the dungeon by now, Zhou Qingqing noted. I tried, but it's not possible, Qin Luoshi replied gravely. After the dungeon reset, it seems to have turned into a completely new exploration-type dungeon. Are you saying that the military's main team might have only defeated one boss, and there's an even stronger one waiting for us? Xue Wushuang asked incredulously. After all, the sheer power of the previous molten core explosion was terrifying enough that they felt its oppressive force from a distance. In the dim tunnels of the kingdom, Lin Han and Qian Yishuan pressed tightly against the moss-covered stone walls, holding their breath. The sound of dripping water was particularly clear in the silence, and in the dim light, a guard holding a torch was approaching their hiding spot. Stay alert, everyone, a voice barked from a distance. Those two who dared to offend the princess in public must be sent to the gallows. The king has decreed that whoever captures them will be rewarded with a noble title. The guard with the torch sneered at this and muttered under his breath, if I find them, I'll report directly to the king. Who would risk their life for an idiot like you? The torchlight drew closer, illuminating the moss-streaked bricks. At this critical moment, a flash of cold light appeared, and blood splattered. Lin Han's spear moved like lightning, piercing through the guard's chest instantly. Qian Yishuan, quick on his feet, caught the falling torch before it hit the ground, preventing their position from being revealed. They exchanged glances, seeing the relief in each other's eyes. However, the danger was far from over. Lin Han was filled with helplessness and anger. He realized he could no longer tear through reality to return to the puppet world. The person he killed didn't turn into a puppet, nor could he reset time to choose a better escape route. Without the ability to disrupt the situation, they were just two ordinary practitioners unable to use their Beastmaster talents. Although these guards weren't strong individually, their numbers made it difficult to escape using tools alone. Lin Han concealed the fierceness in his eyes, transforming his spear back into a mechanical box and storing it away. Do you have any powerful tools I can borrow? Qian Yishuan asked, his eyes gleaming with desire as he looked at the intricate device. In your dreams, I only have this one, and you're joking around in a situation like this? Lin Han retorted. Aren't you the young master of the Qian family? Show me some of your tools. Qian Yishuan coughed awkwardly. I brought mostly useless tools for resetting talent dice. Not much that's useful. The best I have are a few diamond-level consumables. He removed a ring from his left hand, but Lin Han snatched it away, only to return it with disappointment. What's a high-level support practitioner like you doing with a mage's accessory? These are the resources for my dice rolls. What do you know? Qian Yishuan quickly put the ring back on, though a frown creased his brow. That feeling of erosion washed over him once again. Qian Yishuan felt his voice gradually slowed down, eventually transforming into the clear voice of an adult male. At that moment, the king of Sinbo surprisingly chased after them. This sudden turn of events caused Lin Han's expression to twist in agony. The character's fate forcibly altered, and the intense pain directly assaulted his brain. Good and evil masked. Lin Han struggled to maintain a shred of clarity, slowly moving the mask towards his face. Just as the mask was about to touch his skin, a sudden urgent shout echoed from afar. They're here. I found them. Don't anyone dare steal them from me. If you try, I'll fight you to the death. As soon as the soldiers saw Lin and Qian, they immediately started fighting among themselves. This kind of madness in the face of profit might be all too common, but could they still be called human at this point? Lin Han's headache intensified. The clamor of the soldiers pushing and shoving was unbearable. A surge of inexplicable anger rose within him, and he hurled the mask of good and evil to the ground, charging towards the crowd. Enough with the noise. Enough. All of you, just die. Lin Han's eyes turned blood red, surrounded by an eerie black mist that seemed to have a life of its own, dancing around him. His pupils shifted from red to black, and his expression changed from ferocious to eerily calm. Qian Yishuan barely managed to stabilize his mental erosion, yet watched helplessly as Lin Han charged alone into the crowd. The soldiers, seeing Lin Han standing still, rushed at him, no longer seeing him as the mage Merlin, but as a walking opportunity for honor and titles. Noisy, Lin Han calmly uttered. The flow of time around him seemed to slow to a crawl as he scanned the greedy crowd with his pitch-black eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. This is truly an interesting thing. With a slight curl of his finger, the figure wearing a royal crown at the back of the crowd was suddenly pulled forward. What are you doing, Merlin? Have you gone mad? The king of Sinbo roared. I am the king, the ruler of this world. How dare you defy me? Simultaneously, a force that eroded soul memories surged into Lin Han's mind. You are Merlin, not Lin Han. You are a mage, living in this. Lin Han suddenly spread his fingers, his black pupils turning chaotic. The king of Sinbo fell to the ground, a flash of delight crossing his face. Merlin, you dare attack me. You even want to harm my daughter. You? Speak. Why are you silent? Lin Han's voice echoed softly. The king's fleeting relief turned to terror. You? Who are you really? How can you break this curse? It's impossible. He dared not meet Lin Han's gaze, while Lin Han's bewildered eyes were like a solar eclipse, slowly being consumed by darkness. I never expected such an entity to emerge from a mere dimensional passage, Lin Han remarked, his dark eyes opening to coldly scrutinize the pallid, aged face of Sinbo before him, his gaze filled with the curiosity of examining a novel artifact. I command you. Let me go, Merlin. This is your last chance. Despite the cold sweat trickling down his face, King Sinbo desperately tried to use his soul-corroding power to control this unexpected outsider. An interesting talent, but he shouldn't be here yet, and you were never meant to possess sentience? Lin Han's voice was calm yet carried a chilling undertone. He slowly raised his hand, summoning the mechanical sphere. However, as the divine machine sensed the unusual aura of its host, its previously open structure began to close, taking on an ominous black appearance. A childish move. A legendary artifact should indeed have a spirit. As Lin Han's words concluded, the resistant mechanism suddenly emitted a strange glow. He nodded with satisfaction, a smile playing on his lips, as his fingertip drew in streams of dark mist toward the divine machine. A piercing alarm blared from the system. Unknown force detected corrupting the divine machine, causing erroneous advancement. Cease immediately, or irreversible effects will ensue. But Lin Han, transformed beyond his former self, was deaf to the system's warnings. Under the relentless invasion of the dark mist, the divine machine trembled violently, billowing black smoke and flames. Lin Han frowned, suddenly punching the agitated divine machine. At the moment of contact, it exploded, its countless fragments hovering around his right arm as if time had stopped. A sinister smile spread across Lin Han's face as he clenched his right hand in the air, the fragments attaching themselves to his arm with a seemingly sentient precision, forming a dark purple metallic gauntlet, intricately patterned down to the fingertips. With a backward sweep of his armored arm, the remaining metal shards precisely assembled into a tunter-long purple scythe. I still have use for you. Just hope that next time he comes, he remembers all of this. The blackness in Lin Han's eyes gradually faded as he forcefully activated the new stage of the divine machine. He lifted the long scythe, slicing a rift through the void. The kneeling King Sinbo was slowly lifted into the air, his form twisting. Amidst his anguished cries and pleas for mercy, his will was completely obliterated, replaced by a uniquely styled jester's mask, smiling with a red round nose. Above the mask hovered a golden thronian ultimate seat of power that countless beings coveted, driving the entire continent to madness. Lin Han stared at the throne suspended high above. Before he could make a move, it flew directly towards his head. He snorted coldly, "Get lost. Now is not a good time." The clown face beneath the mask let out an eerie laugh, and then it, along with the throne, slowly disappeared. After the clown face vanished, the surrounding soldiers, frozen in place, stiffened and quickly turned into puppets. The decayed wood and rusty gears seemed to have aged over centuries, disintegrating into dust in an instant. The black glow in Lin Han's eyes abruptly disappeared, and the scythe in his hand and the armor on his right arm shattered instantly. His body went numb, and he fell heavily. The system's voice chimed in just in time. The damage to the 1,000 mechanisms will severely affect its quality. Please find materials to restore it as soon as possible. Qian Xuan's flute melody drifted through the air, and he felt a moment of disorientation, as if something unexpected had occurred. Lin Han was now unconscious, and those soldiers... Wait, where were the soldiers? Qian Xuan suddenly realized that although they were still in the basement, all the soldiers had vanished, and even the mental invasion of the King of Sinbo had completely disappeared. The system prompt appeared. Main quest completed. Gather 3 people 23. Find a way to leave the kingdom 11. The quest rewards were detailed, 50,000 character experience points, and a sheet of musical talent inheritance. Additionally, 2 items were awarded. The first was an epic minstrel's chronicle, featuring 2 main characteristics: the scribe's soul, which allows for the writing of rules but can backfire if overused, and the singer's lament, which brings ominous misfortune when bestowing rules. The second item was an epic exclusive equipment, Hadlaman's flute, which possessed 4 characteristics. The rhapsody sound could enhance allies' attributes. The silent sound could cleanse statuses. The rustic tune would increase enemy anger levels, and the exclusive effect could amplify performance effects. Qian Yishuan looked at this information in disbelief, glancing at the still unconscious Lin Han. What was that fleeting golden light? He shook his head, realizing the immediate priority was to secure these rewards and take Lin Han to find Han Fei. Despite his confusion, there was no one else around to share his shock. Qian Yishuan could only shake his head and sigh in resignation. Qian Yishuan was struggling to carry the unconscious Lin Han up the stone steps, one laborious step at a time. "You ancestor of mine," he panted, complaining, "you don't look heavy. So why are you so heavy? If it weren't for this mission, I'd leave you here." His footsteps echoed through the corridor, and the stone steps seemed to stretch endlessly upward. Strange, the way down wasn't this long, Qian Yishuan muttered under his breath. To his surprise, the mental erosion that had been troubling him vanished after he received those mission rewards. Finally reaching the top of the stairs, Qian Yishuan laid Lin Han on the ground, finally able to catch his breath. The distant doors stood open, and the torches on the stone walls flickered. Next, I need to find Han Fei, he thought, frowning, when a coughing sound came from behind him. "You brat, you were unconscious the whole way up, and now you wake up as soon as we arrive." Qian Yishuan turned to complain, but saw the look of confusion and bewilderment in Lin Han's eyes. For Lin Han, this bout of unconsciousness felt like an eternity. When he regained consciousness, the system's notification nearly shattered his eardrums, and the panel was filled with a jumble of error codes. Once his mind cleared, he began to review the panel's history. The system displayed a series of messages, detecting the host's unconscious state, a system space permission breach, and the loss of authority of the Shenji Balian. Then there was a red warning. Shenji Balian damaged, affecting quality. Main mission progress: find 3 teammates 23. New side mission: find the Tin Man's lost heart. The mission rewards were generous: 50,000 in-game currency points, and a random legendary item chest. The system also noted that due to changes in the scenario, other side missions would be available after increasing abilities, and completion rewards would be settled after gathering the team. Upon Lin Han's confirmation of the gather team and exit scenario option, the system immediately calculated the rewards: 20,000 in-game currency points, a random quality equipment chest, a mage profession inheritance scroll, and 50,000 experience points, with excess experience converted to currency points at a 10-to-1 ratio due to reaching the level cap. Finally, the system revealed an epic piece of equipment named Old Robe. This robe belonged to a reclusive mage and had a unique effect. When worn, people around the wearer would unconsciously ignore his presence when he was alone. Lin Han carefully examined the information of the items he had acquired. The prepared for anything trait allows his pocket to refresh with magical potions daily, but he must consume 3 of them within a day, regardless of type. The red potion enhances senses, the yellow potion ensures the next damage or buff takes effect, and the blue potion provides resistance to mental harm while enduring solitude. As an alchemy-exclusive profession, he also gained a unique ability: the power to fuse 3 items of random quality, which could result in either a better or worse outcome, depending on his choice to use it. Additionally, he received a dream invitation. Upon seeing this information, Lin Han frowned, his expression dazed. Nearby, Qian Yishuan teased, "Hey, you haven't gone stupid, have you?" "I'm fine, just feeling a bit disoriented after suddenly passing out," Lin Han replied, rubbing his temples and trying to clear his thoughts. What exactly happened before? Why are we here? His mind was flooded with questions. How does experience convert into premium points? What is the function of that item robe? Why is the divine weapon he painstakingly gambled for damaged? Even more puzzling was the return of the familiar, blood-stamped fairy tale book invitation to his backpack. "Stop daydreaming," Qian Yishuan urged. "Since we've cleared the level, let's find Han Fei and get out of here." Lin Han followed behind Qian Yishuan with a calm exterior, though internally he was in turmoil. Why was the main quest marked as complete even though it wasn't finished? Where did the Forest King go? How did he obtain the profession scroll? The two returned to the Grand Hall, and the sight that met them was perplexing. The floor was in disarray yet devoid of blood, as if a bizarre coup had taken place. The armored statues around them had reverted to their sword-wielding stances, motionless. Lin Han noticed that his antagonist debuff and the black bookmark mark on his hand had vanished. Yet, Han Fei's whereabouts remained a mystery. Under the opulent crystal chandelier, the two exchanged a solemn glance. The light stretched their shadows long, casting them across the empty hall. Lin Han and Qian Yishuan thoroughly searched the entire empty hall, yet still couldn't find any trace of Han Fei. Not only that, They had nearly turned the entire palace upside down. But the scene before them grew increasingly eerie. The once bustling streets were now completely deserted, like a silent ghost town. Qian Xuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, pondering as he walked. Since Han Fei was playing the role of a princess, why did the king of Senbo use a puppet as a stand-in? He could have easily made an excuse to avoid guests, yet he insisted on hosting a grand banquet. From the beginning, he never intended for the real Princess Marilena to appear. What's the real purpose behind all of this? Lin Han paused for a moment, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he confidently declared, "The princess has been here all along, right under everyone's noses." The two exchanged a knowing glance and immediately rushed towards the banquet hall. In the center of the spacious hall, the platform used to display the fake princess still stood silently. The silk draped over it was slightly disheveled, and the eerie princess puppet remained frozen in its original position. As they approached, the puppet suddenly emitted a muffled whimper. Lin Han's eyes flashed coldly, and without hesitation, he struck the strange-looking puppet with a powerful punch. The force shattered the platform, revealing a figure amidst the scattered Wu chips. It was the long-missing Han Fei. At this moment, Han Fei was pale, her brow furrowed, yet her luxurious princess attire was spotless. Seeing her still unconscious, Lin Han and Qian Xuan quickly moved to check on her. "Let me try." Qian Xuan pulled out an ancient, yellowed book with a cover depicting a bard on horseback. Lin Han watched with interest at this reward from their quest. Qian Xuan opened the book, his fingertips glowing with golden light, and a few neatly written words appeared. Han Fei awakens immediately. No sooner had he spoken, Qian Xuan's legs buckled, and his face turned ashen, nearly collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, Han Fei's complexion gradually regained color, and she slowly opened her eyes after a soft cough. "That's impressive." Lin Han raised an eyebrow, glancing at the book. Qian Xuan swallowed a pill, his face slightly recovering, and shot Lin Han a look. "Stop pretending. Your reward must be something similar, like a bookmark character item, right?" "That's a secret," Lin Han replied with a cryptic smile. At that moment, the newly awakened Han Fei saw the two of them, rubbed her temples, and slowly sat up. "What are you guys doing here, and why am I here?" Han Fei looked around in confusion. "You should be asking yourself that," Qian Xuan replied with a helpless eye roll. "Check your system panel, big sis. You've slept through several chapters. Don't you have any idea?" Han Fei opened her mouth to explain but realized she had indeed completed this quest without even noticing. Although the experience was 0, the danger level was also 0. Seeing the main quest completed notification on her system screen, she felt both puzzled and slightly proud. "You have no idea how much we've been through these past few days," Qian Xuan pressed on. "By the way, what's the deal with your character? Why were you hidden under the fake princess doll?" Han Fei smoothed her long hair, her embroidered brows slightly furrowed as she began piecing together fragments of memories from the quest. Marilena was the king's only daughter, but she fell into a deep sleep at the age of 12. After that, her memories were blank. She paused before continuing. Later, the king got an idea and created a new body for the princess, hoping to bring her back to life. The cost was that the kingdom's time would be limited to just 2 days. Hearing this, Lin Han and Qian Xuan were enlightened. Lin Han finally understood why he received the invitation a day earlier, and why he uttered words that seemed etched into his bones. It turned out that Merlin and the bard had repeated this scene countless times. If it weren't for the system's designated disruptors breaking the cycle, the endless feasts might never have ceased. According to the original script, Han Fei's character, the sleeping princess Marilena, was supposed to awaken in a different way under everyone's watchful eyes. The lifelike doll was the new body prepared for her by the king. Once the real Marilena awoke, Han Fei's body would forever decay beneath the wooden platform. "So, we accidentally disrupted King Old Biden's plan to resurrect his daughter?" Qian Xuan teased. "At least as a father, he was dedicated," Han Fei corrected with a frown. Lin Han and Qian Xuan exchanged a glance and shrugged. The latter yawned and said, "Fine, you're right. Now, all I want is to leave this absurd and boring play. Can you help me, Princess Marilena?" Han Fei's face turned cold at his words, and she turned away without a word. Just then, the system's notification chimed in. "Congratulations on completing the fairy tale book. Sleeping Princess chapter. Rewards have been issued in advance. Please exit within 3 minutes." The three of them exchanged glances, and Lin Han snapped his fingers with flair. Returning begins. Meanwhile, in a mission dispatch hall somewhere within the military, the staff gathered and whispered among themselves. "What's everyone gathered here for?" someone curiously asked, peering over. "Shoo, don't you see Commander Qin is personally overseeing this? It must be something tricky. He's been sitting there for 2 days without moving, and I heard he hasn't even had a sip of water." At the center of attention, Qin Yu couldn't care less about the chatter. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he muttered to himself, "Please, don't let anything go wrong." If you don't come out soon, the old man might have to personally enter the quest to fetch you. Bang! A loud crash reverberated through the hall as the tightly closed doors of the mission hall were kicked open and slammed heavily against the metal walls. A burly man with a commanding presence strode in. His square face and naturally authoritative demeanor exuded an air of power. He wore a casually tied sports jacket around his waist, and his t-shirt was stretched taut over his solid muscles. This man, who appeared a few years older than Qin, entered with a thunderous voice. Qin, you little brat, where the hell did you take my daughter? Qin, who was standing with his back to the crowd, turned pale upon hearing the accusation. A young woman dressed as an official hurried in behind the man, trying to calm him down. Captain Han, I understand you're anxious, but this is the military's mission hall. If you cause a scene here and it gets out, the consequences will be serious. Damn it, my daughter's missing. Who cares about fighting any battles? The man roared, shoving his way through the crowd. Some tried to stop him, but were quickly held back by those who knew better. Whispered conversations erupted around them. That's the butcher of Gu Sha, one of the Empire's war gods. I thought he was stationed at the border. I heard his daughter went missing, and Qin might be involved. The crowd buzzed with shock and curiosity at the sudden appearance of this legendary figure. Han Gu pushed his way to Qin, his presence commanding the space. A fiery red aura of battle intent surged from within him, and a massive centipede's shadow loomed faintly behind him. The sheer force of his aura made those around them step back. Qin, I heard you lost my daughter while I was away? Despite Han Gu's questioning, Qin remained silent, his back still turned. Only after the oppressive sound waves dissipated did he slowly turn around. Han Gu, you're not young anymore. Can't you learn to be a bit more composed? Just because you're not stationed in Liaoshan doesn't mean the military can't handle you. At this, Han Gu's forehead veins bulged, and he laughed angrily. If the military can't take care of Xiaofei, I'll take her away from this damned place. Besides those few old guys, who in the entire empire dares to stop me? The provocative nature of his words cast a shadow over the faces of the staff present. Qin stood up, hands in his pockets, scratching his head with irritation. All right, I know you're impressive, Qin said with a calm smile. The one who challenged you is still in Yunnan province. If you want to fight, go find him. Why are you arguing with me, a mere strategist? Do you think I'm not worried? With those words, the room fell silent. Everyone present was familiar with the basic structure of the military. The four main organizations, Nameless Mist, Eternal Ice, Court of Judgment, and Blade of Verdict, worked together under the Ancestral Council and several military elders. Among these organizations, all except Nameless Mist had produced a council chief. Nameless Mist was supposed to have one in the past decade, but the Nameless Master chose to abstain when elected a well-known but untouchable taboo within the military. Hearing about a candidate for the Nameless Master, everyone present looked surprised. Han Gu stared at Qin, frowning, realizing he might have been used by this guy again. I don't care about that. Xiaofei can't be harmed. How confident are you? Han Gu demanded. Qin held up 3 fingers, and Han Gu's expression darkened. As his mood shifted, the surrounding air became thick, making it hard for everyone to breathe. Qin slowly retracted 1 finger. 2. You're playing me again. Han Gu roared, the steel plate beneath his feet bending under an invisible force. 1. Qin lowered his hand just as Han Gu was about to throw a punch in anger. Dad. A clear yet puzzled voice came from behind Han Gu. The towering man froze, his fist suspended in front of Qin, the force of his punch ruffling Qin hair. Hey, sweetheart, did you miss your dad? Han Gu turned around, a bright smile spreading across his face. Lin Han's Eye of Fortune activated inadvertently, and when he saw Han Gu's true power, his pupil shrank instantly. Level 85. A throne-level supreme powerhouse. Nearby, Qian Yishuan stepped back quickly, trying to remain calm as he said, Captain, Miss Han, Instructor Qin, the soup at home might spoil, so I'll head out first. See you at school tomorrow. With that, he quickly conjured 6 dice, tossed them on the ground to form a pattern, and vanished in an instant. Lin Han also wanted to leave, but felt a gaze as fierce as a beast's locking onto him. He froze, forced to turn back with a stiff resolve. Young man, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I have a few questions to ask if you don't mind. Han Gu's voice was as cold as ice, sending a shiver down Lin Han's spine. Of course, no problem. I'd be happy to. Lin Han forced a smile and turned to look at Qin. However, Qin deliberately avoided his gaze, suddenly finding the sky fascinating and whistling nonchalantly. Qin you. Lin Han cursed in his heart, but obediently walked over to the tall, strong man. Hello, sir. I'm Lin Han, the captain of the Longya team. Your daughter has been performing exceptionally well in our team. She has great talent, and we've always treated her well, right? Lin Han stammered, his mind unwittingly recalling the embarrassing memories of pink bubbles in the crystal cave. which made him feel even more guilty. Facing a powerhouse of temple throne level, Lin Han thought with a wry smile. The man could end his life with just a finger. At this moment, he could only hope that Han Fei had a forgiving heart. Is that so? Han Gu raised an eyebrow at his daughter, who was giving him a bear hug. I thought you had your own team? Why are you with this fool? And weren't you the captain? Did he make you give up your position? Longya, sounds terrible. Long Fei, squad suits my precious daughter better. Lin Han could only nod repeatedly. Although he could endure the verbal abuse, if Han Gu really took action, he was ready to fight back desperately. Not bad. Han Gu continued. The equipment reserves are good, and the talent is not bad either. A rare triple beast tamer. Quite a match for my daughter. Dad, what are you talking about? Han Fei pouted. And weren't you in Liaoning province? Why are you here? Han Gu's face darkened at her words. Am I the kind of heartless father? My own daughter is in trouble. So what's wrong with dragging those old schemers down with me? I'm fine. Han Fei's cheeks flushed, her gentle and charming demeanor even more captivating. Let's go. It seems Han Fei won't be leaving with us anytime soon. At some point, Qin Yu had already stood beside Lin Han with his hands in his pockets. Lin Han shot him a glare. Why didn't you step in when I was in trouble earlier? I could tell from your expression that you already knew his identity. Qin Yu shrugged and explained. Luofu Ancient Temple. Ranked in the top 5 of the empire. All achieved through strength. Just then, the system notification sounded. Congratulations on successfully completing this fairy tale book instance. Would you like to record your insights and upload them to the military's top secret archive? Willingly. As Lin Han responded, his memories began to be extracted. As for the disruptor ability and whether the Sleeping Beauty storyline they completed would reappear, that was no longer his concern. You have uploaded the corresponding clearance process, calculating rewards. The notification for reward settlement sounded, and the military system announced. Since you participated in a high-level bounty mission, your reputation has increased by 1 level, and you have gained 5 merit points. Due to the dangers involved in this mission, which almost led to irreversible consequences, the military logistics will provide appropriate compensation after consultation. Just as the announcement ended, a call came in. Qin Yu gave a meaningful smile and signaled Lin Han to answer it. Although Lin Han frowned slightly, he still pressed the answer button. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and just as Lin Han was about to hang up, an elderly voice spoke. Young man, you've worked hard, and you are. Didn't Xiao Qin tell you? The old man chuckled. Well, never mind. You'll find out sooner or later. The old man's voice, slightly breathless, continued. The commission for this mission was due to a lack of thorough investigation from the higher-ups. I apologize on their behalf. To be honest, your growth trajectory is quite unusual. Sometimes, I even wonder if there's someone or some organization supporting you from behind the scenes. Lin Han listened in silence. Of course, I've looked into you. It's a necessary procedure when dealing with the military, the old man went on. Your record is unbelievably clean, with no signs of talent before your awakening. A double-level talent, the ability to contract 3 beasts before the age of 25, and those unique items. You are indeed a mysterious child. Suddenly, the old man coughed a few times, his tone becoming serious. But aren't you shining a bit too brightly? Young man, you should understand the saying, a tall tree catches the wind. Learn to restrain your brilliance and practice patience. That's the path you should follow. Sir, you. That's all I have to say. The old man's coughing intensified. Let Xiao Qin take you away. When the time is right, you'll meet me. With that, the call was decisively ended. Lin Han put down the phone, his face darkening. The eye of Providence couldn't discern anything about the caller through the phone, yet he was subjected to a lecture and had his secrets exposed. What was this? Qin Yu looked at Lin Han's expression and couldn't help but laugh. Don't look at me. That's just the old man's style. You'll get used to it. All right, I understand. Lin Han said no more and followed Qin Yu out of the hall under the gaze of onlookers. Along the way, Qin Yu kept asking about the details of the mission, but Lin Han deflected with evasive answers. Meanwhile, in a church in the province of Li, the chime of the clock echoed. The air was thick with the smell of blood. Inside the empty church, rows of seats were unused, and the statue on the crucifix was stained with dark red blood. The most shocking sight was on the walls hundreds of blood-red crosses were neatly arranged, which were actually the remains of clergy nailed to the walls. Their heads and hands were pinned, eyes vacant, arms outstretched, with blood flowing down the walls, forming grotesque cross-shaped patterns. Drip, drip, droplets continuously fell from the walls onto the shattered stone bricks below. In the main hall of the cathedral, a figure in a red robe sat motionless. His face was hidden by a wide hood, and a bony hand emerged from the sleeve of the robe, rhythmically tapping the armrest of the chair. The steady tapping echoed in the vast cathedral, intertwining with the sound of water droplets. Suddenly, the red-robed figure's fingers stopped tapping. The ground before him began to crack, and thick red liquid surged from the fissures, quickly pooling into a blood-red basin. Within the pool, a blurred figure gradually took shape. Why is it only you? Where are the others? A cold voice questioned from beneath the hood. The figure in the blood pool trembled slightly, and a calm female voice responded, dead. A chilling aura emanated from under the hood, only to quickly subside. We were played. The female voice carried suppressed anger. The bugs of Qing Ming only sent one high-ranking fallen demon, yet we lost two redrobed followers. Is that all? The redrobed man's tone remained indifferent. This question seemed to trigger something, causing the blood pool to churn violently, with large blood bubbles surfacing. A woman's piercing scream echoed within the pool. Simultaneously, in a hotel room somewhere, a naked woman knelt in agony, convulsing, with blood streaming from her orifices, her eyes a deep crimson. In the mirror before her, the redrobed man watched impassively. This is your punishment for losing the blood artifact. Now, I need you to go to Wu City again. But there's nothing there, right? The woman asked through gritted teeth. Before she could finish, a look of ecstatic realization crossed her eyes. Could it be? Qingming Abyss's words were not lies. It has appeared before. Though the presence is faint, you must confirm it without causing too much commotion. The military is still watching? Yes. The woman endured the pain, maintaining her devout kneeling posture. The mirror gradually lost its luster, and just before the redrobed figure vanished, he left a parting remark. This world will ultimately face its reckoning. The black robe on the bed drifted toward the woman, covering her. She placed a hand on her chest and prayed softly. At the same moment, in a dim alleyway, a scruffy beggar was ravenously gnawing on something, dark red blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. Delicious. This tastes so good. Ah, it's been too long since I've eaten. Sir, won't you have some? The beggar raised a blood-stained, severed arm, offering it to the shadows as if presenting a treasure. Get lost. A young voice emerged from the shadows, causing the beggar, who was about to reach out, to suddenly retract his arm, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Master, is it true what you said? Has the source of darkness really appeared? The beggar asked as he fiercely tore a piece of flesh from the severed arm he held. Yes, near the city of Wuxi. The target is under military protection. We need time. The voice from the shadows replied slowly and steadily. A sick excitement flickered in the beggar's eyes as he greedily chewed on the flesh in his hand. I wonder what the source of darkness tastes like. It must be delicious. Master, when I catch the person, can I eat their brain? As you wish. The voice gradually faded away. As it disappeared, the fervor in the beggar's eyes faded, replaced by a blank stare. The moment he regained clarity, the strong taste of blood in his mouth made him vomit on the spot. Trembling all over as he looked at the mixture of blood and flesh on the ground, he realized what he was holding. Slowly lowering his head, he saw a severed arm gnawed to the bone. He let out a piercing scream that echoed through the dark alley. In the realm of machinery, Qingqing, there's a pioneer on the left street. With Chen Huaner's alert, Zhou Qingqing deftly leaped along the walls, finally jumping high. Below, a centaur-like pioneer neighed. Zhou Qingqing gathered golden light in her hand, forming a spear of holy light. She hurled it with force, piercing through the pioneers that had just appeared around the corner. A system notification sounded. Successfully defeated a level 45 pioneer, gaining 24,000 experience points. Landing steadily, Zhou Qingqing high-fived an excited Chen Huaner in celebration. Yay! Qingqing, your injury has almost healed. Yes, thanks to you all. Zhou Qingqing smiled as she ruffled Chen Huaner's hair, who dodged away in protest. In the distance, a spirit crow shimmered as it flew over, quietly landing beside Chen Huaner. The enemies in this area are mostly cleared. We can go meet up with Fat Cat and the others. A few hundred meters away, Xue Wushuang smashed a mechanical guardian into pieces with a punch, parts scattering everywhere. As the bloodthirsty rage faded from his eyes, he proudly lifted his head. Suddenly, a laser shot from the wrecked guardian, only to be intercepted by a sharp force. You're being reckless again? Qin Luoshi's voice rang out. Xue Wushuang grinned widely. With brother Luoshi protecting me, how could I be in danger? Qin Luoshi appeared out of thin air. We received a message from Qingqing. This area is clear. Next is the core region. As the team of 4 cautiously advanced along the path littered with mechanical debris, it had been half a day since they left the lower level of the mechanical city. Under the healing power of Xue Wushuang's sacred light herb, Zhou Qingqing's injuries were nearly healed. After bidding farewell to the kind-hearted mechanical NPC, they continued their exploration upward. The situation was far more complex than anticipated. What was supposed to be a simple exploration task turned into a trap when the dungeon auto-refreshed, leaving them stuck inside. The only way out was to defeat the dungeon's final boss once again. However, the map had completely changed its appearance after the refresh. making things more challenging. After dealing with the pursuing mechanical guards and pioneers, the group returned to the upper level, only to be stunned by the sight before them. What was once a desolate and dilapidated upper area had transformed into a futuristic steel city, with towering skyscrapers exuding the essence of mechanical civilization. Qin Luoshi exchanged a glance with Chen Huaner, who understood the cue and released her spirit raven. The black silhouette quickly vanished into the steel jungle as Chen Huaner's left eye turned silver, allowing her to survey the entire city from the raven's perspective. Can you find the location of the original molten core? Qin Luoshi asked. Chen Huaner shook her head. The whole area has changed, with no familiar markers. This place is now a completely independent city of mechanical civilization. Just as Xue Wushuang suggested searching for clues, Qin Luoshi suddenly said, haven't you noticed? Check your status panels. As everyone checked their panels, their expressions changed. A new status, mechanical enemy, had appeared next to their names. Mechanical enemy. You have entered the domain of the Lord's surveillance. At his behest, the citizens here will never welcome intruders. Description. Upon entering the upper layer of the mechanical domain, you are subjected to the mechanical lord's gaze every 3 hours. During this period, enemies will refresh repeatedly within a 100-meter radius. This status can stack, with each stack increasing the strength of the refreshed enemies until the mechanical lord falls asleep. Countdown. 2 hours, 45 minutes, and 17 seconds. It seems our time is running out, Qin Luoshi said gravely. At that moment, Chen Huaner exited her spirit vision state, holding her forehead and absorbing the conversation around her. Upon seeing the negative status of the mechanical enemy, a bitter expression appeared on her face. Xue Wushuang quickly gathered her spirits and tried to boost the team's morale. Let's take it step by step. Don't forget that the martial instructor won't let anything happen to us. Hang in there. Reinforcements might arrive any moment. Ignoring the optimistic words, Qin Luoshi turned to Chen Huaner. Did you see any landmark? We need to find a safe spot and get our bearings first. After a moment of thought, Chen Huaner replied, a few miles away, there's a place that looks like a plaza. I saw something glowing there. I can't say exactly what it is, but the spirit crow told me there's something we need. Waiting around won't do us any good. Qin Luoshi decided quickly. We need to move before the mechanical enemy triggers again. With that, she disappeared into the darkness. Zhou Qingqing and Xue Wushuang escorted Chen Huaner closely, protecting her diligently. 2 hours later, they found themselves huddled in a dark alley, each bearing injuries. Xue Wushuang was covered in wounds, her hands severely swollen. Zhou Qingqing, though also hurt, was in slightly better shape, but even Qin Luoshi looked worse for wear. Damn it! Xue Wushuang cursed under her breath. This city looks so advanced, yet everyone is so aggressive. Isn't this supposed to be a civilized society? Zhou Qingqing gave him a stern look. Keep it down, or we'll be discovered. It turned out that shortly after they set foot on the street, those seemingly ordinary machine passers-by suddenly changed. Mechanical eyes turned from normal to blood red, and health bars appeared above them, showing they were all level 55 hostile entities. These metallic beings, though unarmed, overwhelmed with sheer numbers. Every punch Xue Wushuang landed caused him pain, and even with the healing from holy grass, it was no relief. Zhou Qingqing could only defend passively against the relentless waves of enemies. In just over an hour, the once spirited team of 4 was left demoralized. To make matters worse, these enemies, far above the team's average level, were not only tough but offered a meager experience reward, only 5,000 points each. Although they collected numerous materials like mechanical walls, power components, mechanical eyes, and bionic skin, they were useless to them, as they had no knowledge of machinery. The most pressing concern now was that the countdown for the mechanical enemy was nearing its end. I'll do it. I'll distract them while you guys make your way towards the square, Zhou Qingqing said resolutely as she slowly stood up from her hiding place. Are you sure you know what you're doing? Xue Wushuang shot her a disdainful look, meeting Zhou Qingqing's angry glare in return. What else can we do? Just wait here to die. Zhou Qingqing whispered urgently. The passive trigger of the mechanical enemy will activate in just over an hour. If we keep hiding here, we'll all die in the next uprising. If you have energy to spare, why not just go out and fight? Qin Luoshi said coldly. We're not at the point where we need to act recklessly yet. Xue Wushuang and Zhou Qingqing fell silent at her words. Just then, Chen Huaner timidly raised her hand. I have an item for concealment, she said, showing a worn-out cloak. As long as we don't make any noise, we shouldn't be detected. Xue Wushuang took the cloak skeptically. Can this really work? It looks like a rag. Chen Huaner looked unusually serious. This was crafted by my father for the Star Dragon Festival. I won't let you insult it. Xue Wushuang awkwardly apologized and donned the cloak. Due to the size difference, what fit Chen Huaner well looked ridiculous on him, with much of his body exposed. You look like an idiot wearing a bedsheet. Zhou Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle. Say that again, I dare you. Shui Wushuang was about to retort when a harsh mechanical sound came from the alley entrance. Uho! Qin Luoshi's eyes darkened, and the ghostly purple fox on her shoulder perked its ears, its three tails draping over her neck. She moved like a shadow to the alley's edge, her blood-crying soul blade poised to strike. Zhou Qingqing and Chen Huana retreated deeper into the alley, while Shui Wushuang activated his berserk mode, ignoring the pain in his hands as he charged towards the shadow at the alley's entrance. At that critical moment, Qin Luoshi's voice rang out, "Wait, don't attack yet. Trust me." Though puzzled, Shui Wushuang trusted Qin Luoshi enough to slow his pace. As he approached the mechanical being, its glowing red eyes failed to notice him at all, as if he were invisible. The mechanical clatter continued behind him, but it didn't alert the enemy in the slightest. Shui Wushuang noticed the strangeness of the situation, instinctively holding her breath as she stared incredulously at the cloak draped over her. The mechanical beings rigidly patrolled the street, but seemed oblivious to them, eventually marching away with mechanical precision. Once the shadows completely vanished, Shui Wushuang let out a heavy sigh of relief. Wow, this cloak is amazing. She had been ready to fight to the death, but her bloodthirsty, frenzied emotions quickly subsided. "This is my father's masterpiece," Chen Huaner said proudly, patting her chest. Qin Luoshi appeared quietly, holding a gray earplug. "Besides this life-saving cloak, I have other gadgets. I have a ghostly purple fox that can hide tracks, and this earplug is quite special." Zhou Qingqing took the earplug and examined its description. Name: cover your ears to steal the bell. Position: accessory. Level: gold. Type: action. Description: this is a magical invention that makes the wearer unnoticed. Covering your ears to steal a bell seems useless? That's because you haven't used it correctly. The inventor might not have considered how someone blindfolded and earplugged would steal anything. The wearer just needs to repeatedly think, "You can't see me, you can't hear me," to become completely invisible. Qin Luoshi then took out an abstractly designed cartoon eye mask. This gadget comes in two parts and isn't limited to one person. The person with the earplug can muffle their footsteps, and the one with the eye mask will disappear from view. Wait a minute. Shui Wushuang frowned. If you wear both the earplug and the eye mask, you won't be discovered, but you'll also lose the ability to move, right? Qin Luoshi looked at him coldly. That's why I said it's not limited to one person. Moments later, a peculiar combination appeared in the alley. Shui Wushuang wore the cartoon eye mask, with Zhou Qingqing, who wore the earplug, on his back. Chen Huaner, with an unremarkable hood, led the way. "Come on, fat cat brother. Qingqing's sister. We're almost out of the alley." Qin Luoshi's voice came from the shadows. "You've entered the perception range. You need to adapt quickly." Shui Wushuang carefully moved forward, with Zhou Qingqing tensing up on his back. Chen Huaner couldn't resist suggesting, "How about I switch with fat cat brother?" "No," Qin Luoshi decisively rejected. "The hood is your gadget, and it's best used by you. They have self-defense capabilities, and even if exposed, they can handle it. You're different. You're our eyes and must always stay at your best." In the steel jungle of the mechanical city, the streets bustled with a constant flow of diverse mechanical life forms. Chen Huaner cautiously pulled her hood tighter as she moved forward, while Shui Wushuang struggled to follow, carrying Zhou Qingqing on his back. They frequently brushed past mechanical beings. Each time Shui Wushuang could hear the nerve-wracking screech of metal right next to him. Fortunately, despite the close calls, they made it through safely. Time ticked away, and with less than 30 minutes left before the mechanical adversary's deadline, they drew nearer to their target square. "Huaner, check the surroundings and the target's location," Qin Luoshi whispered from the shadows. Chen Huaner immediately summoned her spirit crow, her silver eyes becoming sharp. Through the crow's aerial view, she clearly saw the landmark square building in the distance. "It's just a few hundred meters ahead, and the light is still there," Chen Huaner reported in a low voice. "Finally, I'll be able to see again. This blindfold is unbearable." Shui Wushuang sighed in relief. Without his sight, he found his hearing had become unusually acute, able to detect the slightest sounds around him. When they finally reached the edge of the square, they noticed it was sparsely populated. Chen Huaner retracted the spirit crow, which returned as a streak of light to the beast's space. After confirming the area was safe, she removed her hood. Shui Wushuang eagerly took off his blindfold, almost moved to tears by the return of his vision. Zhou Qingqing also removed her earplugs, allowing familiar sounds to flood back into her ears. In the center of the square stood a uniquely shaped stone monument. Chen Huaner pointed at it and said, "The light the spirit crow saw earlier came from here." Shui Wushuang gazed up at the towering obelisk, covered in intricate symbols unique to this world. "I'll go check it out," Qin Luoshi said, and before the words were fully out, he leapt into the air like a shadow, reaching the top of the monument in a few swift moves. "See anything?" Shui Wushuang called up. Standing atop the monument, Qin Luoshi's eyes narrowed as he looked down. A brilliant pale golden light burst before him, momentarily dazing him. He instinctively reached for the light, hearing Xue Wushuang's call but unable to respond, until he felt a weight in his hand, as if he had grasped something tangible. Qin Luoshi's body trembled slightly, instinctively tightening his grip and giving a firm pull. The golden light gradually faded, revealing a uniquely shaped key in his hand, four-pronged structures with intricate patterns identical to those on the monolith, exuding a sense of advanced technology. A system notification immediately sounded. Congratulations on finding an important item. Main quest update. Locate the hidden extraterrestrial life form and unlock the door to the mechanical tower. Current progress. Collect all 3 keys symbolizing Authority 13. Everyone received this message simultaneously, their faces lighting up with joy. The main quest had finally made progress, but where were the remaining 2 keys hidden? Qin Luoshi leapt down lightly, landing steadily on the ground. He showed the golden key to his companions, explaining, there are 2 more keys to find. They will resonate with each other, guiding us as we get closer. What are we waiting for? Let's go, Xue Wushuang exclaimed, pumping her fist and reigniting her fighting spirit. Just then, the system began a countdown. Mechanical enemy countdown initiated. 10, 9, 8, 7. A piercing alarm followed. In an instant, everyone felt as if they were being hunted by a beast, a chill running down their spines. Xue Wushuang's eyes glowed with a crimson hue, entering a berserk state. Qin Luoshi's eyes were deep as an abyss, his silver-white hair extending from its short length, activating his reincarnation talent. Zhou Qingqing quickly erected a protective barrier around herself and Chen Huaner. Chen Huaner raised her staff, summoning spirit crows that circled overhead. Time's up, the system coldly announced. You have been targeted by the mechanical overlord. Begin your escape. With a thunderous crash, the ground suddenly gave way. The enemy is below. Watch your step. Qin Luoshi's warning came just as the entire plaza collapsed. Countless mechanical tentacles burst from the earth, hissing as they encircled the group. Qin Luoshi wielded his blood-crying soul blade, effortlessly severing the mechanical tentacles with cuts as smooth as glass. In her berserk state, Xue Wushuang grabbed 2 tentacles and smashed them together, sparks flying. Zhou Qingqing continuously blocked with conjured blades, while Chen Huaner used the spirit crows to create wind fields, slowing the assault of the tentacles. However, the enemy seemed endless, and fatigue began to show. Xue Wushuang's body was covered in bloodstains, the barbed tentacles turning the battlefield into a mechanical inferno. Get off the ground. Head to the monolith. Qin Luoshi shouted. Huaner, use the wind field to lift us up. Xue Wushuang followed with a shout. Lingya, wind pressure, shouted Chen Huaner. Lingya responded with a piercing cry, and a fierce gust of wind rose beneath the 3 of them. Relying on her agility, Qin Luoshi was the first to leap onto the top of the stone monument. Chen Huaner and Zhou Qingqing, having anticipated this, quickly deployed mechanical arms, forming a barrier that enveloped them. Under Chen Huaner's guidance, they used the momentum to lift off, landing steadily on a distant stone monument. Meanwhile, Xue Wushuang was in a dire situation. His body was covered in blood, with countless wounds crisscrossing his skin. In such an environment, Chen Huaner couldn't summon the holy light grass to heal him. The conditions were too harsh for it to exert its healing powers. Despite being a level 50+ beast tamer like the others, the extreme attributes of the holy light grass were now more of a hindrance. As blood continued to drain from his body, the bloodlust induced by his berserk state grew stronger. Xue Wushuang's eyes were bloodshot, and his arms, bulging with veins, were riddled with scars. He roared, "Get out of my way!" Instead of retreating from the jungle-like tangle of mechanical arms, he charged forward, wrapping his arms around those trying to tear him apart. Sharp barbs tore at his skin, and blood dripped from his wounds, fueling his frenzy and murderous intent. Just as the mechanical arms were about to apply force, Xue Wushuang exerted a sudden burst of strength, tearing them apart with a crackling of electricity. Like a raging beast, he swung the severed arms at the oncoming mechanical swarm, triggering a series of explosions and bursts of fire. Suddenly, he harnessed the power of the wind beneath him and, without warning, leaped into the fissure in the shattered ground below. Not good. Xue Wushuang is losing control. Zhou Qingqing exclaimed anxiously. Qin Luoshi analyzed calmly. He won't die just yet. If we can hold out for 15 minutes, there's still hope. She stood on the stone monument, her gaze fixed on where Xue Wushuang had disappeared, while keeping a close watch on the distant battlefield. With only 3 minutes left until the 15-minute mark, Chen Huaner clasped her hands together and whispered a prayer. Hang in there, fat cat. At that moment, Zhou Qingqing cried out, "Look, what's that?" The 3 of them turned to see a crimson beam of light shooting up from where Xue Wushuang had vanished. Following it, a towering figure slowly emerged from the fissure. Although his wounds remained, The most striking feature was his eyes, a pair of red-violet irises radiating a chilling, killing intent that sent shivers through the trio who knew him well. That idiot. If this keeps up, he'll be worn out long before anyone else. Zhou Qingqing said with a furrowed brow, her anxious gaze fixed on the battlefield below. Luo Shi, take care of Huaner. I'm going to save him. Before the words had fully left her mouth, Zhou Qingqing had already leaped down. In midair, a tangible glow enveloped her body, and the centaur guardian by her side swung its spear and shield, continuously slicing through the attacking mechanical tentacles. This action, however, only enraged more of the mechanical tentacles. They thrashed wildly, their barbed ends slicing through the air with a deafening roar. Qingqing. Chen Huaner wanted to rush down but was held back by Qin Luoxi. Stay here, don't get in our way, and protect yourself. They'll find a way, Qin Luoxi said, though his hand gripping the bleeding soul blade turned pale from the pressure, and blood seeped from the blade's edge. There's only 2 minutes left. They won't hold on like this. Tears welled in Chen Huaner's eyes, her face full of worry. In the center of the battlefield, Zhou Qingqing was trapped by countless mechanical tentacles, unable to move an inch. The golden glow on the centaur's body was dimming, and the effect of the Guardian Knight's enhancement was waning. Meanwhile, Xue Wushuang was covered in blood, his heartbeat and breathing forcibly slowed by his berserk ability. It's a double-edged sword. Unable to feel pain in a berserk state, he could continue fighting despite severe injuries, but once it ended, he would fall into a death-like state. Luo Shi, please, save them. Chen Huaner's voice trembled, unable to bear thinking about her companion's fate. There is a way, but... A struggle flashed in Qin Luoxi's eyes, quickly replaced by determination. With 1 minute and 37 seconds left before the mechanical enemy's first wave ended, Qin Luoxi forcibly activated his reincarnation ability. The tips of his silver-white hair turned crimson, and his eyes, like cycles of reincarnation, were shrouded in a blood mist. Blood threads spread across his pale face, as if some power was about to awaken. Five-headed blood sun serpent, I allow you to hunt everything you can see. His ghostly purple fox on his shoulder let out a piercing wail, dissolving into sparks of flame. In its place appeared a blood-red figure, a massive serpent with crimson scales, its eyes emitting an eerie red glow. You finally let me out, contractor. The serpent's mouth spoke in a voice of indistinct gender. At that moment, blood dripped uncontrollably from Chen Huaner's nose, her eyes in searing pain, her mind echoing with a voice. 1 minute and 23 seconds remain until the mechanical enemy's first wave ends. Stop talking and save them. Qin Luoxi shouted through gritted teeth, her cheeks flushed with blood, her face contorted in pain. The 5 heads of the blood sun serpent spoke in unison. Don't forget the cost. A 1-minute countdown began silently. The last defensive barrier in front of Zhou Qingqing shattered with a crisp sound, dissolving into specks of light. Her face was pale, her breath rapid, and her weary eyes stared at the mechanical tentacles surging towards her. Just as dozens of mechanical tentacles were about to tear Zhou Qingqing apart, a scorching red light flashed by. A cut immediately appeared on her cheek, and a few strands of hair drifted away in the wind. The dense mechanical tentacles in the distance shattered instantly in the blood-red light, their remnants falling lifelessly to the ground. This sudden blood-colored storm carved out a vacuum in the steel jungle. The blood sun serpent's assault didn't stop. It was like an out-of-control meat grinder, shredding all mechanical tentacles in its path into pieces. Mere scraps of metal. I need blood, enough blood. The 5 snake heads raised up, spewing out a blood-colored mist that formed countless invisible threads. Any creature approaching it would dissolve into a cloud of blood and vanish. At this moment, Xue Wushuang's berserk state was nearing its end. The extreme burst of power had drained his stamina rapidly, and the benefits of his innate abilities were fading. His vision blurred, his body was covered in dried blood, and his wounds throbbed with pain. The side effects of his bloodthirsty frenzy were beginning to show. His hands were a bloody mess, and he was on the verge of collapse. Is this the end for me today? I'm sorry, Linzi. Xue Wushuang managed a bitter smile as his body began to fall. Just then, a piercing voice broke the silence. Human blood feast. If you still have breath, summon your beast. Xue Wushuang frowned, huh? He thought it was a hallucination before death, but his awareness suddenly sharpened for a moment, and he instinctively raised his hand. In the next instant, the holy light grass slammed onto him, almost making him cough up blood. Sensing its contract partner near death, the plant's leaves burst into blinding green light, beginning to heal his injuries. The blood sun serpent appeared just in time, tearing apart any mechanical tentacle trying to approach Xue Wushuang, before halting its attack. The 5 snake heads simultaneously flicked their tongues, scrutinizing the blood-covered Xue Wushuang. At that moment, Qin Luoxi's cold voice rang out. Get out of here. This is not where you belong. The serpent eyes of the five-headed blood sun snake flashed with a sinister glint, its murderous intent fleeting but palpable. In an instant, its form dissolved into a mist of blood, quickly dispersing into the air. Qin Luoxi was not in good shape. Her breathing was rapid and heavy, and her cheeks were covered with blood streaks, spreading across her entire face. The blood mist in her eyes grew denser, and beads of sweat dotted her forehead. The countdown finally hit 0. The massive mechanical tentacles that had been relentlessly breaking through the ground seemed to receive some kind of signal and rapidly retracted underground, like a receding tide. The first wave of the mechanical enemy's brutal onslaught had come to an end. Chen Huaner cautiously approached the stone monument, trying to support Qin Luoxi, but was intimidated by her icy, cold as a winter pond gaze and dared not take another step forward. Are you okay? Chen Huaner asked hesitantly, suppressing the fear in her heart. Take me down, we don't have time to waste. Qin Luoxi's voice betrayed her undeniable weakness. The blood streaks not only remained after the five-headed blood sun snake's disappearance, but also spread more aggressively, creeping down her neck. The spirit crow released the wind field once more, gently lowering the two of them to the ground. Qin Luoxi gestured for Chen Huaner to check on Zhou Qingqing and Xue Wuxuang. Zhou Qingqing forced a smile and said, I'm fine, just a few minor injuries. I just need to rest. Go check on Xue Wuxuang. Although she tried to stay composed, the pallor of her face revealed her frailty. When Chen Huaner reached Xue Wuxuang, the sight made her cover her mouth in shock, tears streaming down her face. Xue Wuxuang was drenched in blood, her entire body almost unrecognizable. Fortunately, the holy light grass was working at full capacity, emitting a brilliant emerald glow, its healing power continuously flowing into Xue Wuxuang, alleviating her pain. Meanwhile, outside the mechanical domain dungeon's teleportation array, a tense standoff was underway. The tent was in disarray, with a crimson long sword lying across the center. Wu Qinghong coldly stared at the bruised and battered Xiao Ming and his companions kneeling on the ground. Tell me, did you see them or not? Wu Qinghong's voice was laced with barely contained anger. Sister Wu, we've already told you, we didn't notice, and since the dungeon has been cleared, they have no reason to stay inside. Xiao Ming replied, trembling. A day and a half had passed, and no matter what methods the military used, they couldn't re-enter the dungeon. Although Wu Qinghong trusted Qin Luoxi's abilities, her unease grew stronger. Inform the old man that if they don't come out within half a day, we'll forcibly intervene in the dungeon. Even if it means destroying the path, we have to get them out, Wu Qinghong said, gritting her teeth as she spoke into the phone. Senior sister, I've already asked the military department to analyze their situation, Qin Yu said as he clutched his phone tightly, a frown etched on his face. He forced a slight smile, trying to calm the visibly anxious Lin Han in front of him. Calm down first. The old man has already cut off all external communication. But Lin Han, they successfully completed the mission and earned their merits. A wave of unease surged through Lin Han. After Qin Yu ended the call, he leaned in and whispered, Instructor Qin, did something happen to Luoxi and the others? Qin Yu's expression was grave. After taking a deep breath, he replied, they ran into some trouble and got trapped in a dungeon with a 30 exploration rate. What? Lin Han's voice rose in alarm. Instructor Wu was supposed to be with them. How could this happen? Wu Qinghong couldn't enter, the level difference is too great. If she forced her way in, it might cause the passage to collapse from the inside, Qin Yu explained. What's their current situation? Lin Han asked, his voice filled with concern. This was the first time he had encountered a scenario where someone was trapped inside a dungeon. Qin Yu elaborated on the situation. The problem is, after the military squad cleared the dungeon, it was supposed to open a stable transport passage as usual. However, the dungeon reset itself and sealed the entry from the inside, cutting off our communication. At this moment, Qian Yishuan's lazy voice chimed in, but he sensibly fell silent after receiving a warning glance from Qin Yu. Take me there, Instructor Qin, Lin Han said firmly, a hint of cold determination in his eyes. Qin Yu continued, if we forcefully break open the dungeon passage, it might lead to the dungeon being lost. The military's punishment would be severe. What do you mean? Are they definitely not coming out? Lin Han turned his gaze to Qian Yishuan, sensing that he might know more. Qian Yishuan reassured him, stay calm. With Qin Luoxi and the team, at least we can be sure they're not in any immediate danger. Otherwise, the old guys would have been in a frenzy by now. This brought Lin Han some relief. He could guess a bit about Qin Luoxi's true identity, even without the eye of providence. Let's go meet up with your Instructor Wu and discuss the next steps, Qin Yu said, creating a spatial ripple with a wave of his hand. With a snap of his fingers, the three were enveloped in the spatial distortion, and the surroundings stretched into an elongated tunnel. Moments later, they emerged near a desolate area occupied by the military. Lin Han was the first to step out of the transport passage, eagerly scanning his surroundings. Looking at the withered leaves and the desolate landscape around him, Lin Han's gaze fell on the neatly arranged military tents, and his brow furrowed even tighter. Staff Officer Qin, why are you here too? A military officer in uniform quickly approached from a distance and respectfully saluted upon seeing Qin Yu. Cut the chatter. Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively. You'd better take me over there before she tears this place apart. The officer nodded knowingly. This way, please. But who are these two young men? They are the new disciples. Qin Yu interrupted again with a wave. Let's move quickly and not waste time. Lin Han and Qian Yishuan nodded briefly in acknowledgement. The officer, though puzzled, refrained from asking further questions and led the three to a tent that was noticeably more imposing than the others around it. Chief Wu is inside. You can go in yourself, the officer said before hurrying away, though Lin Han did not miss the fleeting look of apprehension in his eyes. Is that Qin Yu outside? Hurry up and come in, came a familiar icy female voice from inside the tent. Qin Yu shrugged, lifted the tent flap, and entered, with Lin Han and Qian Yishuan following closely behind. Inside the spacious tent were a dozen or so advanced-looking devices, and in the center, several people were kneeling on the ground. Brother Qin, save me, cried Xiao Ming, whose face was bruised and swollen, as if seeing a savior in Qin Yu. Shut up and kneel. Wu Qinghong, who was sitting with her legs crossed on a chair, interrupted coldly. Oh, Brother Xiao, didn't Rian say you were on vacation? How did you end up here kneeling? Did you get yourself into trouble with my senior sister again? Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Ming's expression was one of indignation. Do you think I wanted this? Who knew this would happen? This instance nearly killed me, and the reward is just a diamond-level item, not even a rule-based one. I told you to shut up. Wu Qinghong's voice cut through the air as a fierce red aura began to emanate from her. Xiao, don't think just because your father is with the court of judgment that I won't dare touch you. Senior sister, calm down. Qin Yu hurriedly intervened, trying to mediate. No real harm was done. With Qin Luoshi around, at least their safety is assured. The female officer by Luo also quickly chimed in. Yes, Chief Wu. Ming just lacks a bit of sense. Please, show some mercy this time. Ignoring their pleas, Wu Qinghong turned her attention to Lin Han, her eyes narrowing. You've made another breakthrough in progress, I see. It seems you've gained quite a bit. But where did that girl Han Fei go? Han Fei was picked up by her father, so we came over first, Lin Han quickly explained. Han Gu has actually come? Wu Qinghong was initially surprised, then a hopeful look appeared in her eyes. With him here, along with another high-level professional above level 70, we should be able to stabilize this dungeon passage. Don't get your hopes up. Qin Yu shook his head helplessly. He's here to find his daughter. Fortunately, they've already been safely brought out, or else senior sister might not have seen me tomorrow. Although Lin Han was a bit confused about the topic, the most urgent thing right now was to confirm the safety of his companions. Instructor Wu, how are Luo Shi and Fat Cat doing? Are they in any danger? Wu Qinghong snorted coldly, her gaze meaningfully sweeping towards Xiao Ming, who was still kneeling on the ground. This question is better answered by our chief judge, Xiao. Chief judge? What kind of position is that? Lin Han asked directly. Wu Qinghong replied calmly. The military is divided into 4 systems. Nameless Mist, Court of Judgment, Eternal Ice, and Blade of Verdict. Xiao Ming here is from the Court of Judgment. Hearing these unfamiliar system names, Lin Han suddenly remembered the special title he had seen earlier with the Eye of Creation on Qian Yishuan, and a thought crossed his mind. Could he be a member of Eternal Ice? But this thought was quickly replaced by a more pressing question. Is Qin Luoshi also related to them? Wu Qinghong's expression suddenly darkened, as if touching on a sensitive topic. Some things are better left for him to tell you himself. She then turned her gaze to Xiao Ming, who immediately lowered his head to avoid her eyes. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Qin Yu quickly changed the subject. The priority is to open the passage and save people. Does the military have any solutions? Aside from forcibly opening the passage, there's only one way to ensure their safe return, and that's to apply for permission to use that item, Wu Qinghong said gravely. Qin Yu frowned. No, that's too risky, and we don't have enough clearance for it right now. Just as they were at an impasse, a hearty voice came from outside the tent. Since when did rescuing someone take so long to decide? Is the military so afraid of taking risks these days? It's embarrassing for us on the front lines. The tent flap was lifted, and a burly figure strode in, followed by Han Fei, who had a calm expression. When she saw Lin Han and Qian Yishuan, a hint of a strange emotion flickered in her eyes. Wu Qinghong's anger was about to boil over, but upon meeting the newcomer's tiger-like eyes, her tone immediately became respectful. Senior Han, is it really you? Ha ha ha, Han Gu laughed heartily. It's been years, and little Wu has grown so much. Taking advantage of Han Gu's approach, Han Fei quietly moved to Lin Han's side and whispered, I heard about Qingqing and the others. With my father here, they'll definitely come out safely. Han Fei rarely showed a gentle expression, which brought a sense of comfort to Lin Han. He turned to look at Han Fei, who was now radiating pride, and joked, "Luckily, our dragon consort is magnanimous. If you had brought up your father's influence during the battle, we wouldn't have dared to make a move against you." Han Fei's fair face turned crimson in an instant. She shot Lin Han a glance and huffed softly. "If it weren't for Qingqing and the others, I wouldn't have asked my father for help. It's a favor, and they will have to return it." She deliberately lowered her voice and added, "Next time you try to take advantage of me, you're finished." Just as she finished speaking, Lin Han suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of oppressive terror. He instinctively swallowed and followed the pressure to find Han Gu, who had been talking with Wu Qinghong, now glaring at him with piercing eyes that seemed capable of penetrating his soul, making Lin Han feel as if he were already a dead man. "Sis, don't joke like that. It could be deadly." Lin Han quickly shook his head in denial, explaining with a wry smile. Han Fei turned away, a barely noticeable smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Seeing this, Han Gu finally withdrew his gaze and turned back to Wu Qinghong and the others. "I've heard about the trouble those youngsters got into. Since my Feier has asked for it, and they're her classmates, we must help." With that, Han Gu raised his hand, and a wave of distorted light shimmered, revealing a futuristic-looking briefcase that appeared out of thin air. The case was about the size of an ordinary laptop, covered in intricate mechanical patterns. Upon seeing the case, Wu Qinghong's previously worried expression transformed with surprise, and even Qin Yu and the secretly watching Xiao Ming had drastic changes in their expressions. How did you manage to bring this out?" "The military." Wu Qinghong couldn't hide the astonishment in his eyes. Lin Han discreetly activated his creation eye, focusing on the briefcase. A line of small text immediately appeared. Name, secure safe. Level, legendary high tier. Type, ceiling. Description, originating from a mysterious prison. The warden's ingenuity surpasses common understanding. It's rumored the prison holds some unknown treasures, and to protect them, the warden developed this case. Its sole purpose is to safeguard the items inside, immune to any curses or negative effects. It can be attempted to open 3 times. After the 3rd attempt, the contents will return to the dungeon. Note, do not attempt to open it by force. The consequences will be irreversible. Legendary high tier? Lin Han was greatly astonished and looked at Qin Yishuan, who was also gazing at the case with keen interest. "Qin, what's inside that?" Lin Han asked. "No idea," Qin Yishuan replied bluntly. "Then why are you so interested?" Lin Han inquired. Qin Yishuan raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lin Han. "My talent is being a wealthy gambler. One of the effects is seeing the price of all items. Regardless of usefulness, there's an independent standard for assessing their grade and capability. Even if I don't know what's inside, I've never seen a legendary grade item case before. I'm also interested in your star fragment beast and weapons. I might consider purchasing them at a high price." Qin Yishuan suddenly interjected. Lin Han pretended not to hear the latter part, merely furrowing his brow as he glanced over at Han Gu. Han Gu was carefully holding the box, afraid it might accidentally fall to the ground. "Of course, I couldn't have brought this out alone, and it wasn't my idea to do so," Han Gu said, scratching his head. Wu Qinghong looked shocked. Could it be someone from the Judgment Council? Are they really that invested in this matter? When Lin Han heard the words Judgment Council, he immediately perked up. His intuition told him it must be related to Qin Luoshi's identity. "No, those old folks don't have that kind of authority," Han Gu said with a meaningful expression. Wu Qinghong's face grew serious. She knew that to bring out such an object, permission from at least 2 council members was necessary. Besides them, only 3 people in the empire held such power. The Resetsu Han Gu before her, the council leader who had been absent for 3 years, and the white-clad Azura, Bai Yi. Qin Yu blurted out. Lin Han fell into deep thought upon hearing the name Bai Yi. It sounded familiar, yet he couldn't quite recall where he'd heard it before. But anyone who could be mentioned in the same breath as Han Fei's father as a war god must be a mighty figure of throne-level strength. "That's right, it's him," Han Gu said with a smile. "When he suddenly contacted me, I thought it was to arrange a duel. Who knew it was to deliver this item? That's not like him at all. Could it be at the behest of that person?" He cast a probing look at Wu Qinghong. "Not sure. The old man has gone into seclusion, and it's unlikely we'll be able to reach him anytime soon." Wu Qinghong shook her head. Han Gu laughed heartily. "To get me to personally make this trip, he promised me 3 matches. I'd say I got a good deal out of it." The group fell silent. The white-clad Azura, who guarded the far north, was known for his low profile and had never left that region. Why would he suddenly take an interest in matters here? "There's no time to lose." Wu Qinghong shifted her focus to the briefcase. "Senior Han, let's unseal it together and open the passage." Han Gu nodded, his expression serious. He placed his palm on the box, and the mechanical lines converged towards the center like a living creature, eventually forming a handprint. Hangu pressed his palm onto it. A mechanical voice sounded. Identity confirmation in progress. Please wait. Please insert an identity-related item for secondary verification. Hangu rummaged through his space ring for a moment and retrieved a sword-shaped pendant. Before Lin Han could see the details, Hangu had already placed the pendant on the box's surface. Verifying user information of the item. Verification complete. Please input voice command. The mechanical voice continued. Ancient Star Dragon. Long live the Empire. Hangu recited these words with a firm and powerful voice, imbued with a sense of valor. Voice print collection complete. Please add a drop of blood for final identity verification. Hangu muttered under his breath, impatiently curling his lip. He raised his finger, allowing a drop of bright red blood to fall precisely onto the surface of the briefcase, quickly spreading before disappearing. The complex procedure for opening the case caused the expressions of those present to shift continuously. When Hangu finally opened the briefcase, contrary to expectations, there was no dazzling golden light. Instead, a gentle stream of light rose slowly, gradually illuminating the entire military tent. Lin Han's gaze was immediately drawn to the object that slowly floated up from the briefcase, his pupils contracting sharply. It was a transparent hexagonal crystal, almost identical to the crystals he had seen multiple times in the Awakening Temple. Awakening Temple. Qianishuan's breathing became noticeably heavier, while Han Fei was already transfixed. Lin Han quickly activated the Eye of Creation to inspect it, only to find, as with the awakening stones in the temple, that everything remained unknown. Hangu raised his palm, and the crystal in his hand began to change color in an unusual way. Suddenly, he vanished from the tent, followed swiftly by Wu Qinghong, Qin Yu, and the kneeling Xiao Ming, moving so quickly that the younger generation, including Lin Han, could hardly react. Let's go, follow them. Qianishuan was the first to rush out of the tent, his eyes gleaming with intense excitement. Lin Han understood that he must have also recognized the origin of this crystal. When Lin Han and Han Fei arrived at the now-dim teleportation array, they found the area surrounded by heavily armed military soldiers. Fortunately, Wu Qinghong had given prior notice, allowing them to approach the subdomain's teleportation array of the mechanical domain. At that moment, Han Gu was holding up the crystal, with a blood-red centipede phantom appearing behind him, emanating a chilling aura of slaughter. The crystal's color shifted from transparent to murky, with black and red hues intertwining within. Wu Qinghong then stepped forward, her slender fingers lightly touching the surface of the crystal. A crimson longsword phantom emerged behind her, its sharp edge flashing momentarily before merging into the crystal, imbuing it with a red glow. Qin, be sensible. I'm not here to do your work for you. Han Gu frowned and said. Qin Yu and Xiaoming exchanged a glance before stepping forward to place their hands on the crystal. Qin Yu's eyes emitted a brilliant white glow, not of purity but of chaotic energy. This was the first time Lin Han witnessed Qin Yu display his power, and he discreetly activated the Eye of Creation to explore further. Lin Han activated the Eye of Creation, curiously examining Qin Yu, eager to uncover his secrets. However, the system indicated that it couldn't detect Qin Yu's strength. Just then, Lin Han noticed a mysterious smile forming at the corner of Qin Yu's mouth. What shocked him even more was the faint apparition of a dragon shape beside Qin Yu. This was not the Western dragon form. Lin Han was familiar with those creatures covered in scales, with powerful limbs and expansive wings. This apparition exuded an oppressive aura that made Lin Han avert his gaze, a cold sweat forming on his brow. An unbelievable thought crossed his mind. Perhaps Qin Yu was not a being of this world. With Qin Yu's involvement, a flowing silver light enveloped the crystal surface. The crystal vibrated violently, rapidly accumulating energy. Just as it was about to reach the critical point, Han Gu raised his hand to guide it, casting a red and black halo onto the dim teleportation array. Spatial forces surged, and the teleportation array regained its luster. The space on both sides shattered, swept by violent turbulence. It's open. Han Gu smiled with relief. Just as Wu Qinghong was about to send Xiaoming in for the rescue, a figure suddenly leaped into the widening space passage. Lin Han, what are you doing? Qin Yu's expression changed dramatically. Lin Han, come back, this isn't where you should go. Han Gu called out. Lin Han was already standing at the entrance of the passage, turning back to say, I'm sorry, the two instructors and Senior Han, they are members of my Dragon Fang team. If anyone should rescue them, it should be me. With that, he stepped into the passage. That's how it is, don't say anything else. This kid is more stubborn than an ox, and so am I. I'm going in. Qianishuan followed with a cheerful grin. The spatial passage began to twist, on the verge of closing. Han Gu watched with interest, only to see a graceful figure dart overhead and stand at the front of the passage. It was his daughter, Han Fei, draped in the Weaver of Wind's shawl, appearing even more ethereal amidst the spatial turbulence. Oh my, little ancestor, what are you doing? Come back. Let Xiaoming be the last one to go. Han Gu panicked. If your mother finds out, I'm done for. Han Fei simply stood quietly, offering her father a gentle smile. Father, just as Lin Han said, we're a team, and if we're going to save someone, I should be the one to go. Han Fei stated firmly. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Before her words fully settled, Han Fei had already activated the Wind Whisperer's woven veil, her graceful figure instantly vanishing into the passage. As she disappeared, the passage shook violently and closed with a resounding crash. Han Gu was flushed with anxiety, but as the main controller of the crystal, he was unable to move. All he could do was shout in frustration, his face red with anger. Once the passage closed, a heavy silence fell over the scene. Everyone's eyes turned disapprovingly toward Xiao Ming, who stood there in a daze. Due to level restrictions, the others couldn't enter the passage, but Xiao Ming could have stopped them. Yet, he did nothing as the three young people rushed in, leaving Han Gu and the others visibly upset. Would you believe me if I said I didn't react in time? Xiao Ming mumbled, his face swollen. In truth, as Lin Han charged forward, a mysterious force had immobilized him. By the time he regained movement, Han Fei was already gone. Any explanation now seemed futile, and he could only slump to the ground, pleading, could you avoid hitting my face? Fine, the three replied coldly. A series of anguished cries soon echoed throughout the camp, as the guards lowered their hats, pretending not to hear the distressing sounds. Meanwhile, within the spatial passage, where did you get that potion? Qian Yishuan asked with a grin, patting Lin Han on the shoulder. That's a stellar grade 1, incredibly effective. Can you sell me a couple of bottles? That's a secret, Lin Han replied mysteriously, slipping his hand into his robe pocket. The fierce spatial turbulence made his robe flap loudly, and the yellow potion in his pocket had quietly disappeared. The system panel then displayed. Congratulations, host, for successfully exchanging for paralysis spray, costing 5,000 credit points. Paralysis spray, single-use item. Description. It asks, are you paralyzed? Effect. Renders the target unable to move for 1 minute. This success was entirely due to the old robe, a glitchy piece of equipment. The paralysis spray, which should have been ineffective against stellar-grade beastmasters, had bypassed all of Xiao Ming's immunity defenses thanks to the rule-based effect of the yellow potion. Hey, we've got a tail, Qian Yishuan suddenly chuckled. Lin Han turned to see Han Fei enveloped in the airflow field created by the Wind Whisperer's veil, quietly following behind. With a wave of his hand, Qian Yishuan's glowing dice opened a gap in the barrier, welcoming Han Fei inside. Welcome to the team, Lin Han said, extending his hand in a friendly gesture. Han Fei turned her face away slightly, responding with a soft Moments later, Lin Han and his team found themselves in a massive city constructed from dense mechanical structures. Black smoke continuously billowed into the sky, obscuring it, while various forms of mechanical beings moved through the streets and squares. Captain, this place is so huge. Where do we even begin to look for those people? Qian Yishuan asked, frowning as he surveyed his surroundings. Let's take a look around first, Lin Han suggested, noting that the mechanical beings displayed a neutral symbol, indicating they posed no immediate threat. Look over there. Han Fei suddenly pointed to a nearby alleyway, where the walls were marked with battle scars. The three of them rushed over, only to be met with the sight of shattered mechanical limbs and the pungent smell of engine oil. They've likely been deemed enemies by these androids, Lin Han said gravely. Do any of you have a way to quickly track them down? We don't have much time. Qian Yishuan retrieved the Bard's Chronicle from his storage space, a tool once used to awaken Han Fei in a fairy tale scenario, and wrote, find the traces of the outsider beastmasters with a quill. Golden light emanated from the paper, forming an arrow. As the trio prepared to follow the arrow, Qian Yishuan pointed skyward in alarm. Captain, something's really off here. The sky seemed to be split by some force. On their side, it was still daylight, while the opposite side was illuminated by the lights of night. We can't worry about that now, Lin Han urged, quickening his pace. Meanwhile, deep within the mechanical city, Qin Luoshi and her group of 4 were sprinting down a dimly lit street, pursued by fully armed androids. Faster! We need to speed up. The other key is inside the factory, Qin Luoshi shouted, pointing towards a dim streetlight ahead. Her repeated use of her cyclical abilities had drained her magical reserves, and the negative effects of the 5-headed blood sun snake were beginning to take their toll, causing her vision to blur intermittently. Once we're inside the factory, we can temporarily evade these guys. Xue Wushuang's face was pale as she urgently commanded, Holy light grass, emit light. A golden beam instantly illuminated the path ahead. The sudden brightness caused the mechanical androids pursuing them to slow down noticeably. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, the 4 of them swiftly darted into a nearby factory. Based on their exploration of this level, they knew the mechanical workers in the factory rested at night. Since the first mechanical uprising, this level has had a clear day-night distinction. During the day, blocking the sight of mechanical creations can halt their actions, while sudden bright light in the dark can slow them down. This can't go on. We must find the mechanical lord, Shui Wushuang said, ignoring the sweat pouring down her face like rain, as she watched the street for patrolling mechanical creatures. Suddenly, Qin Luoxi exclaimed, "Oh no!" Immediately, a system alert sounded in their ears. You are now under the gaze of the mechanical nemesis. The storm surge is about to begin. 8, 7, 6, run! Qin Luoxi shouted just as a huge spotlight descended from above, illuminating the four of them in the darkness. A thunderous sound echoed, shaking the ground. A well-organized mechanical army appeared on the street, their marching footsteps causing the ground to vibrate. Spirit Crow, take flight. With Qian Huaner's command, the Spirit Crow spread its wings, lifting her and Zhou Qingqing into the sky. As a knight, Zhou Qingqing swung her weapon in the air to buy time for her ground-bound companions. Holy light grass, light up the street ahead. Shui Wushuang's command sent a blinding beam into the mechanical army, slowing them down, albeit not significantly. Get inside the factory. With the mechanical surge approaching, Qin Luoxi decisively chose to evade. After barely holding off the first wave of attacks, the Spirit Crow set the two female teammates down, and the four quickly retreated into the factory. Shui Wushuang immediately closed and locked the door, ensuring every bolt was secured. The factory's basement flickered with a blood-red glow. That must be the key we're looking for. Following the light source, they saw a heart-shaped device lightly pulsing, connected by green and blue crystal conduits, forming some sort of circulatory system. Outside, there was a deafening crash as countless mechanical androids launched a frenzied assault. Shui Wushuang strained to hold the door, shouting, "Quick! Destroy that mechanical core." Qin Luoxi leaped down to the factory's lower level, her short sword gleaming coldly, aimed at the mechanical heart. Just in the nick of time, a ghostly purple fox suddenly darted out, carrying her to the side. At her original landing spot, two massive steel blades sliced through the air, striking metal and sparking. Inside the factory gates, Shui Wushuang was doing his best to fend off the onslaught of the mechanical army. Suddenly, he heard a voice from outside, "Blazing fire Qilin, Flame Lord." The next moment, he felt a surge of intense heat through the door he was struggling to keep closed. Boom! Outside, a massive sound echoed across the sky as Lin Han darted through the mechanical troops. In his hands were two fierce flames, clashing with the Qilin's fiery blaze, sending waves of heat rippling through the air. The enormous fire Qilin roared, its body adorned with golden patterns through which fire emanated, melting the surrounding mechanical soldiers into molten metal. Inferno blaze! Lin Han leapt into the air, leaving a massive crater on the ground from his powerful takeoff. In midair, he crossed his hands, causing the flames to collide. Bang! His hands clapped together with a muffled sound, but it was overshadowed by the even louder roar of the Qilin's Inferno blaze skill. The collision of the two fiery forces cleared the entire area of mechanical troops. Successfully eliminated mechanical unit, gained 12,587 experience points. Successfully eliminated mechanical unit, gained 9,147 experience points. Successfully eliminated mechanical unit, gained 10,122 experience points. Successfully eliminated mechanical unit, gained. You have reached the experience limit for this level. Please complete your class change task soon. During this period, you will not gain any experience points. After Lin Han finished off the mechanical army, Qian Yishuan and Han Fei hurried over to him. "Fat cat, open the door, it's us." Qian Yishuan shouted towards the factory door. Suddenly, Lin Han, standing beside him, looked shocked and quickly moved to his side. Screech! From behind the factory door, a faint sound emerged. "Qilin, save them!" Lin Han shouted, stepping in front of Qian Yishuan. With a deafening crash, the thick iron doors were torn apart, blocked by Lin Han's iron body ability. Simultaneously, the fire Qilin roared and charged into the factory, protecting Qin Luoxi and others who had been thrown back. "Lindsay, how did you get here?" Shui Wushuang leaned against the massive Qilin, pleasantly surprised to see his friends in this dungeon. "Be careful, now's not the time for chit-chat," Lin Han warned loudly, having already used his ability to analyze the data of a strange creature inside the factory. The first thing he noticed were countless mechanical tentacles, brandishing sharp steel blades, entwined with blue and purple crystal tubes wrapped around a blood-red heart. Steaming. Mechanical heart prototype, level 70. Race, mechanical. Talent, blood source supply. Description. The mechanical core that maintains part of the structure's operation in the mechanical city. Skills. Frenzied blade dance, wildly swings massive mechanical blades for 30 seconds. Heart supply. The mechanical heart prototype restores its health periodically, Biological pulse. The mechanical heart prototype incites the mechanical creatures in the city to launch indiscriminate attacks on non-mechanical beings. We need to take down this boss. It holds the items we need. Qin Luoshi quietly approached Lin Han, the blood on her arm clearly visible. Lin Han quickly assessed everyone's condition, then handed a healing potion to Qin Luoshi. You guys are in bad shape. Leave this fight to us. Before he finished speaking, he had already moved to shield the group. The boss swung several steel blades towards Lin Han. Qilin, engage. Lin Han commanded, and the power of Yin Jun instantly enveloped him. At the same time, the dark Xuanwu leaped out from the beast's space, letting out an excited roar. As the massive steel blades came crashing down, Lin Han used his iron body talent to catch the fierce blow with ease. Qilin then took action, its hooves stomping heavily on the ground, causing pillars of fire to erupt and engulf the boss, quickly melting the purple crystal tubes in the intense heat. Han Fei, I'll restrain its limbs. You all focus on attacking its heart. Lin Han directed Xuanwu to launch an attack, with sharp rocks raining down to trap the boss securely. Just as Han Fei was about to command Long Ke to attack, a dense mechanical sound echoed around the factory. The surrounding mechanical creatures, summoned by the boss, began to converge rapidly. It's over. This boss can summon mechanical creatures too. Zhou Qingqing quickly formed a breakout formation with the centaur, preparing to clear a path for the team. Lin Han jumped onto Xuanwu's back, his flame-enhanced fists striking like fire to repel the advancing mechanical creatures. Xuan, where's your buff? Prompted by Lin Han, Xuan immediately used his talent to provide the team with a powerful attribute boost. Lin Han made a decisive call. All attack power buffs, direct them to Han Fei. Xuanwu unleashed another rock seal, completely restraining the boss. Empowered by the buffs, Han Fei gave the order without hesitation. Long Ke, finish off this boss. The Long Ke in the sky let out a sharp cry, releasing a golden dragon breath that instantly enveloped the boss's vital heart. As the boss fell, the surrounding mechanical creatures stopped moving, as if they had lost their controller. Lin Han, grab the key. Qin Luoshi reminded him. Lin Han quickly retrieved the crucial item from the blood-red heart. The system notification sounded. Congratulations on finding an important item. Main quest updated. Locate the hidden alien life form and unlock the mechanical tower's gate. Current progress. Collect 3 keys symbolizing authority 23. Holding the key in his hand, Lin Han turned to face his teammates. His gaze swept across each of their faces as he spoke in a low voice. There's only one key left. Let's go. This instance isn't over yet. He paused briefly before asking, by the way, did any of you encounter anything strange when entering this dark space? Zhou Qingqing couldn't help but recall the terrifying mechanical storm from before, clutching her clothes nervously. Qian Yishuan pondered for a moment and replied, yes, we suddenly became hostile to each other and were attacked by a large number of mechanical creations. But the captain took care of it. Once we entered the dark space, that stopped. Hearing this, the others exchanged knowing looks, realizing once again that strength is the key to exploring these instances. The 7 of them walked along the dim street, their shadows flickering under the lights. After a long time without finding any clues, Lin Han turned to Qin Luoshi. How's it going? Still can't find the location of the next key? Qin Luoshi frowned. No, this time my reincarnation ability can't detect any biological information. In this instance filled with mechanical creatures, her ability was significantly weakened. Lin Han stopped and looked up at the sky, which was split into 2 parts. Using the power of the Eye of Creation, he noticed faint energy points flickering in the sky. Qian Yishuan, give me an energy perception boost. With the energy aura enveloping him, Lin Han's vision became clearer. He could see floating energy particles in both the industrial gas-filled daytime area and the dimly lit night section. I found it, Lin Han explained to his teammates. This abnormal sky is made up of stacked energy bodies, likely the work of the alien creatures mentioned in the instance hints. Just as he finished speaking, the system notification sounded. Host has discovered an important clue in the instance. New task released. Reward for obtaining the 3rd key, 20,000 Krypton points. Han Fei recalled previous intel. Looks like Senior Xiao Ming and his team only managed to defeat one type of alien creature? Huaner, Lin Han commanded decisively. Have the Spirit Crow take me up there. We need to get the other key first. In an instant, the Spirit Crow and Dragon Sparrow lifted Lin Han and Han Fei into the air. As they approached the strange sky, Lin Han's ability detected the energy points starting to stir restlessly. In the next moment, the points of energy that formed the sky suddenly expanded, transforming into a swarm of massive mechanical creatures, their membranous wings emitting a faint glow as they hovered in the air. Lin Han quickly scanned their data. Mechanical light bats, LV-61. Originally dwelling in dimly lit nests, these 2-toned mechanical beings were inexplicably drawn to the high skies, intertwining to create a dark canopy that blotted out the sun. Just charge through. Ignore these monsters. Lin Han directed, while reminding his teammates below to dodge. Damn, this dungeon is so intense. Shui Wushuang stared intently at the phenomenon above, eyes gleaming with astonishment. At that moment, the vast sky suddenly split open with a giant fissure, like a black and white curtain torn apart, revealing the dungeon world's original gray-yellow sky, polluted with industrial fumes. Stop gawking. There are too many of these mechanical creatures. We need to find cover. Qin Luoshi pulled her nearby teammate, retreating towards the nearby streets. From the rift in the sky, a gigantic spaceship adorned with colorful lights emerged, its underside extending countless fine lines connecting to the ground. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed as the swarm of mechanical light bats launched a fierce attack. Lin Han, you go find the third key. Leave these flying creatures to me. Han Fei, riding a dragon sparrow, turned back to confront the pursuers. Lin Han leaped, landing steadily on the ship's surface. The flaming Qilin followed closely, spewing intense flames without waiting for its master's command, melting a large hole in the ship's hull. Let's go, Lin Han urged, leading the Qilin into the ship's interior. The cabin was filled with crystalline conduits, with black-purple liquid flowing like blood within. Take action. At Lin Han's command, the flaming Qilin's flames surged, beginning to dismantle the ship's internal structure. Please stop. A dull mechanical voice suddenly echoed, causing the Qilin to pause its assault and look to its master for guidance. Stop? Who are you? Why should I listen to you? Lin Han sneered, his body already emanating the aura of the Flame Sovereign. A figure shrouded in black mist appeared before him as a holographic projection, the owner of the spaceship, an alleged alien being. You want to open the mechanical tower, and we share that goal. I can give you the final key. Such generosity? What do you want? Lin Han's gaze turned cold, recognizing this as a crucial turning point in the dungeon storyline, where the choices made would determine its outcome. Once you've defeated the Lord inside the mechanical tower, I want to lead the transformation of this mechanical world, the alien entity stated solemnly. Han Fei was preparing to command the dragon sparrow to battle against the mechanical light bats, but she noticed these creatures suddenly scattered, showing no intention of fighting. Confused, she looked down to the ground, only to see the mechanical creatures that had been menacingly approaching Qin Luoshi, and the others also seemed to have received some kind of command, stopping in their tracks and swaying awkwardly. Inside the spaceship, the atmosphere was tense. Lin Han's expression was grave, and although the Qilin beside him was restless, he managed to restrain it. The alien entity's words caught his attention. Do you intend to take control of this mechanical world? Get to the point. Lin Han interrupted impatiently, cutting off the lengthy discourse. What do you want? The alien voice echoed in the air. After you eliminate the mechanical lord, how do you plan to handle this world? This unexpected question sent a shock through Chu Han's heart, as he hadn't anticipated such profound issues arising from a mere mission. This is the key you're looking for, the alien entity said, and as soon as it finished speaking, an energy-formed key appeared before Lin Han. My combat capabilities have been destroyed by you, so there's no need to worry about a surprise attack from me. However, you should seriously consider my previous proposal. Lin Han took the key, and the system immediately issued a task completion notification. He pressed further, since you don't stop us from collecting the keys, why did you control those mechanical light bats? Without the separation of black and white environments, the endless mechanical tide would have overwhelmed you, possibly costing you the chance to find the second key. This explanation gave Lin Han some relief. Indeed, the distinct two-colored world had helped them to some extent. The alien entity concluded, the key is in your hands now. After dealing with the mechanical lord, you will face new choices. With those words, its form dissipated into the air. Suddenly, the giant spaceship beneath Lin Han's feet began to shake violently and plummet from the sky. On the ground, Shui Wushuang had just defeated a mechanical humanoid and looked up to see the massive ship descending. Lin Han leaped from the ship in time, shouting, "Give me the other key. It's time to end this battle." Hearing this, Qin Luoshi immediately tossed the key in her hand to Lin Han. The moment the three keys met in the air, a towering spire suddenly rose from the steel city, piercing the sky. As the tower ascended, the entire city resounded with deafening alarms, and the colossal roar seemed to threaten everyone's eardrums. Warning, you have been noticed by the mechanical overlord. Please evacuate the mechanical maze city immediately. The shrill alarm echoed through the vast building. A mechanical storm will erupt in 10 seconds. Please evacuate quickly. Lin Han swiftly turned his head, seeing the surrounding mechanical creatures with blood-red light flickering in their eyes. Their mechanical joints emitted blinding electric sparks. The voice of the alien life form once again whispered in his ear. I can't hold them off for long. You must hurry to the tower. The group dashed towards the massive mechanical tower. Lin Han and Shui Wushuang quickly closed the tower's door and looked up at the display screen above. 16. Suddenly, a line of enormous mechanical mechs appeared before the team. These level 63 mechanical armors were the tower's basic defense units, equipped with two main attack skills, Thermal Blast, causing burn effects, and Circuit Slash, capable of group attacks. Fire Kirin, Flame Lord, Lin Han commanded, charging towards the mechs. His fists cut through the air like a hot knife through butter, pushing the mechs back several steps. Long K and Lingya swiftly took their positions and launched a fierce attack. Under the Kirin's fiery breath, the mechs quickly melted into pools of molten metal. The system prompt sounded immediately. You have successfully defeated the mechanical armor and gained 0 experience points. You have reached the level cap. Please complete the job change task as soon as possible. About 40 to 50 minutes later, the group had fought their way to the 5th floor. Mountains of mechanical wreckage around them testified to their fierce battles along the way. Let's go and defeat the final mechanical overlord, Lin Han said calmly, as the team's levels approached 40. The 6th floor was filled with electronic components, with walls embedded with giant batteries radiating powerful energy. However, the mechanical overlord was nowhere to be seen. Just as Shui Wushuang was puzzled, Zhou Qingqing suddenly shouted, "Fat cat! Watch out!" Lin Han reacted swiftly, summoning the Dark Xuanwu to shield them from the rain of bullets descending from above. A burst of wild laughter erupted as the energy batteries on the surrounding walls flew up and connected, blasting through the tower's top. A gigantic humanoid machine loomed before them, its body towering above the tower, blood-red eyes glaring down at the Longya squad. Lin Han looked up at the boss, and the Eye of Creation quickly revealed detailed information about the Mechanical Lord. Level 68. Role: Ruthless Ruler of the Mechanical City. Abilities: Mechanical Manipulation. Can forcefully control all creatures carrying mechanical objects. Chaos Gear. Activates the entire mechanical tower for indiscriminate attacks. Mechanical Supreme. Reduces damage taken by 30. Punk Ascension. Releases a wide-range control damage, absorbing opponent's strength if not killed in time. Everyone, be careful. The whole tower is a giant trap. Lin Han warned while commanding the Qilin to attack. Intense flames instantly engulfed the tower as the massive Qilin charged at the Mechanical Lord. Bang! The Mechanical Lord was pushed back several steps, with its parts turning red-hot from the flames. "Oomph! Join me in glorious ascension." The Mechanical Lord roared, pointing at the nearby energy core. A powerful magnetic force erupted, causing the entire tower to tremble violently. The 6th level of the tower began to rotate, with the ground shifting like a puzzle. Qin Luoshi shouted, "Watch your footing, don't fall," as she tried to approach the boss, but the constantly changing terrain hindered her movement. "Qianishuan, speed boost," Lin Han commanded, and Qianishuan rolled the dice to enhance Lin Han's speed with a buff. Han Fei, Huaner, use your aerial advantage to disrupt. The Mechanical Lord blocked Lin Han's attack with its hands, and then activated a stronger mechanism. A wave of electricity struck Qin Luoshi, knocking her to the ground. Chen Huaner hurriedly directed her spirit crow to rescue her. At that moment, the Mechanical Lord's massive fist suddenly slammed towards Lin Han. With a thunderous crash, the ground collapsed, and Lin Han fell to the 5th level. As he tried to regain his footing, the support beneath him gave way again, and he plummeted to the 4th level. "Captain!" Han Fei exclaimed. "No worries, be careful up there," Lin Han's voice called from below. Boom! Boom! The 5th level of the tower shook violently as the ground beneath began to crumble and fall away. Intense currents of electricity wove chaotically across the surface, completely blocking the path to the upper levels. "Captain, watch your back," Qianishuan urgently warned. A large group of mechanical creatures had surrounded Lin Han, almost engulfing him completely. In the nick of time, the Dark Xuanwu let out a thunderous roar, breaking through the encirclement with Lin Han. Above, the fiery Qilin roared anxiously, wanting to descend and rescue its master, but was thwarted by the dense electric currents that prevented it from getting close. "Qilin, attack the Mechanical Lord," Lin Han commanded while watching his teammates unleash their skills in preparation for battling the boss. Without his combat support, the fight would be even more challenging for his teammates. "Ha! The ascension is about to begin." The Mechanical Lord laughed maniacally, its blood-red eyes suddenly enveloped by electricity. "This is bad. Stop it from ascending." Lin Han shouted a warning from the 4th level. His teammates immediately intensified their assault at his words. Standing on Long's back, Han Fei gave a loud order. "Long Ke, unleash Dragon's Breath." The Dragon's Breath poured over the Mechanical Lord like a waterfall. In its fury, the boss grabbed Long's wings, but Chen Huaner quickly commanded her Spirit Crow to use wind pressure, successfully freeing Long Ke. At that moment, the Dark Xuanwu surged with power again, sending Lin Han to the 6th level. Electricity surged through Lin Han's body, but he ignored the pain and immediately ordered, "Qilin, Flame Transformation Phase 4. The fiery Qilin's body was covered in golden patterns, flames swirling around it as it charged towards the boss. Lin Han quickly instructed Shui Wushuang. Fat cat, be ready to heal at any moment. Before he finished speaking, he was already leaping across floating stones towards the battlefield, with a small fur ball mysteriously appearing on his shoulder. Qin Luoshi was also poised to launch a powerful strike. Foolish, the mechanical lord roared, swinging its arm at Lin Han, only to have the fur ball suddenly expand and swallow the entire mechanical arm. At that moment, the Qilin's flame transformation reached its peak, engulfing the mechanical lord in a sea of fire. Lin Han and Qin Luoshi's attacks followed swiftly, leaving the boss with no escape. The system notification chimed in. You have successfully slain the mechanical lord, gaining 58,698 experience points. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a new mission prompt appeared. The main storyline of the mechanical realm is fully unlocked. The new task requires choosing the future development direction of the mechanical realm between maintaining the status quo or negotiating with alien life forms. On the expansive square of the mechanical domain, the 7 members of the Dragon Fang squad squeezed together on a metal bench, watching the wandering mechanical creatures around them with cautious eyes. These once ferocious creations seemed to have lost their direction after the mechanical lord was defeated, aimlessly roaming the streets. It looks like this is the end of the first phase of the quest, Lin Han observed, looking at the scene before him. But our mission mentioned the need to eliminate other alien life forms. Could it be that part isn't done yet? Upon hearing this, Shui Wushuang widened her eyes, ready to ask for more details, when Lin Han suddenly interrupted. It's coming? His eye of creation had detected an energy form coalescing Niarbia foreign life form clad in a black robe was slowly materializing. Hello. The entity spoke. The mechanical lord has been defeated. Have you considered my earlier proposal? How should the future of the mechanical domain be managed? The group noticed a neutral mark above the life form's head and tensed up. Zhou Qingqing cautiously tapped the plump cat beside her and whispered, if its mark changes, we act immediately. Everyone, calm down. Let's hear what it has to say first. Lin Han quickly reassured the group. After all, following a series of intense battles, the team wasn't in a condition to fight again. Qin Luoshi got straight to the point. How do you plan to operate the mechanical domain? At that moment, a warning from the quest system popped up. Since the quest was still in the exploration stage, their choices would directly impact the development of the storyline in the latter half, requiring careful decision-making. The alien life form sincerely stated, I can restore the independent consciousness of these creatures, granting them the ability to think. Additionally, I will shut down more than half of the factories, adopting more efficient methods to promote the development of this world. Lin Han turned to Qin Luoshi. Can your reincarnation talent foresee the consequences of this choice? After briefly contemplating with closed eyes, Qin Luoshi nodded affirmatively. After careful discussion, the team ultimately decided to entrust the future of the mechanical domain to this alien life form. This way, at least the creatures here would no longer be subjected to the iron-fisted rule of the mechanical lord. As the decision took effect, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations on completing the exploration of the mechanical domain and choosing a new path for the mechanical creatures. Quest exploration progress. 100. Reward received. Honored guest of the mechanical domain. As the light flickered at the entrance, the Dragon Fang squad returned to the real world. The first scene that met their eyes was the military figure, Senior Xiaoming, sitting slumped in a chair, his face covered in bruises, groaning incessantly. Hey, my girl, you're finally out. Han Gu's face lit up with joy as he saw his daughter return safe and sound. He opened his arms and pulled her into a hug. Dad, I'm fine, aren't I? Look at you. Where's the dignity of a high-ranking military officer? Han Fei teased with a smile. At that moment, Wu Qinghong approached Lin Han and the others, looking serious. She nodded slightly and acknowledged. You've completed the exploration and met the requirements. However, she turned to Lin Han with a stern tone. But in the future, don't rush into dangerous situations like that. Although you returned safely this time, if the other 3 had been trapped as well, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Han was taken aback, realizing he had indeed acted too hastily. Perhaps if Senior Xiaoming had led the rescue, it might have been more efficient. Instructor Wu, we understand and will be more careful next time. Qian Yishuan quickly chimed in with a flattering smile to ease the situation for their captain. I'm just worried you'll repeat the mistake. Wu Qinghong sighed, waving her hand dismissively. All right, the mission is over. Go back and rest well. I'll arrange the next tasks. At this point, Qin Yu hurried over and whispered in Wu Qinghong's ear. Since Lin Han and the others had entered the mission, he had been in contact with others, barely keeping track of the student's situation. After listening, Wu Qinghong's expression turned slightly grim. Instructor, is something wrong? Lin Han sensed something was off and asked quickly. It doesn't concern you for now, Wu Qinghong said, patting the young man beside her, clearly unwilling to elaborate. Your most important task now is to improve your skills and aim for a good rank in the Xinglong Festival. After several battles, the members of the Longya team returned to the academy and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Han was awakened by Xue Wushuang's excited voice. Lindsay, do you think Big Me has grown up? Xue Wushuang spun around in place, holding a small golden leopard, overjoyed. All right. Lin Han nodded, activating the Eye of Creation to check the golden cloud leopard's attributes. Species, golden cloud leopard. Metal affinity, epic. Skills, lightning flash, sky splitter, star smash. Description: the ruler of the Liyun Plains, known for group hunting and cooperation, stubborn and violent in nature, highly vigilant against non-kindred creatures. How did the king of the Liyun Plains end up like this in your hands? Lin Han scrutinized the beast, which seemed rounder than he remembered, shaking his head. At the Awakening Temple, the receptionist was accustomed to seeing Lin Han. Mr. Lin Han, your basic information has been filled out. Please proceed with the transfer. She remained curious about this prodigy among prodigies. Moments later, Lin Han stood before the Awakening Stone, examining the data panel. Awakening Stone. Affinity, unknown. Species, awakening a strand of incarnation. Level, unknown. Strength, unknown. Agility, unknown. Spirit, unknown. Constitution, unknown. Seeing the series of unknowns, Lin Han could only sigh helplessly. Suddenly, a fierce energy surged from the surface of the Awakening Stone, enveloping Lin Han entirely as if it were tangible. Under the influence of this overwhelming power, a series of clear messages appeared in his mind. Name, Lin Han. Age, 16. Level, 40. Talents, Iron Body, Eye of Heaven. Beasts, Dark Xuanwu, Qilin, Star Shatterer Beast. Following this, a brand new awakening mission was revealed. Mission level 5 stars. Mission location Chaotic Ruins. Mission objective: enter the Chaotic Ruins, locate the auxiliary capital of the Great Xia Dynasty, the Golden Immortal Palace, and eliminate the Dark Envoy occupying the palace. Special reminder: the entrance to this instance is different from regular ones. Be sure to observe for any anomalies. Lin Han carefully read through the mission details, his brow gradually furrowing. To his knowledge, he had never heard of an instance called the Chaotic Ruins. After contemplating for a moment, he contacted Chen Huaner, someone knowledgeable about such matters. On the other end of the line, hurried footsteps could be heard, followed by Chen Huaner's breathless voice. Brother Lin, we're on our way to the Awakening Temple. How about discussing this in person? A short while later, in front of the Awakening Temple, Zhou Qingqing looked helplessly at Chen Huaner, who was still catching her breath, ready to chide her for oversleeping. However, Chen Huaner quickly covered her mouth. Brother Lin, I specifically checked, and there really is no record of the Chaotic Ruins, Chen Huaner said earnestly. Lin Han pondered for a moment, focusing on a key word from the mission. Huaner, do you know where the auxiliary capital of the Great Xia Dynasty is? This question sparked a realization in Chen Huaner. According to historical records, it should be the current Longyuan city. With this clue in hand, Lin Han immediately set off for Longyuan City. A few hours later, he stood in this city rich with historical atmosphere. Longyuan City was divided into new and old sections, and given his goal to find ancient ruins, Lin Han headed straight for the old city area. Before him lay a well-preserved cluster of ancient buildings, with towering blue brick walls shielding the interior. The streets were deserted, an air of silence hanging over them. Walking through this quiet district, Lin Han couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. At that moment, a ragged beggar appeared seemingly out of nowhere, staring intently at him with a shadowy gaze. Instinctively, Lin Han searched his pockets for something to offer, but finding nothing, he prepared to turn and leave. Suddenly, the beggar quickened his pace and approached Lin Han, asking sincerely, "Young man, are you looking for something?" Lin Han heard this and a hint of indifference flashed in his eyes, but he maintained a smile on his face. "Sir, how do you know I'm looking for something? However, what I'm searching for might be beyond your help." The beggar's eyes lit up suddenly. "Hey, 9 out of 10 people come to this old city to find something. You can still find those rule-type artifacts here." He grew more excited as he spoke. "I've been in this old city for so long, maybe I can actually help you. What are you looking for?" "I think I've already found it." A cold gleam flashed in Lin Han's eyes, and a powerful punch wind surged towards the beggar. With a loud bang, a layer of dust rose on the street. Unexpectedly, the beggar burst into wild laughter, his hunched body completely unfazed by the punch wind, which was comparable to a level 50 beast attack. Lin Han's heart tightened, and he began mobilizing all his strength. This old city was sparsely populated. What kind of beggar could survive in such a place? His suspicion was confirmed. At this moment, a system notification sounded. "You have discovered the entrance to the Chaos Ruins dungeon. Use any method to enter the dungeon." Just as I thought. Lin Han gathered his punch wind once more. Meanwhile, the beggar continued laughing maniacally, his figure becoming ethereal as he swiftly distanced himself. You can't escape. Lin Han snorted coldly and summoned the fire Kirin. With a mighty roar, the majestic beast leaped behind the beggar in a few strides. Through the eye of creation, Lin Han saw shocking information. Chaos Ruins basic information. The entrance to the 5-star dungeon Chaos Ruins. It often takes on various human forms, wandering mysteriously. It can only be found by meeting certain conditions. Qualification: unknown. The old beggar suddenly turned to look at the fire Kirin, and the level 50 beast appeared dazed, its flames dimming significantly. Kirin, don't let him leave. At Lin Han's command, the fire Kirin roared, its golden patterns glowing brightly, constructing a ring of fire around the beggar. Lin Han leaped into the fire circle, his gaze sharp. Where is the entrance? How do I enter the dungeon? The beggar laughed wildly once more, lifting his tattered clothes to reveal a magic array on his body. Lin Han instantly realized the truth. The old beggar was the embodiment of the Chaos Ruins. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Han followed the old beggar's form and entered another mysterious space. A flash of light appeared before his eyes, and a system prompt emerged. The Chaos Ruins instance has been activated, current progress at 20. 3 selectable instances appeared before him. The end of the Jin Xian Temple era in the Daxia dynasty's secondary capital. The first year of the Dayu dynasty. The chaotic era 3,000 years before the Star Dragon calendar. The system prompt continued. Each instance represents a piece of real history, and those who enter will randomly assume the role of a key figure, directly participating in historical events. The instances are divided by region and time. This is probably the largest instance in the entire Star Dragon Empire. Lin Han marveled to himself, then made his choice. I choose the timeline of the end of the Jin Xian Temple era. As soon as he spoke, the scene around him changed abruptly. Lin Han found himself in an ancient complex of buildings. Rough stone structures surrounded him, simple yet systematically arranged, resembling a grand ancient magical formation. Countless people in coarse linen clothes hurried towards the Jin Xian Temple. At that moment, a grayish-yellow beast bone inscribed with mysterious patterns floated before him, displaying his identity information. Identity: Fushi Clan Seer. Ability: Mastery of millennial divination techniques, overseeing vital affairs such as agriculture and warfare for the Daxia dynasty. Main quest: identify and eliminate 4 dark envoys within the Jin Xian Temple to protect the Mythical Emperor's breakthrough. Side quest: gather clues to uncover the dark conspiracy against the Daxia dynasty. It really involves the dark envoys. Lin Han thought. It seems these dark forces have long infiltrated the Daxia dynasty. Although I know the Mythical Emperor ultimately failed, this time, I will root out every traitor. As he took the beast bone, a series of mysterious symbols flooded his mind. This was the treasure known as Hichu Luo Shu, capable of predicting natural phenomena and containing powerful strategic formations. A flash of light and a coarse robe appeared on Lin Han. The surrounding people, upon seeing him, were overjoyed. Seer, the Mythical Emperor has been waiting for you at the Jin Xian Temple. Hello, everyone. Faced with this genuine warmth, Lin Han felt a stark contrast to the eerie atmosphere of the fairy tale instance. Lin Han entered the golden immortal hall, surrounded by the crowd. The palace, though simple in appearance, was filled with faces brimming with confidence and joy. Their Mythical Emperor was on the verge of reaching a higher realm. An exhilarating moment indeed. Seated on a grand throne, the middle-aged Mythical Emperor spoke. Prophet, we are all waiting for you, for your divination. At his words, the civil and military officials on either side showed eyes filled with anticipation. They had long awaited this prophecy. Lin Han respectfully bowed to the Mythical Emperor. As he looked up, he couldn't help but be awed by the presence of this extraordinary sage. Despite his middle age and somewhat gaunt appearance, the Mythical Emperor exuded vibrant energy, and every movement conveyed unparalleled authority. Honorable Mythical Emperor, is there anything else you wish to convey? Lin Han asked, gazing at this legendary figure with admiration, yet feeling a twinge of sadness thinking about the Emperor's situation in the City of Ruins. The Mythical Emperor raised his hands slightly, his golden sleeves fluttering, and a regal aura swept through the hall. A golden magic circle enveloped the entire golden immortal hall. This divination concerns not only the location of my advancement, but also the agricultural yields of the coming year. This prophecy is crucial. Prophet, are you prepared? The Mythical Emperor's voice resonated like a great bell, immobilizing everyone present. Yet, in Lin Han's mind, another message echoed. There are several dark presences in the golden immortal hall, but I cannot pinpoint who they are. You must identify and eliminate them completely. Mythical Emperor, what should I do? Lin Han asked silently. It was no surprise that this wise and powerful ruler had sensed hidden threats within the hall. First, we need more time. The martial emperor's voice abruptly stopped, leaving only this initial hint. Surrounded by civil and military officials, all around the 70th level throne class, Lin Han felt the pressure. Prophet, begin the divination quickly, they urged. As Lin Han picked up the beast bone inscribed with the river diagram and Luo Shu, a system notification suddenly appeared. Host has reached the first branching point of the storyline. New task, find the undercover agents. Task requirement, predict at least one undercover agent during the first divination. Task reward, 30,000 gold points. Gazing at the task prompt, Lin Han quickly devised a plan. Under the watchful eyes of all present, the beast bone in his hand slowly rose into the air, and the river diagram and Luo Shu patterns began to flow and change upon it. System, spend 10,000 gold points to double the result of this divination. In an instant, Lin Han's hands were suddenly filled with shimmering light. Countless points of light swirled between his palms, gradually connecting to form constellations that flickered in a rhythmic dance. Within the golden immortal hall, a dense starlight surged, gathering in the air and eventually solidifying into a clear map. The map clearly marked the best location for the martial emperor's advancement rite at the site of the ancient city of ruins. Simultaneously, two beams of starlight emerged from Lin Han's mind. One silently merged into the body of a general in the hall, while the other hovered above 4 or 5 people's heads before dispersing. Lin Han immediately used his creation eye to check, and discovered that the general's data panel had changed. Dark Envoy. Level 68. Description: an envoy from a mysterious dark world, wielding terrifying dark powers. Skills: Dark Space. Pulls the target into a special space, increasing ally attributes by 15. Dark Erosion. Releases a dark aura, dealing continuous damage every 3 seconds. Puppet Strings. Controls creatures below its level to assist in battle. Black Soul Burst. Summons dark spirits, causing area damage and enhancing attributes. Underworld Slash. Gathers ghost blades for a triple slash attack. Lin Han and the martial emperor exchanged glances, both clearly aware of the dark envoy's presence, yet they chose to remain silent. Martial Emperor, according to the divination, the best location for your advancement lies in the direction of the imperial capital, Lin Han said, deliberately appearing hesitant as he traced the star map repeatedly. Oh, has the seer foreseen anything else? The martial emperor inquired, intentionally probing. Lin Han continued to mark the map back and forth, then solemnly replied, Your Majesty, the star signs in the direction of the imperial capital are currently obscure and exhibit strange stellar fluctuations. I humbly suggest that we wait for more favorable celestial conditions before setting out. How can that be? The general disguised as the Dark Envoy immediately stepped forward. The martial emperor's advancement is of utmost importance. With a clear location, we should depart immediately. Indeed, delaying advancement based solely on celestial signs would undermine the martial emperor's might. Another individual in a coarse yellow robe quickly agreed. Enough. The martial emperor, seated on the throne, showed no expression but revealed his anger. We will follow the seer's advice and postpone the journey to the imperial capital. The people present were filled with doubt. Just as they were about to persuade the Wu emperor, believing that with his strength he didn't need external assistance to advance, the Wu emperor raised his hand to stop their forthcoming words. Enough. I know what you want to say, but this advancement is of great importance and cannot afford the slightest mistake. Lin Han's gaze fell on the dark envoy hidden among the officials, his mind full of questions. Why were they so insistent on having the Wu emperor go to the imperial capital? Considering the series of unexpected events in the City of Relics, he vaguely sensed a connection between these incidents and the Wu emperor's journey to the capital. All right, we haven't fully deduced the new farming season yet. Seer, please continue your divination ceremony. The Wu emperor's authoritative voice echoed from the center of the hall, pulling Lin Han back to reality. Lin Han focused on the divination, wanting to use the premium points to enhance the predictive power of the Hichu and Luo Shu, but found he could no longer receive system information. He had to proceed step by step with the agricultural predictions. It was only after the entire divination ceremony concluded that the Wu emperor's expression slightly relaxed. Seeing that persuasion was ineffective, the officials of the Golden Immortal Hall reluctantly left the Great Hall. Only a few guards and Lin Han remained, waiting for the Wu emperor's next instructions. You may leave now. I have something to discuss with the seer alone, the Wu emperor said. The guards hesitated. But, Your Majesty, I am the pinnacle of the Daxia dynasty. Do you still worry that something might happen to me? The Wu emperor's cold gaze swept over them, and the guards departed in silence. Once everyone had left, the Wu emperor released a golden pressure that enveloped the entire hall, then turned to Lin Han. What do you plan to do next? How should we handle these people? Lin Han pondered for a moment. Since those dark envoys have been urging you to return to the imperial capital to break through, there must be something suspicious. Simply eliminating them might not solve the fundamental issue. Exactly my thoughts. The Wu Emperor nodded and revealed his plan. I need you to continue using the Hichu and Luoshu to delay my return to the capital. This will inevitably arouse their suspicion of you, and you might find yourself in danger. As long as it clears the path for your advancement, I'm willing to be the bait, Lin Han affirmed resolutely. In the days that followed, Lin Han conducted daily divinations, predicting whether it was suitable for the Wu Emperor to return to the capital for advancement. He also used this opportunity to probe and identify those replaced by the Dark Envoys. At this moment, outside the Golden Immortal Hall, the day's divination ceremony had just concluded. A confirmed Dark Envoy glared coldly at Lin Han. Seer, what are you thinking? Why have you not agreed to let the Wu Emperor return to the capital for so long? What does it have to do with me? These are the results shown by the stars, not something I can decide, Lin Han replied disdainfully. If not for wanting to uncover their true motives, he would have dealt with this Dark Envoy long ago. Can't you alter the celestial readings to help the martial emperor advance sooner? The Dark Emissary questioned with a menacing expression, as an unusual aura began emanating from the officials around him. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to defy the martial emperor? Lin Han retorted coldly, turning to leave. But just as he was about to return to his quarters, the surroundings changed abruptly, and he found himself enveloped in a bizarre black and gray space. So, you can't hold back any longer? Lin Han sneered, swiftly summoning the fiery Qilin from his storage space. One of the warriors suddenly spoke. I thought you could be an asset to us, but now it seems if we can't replace you, that person won't obediently return to the capital. Barely had the words left his mouth when the warrior's body began to transform violently. His frame swelled rapidly, his eyes bloodshot and nearly bursting, while black and gray flesh slithered out like a snake, tearing through his human skin. What a filthy creature! Qilin, attack! Lin Han commanded, and the fiery Qilin launched a fierce assault, scorching flames sweeping through the dark space. In an instant, the Qilin had one hoof pressing heavily on the Dark Emissary. He, with such meager skills, you better not struggle if you want to keep me intact. The suppressed Dark Emissary sneered, and his human shell shattered instantly. Suddenly, the fiery Qilin let out a pained roar, retreating several steps as it angrily glared at the star-speckled monstrosity. The Dark Emissary held two blood-stained ribs, which he had used to pierce the Qilin's leg. A system warning immediately sounded. Your beast has been afflicted by dark forces. Please resolve this situation promptly to prevent irreversible damage. Alarmed, Lin Han saw the two gruesome wounds on the Qilin's leg. Qilin, Flame Lord. He quickly purchased a purification stream worth 8,000 points from the system shop, attempting to cleanse the negative effects from the Qilin. Nevertheless, the injured fiery Qilin could barely manage its wounds, its fiery energy dwindling. Lin Han unleashed a flame-imbued punch, but the Dark Emissary easily deflected it. The next moment, a dense darkness engulfed Lin Han. Caught off guard, he was forced to his knees as the dark energy began to invade his body. Enjoy my dark corruption at your leisure. The Dark Emissary appeared instantly before Lin Han, his pitch-black arm striking towards Lin Han's face. Roar! The blazing Qilin let out a thunderous roar, its body shimmering with golden patterns. With all its might, it surged forward just in time to catch the severely injured Lin Han. In an instant, a savage dark force swept over Lin Han. He felt his entire body stiffen, as if every inch of his flesh was invaded by some foreign entity. The great prophet of the Daxia dynasty, and this is all you can do? The Dark Emissary sneered, extending his hand as a dark aura gathered, recreating the skin of a previous general in midair. So this is how you replace the people in the main hall, Lin Han said, slowly rising with the support of the Qilin. Suddenly, a beast bone engraved with the Hichu and Luoshu appeared in his hand. The Dark Emissary's words reminded him that he was not only a beast master, but also the prophet of the Daxia dynasty. Raising his hand, starlight formed the Hichu in his palm. Then let me show you the power of a prophet. Before he finished speaking, a massive Bagua formation appeared in the dark space. As he chanted incantations, the formation began to change, and three divine beasts Qilin, Xuanwu, and a free-spirited beast emerged from the beast space, each taking a position within the Bagua. Ha! All show and no substance, the Dark Emissary mocked, but he suddenly realized that starlight surrounded his feet, making the light on his body grow dimmer. Lin Han simultaneously maneuvered the Hichu and Luoshu. Qilin, Flame Transformation 9, Fourth Transformation. Attack the southeast position. The blazing Qilin's flames surged, forming a fiery magic array from which several fireballs shot forth. The Dark Emissary instinctively dodged, only for a fireball to crash down from above. With a thunderous boom, he was pushed back several meters. Before he could regain his footing, scorching flames erupted like magma beneath him, engulfing him entirely. Under the searing flames, the dark emissary's condition rapidly deteriorated. Roaring in anger, he summoned a black-gray magic array, his body beginning to mutate. This is bad. He's summoning a dark soul. Lin Han immediately commanded, Dark Xuanwu, activate the domain, disrupt its dark power, and unleash the ghostly rain. A tidal wave of force overwhelmed the dark emissary, yet he laughed maniacally, tearing off his skin to reveal the grotesque, writhing flesh beneath. Prophet, you can't stop us. He even tore a piece of flesh from his limb, exposing bones glimmering with starlight. Destroy its dark magic array, Lin Han shouted, but then noticed the creature Mauchio suddenly open its dim eyes, moving slowly to engulf the writhing flesh on the ground. Mauchio, don't eat that, Lin Han cried urgently, but it was too late. The Star Shatterer beast devoured the dark messenger's flesh, and in an instant, an eerie magic circle appeared on its body, glowing with an ominous light. Fuzzball, Lin Han exclaimed, quickly commanding the Qilin and Xuanwu to launch an attack to distract the dark messenger. He rushed towards the Star Shatterer beast but was interrupted by a system notification. Your beast, the Star Shatterer beast, has reached the peak of dark power absorption and can undergo its first transformation. Do you wish to proceed? Lin Han swiftly withdrew the now unconscious Fuzzball from the dark messenger's side. In that moment, a deafening explosion erupted from the dark messenger's location, sending a shower of blackened flesh and shattered bones raining down. Stay away from that flesh, Lin Han shouted, while activating the He-Tu Luo Shu array, enveloping the Qilin and Xuanwu within its protection. Heh, you'll end up as nothing but a human skin, the dark messenger screeched. Its body had mostly exploded, leaving only its upper half wrapped in black fur, surrounded by a ghostly black mist. Disgusting filth. You think you're worthy? Lin Han sneered as he manipulated the He-Tu Luo Shu, slicing through the dark space with invisible lines, completely isolating the dark messenger. Qilin, Xuanwu, unleash your elemental powers and tear it apart. At Lin Han's command, the two beasts glowed with the power of the He-Tu Luo Shu array, unleashing torrents of water and fire. The dark messenger wielded black blades formed from ghostly mist, slashing wildly, but under Lin Han's guidance, the Qilin and Xuanwu ignored the attacks. With a thunderous crash, the combined elemental forces tore the dark messenger in half. The system promptly announced, you have successfully slain the dark messenger, gaining 21122 experience. You have reached the level cap and cannot gain more experience. Please complete the awakening task to level up. Lin Han breathed a sigh of relief and deactivated the He-Tu Luo Shu array. Near the dark messenger's corpse, pink flesh fragments were scattered among the black fur remnants of the skinned warriors. Suddenly, Lin Han noticed the Star Shatterer beast, previously resting obediently on his shoulder, began consuming those flesh fragments again. He quickly picked up Fuzzball and used the Eye of Creation to check its status. Star Shatterer beast. Level 35. Status. Normal. Quality. Legendary. Description. Roaming the vast cosmos, it lives for a single strike that can shatter stars. Skills. Shared Fury, Speed Burst, Starburst. Note, the Star Shatterer beast undergoes 7 transformations in its lifetime, each one a metamorphosis. The Star Shatterer beast has met the conditions for its first transformation. Do you wish to proceed? This unexpected prompt left Lin Han puzzled. However, upon observing the little furball closely, he noticed a significant improvement from its previous sluggish state. This led him to consider a possibility. Could the Star Shatterer beast transform by absorbing certain attributes or energies? With a mindset to experiment, Lin Han decisively chose to confirm the transformation. The change was immediate. The furball's coat began to lengthen, and tiny starlights appeared on its surface, resembling stars falling onto its fur. More strikingly, a small crack suddenly appeared on its head, slowly emitting black mist. With his prophetic abilities, Lin Han instantly recognized this as the aura of dark power. Simultaneously, a new skill appeared on the Star Shatterer beast's attribute panel. Skin change. By obtaining the blood, flesh, or similar mediums of a target creature, it could mimic their appearance and acquire their abilities. Seeing the furball's excited eyes, Lin Han had already formulated a plan. This was clearly the ability of a dark emissary to take on other creatures' powers. At that moment, Lin Han noticed several large shadows passing overhead. This discovery suddenly clarified things for him. This dark space was a unique realm that shrank both parties to a minuscule size. He quickly noted this detail, and then commanded the Qilin to forcibly break through the space. The next day in the Golden Immortal Hall, Lin Han once again stood in the center, wielding the He-Tu and Luo Shu. After completing the star chart deduction, he reported to the Martial Emperor, Honorable Martial Emperor, according to today's deduction, tomorrow you may set out for the capital to assist in your advancement. A sharp gleam flashed in the Martial Emperor's eyes, understanding the deeper meaning in the prophet's words. The gathered ministers, hearing this, expressed their joy and congratulated. Heaven blesses our great Xia dynasty. Congratulations on your impending advancement, Martial Emperor. Lin Han's focus remained on a few suspicious individuals. He noticed a middle-aged man casually scrutinizing the general, who was actually the Star Shatterer beast transformed into the furball. Though the furball couldn't speak, under Lin Han's control, it revealed no flaws. Then, the system prompt suddenly appeared. Main quest. Locate the dark emissaries hidden in the Golden Immortal Hall. Current progress 24. As the divination ceremony concluded, officials gradually departed. Lin Han observed another dark emissary eagerly approaching the furball disguised as the general. He immediately commanded in his mind, "System, double the connection between me and my beast, allowing me to sense its 5 senses." Doubling in progress, 600 currency points deducted. You can now perceive what the Star Shatterer beast sees and feels. Lin Han stood just inside the grand doors of the Golden Immortal Hall when a chilling voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "So, what trick did you use to beguile that prophet? Once the Martial Emperor reaches the capital, we can report to the ancient god and claim our reward." These words sent a jolt through Lin Han's heart, confirming the crucial link. The Martial Emperor and the capital were inseparable. Soon after, the complaint of another dark envoy reached him. We have to play dumb in the court, while the boss just stays by the Martial Emperor's side to complete the mission. Hey, why aren't you talking? Feeling unbalanced? Sensing danger, Lin Han immediately commanded, "Mauchio, run." Outside the hall, the body of a general, possessed by the star-shattering beast, let out a few bursts of laughter before sprinting towards the hall. The dark envoy noticed the anomaly and gave chase. At that moment, Lin Han emerged from the hall, brushing past his simulated beast companion. He looked at the dark envoy before him, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Excuse me, sir. I have some matters to discuss with the general. Please forgive me for interrupting your conversation." "Enough nonsense," the dark envoy barked. "Prophet, can you bear the responsibility if this guy slips away?" Lin Han suddenly posed a critical question. "How do you know something even the Martial Emperor doesn't?" This statement struck the dark envoy like a heavy blow, leaving him momentarily stunned. "You're in cahoots," he realized with a start. Suddenly, a powerful golden aura erupted within the Golden Immortal Hall, enveloping the surroundings. The Martial Emperor, who had been observing in secret, finally made his move. Lin Han shouted towards the hall, "There are 2 more by your side. I'll handle this one." Even as he spoke, 2 black mists appeared within the hall, with the hidden dark envoys subdued by the Martial Emperor. But immediately after, 2 surges of powerful dark energy emerged, indicating these envoys harbored even greater strength within. A timely reminder from the scenario appeared, and Lin Han breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he only needed to focus on the enemy before him. The dark envoy roared, courting death, and tore off his human disguise, revealing black-gray fur as his massive arms swung towards Lin Han. With a thunderous crash, the fiery Kirin appeared just in time, elevating its blaze transformation to the 4th level, attempting to disperse the dark envoy. However, this adversary was clearly more formidable than any Lin Han had faced before, ignoring the Kirin's flames and continuing its charge. Boom! The massive form of the dark Xuanwu shielded Lin Han, only to be sent flying by the dark envoy's fearsome power. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Lin Han immediately directed the fiery Kirin to unleash Inferno Prison. Accompanying his voice, a massive fire element array suddenly appeared in front of the Golden Immortal Palace. Blazing flames soared into the sky like towering pillars, attempting to block the attack of the dark envoy. However, with a thunderous crash, the dark creature summoned all its strength and shattered the towering fire pillar with its bare arms. Even more horrifying, the dark envoy unhesitatingly tore off one of its own arms. Dark energy rapidly gathered at the severed limb, forming a chilling black blade amid swirling ghostly mist. "Yen Jun!" Lin Han shouted, flames instantly engulfing his arms. But the black blade had already struck, sending him flying several meters away, creating a deep crater in the ground. Lin Han struggled to rise from the pit, his arms in excruciating pain. Surveying the battlefield, the fiery Qilin was severely injured, its health less than half. The dark Xuanwu was rushing to provide support. "I won't survive, but taking you, the prophet of the great Xia dynasty, with me to the grave is a fair trade." The dark envoy sneered, appearing almost instantaneously in front of Lin Han. With a tearing sound, the black blade plunged into Lin Han's abdomen. As the blade twisted, his health plummeted dramatically. At the critical moment, the dark Xuanwu roared, charging at the dark envoy and forcing it to retreat. Lin Han collapsed to the ground, trembling from blood loss. Yet his gaze remained unusually calm as he retrieved the mask of good and evil. As soon as he donned it, An extremely cold expression replaced his original visage. The surrounding dark, murderous aura gathered like ribbons, forming headless, tailless black chains that swayed around him. Checking his data panel, his health was below 10%, but his attack power had skyrocketed to over level 60. Dark Xuanwu, block the path with the mystic nether rain, Lin Han commanded, simultaneously raising his hand to gather surrounding metal fragments, instantly forming a broadsword exuding a blood-black aura. The weapon's attributes appeared. Name Shunji 100 Refined Stage, 1 Heavy Break Broadsword. Type Bloodletting. Quality Legendary Damaged. Description Shunji 100 Refined. Myriad Martial Displays. An artifact of another world. Unique. Note Bloodletting. Each effective hit has a 30 chance to trigger a bleeding effect. Accumulating 3 layers or more will trigger Bloodkill, deducting 20 of life. The Heavy Blade's aura enveloped Lin Han entirely. At this moment, the Dark Envoy had already repelled the Dark Xuanwu and charged forward, laughing maniacally with the black blade. With a deafening crash, the two forces collided violently on the plaza in front of the golden Immortal Palace, unleashing a storm of chaotic energy. Aren't you fond of slicing people? Go ahead, try it. Lin Han stared directly at the Dark Messenger, unfazed by the threat of the Dark Blade. The Dark Messenger was stunned by his opponent's audacity, and before he could react, Lin Han's broadsword had already overpowered him. Break! Lin Han whispered softly. The black chains behind him, seemingly endless and headless, suddenly came to life, transforming one end into a sharp blade. Like venomous snakes, they pierced into the Dark Messenger's body. The chains frantically weaved through, shattering the formation that summoned the dark spirits. With a swift motion, Lin Han gripped his massive sword with both hands and struck fiercely at the Dark Messenger. The blade tore through, ripping half of the dark creature's body apart. That's how you cut, to feel the satisfaction, Lin Han murmured. At this point, his health was below 2,000 points, and another hit could deplete it entirely. Die! The Dark Messenger struggled to rise, with half of his head sliced off, white brain matter dripping and sizzling upon contact with the escaping ghostly mist. Thud! The dark blade attacked once more, but Lin Han effortlessly blocked it. All I see is your dark power failing to spread any further. Right now, you're like a crying lamb. Lin Han sneered, his body enveloped in the flames of the Flame King. He swung his sword again, slicing the Dark Messenger in half at the waist. The ghostly gray figure dissipated from the remains, only to be smashed into powder by the headless chains. Kirin burn. Before the skill was fully announced, the fiery Kirin unleashed the fourth transformation of the Inferno 9 changes. The ferocious flames shot skyward. After the battle, a system notification sounded. Defeated the Dark Messenger, gained experience 21122. Having reached the level cap, no experience points were gained. Complete the awakening task to level up. Lin Han collapsed amidst the desolate ruins, his eyes bloodshot and vision blurred. The system then alerted. Misstep in the Divine Machine Refinement, now a fragmented authority. A new form, the broadsword, has been added to the weapon list and can be selected for transformation. When Lin Han opened his eyes again, the mask of good and evil in his hand had returned to a neutral state. Wiping away the blood from his eyes, he glanced around thoughtfully. This mask might possess more than just the ability to influence emotions. Lin Han couldn't help but sigh. Just then, a system notification flashed, informing him that he had acquired the random roll ability of the ancient sage Fuxi. This millennial divination skill would allow him to oversee the foundational affairs of the Xia dynasty, including agriculture, warfare, and daily routines. A new mission was promptly issued. Assist Emperor Wu in repelling the dark divine consciousness and establish the Bagua formation to prevent dark forces from invading the Golden Immortal Hall. There was also an optional task. Gather clues to uncover the true reason behind the dark forces targeting the Xia dynasty. The system issued a special warning. Do not alter any established facts. Dark divine consciousness? Could it be those deities Emperor Wu once fought against? Lin Han's expression was grave. But why does the Ghost General's account differ from this historical record? Before he could head for the Golden Immortal Hall, a loud crash suddenly erupted. Several black-gray tentacles burst forth from the palace roof, instantly overturning the hall. Begone from this realm. Emperor Wu's voice boomed like thunder. Amidst the dazzling golden light, Emperor Wu appeared, with a colossal golden shadow stretching from earth to sky behind him. He unleashed a punch, causing ripples in the firmament and suppressing the writhing black tentacles. However, the tentacles quickly transformed into sharp blades, piercing through the golden aura. Two sinister-looking dark emissaries emerged slowly from the other side of the Golden Immortal Hall. With just one glance, Lin Han felt a splitting headache, as rings of black patterns layered before his eyes, nearly filling his vision. If this is just a projection of consciousness, how terrifying would the true deities be upon their arrival? Lin Han was shocked to his core. Sage, this alone won't suffice. As Emperor Wu's words echoed, a golden wave enveloped Lin Han. The system notified him that he was now under the influence of Emperor Wu's regal aura, boosting all his attributes by 75 and granting immunity to the invisible effects of the dark ancient gods. Lin Han revisited the dark emissaries' profiles and discovered they were labeled as Qingming ancient gods, with all attributes marked as unknown. This reminded him of the Awakening Stone situation. Qingming Abyss, Qingming ancient gods. Could those mysterious organizations have already been active in the Xinglong Empire? The two ancient gods suddenly attacked, their black tentacles turning into blades, slashing at the surrounding structures. The city's citizens panicked and fled, while Lin Han, with his heightened perception, took in the scene within a 1,000-mile radius. Sage, don't let those fiends touch the people. Emperor Wu's loud command snapped Lin Han back to reality. He immediately channeled the power of the Hichu Luo Shu, and the layout of the entire Longyuan city became vividly clear in his mind. Symbols of the Bagua appeared beneath the landmark buildings in the 8 directions. Is this Longyuan city a massive formation itself? Lin Han was delighted to discover this and began controlling the formation. Under his guidance, the entire city activated, causing the black tentacles attacks to land on empty ground. The power of this world is substantial, isn't it? A cold voice echoed directly in Lin Han's mind, bypassing his ears entirely. Soon, another voice followed. Indeed, devouring him would keep us sated for a long time. Lin Han stared at the two dark emissaries, disbelief filling his eyes. The eerie conversation echoed directly in his mind, clearly indicating that these so-called ancient gods were already capable of influencing his thoughts. The black tentacles extending from the ruins of the Jingxian Palace continued their rampage, relentlessly lashing at the surrounding buildings. Seeing this, the martial emperor acted immediately, channeling a stronger force of perception directly into Lin Han's body. At that moment, a group of people suddenly emerged from an alley, surrounding a tattered old man. The old man's eyes widened in terror as he stared at the tentacles writhing in the sky. He then knelt to the ground, exclaiming, "It's divine punishment. Kneel down. If we are devout enough, the gods won't punish us." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd behind him knelt in unison, as if controlled by an unseen force. Lin Han's heightened perception allowed him to sense the changes throughout Longyuan City, and this absurd scene naturally caught his attention. Riding on his fiery Qilin, he rushed over and grabbed a young man. But the young man, eyes bloodshot, shoved him away, shouting, "Get away! Don't interfere with our prayers to the gods." On the streets, more and more people began to kneel, chanting indistinct incantations. The martial emperor, fully engaged in confronting the two ancient gods' consciousness, only had time to warn, "They've been bewitched, ignore them. Focus on saving people. Forgive us, gods. Redeem us, gods." These voices, amplified by Lin Han's heightened perception, nearly overwhelmed his mind. He recognized a middle-aged man in court attire among those kneeling, a 60th-level beast master official who served the martial emperor. Suddenly, the sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh rang out. Lin Han turned to see the old man leading the crowd had stabbed himself in the abdomen with a spiked armor, blood gushing out. More horrifying was the sight of black threads emerging from these self-harming individuals, connecting directly to the tentacles swaying above. A drop of warm blood splattered onto Lin Han's face, the metallic scent snapping him out of his daze. He lunged at a little girl about to cut her throat, but when she turned to him, her eyes were filled with malice. With no other choice, Lin Han held her tightly, using a golden glow to suppress this bizarre state. Meanwhile, the martial emperor's fists roared in the sky, continuously striking at the two dark emissaries. The black and gray tentacles attacked the city's buildings and lashed at his gigantic avatar, each collision sparking a shower of golden starlight. Lin Han desperately operated the Hichu and Luo Shu, trying to prevent more people from being influenced by the tentacles. However, the sacrificial acts persisted, continually providing nourishment to the ancient gods. Suddenly, Lin Han felt a sharp, intense pain in his arm. Looking down, he saw the little girl he was holding fiercely biting his arm, blood dripping steadily from the wound onto the ground. Despite the pain, Lin Han gritted his teeth and continued to control the He-Tu Luo Shu, skillfully using the formations to evade the indiscriminate attacks of the ancient god. "Look at these people. Do you think your methods are effective?" The ancient god's voice exploded like thunder in his mind. "Shut up." Lin Han clenched his teeth, forcibly suppressing his nearly collapsing spirit, and drove that grating voice out of his mind. At that moment, the voice of the martial emperor suddenly echoed in his consciousness. "Prophet, I need you to lead everyone away from Longyuan City. At that time, the great Xia Dragon Sparrow will trigger a world-ending calamity to completely sweep away these things. Along with it came a powerful imperial aura. Then, change the course of the heavens." Lin Han shouted, enduring the excruciating pain as he began to operate the vast formations of the He-Tu Luo Shu system. Double my control over the He-Tu Luo Shu. Doubling in progress, 10,000 Krypton points consumed. You can now control all the formations of the He-Tu Luo Shu. In the next moment, the entire Longyuan city rumbled and shook. A veil-like glow appeared on the surface of all the buildings, and the distant mountains trembled, instantly teleporting the creatures away. In the blink of an eye, the bustling Longyuan city was replaced by a deep mountain wilderness. Lin Han collapsed weakly to the ground, the people around him still frantically self-harming. The little girl he held stared at him with terrified black eyes, her gaze fixed on his bloodied face. It's over. Lin Han struggled to stand, sharply aware that a formidable power was approaching. A thunderous dragon's roar tore through the sky. Lin Han looked up to see a vast sea of fire burning across the horizon, thunder and flames intertwined. A colossal beast with a dragon's head and a bird's body, covered in golden inscriptions, blotted out the sky as it approached breathing fire. It dove towards Longyuan City. Filth! Get out of the Great Xia celestial realm! The martial emperor shouted angrily. The Great Xia dragon sparrow let out a piercing dragon's roar, rushing from the imperial capital, its wings carrying world-destroying power, pouring dragon fire into the city. With a thunderous boom, the black and gray tentacles that touched the dragon fire snapped like stretched rubber bands, then burst apart with a pop. Ugh, cough. Lin Han suddenly felt excruciating pain, as if a dull knife was slicing through his eardrums. It was the pain transmitted by those creatures. Great Xia Martial Emperor, you cannot destroy us. Soon, we will meet again. The ancient god's final roar echoed. Prophet, it's your turn. The Martial Emperor suddenly spoke. Lin Han was startled as a golden path appeared before him, with the Martial Emperor standing not far away, the Great Xia dragon sparrow calmly watching him. Lin Han breathed a sigh of relief, quickly moving to the Martial Emperor's side. The main tasks have been completed, and Lin Han can choose to continue with optional tasks or exit the instance. During the optional tasks, he can stop at any time. As he approached, Lin Han saw that the Martial Emperor was firmly holding down a dark emissary. The creature was completely immobilized by the powerful imperial aura, its eyes full of pleading. Speak. Why did you invade the Great Xia Empire? The Martial Emperor looked down at the creature with disdain in his voice. Don't try to deceive me, and don't think about destroying your consciousness. Your only option now is to confess everything. I'll talk. Just give me a quick end. The dark emissary was terrified and had lost all will to resist after being suppressed by the ancient god's divine will. Those ancient gods need nourishment to maintain their resistance against chaos. That's all I know. Chaos. Lin Han recalled that the Ghost General had mentioned that these divine servants seemed to come from a place called the Chaos Temple. The system immediately prompted. Optional task: uncover the true reason behind the dark forces targeting the Great Xia dynasty. It also showed that all tasks in the Golden Immortal Temple instance were completed, and the exploration progress of the chaotic ruins increased by 20. Lin Han was surprised to find that this instance was a one-time event. The Martial Emperor waved his hand, turning the dark emissary into ashes, and turned to the prophet, saying, all dark forces have been eliminated. I plan to head to the capital soon to complete the upgrade. Why do you have to go to the capital? Lin Han quickly asked, knowing that the Martial Emperor did not need external aid for his upgrade, sensing there must be a hidden reason. What you see now is only half of my avatar. The other half has merged with the capital to stabilize the national fortune of Great Xia. To complete the upgrade, I must return to the capital. Hearing this, Lin Han was shocked. The Martial Emperor had sacrificed so much for Great Xia, willing to tie his fate to the nation's prosperity. Just as he was about to speak, a system warning popped up. Do not attempt to alter any established facts, including suggesting or aiding. Lin Han realized he might be witnessing a piece of actual history. Let's begin. The Martial Emperor suddenly turned to the Great Xia dragon sparrow beside him. This legendary beast nodded slightly and let out a long cry. In the Martial Emperor's hand appeared a brilliant magic array, and through it, his hands continuously changed, from youthful to firm, then to aged and back again. Could it be the time worm? Lin Han widened his eyes and looked around, but could only feel the overwhelming imperial aura. Suddenly, a faint hiss sound passed by his ear, vanishing in an instant. Lin Han acquired the skill annotation of the time worm. The new skill, Yin Yan, caught his attention. It allows him to mark a target area, causing its time flow to either slow down or speed up for 5 seconds. However, this skill comes with a backlash effect. It will reflect on him within a day. Before he could fully savor this unexpected delight, the scene before him abruptly shifted. He found himself standing in front of the Golden Immortal Hall, with people around him moving as if the intense battle had never occurred. A system notification then chimed in. All tasks completed. leaving the instance in 3 seconds. As the countdown 3, 2, 1 echoed, a teleportation array lit up beneath his feet. A flash of white light, and Lin Han returned to the real world. Yet, as he looked around, he was astonished to find himself in an unfamiliar place. He stopped an elderly passerby to ask, "Sir, where am I?" "This is in City, Kantuzi," the old man replied with a smile before walking away. "In City? It's tens of thousands of miles from Longyuan City." Lin Han was shocked, realizing the old beggar had been wandering non-stop during his instance exploration. At that moment, the system notification sounded again. Awakening task completed. Proceed to any awakening shrine to submit the task. Arriving at the awakening shrine in City, Lin Han provided his basic information to the receptionist. Seeing that he was from the military academy, she gave him a puzzled look and asked, "Why are you in City?" "My awakening task was assigned to a nearby instance, so I came here directly to submit it," Lin Han explained casually. She nodded in understanding, as awakening tasks are known for their high randomness. Following her guidance, Lin Han approached the awakening stone. The stone's panel displayed divine level aptitude, race unknown, strength unknown, agility unknown, spirit unknown, physique unknown. Seeing the words divine level, he felt a surge of joy. After confirming the task status of the chaotic ruins as completed, Lin Han began his fourth awakening. A vast energy surged into his body, with a gentle aura flowing through his meridians, reaching his very marrow. He could sense some mysterious symbols slowly forming within his bones. Upon successful awakening, the system panel updated. Host, Lin Han. Age, 16. Level, 41. Beasts, Dark Xuanwu, Fiery Qilin, Star-Shattering Beast. Talents, Iron Body S level, Eye of the Heavenly Tao mythical level, Self-Control LV4. Fourth awakening completed, level cap surpassed. Ding! A crisp system notification sounded. The system immediately issued 2 new tasks. The first was the Beast Bonding task, with a reward of 1,000 in-game currency points upon completion. The second was the Beast Grade Enhancement task, which offered a reward of 10,000 in-game currency points. Only 10,000 for doubling a beast's grade? Lin Han sighed as he looked at the task rewards. Currently, upgrading any of his 3 beasts would require nearly 30,000 in-game currency points. After careful consideration, Lin Han decided to upgrade the grade of the Blazing Fire Qilin. Given the upcoming Star Dragon Festival, the Qilin's attack style was most suited to such a battle. System, double the grade of the Blazing Fire Qilin. The system immediately deducted 31,000 in-game currency points, and the Blazing Fire Qilin evolved into the Heaven-Devouring Qilin. An excited roar echoed from the beast's space. Lin Han quickly checked the new attributes of his beast. Name, Heaven-Devouring Qilin. Level, 58. Species, Qilin Fire Type, Wind Type. Quality, Sacred. Skills, Scorching Blaze, Earth Burst, 9 transformations of flame. Special note, possesses Qilin bloodline, naturally masterful in fire and wind abilities. Evolution path, can ascend to Qilin Ancestor Sovereign mythical level after the 3rd doubling. In the beast space, the heaven-devouring Qilin was undergoing astonishing changes. Its fiery red fur shed, revealing scales with blood-red patterns. The flames around it were replaced by a blood-red glow. Its eyes turned crimson, and a 3rd eye emerged on its forehead. It also acquired 2 new skills, World-Destroying Cataclysm and Gale Burst Kill. The upcoming dungeon battle should be a breeze now, Lin Han thought with delight as he felt the surge of power in the beast space. As he prepared to leave in City and approached the teleportation array, he suddenly saw a large crowd pouring out from it. Don't shove. Even if you come to City, you can't attend the auction without an invitation, someone in the crowd shouted, struggling to break free. Curious, Lin Han stepped forward to inquire, brother, what auction are you talking about? Are all these people here for that? The man first cast a disdainful glance at the crowd behind him, then sized up Lin Han and said, why else come to City at this time if not for the renowned lunar auction? Lunar auction? What's there? Lin Han asked further. What isn't there? Weapons, equipment, and even those extremely rare rule-type items. The person leaned in close to Lin Han's ear and whispered mysteriously, I heard that this time, the owner of the Moon Wheel Auction House has acquired a beast egg, and it's said to be of saint level. Can they really determine it's a saint-level beast before it even hatches? Lin Han was taken aback, and various potential evolution paths flashed through his mind. The middle-aged man suddenly slapped his forehead. What am I saying? I'm just creating more competition for myself. Brother, how can I attend this auction? Lin Han quickly grabbed the man's arm, eagerness shining in his eyes. A saint-level beast egg was not something to miss. You. The middle-aged man looked Lin Han up and down with a hint of disdain. You don't even look like you're at level 30. But anyway, there are only 2 ways to join the auction. Either be a business tycoon with wealth comparable to a nation's, or have an item that catches the eye of the Moon Wheel's owner. Lin Han nodded to himself, already formulating a plan. He did have some rare items in his possession. He then contacted Wu Qinghong to explain his reason for staying in An City and began his preparations. The Moon Wheel Auction House was located in the most bustling area of An City, with luxury cars lining the street and a variety of rare beasts with their owners arriving in droves. Standing at the entrance, Lin Han scanned the crowd. Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin. A server's call interrupted his thoughts, respectfully handing him a black envelope. The young owner has reviewed your changeable scarecrow item and agreed to list it as an auction item. This is your invitation. Thank you. Lin Han accepted the invitation and stepped into the renowned auction house. The server added from behind, based on the young owner's prediction, your item is expected to fetch a price of 60 million. You can consider bidding on other items according to your budget. The changeable scarecrow was a life-saving item Lin Han had recently exchanged for 4,000 gold points from the system store, and it seemed to have caught the picky owner's attention. Inside, the auction house was lavishly decorated, with the central auction platform surrounded by magical arrays emitting exceptionally bright light. These arrays, which appeared to highlight the items, actually concealed hidden mechanisms. Upon closer inspection, Lin Han realized that these energy arrays required at least a level 70 mage to cast, and once triggered, their power could overturn the entire auction house. Realizing this, Lin Han obediently found a seat. He was surprised to notice that ever since leaving the chaotic ruins instance, his senses seemed to have heightened. The whispers around him were clear as day. I heard the starting bid for that beast egg is set at 80 million. Most people are here for the egg, so we might snag other items at a bargain. Lin Han remained silent, but his mind was racing, processing the information he had gathered. His gaze shifted to the private rooms on the second floor, where the true VIPs of the Moon Wheel Auction House were located. Rumor had it that the final buyers of the most sought-after beast eggs might emerge from these rooms. He quickly calculated his assets. If he hadn't invested so heavily in the Kirin's evolutionary enhancement, he might have been able to compete. But as it stood, he could only watch from the sidelines. Just then, a group of people walked past him. Lin Han's pupils narrowed, and his heightened senses immediately picked up on the unusual aura surrounding them. This familiar feeling made him frown slightly. The group had already taken seats in the corner, their faces unnaturally pale. Lin Han closed his eyes, recalling and comparing every memory in his mind. After ruling out the people from the abyss of Qingming, the answer quickly emerged: Jiao Snake Squad. The aura these individuals carried was identical to that of the Sakura Empire ninjas he had encountered in the Haohai Forest. Remembering how he intercepted the royal beast egg last time, Lin Han realized that these people were likely after the beast eggs as well. The connection to the blood sacrifice ritual was definitely not a good sign. Lin Han? A voice suddenly came from beside him. Turning, he saw a young man curiously observing him. And you are? I'm Zhang Xianyue, the junior owner of the Moon Wheel Auction House. The young man's smile held a hint of melancholy. I know you. The star of the military academy. Unfortunately, although I longed to be a beast master, I was destined not to follow that path from the moment of awakening. Lin Han recognized him as the junior owner who had previously received his items and immediately warned, you need to tighten security. There are dangerous individuals among us. Zhang Xianyue seemed unfazed, leaning back in his chair. No worries. Today is lively enough. A few more won't hurt. The undertone in his words made Lin Han realize that hidden forces were already in place in some corners of the auction house. Lin Han, what are you doing here? A voice full of hostility suddenly interrupted their conversation. Looking up, Lin Han saw Meng Ziyao from the VIP section on the second floor, glaring at him with obvious animosity. What are you doing here? Meng Ziyao demanded aggressively. At this moment, Zhang Xianyue slowly stood up. Her gaze was calm, her voice steady and unwavering. Mr. Lin Han is here at my invitation to participate in the auction. Instructor Huang, is this how you discipline your students? As soon as she finished speaking, a middle-aged man on the second floor immediately acted, using a powerful force to press Meng Ziyao back into her seat. She opened her mouth, only to find herself unable to make a sound. Fortunately, the bustling noise in the auction house meant that this scene went largely unnoticed. The Northern Sky Academy and our auction house have long had a plan. This is merely a fishing operation, Zhang Xianyue explained. Noticing Lin Han's indifferent expression, she softly asked, do you have a grudge against that Meng Ziyao? It's nothing serious, Lin Han replied with a slight, nonchalant smile. Don't worry, Ms. Zhang. I won't disrupt your plans. In fact, I'll do my best to assist. Very well, Zhang Xianyue said, handing him a button from her pocket. I have other matters to attend to. Keep this with you for easy contact. As she left, she smiled meaningfully and added, there are indeed many good items at this auction. Feel free to make your selections. Upstairs, Huang Xing cast a cold glance at Meng Ziyao. Releasing hostility everywhere. Have you forgotten your training? Have you considered the consequences if the mission fails due to personal reasons? Instructor Ziao was just. Zhou Tong, standing beside her, began to speak but was silenced by Huang Xing's sharp gaze. The red-haired youth looked down at the first floor, filled with curiosity about the person named Lin Han. I've read Lin Han's file, Huang Xing warned. But this mission is of the utmost priority, so don't cause any trouble. Lin Han had already put on the button and was carefully studying the auction list. With Zhang Xinyue's hint, he vaguely suspected that the so-called saint-level beast egg might just be a decoy. The auction house quickly filled to capacity, with most attendees drawn by the allure of the saint-level beast egg, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. A graceful female host took the central stage, and after a brief introduction, she announced, "Let's begin the first round of bidding with our initial item, the Magician's Gloves." The first item is a rule-type artifact? Lin Han murmured to himself, activating his creation eye to examine the transparent display case. Item: Magician's Gloves. Quality: Legendary. Type: Special Artifact. Use: Simulation. Description: Can simulate any weapon the holder has seen out of thin air, lasting 1 minute. The weapon's attributes are adjusted based on the holder's level. Rule-type artifacts are the rarest among special artifacts, usable as long as the concept described is met. The Moonwheel Auction House starting with such a significant item is indeed astonishing. These wizard gloves come from an alternate dimension dungeon, and their rarity is evident from their miserably low drop rate. The auctioneer wore a professional smile as she softly announced, "The bidding for this item starts at 30 million. Let the auction begin." 35 million. 40 million. Amidst the rising bids, Lin Han took the opportunity to scrutinize every face in the venue. Besides a few beast tamers from the Sakura Empire that he had noticed earlier, he couldn't spot the big fish Zhang Xianyue had mentioned. According to her, those from the Sakura Empire were just minor players, so who was the real person to watch out for? The auction featured 19 items, and although there were bids for the first 17 or 18, none caused much of a stir. Lin Han's Strawman puppet was sold for 90 million. Clearly, everyone's focus was on the phenaline authentic beast taming treasure. Now, the last item you've all been waiting for, the auctioneer announced with an even brighter smile. She elegantly turned and accepted a cart from an attendant, which held a glass case with a flickering magic circle. "It's the aura of a sacred beast," someone in the crowd exclaimed, sparking a commotion as many stood up for a better view. Lin Han squinted at the display on the cart, a beast egg emitting a soft golden glow. Its shell was covered with golden patterns, centered around a hexagram magic circle, with ancient symbols etched within. He immediately activated the Eye of Creation. Species: unknown. Quality: sacred level. Skills: no description. Duplication path: none. Can be duplicated. Even the Eye of Creation couldn't decipher this egg. Lin Han was astounded. Was the Yueluan auction house really using a sacred beast egg as bait? "Everyone, please settle down as I introduce the origin of this egg," the auctioneer interjected, calming the room slightly. "The aura of a sacred beast is something all of you strong individuals can surely sense. This beast egg was discovered by our auction house's junior owner in the sealed area of Taiwa Mountain." The announcement caused an uproar. The name Taiwa Mountain weighed heavily on everyone's minds, including Lin Han's. Taiwa Mountain was the most renowned holy site in the entire Xinglong Empire. It is said that on that mountain, there is a mysterious place called the Forbidden Land, but ordinary beast tamers who venture there cannot find the entrance. Inside the auction hall, a disdainful voice suddenly rang out. "Everyone in Anqing knows that young Master Zhang hasn't awakened any combat talents, so how could he possibly find the Forbidden Land?" The auctioneer smirked coldly. "You've never been to Taiwa Mountain or the Forbidden Land, so how do you know our young boss can't enter? Besides, who told you the Forbidden Land is necessarily a combat zone?" The doubter was left speechless. The eyes of many beast tamers in the room were fixed on the sacred beast egg, which emitted a unique aura, their longing evident. The auctioneer announced sternly, "As per the young boss's instructions, bidding for this extremely precious beast egg requires a grade or higher talent qualification." At that moment, a voice came from Lin Han's button. It was Zhang Xianyue. "Brother Lin, the origin of this beast egg is genuine. Aren't you, a double-scrayed beast tamer, interested?" "Young boss, it's not that I'm not tempted, but I'm truly short on funds." Lin Han sighed helplessly, unable to afford the bidding. "In that case, it's a pity." Zhang Xianyue sighed softly. The crowd began to stir, with someone complaining, "What? Only those with a grade or above can bid? Then why are we here?" The wealthy individuals on the second floor couldn't sit still either, voicing their offers. "Young boss, let me have the egg. The price will surely satisfy you." A hint of coldness flashed in the auctioneer's eyes. "Ladies and gentlemen, our auction house is not a lawless marketplace." As soon as she finished speaking, the room fell silent. "Now, the auction begins. Starting at 80 million, with each raise no less than 10 million. Beast tamers from the Sakura Empire immediately joined in. 100 million star dragon coins. 110 million. The bidding intensified. Lin Han watched his surroundings cautiously, especially keeping an eye on the second floor. People from Baitian Academy were also searching the crowd for something. 200 million. Zhou Tong on the second floor suddenly entered the bidding. Who is that young man? To have such wealth, came a gasp from the crowd. Ultimately, the sacred beast egg was sold to Zhou Tong for an astronomical price of 270 million. Meng Xiao's mocking voice came from above. Brother Zhou is indeed impressive, unlike some people who buy nothing yet insist on showing up here. The host maintained a professional smile as he prepared to wheel the table holding the beast egg towards the backstage. Please wait a moment, Mr. Zhou Tong. Your beast egg will be delivered to you shortly. Suddenly, a figure was violently hurled into the air from the crowd. The magical array in the center of the auction house was instantly triggered, and a surge of energy tore the person to shreds, blood mist spreading across the hall. Who did that? Several beast tamers stood up alertly, while many ordinary spectators turned pale with shock at the gruesome scene. Someone's been killed. Run. Panic spread like wildfire, and the entire venue descended into chaos as the crowd scattered in all directions. Amidst the chaos, a corpulent man revealed a sinister grin, reaching out to grab the panicked crowd around him, seemingly intending to throw innocent people into the lethal magical array. Heretic, prepare to die. Instructor Huang Xing on the second tier finally intervened, his fists covered in solid stone as he struck at the fat man. All uninvolved individuals, evacuate the auction house immediately. Simultaneously, an intense battle erupted near the auction platform. Several ninjas from the Sakura Empire suddenly attacked, their sharp katanas slashing towards the center, only to be blocked by the female host with a single punch. How dare you try to snatch something in front of me? The female host sneered as she engaged the ninjas. Lin Han observed both battlefields, shocked. The people of Qingming Abyss are colluding with the Sakura Empire? This is a trio. There are two more hiding in the crowd. Find them. Huang Xing shouted to the students, urgency in his voice. Zhou Tong glanced at his beast egg and immediately summoned the golden crow. Devour the flames. The massive firebird spread its wings, scorching flames sweeping across the auction house. Wings of red appeared behind him as he grabbed Meng Xiao, targeting densely packed areas of people with his skills. Lin Han frowned at the injured crowd. At that moment, Zhang Xinyue's voice came through his earpiece. After this incident, Baitian Academy will compensate. Brother Lin, I need you to focus on the beast egg. In return, I'll tell you how to access the sealed area of the dungeon. Consider it done. Lin Han responded, moving towards the beast egg. Meanwhile, other hidden beast tamers in the auction house also sprang into action, engaging in fierce combat with the corpulent man. With your limited skills, what good will more of you do? The overweight man sneered before doing something horrifying, plunged his hands into his own abdomen, causing a gush of crimson intestines and organs to spill out. With my flesh and blood, I nourish my master. His face was ghastly pale, yet his eyes glowed with madness. In an instant, a mass of black energy surged from his body, transforming into tentacle-like black-gray matter that shot towards the surrounding beastmasters. Damn it, not this cursed thing again. Stop his ritual, Huang Xing shouted, as a massive yellow wolf materialized behind him and lunged at the spreading tentacles. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong's team was locked in battle with two other cultists, clearly at a disadvantage. Lin Han ignored the chaos around him and quickly moved to the table where the beast egg was placed. At this moment, only the magical array on the glass cover protected the precious egg. Kid, keep an eye on this treasure, the female host said in a low voice, tearing off her cumbersome business attire to reveal a combat suit underneath. Lin Han noticed a concealed beast beside her, fending off a ninja from the Sakura Empire. Kid, you can't stop us. Hand over that egg. A man in black wielding shurikens suddenly appeared before Lin Han, his tone threatening. Are you perhaps too confident? Lin Han sneered, as the fierce eyes of the extinction Kirin appeared behind him. Flame Lord, he called softly, and a scarlet flame instantly enveloped him. A Kirin? So the Lost King beast egg of the Jiaoshi squad ended up with you? Perfect, we'll take this creature back too. The man in black, holding a shuriken in one hand and a katana in the other, exuded a murderous aura. Lin Han's eyes flashed like lightning as he immediately commanded, Kirin, unleash the gale blast. The extinction Kirin roared, releasing a violent storm filled with countless wind blades clashing like thunder. The man in black barely managed to defend himself with his katana. Something's wrong. This Kirin's power far exceeds expectations. The man in black thought, shocked. Don't worry, there's more in store for you. Lin Han said calmly, world-destroying calamity light. The blood-red eye on the extinction Kirin's forehead slowly opened, veins bulging around it, as a beam of blood light infused with demonic fire swept across. The Beastmaster from the Sakura Empire had no time to react before turning to nothingness. A system notification promptly sounded. You have successfully defeated an enemy faction member, gaining 129,481 experience points. However, Lin Han couldn't relax, as the dark woman who had driven back Zhou Tong and his team appeared before him, her eerie black eyes fixed on him. These useless fools, if I had known it would come to this, why bother discussing cooperation with them? Lin Han sneered disdainfully. The woman before him was extremely bizarre, her face covered in black and gray patterns, and a mass of writhing black viscous liquid clung to her arm. Even more horrifying was when her head suddenly spun around, revealing a grotesque beast head on the other side. You have a fascinating aura about you. I think we could have a good conversation, perhaps even collaborate. Her voice was low and eerie. Are you out of your mind? No, looking at you, it seems like there's not much mind left. Lin Han smirked. This creature's beastly form was unlike anything he had ever encountered. No matter, I can just defeat you and take you away. The woman flipped her head again, her black pupils fixating on Lin Han. Suddenly, she let out a pained scream as the beast head split apart, merging with the mass of black-gray viscous liquid. Qilin, 9 transformations of fiery blaze. Lin Han acted decisively, launching a punch straight at the bizarre woman. A blood-red flame engulfed her instantly, but her sinister laughter echoed relentlessly. The heaven-destroying Qilin roared, its body emanating a fierce blood-red glow, engulfed in crimson flames as countless fireballs shot towards the beast-headed creature. Lin Han unleashed a flurry of punches, creating deep dents in the auction house walls, then stepped back to activate the Eye of Creation to examine the creature's attributes. Name: Chaotic Aberration. Species: Unknown. Level: 68. Description: a blend of the souls of various alien beasts, capable of employing multiple beast control abilities at will, but lacking its own vitality, relying on symbiosis with its master. The Abyss of Qingming has mastered the dark art of fusing beast control? Lin Han's heart trembled. If a sacred beast were subjected to such torment, the consequences would be dire. Suddenly, the beast-headed creature morphed into a wolf, lunging at the Qilin's throat. Don't let it touch you, Lin Han shouted, just as the dark woman sent him flying with a punch. Black liquid seeped continuously from the back of her head, her eyes filled with scorn. Lin Han quickly leaped up, summoning the dark Xuanwu, both beasts engaging in battle. The ferocious blood fire consumed the dark woman's figure, but 2 terrifying long arms emerged from the flames, sharp claws glinting coldly. At that moment, a fierce blaze erupted behind Lin Han, forcing the dark emissary to retreat a few steps. It was Zhou Tong, arriving with his injured team members after being rescued by Huang Xing from another dark emissary. Attack this woman. If we kill her, the bizarre beast will vanish, Lin Han shouted, noting Meng Xiao's furious gaze, but he had no time to address it now. Well, I should thank you for saving my beast. Zhou Tong sneered, stepping past Lin Han to launch an attack on the dark messenger. His 5 or 6 teammates also ignored Lin Han, quickly forming a formation to face the enemy. Fine by me, I'll take a break. Lin Han leaned against the table holding the beast eggs, watching his 2 beasts fight intently. The addition of the dark Xuanwu indeed made a difference, weakening the chaotic creature's corrosive power and giving the heaven-destroying Qilin a chance to breathe. Suddenly, the situation shifted. The eerie beast crouched down, its head emitting a series of explosive sounds. Then, countless streams of strange black water seeped from its body, quickly solidifying into a massive wild elephant. A holy level beast, the Thunder King elephant? Lin Han was shocked to realize that this creature had already fused with the soul of a holy level beast. A thunderous elephant roar echoed through the auction house, even causing cracks in the magically reinforced walls. The Qilin and Xuanwu were instantly blown away by the terrifying sound wave, their power levels showing a vast gap. Lin Han's breathing became rapid as he decisively rushed towards Zhou Tong's team. In his hand, several metal fragments appeared, quickly forming into a heavy broadsword as he charged at the dark messenger, forcing the opponent back several steps. Why bother with them? The dark woman's sunken eyes seemed ready to burst, her black pupils fixed on Lin Han. I'm not interested in them, Lin Han replied coldly, his blood fire-covered broadsword striking again. His main concern was the immense pressure from the Thunder King elephant. Any further delay might overwhelm his 2 beasts. After Zhou Tong issued the persistent battle command, the team swiftly formed a battle array. Lin Han received boosts from 2 support beast tamers, allowing him to gain the upper hand against the dark messenger. At that moment, the female host suddenly joined the fight, her fists crashing into the dark messenger. You wretch, daring to cause trouble on my turf. I'll send you to meet those bandits. The massive lizard circling her revealed itself, its blue-green skin glistening with an unusual glow. With this formidable ally's entry, the battle quickly turned. The dark messenger was severely wounded, even losing an arm in the fray. The dark woman began to chant eerie incantations. It's a blood ritual. Stop her. An urgent voice from Zhang Xianyue suddenly came through Lin Han's button. Before he could ponder how Zhang Xianyue knew about this, the female host beside him shouted and instantly released a chilling mist from her hands, encasing the dark emissary in solid ice. You think you can stop me? The dark emissary sneered, shattering the ice around her. A black-gray magic circle appeared on her arm. Suddenly, the Thunder King elephant, which was battling several beasts, let out a long cry. Its massive body turned into a viscous liquid, merging with the dark emissary. The entire auction house shook violently, and a black line connecting the heavens and the earth appeared, casting a terrifying pressure over everyone present. Extinction Qianlin, world-destroying light. Lin Han shouted, immediately feeling excruciating pain as if his flesh was being torn from his bones. The Extinction Qianlin, upon receiving the command, gathered its power, unleashing a torrent of red blood light towards the dark emissary. The female host, still sneering, quickly summoned her own beast. Powerful energies collided in the air, accompanied by deafening explosions, and the black line shattered with a roar. A figure burst out from it, charging straight at Lin Han. Brother Lin, contract the beast. Zhang Xianyue's voice came again from the button. Lin Han realized the dark emissary intended to directly absorb the power of the beast egg. He rushed towards the table, and as the dark emissary broke through the protective shield, he grabbed the beast egg into his arms. Zhou Tong's face changed dramatically. My beast. He was heartbroken. The sacred-level beast he had painstakingly found was now in someone else's hands. Give it to me. The dark emissary, now with only half her body left, bared her beast-like head menacingly. Lin Han didn't delay, and immediately began forming a pre-sale contract. Golden light seeped from the surface of the beast egg, slowly cracking open like a blooming flower. A little golden snake peeked out, two protrusions on its head, curiously observing Lin Han. No, no. Both the dark emissary and Zhou Tong cried out in despair. Lin Han seized the moment, gathering his strength to deliver a powerful punch to the strange woman. A system prompt immediately sounded. You have successfully killed an enemy faction member, gaining 149,771 experience. Your level has increased. All attributes increased by 300, and you have gained 300 free distribution points. My beast. Zhou Tong angrily rushed to Lin Han, his gaze fierce. His teammates quickly surrounded them, creating a tense standoff. At this moment, Huang Xing, who had already dealt with two other cultists, arrived at the scene. As an instructor, he couldn't show favoritism but cast his gaze on the little snake slowly crawling up Lin Han's wrist. Everyone's attention was focused on this newly hatched beast. Isn't this just an ordinary quality golden snake? Huang Xing couldn't help but remark. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong seemed to awaken from a dream, carefully scrutinizing the small snake before his face gradually broke into a mocking smile. Ha ha, so it's just a golden-scaled snake? Its combat ability is even less than an ordinary support beast. Zhou Tong's attitude shifted abruptly, and he turned to Lin Han, saying, Lin Han, I must thank you for saving me from this pitfall. How can this be? I clearly had it appraised by an expert, Lin Han said, puzzled. At this moment, Zhang Xianyue emerged from the rubble on the other side, dusting herself off and looking at Lin Han with a hint of apology. Hey, little boss, everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Look at the two spots on this little thing's head. Those are the traits of a golden-scaled snake. Meng Xiao suddenly burst into laughter, her tone full of skepticism. Beside her, Huang Xing couldn't hide his amusement, already calculating the impact on the military academy's strength at the Star Dragon Festival. No worries, this little guy is quite cute, Lin Han said, seemingly unconcerned. Anyway, Brother Lin, thank you for your participation. Zhang Xianyue quickly changed the subject. This immediately infuriated the already frustrated Meng Xiao. Thank him for what? This mission was clearly executed by our North Sky Academy's Zhou Tong team. Enough. Huang Xing sternly interrupted. Lin Han's contributions in this battle were evident to all. He was a great help in this operation. He then added, if you're dissatisfied, you can face Lin Han openly at the Star Dragon Festival. I'm sure the military academy will arrange for you to compete, right? No need for you to worry about that, Instructor Huang. Lin Han replied with a cold smile, clearly having no fondness for North Sky Academy. Since the mission is over, we should return to report to the academy, Huang Xing replied nonchalantly. Before leaving, Zhou Tong didn't forget to taunt Lin Han in his ear. Brother Lin, thanks for helping me keep my money and lowering your combat strength. Due to the sudden battle, the money for purchasing the beast egg remained in his account. Lin Han watched North Sky Academy's group leave with cold eyes. The female host, standing next to him, chuckled. Not bad at all. Your performance in the fight just now far exceeded what is expected of a freshman. You're too kind, senior. I guess you're not just an auction host, are you? Lin Han inquired. Well, my name is Qin Jiao. Hosting is my main job, but on the side, I'm a level 70 beast master, she replied, causing Lin Han to be visibly surprised. Now that the threat is eliminated, Huang Xing nodded to Qin Jiao. As agreed, the reconstruction of the auction will be handled by Anqing's government and North Sky Academy. Great, then our auction house won't have to bear the brunt of the costs. Qin Jiao agreed happily. For the Moon Auction House, avoiding the substantial expense of rebuilding the area was certainly a relief. After the satisfied departure of the North Sky Academy group, Zhang Xianyue turned to Lin Han. Brother Lin, I'm sorry for my oversight. This insignificant beast wasn't worth using your slot. No, I'm very pleased with this beast, Lin Han denied, gently stroking the small snake's head. Brother Lin, I'll get in touch with you once these matters are settled. Zhang Xianyue was about to explain the method to enter the forbidden area, but Lin Han raised his hand to stop her. No worries, there's no need to feel like I'm at a loss, Lin Han said with a slight smile. My judgment is never off. Zhang Xianyue's eyes lit up, and with a glance exchanged with Lin Han, her suspicions were instantly confirmed. The auction price for this beast egg is 270 million, Lin Han stated firmly. Although I can't pay that much right now, rest assured, I won't shortchange you a single cent. Zhang Xianyue was about to speak further when Qin Jiao gently patted his shoulder. Come on, do you think this guy is the type to take advantage of a deal? He'll definitely repay you. Just give him some time. All right then, Brother Lin, Zhang Xianyue said seriously. Today, you helped our auction house tremendously and saved my aunt from a dire situation. Yu Luan will not forget this. Before leaving the ruins of the Yu Luan auction house, Lin Han learned from Qin Jiao that people from the Qingming Abyss had been lurking in Anqing for quite some time. To prevent them from causing chaos and casualties in the city, they teamed up with Baitian Academy to set this trap. In comparison, the cost of rebuilding the auction house was indeed more worthwhile. Standing before the ruins, Lin Han finally had the chance to use his creation eye to examine his new beast thoroughly. Although Huang Xing and others were not lacking in power, none could match his eye for spotting treasures. He had already confirmed with his eye technique that this beast egg was bound to hatch a saint-level creature. The data panel for the golden patterned snake appeared. Aptitude, saint-level species. Dragon level, 8. Strength, 69,220. Agility, 51,520. Spirit, 1,620. Constitution, 53,352. Skills. Dragon's Dominance. Unleashes dragon energy to exert pressure, reducing surrounding units' attributes by 15 and preventing skill use for 40 seconds. Golden Pattern Shield. Condenses dragon energy to form scale armor, reducing damage by 30. Constricting Kill. Wraps around the opponent, inflicting severe damage, and immobilizes them with dragon might. Appearance Deceives. Steals the opponent's attributes, deals continuous damage for 30 seconds, and if the state is not broken, permanently reduces 5 of their attributes. Description. An ancient divine beast in its infancy, initially appearing weak in a common beast form, but containing pure dragon emperor bloodline. It can evolve into a mythical golden light along with the first doubling, and into the ancestral dragon emperor with the second. This is indeed a treasure, Lin Han thought, smiling at the golden little snake now peacefully coiled around his arm. Not only did this little snake possess saint-level qualities, but it also held potential beyond the legendary level. In Lin Han's mind, the system notification finally chimed in. Ding. Task name. Find the 4th beast task content. Find the 4th beast task reward. 1,000 credits task reward has been issued. Please check. Around him, a few beast tamers cast curious glances and whispered among themselves. What's up with this guy? I heard someone got lucky with that sacred beast egg, but ended up with just a golden scaled snake. Maybe he's gone mad from frustration? Lin Han quickly composed himself. After completing the awakening task and the recent battle, he had been away from the military academy for too long. Before he could contact Instructor Wu, a call from Wu Qinghong came through first. Kid, you sure have some luck? You go to an auction and end up in someone else's trap? And you dare venture into the Qingming abyss that everyone else avoids? Instructor Wu, please don't tease me. I really couldn't avoid those people. Lin Han sighed helplessly. All right, just hurry back. Most of your team members have completed their awakening tasks, and you all need time to work together. Half a day later, when Lin Han returned to the military academy, he was met with strange looks from those around him, their eyes filled with pity. Shui Wushuang and Qin Luoshi had been waiting nearby for quite some time. Lin, don't be discouraged. So what if you contracted a golden-scaled snake? Every expert has a few beasts that can't fight. Fat Cat rushed forward to console him. How do you know I contracted a golden-scaled snake? Lin Han asked, puzzled. Qin Luoshi explained in a low voice. Meng Ziyao from Baitian Academy is spreading the word about your new beast. Now all the major schools know the top newcomer of the military academy, Lin Han. has a fourth beast that's just a non-combative golden-scaled snake. Ming Xiao again? Lin Han sneered, already imagining their faces when they see the sacred golden-scaled snake at the Star Dragon Festival. Under Instructor Wu's urging, the three of them headed to the assembly square, where the other four teammates were waiting. Despite looking displeased, Wu Qinghong handed Lin Han a tool, saying, "This is a token of thanks from Baitian Academy for your performance during the operation." Without a word, Lin Han accepted the tool. Wu Qinghong then began assigning teams. Lin Han, Qin Luoxi, Chen Huaner, and Zhou Qingqing were tasked with completing the remaining side missions of the fairy tale instance, while Han Fei led the other three to explore the evil language maze instance. Once the assignments were made, Wu Qinghong led the group to the original exploration site. The officers around them frowned at the sight of the group returning but dared not say much. A moment later, Lin Han found himself inside the book of fairy tales. Looking around, he noticed that his teammates had vanished, leaving him with only a skinny horse grazing nearby. A system prompt appeared before him. Fairy Tale Book Instance. Main Quest. Find the crucial information to clear the level progress 33. Side Quest 1. Rescue the little girl in distress. Defeat the evil wolf. Reward, 40,000 in-game currency points. 1 random item reward box. Side Quest 2. Obtain the gold behind the rainbow. Reward, 40,000 in-game currency points. 1 random item reward box. The system detailed the rules of this fairy tale realm. Players could assume any role until the final chapter. However, this was not a traditional fairy tale. It was a story mixed with dark elements. The quest time limit was 1 hour, and once accepted, it could not be changed, only completed or failed. Lin Han looked down at the hunting rifle that had suddenly appeared in his hands. The system immediately displayed the weapons information. Old hunting rifle. Trait. An experienced hunter's companion, accustomed to the smell of gunpowder. Task. Must hunt one prey at the beginning and end of each chapter. Effect. Successful hunts increase attack power by 20. Failures may result in a misfire. Current progress, 0, must be completed within 3 hours. Special warning. Only the hunting rifle can kill the gray wolf. The system informed him that he would play the role of an old hunter, tasked with finding Little Red Riding Hood. To deal with the situation, Lin Han immediately took out the mask of good and evil, activating the disruptor state. Instantly, the hunter's memories flooded his mind, bringing with him the chill of the forest's edge and the dying cries of prey. As he tried to sort through his thoughts, a familiar figure emerged from the hunter's memories, Chen Huaner, who seemed to be playing the role of the little girl's neighbor in this world. Lin Han mounted the skinny horse and quickly rode to the town. What met his eyes was an eerie scene beneath the curling smoke. Townsfolk with stiff smiles, pale as water, moving sluggishly through their daily activities. He went straight to the house of the little girl's neighbor from his memories and knocked on the door. Bang! Bang! A trembling voice came from inside. "It's not time for dinner yet. Open up, it's me," Lin Han said in a deep voice. Lin Han spoke in a deep voice, standing at the door as a hunter. Whether it was Chen Huaner or any other neighbor, they should open the door for him. The wooden door creaked loudly as a head with huge dark circles peeked through the crack, cautiously scanning the surroundings. After ensuring the area was safe, Chen Huaner quickly pulled Lin Han inside. "Aren't you supposed to be in the forest, rescuing Little Red Riding Hood? Why are you back so soon?" Chen Huaner asked anxiously, her voice filled with worry, playing the role of a concerned neighbor. Lin Han glanced around the room, assaulted by a nauseating scent. Several cutting boards were scattered about, with knives nicked and bits of unsettling meat strewn across the table. "It seems you've been quite affected," Lin Han began but was cut off as he noticed a pale face outside the window, staring blankly inside. Soon, more bloodless faces crowded the window, and the neighbors began trying to crawl inside. Lin Han grabbed Chen Huaner by the shoulders, trying to snap her out of it, but she was already trembling violently, clutching her head in agony and murmuring, "Not yet, it's not time yet." Suddenly, a crack appeared in the fragile window, and the neighbors swarmed in, glass shards cutting their skin, blood splattering. Yet they seemed oblivious, their eyes fixed solely on the meat on the cutting board. "Let's get out of here." Lin Han decisively pulled Chen Huaner towards the door. With a crash, the window shattered completely, and the pale-faced neighbors flooded in like a tide. "Yen." In a critical moment, Lin Han whispered, his hand turning transparent like a ribbon. The flow of time inside the house slowed dramatically. He kicked open the door and fled with Chen Huaner. The neighbors, now on all fours like beasts, pursued them. Lin Han glanced back and noticed they were covered in stitch marks, with black and yellow fur faintly visible. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the frenzied pursuers suddenly snapped back to reality, looking around in confusion. "Huh, how did I get here? I still have meat stewing at home." The stitch marks and unusual fur vanished without a trace. A system notification appeared. "You successfully killed the prey. Shotgun attack power increased. You have successfully killed the beast. gained 13,718 experience. Experience points? What are these things? Lin Han wondered, noticing the surrounding residents seemed oblivious to the bodies on the ground. Hey, Brother Lin, why are you here? Chen Huaner finally regained her senses, staring at the humanoid corpse on the ground in bewilderment. Finally coming to your senses? Lin Han turned to look at Chen Huaner, noticing her furrowed brow as she absorbed a flood of memories. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a note between his fingers. As he read the handwriting, a chill swept over him. You've lost a piece of memory. The second search. I killed them all, but still can't end the first act. They will resurrect. Find your lost memory. Scanning his surroundings, Lin Han noticed the pile of beast corpses in the corner of the room. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could he be trapped in a loop again? As this idea took hold, more fragmented memories began to surface. The system prompt appeared just in time. Memory lost. Main quest will reset periodically. Objective: retrieve original memory, uncover the truth behind the town's upheaval, and end the first act as soon as possible. Checking his data panel, Lin Han found he had reached level 45. Given the scant experience points from these beasts, this level suggested he had fought countless battles. Huaner, we need to go. Lin Han helped the pale-faced Chen Huaner to her feet. Brother Lin, have we been through this before? Chen Huaner's trembling voice confirmed Lin Han's suspicions. Let's go. Find clues at the little girl's house. Lin Han looked at the now tranquil town. We're stuck in the first act, and it's unclear how many times we've looped. Pushing open the door to the little girl's house, they were shocked to find the room covered in written messages. On the walls, the table, nearly every visible surface was filled with writing. Not here. It's not here. No clues upstairs. Don't bother looking. The focus is in the forest. Don't linger in the town. Recognizing the familiar handwriting, they left the house without hesitation, riding straight for the depths of the forest. Along the way, Lin Han followed some vaguely familiar markings. I'm afraid we've searched the forest for a long time, Chen Huaner said, her voice tinged with unease. Those writings, which she knew were hers, made her fear being eternally trapped in this loop. Don't worry, we'll find it, Lin Han reassured her as he sat behind her. From noon to dusk, they ventured deeper into the forest. Suddenly, Chen Huaner exclaimed, Brother Lin, there's more writing here. It seems like an important discovery. Lin Han hurried forward, seeing a stone inscribed with, the latest clue is right here. A red robe, self-aware. It is the key. As he pondered the meaning of this message, the forest around them darkened, as if a giant hand had blotted out the sky. The robe, Chen Huaner cried, pointing into the distance where a crimson robe floated eerily in the air, swaying with the wind. The attributes of the red robe sorcerer began to manifest. It was a garment from an ancient sorcerer family, steeped in magical energy over the years, gaining self-awareness and specializing in mental magic. It was a level 63 sorcerer-type beast. Lin Han felt a strong wave of dizziness, his eyelids drooping uncontrollably, and his consciousness starting to blur. The memories that belonged to the hunter seemed to be wiped away by an invisible hand, rendering the images indistinct. No, I have to finish this quickly. Lin Han gritted his teeth and summoned all 4 of his beasts. Not far away, Chen Huaner leaned weakly against a tree, her spirit raven circling above, while her mental beast released its energy, trying to resist the red robe's invasion. World-ending light, Lin Han commanded, and the Qilin immediately launched its ultimate move. The golden-patterned snake coiled around his arm, releasing a dragon's pressure that partially suppressed the enemy's mental power. At that moment, eerie breathing sounds echoed through the dark forest. The lurking humans suddenly twisted and transformed, revealing their true forms. They were level 67 humanoid beasts called transform beasts. These creatures, trapped within human bodies, could only reveal their true forms at specific moments. Focus on attacking the red robe, Lin Han shouted as he picked up his hunting rifle and turned to face the advancing transform beasts. Gunshots rang out continuously, dividing the battlefield into 2 fronts. As the beasts attacked, the red robe's health steadily declined, but their memories were increasingly erased. Relying on the rifle's instant kill effect and unlimited ammunition, Lin Han barely held his ground, but the sheer number of transformed beasts forced him to retreat. At this moment, the Guden Devil mask on his face switched to the evil punishment state, converting all his defensive energy. Haha, you think you can corrupt my mind? You? Lin Han laughed wildly and shockingly aimed the gun at his own leg, pulling the trigger. The pain from the blood that burst forth in the darkness only sharpened his focus. Lin. Chen Huaner's cry shattered her despondency. At this moment, Lin Han seemed to have lost all sense of pain, as the rifle continued to spit flames, taking down one transformed beast after another. System notifications kept popping up, showing that he gained a significant amount of experience points and level ups. Just then, The golden patterned snake soared into the air, its massive body wrapping tightly around the red robe. Despite the robe's surface continuously surging with energy, it couldn't break free. Finally, with a piercing tear, the red robe was ripped in half, and the enormous hood fled desperately into the depths of the forest. Lin Han had been keeping an eye on the situation and decisively pulled the trigger. The gunshot thundered through the black forest, causing the crawling beasts to scatter and vanish instantly. Is it over? Chen Huaner gasped, sitting on the ground, and suddenly turned to look at Lin Han as if remembering something. He appeared pale, struggling to retrieve a hemostatic tool from the system store, his forehead beaded with sweat from the intense pain. At that moment, the dark Xuanwu approached with steady steps, carrying a piece of fallen red robe in its mouth and handing it to Lin Han. The system immediately prompted, main story advancement item acquired. Lin Han activated the Eye of Creation to inspect the item. Red robe fragment. Category: mental item. Description: a treasure passed down by a family of wizards, possessing powerful mental attack capabilities, capable of forcibly altering the memories of any living being. Meanwhile, the Qilin, following Lin Han's instructions, brought over the corpse of a transformed beast. Upon inspection, they discovered these creatures were wild animals forcibly encased in human skin by a wizard, revealing their beastly nature when hungry. This bizarre phenomenon had persisted in the town for thousands of years, with these monsters being controlled whenever the red robe appeared. It seems that the little girl and her grandmother belong to the wizard family, Lin Han said solemnly, his mask of good and evil now restored to a neutral state. But why did she enter the Black Forest? I remember that as long as these beasts are fed enough, they aren't too dangerous, Chen Huaner questioned calmly. What if there's not enough food? Lin Han analyzed softly. Perhaps she's trying to maintain the town's superficial peace by seeking her grandmother, the wizard. The system timely issued a new task prompt. Memory recovered. Mystery of the transformed beasts unraveled. Subsequently, a flood of new memories filled their minds, completing the previous gaps. The veteran hunter had been hired by neighbors to handle the beasts, with the big bad wolf merely an incidental target. Fairy Tale Book Black Forest Act 1 concluded. Act 2 begins. New task: find the forest cabin. Objective: track the little girl's search for her grandmother, heading to the grandmother's cabin in the forest. Lin Han received an additional hint: hunt prey to maintain the shotgun state, preventing it from failing during critical battles. Special note: only the shotgun can kill the big bad wolf. I remember now, Chun Huaner suddenly exclaimed. Brother Qin is the little girl. As the memories flowed in, more past events surfaced in her mind. Are you saying the little girl we need to save is played by Qin Luoxi? Lin Han was somewhat surprised. Are we playing all the main roles? We need to find him quickly. He might know where Qingqing is. Chen Huaner urged eagerly. She watched Lin Han struggle to his feet, his limping figure stirring concern in her eyes. Without saying much, Lin Han calmed his lean horse, then helped Chen Huaner onto the back of the heaven-extinguishing Qilin, and they pursued the direction where the red robe had disappeared. In the vast expanse of the dark forest, the flickering shadows of the trees were imbued with a magical aura, invigorating the spirits of the two travelers. Lin Han gently patted the extinguishing Kirin to signal it to advance, while Chen Huaner released her beast to keep watch from the sky. This was a critical moment as they ventured deeper into the enemy's lair. What? Has this beast grown to such a level already? Lin Han exclaimed in surprise as he looked up at the fiery red hawk soaring above. This was the very blazing cloud hawk that had hatched from the beast egg gifted to Chen Huaner by the Nether Ghost General before his demise. The level 48 blazing cloud hawk boasted 4 powerful skills: blazing cloud wings, which unleashed dark red flame arrows to inflict damage; rising cloud art, allowing it to hover and boost its soul power by 50; rolling cloud day, which expelled scorching fire mist; and blazing fire wind, channeling all its fiery might for a fierce assault. Yes, I've been training it for some time now, just to prepare for the Star Dragon Festival, Chen Huaner replied with a smile, her gaze shifting to the small snake coiled around Lin Han's wrist. Lin, is this little guy really just a golden skin snake? For now, Lin Han responded, gently stroking the snake, a mysterious glint in his eyes. Meanwhile, inside the harsh words maze dungeon, Xue Wushuang was staring wide-eyed at the door before her. This 6th-level dungeon required clearing all monsters on the current level to unlock the next, and each level demanded the correct password for entry. Some people. Huh? Big talk? Not much skill, Qian Yishuan sneered, casting a glance at the fat cat. Weren't you bragging about being a riddle master? What's happened now? Why don't you give it a try? Xue Wushuang snapped back in irritation. Without another word, Qian Yishuan approached the door and murmured something. To everyone's surprise, the door began to open slowly. Get ready for battle, and take care of yourselves. Han Fei quickly charged to the forefront. No sooner had she spoken than a swarm of flying beasts poured through the door, launching a fierce attack. Han Fei immediately summoned the Dragon Sparrow. Unleash Dragon's Breath. In the sky, the massive dragon sparrow roared and engaged the enemy units in intense combat. With the energy support from Qin Yishuan and the fat cat, a golden beast darted among the flock, slashing with its claws to relieve the pressure on the dragon sparrow. In the black forest, Chun Huaner suddenly looked up, her expression alert as she watched the sky. What is it? Did you sense something? Lin Han immediately asked. He knew that thanks to Chen Huaner's unique gift, her connection with the beasts was more sensitive than his own. It seems someone is being chased in the forest. Hearing this, Lin Han's eyes lit up, and he quickly directed the Tianquilin beneath him to speed towards the target. Deep in the forest, a fierce battle was unfolding. A centaur was surrounded by a horde of monsters, facing imminent danger. A woman clad in a black magic robe was valiantly fighting with a sword and shield. She skillfully blocked an attack from a monster with her shield and then swung her sword to strike. At that moment, a deafening gunshot rang out, followed by a surge of intense, blood-red flames that swept through the forest. Ching ching! Chun Huaner exclaimed with delight, running towards the battlefield. You finally made it? Seeing Lin Han and Qin Huaner appear, Zhou Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. A system notification then sounded. You have completed the second act of the hunt. Your gun's attack power has been enhanced. You've successfully slain a beast, gaining 14,718 experience points. Lin Han, enduring the pain in his leg, continued firing his gun. The monsters, as if encountering their nemesis, scattered in all directions, vanishing swiftly into the dense forest. What are these creatures? Zhou Qingqing quickly returned the centaur to her beast space and approached Lin Han with a question. Transformed beasts, just consider them the common creatures of this dungeon. Lin Han replied briefly, then glanced at her outfit. Your attire, are you a sorceress? Yes, in this dungeon, I play the role of a witch, invited by the town's residents to dispel misfortune. The townsfolk would invite a witch? Lin Han was puzzled but knew that reuniting the team was the priority. Brother Lin, what should we do next? Chun Huaner asked, looking confused. Let's check out the cabin and see about this so-called grandmother. According to the storyline, the grandmother should have already been eaten by the wolf, so we need to be cautious. Under Lin Han's guidance, the three of them continued through the forest. Finally, a simple wooden cabin came into view. Outside, several torches were planted, smoldering with faint embers. A dimly lit lantern hung by the door, barely illuminating the entrance. Just as Zhou Qingqing was about to push the door open, Lin Han pulled her back. Look at the marks around this house. At his signal, the Qilin breathed fire, lighting the surrounding torches one by one. In the torchlight, the cabin's exterior was covered with menacing claw marks, deeply etched into the wood, clearly made by a ferocious beast. Could it be a gray wolf? Chun Huaner whispered. Just be cautious, Lin Han said in a low voice, leading the way into the cabin. Inside, the light was dim, and a large table that took up half the space was neatly lined with rows of jars. Zhou Qingqing quickly scanned the room, and with her role as a witch, she immediately recognized the materials used for brewing magical potions. However, the place was covered in dust, indicating it had been uninhabited for a long time, and there was no sign of the grandmother character. As the three of them pondered, they heard rustling sounds around the cabin. They looked in the direction of the noise and saw a large wolf-like creature gnawing on a bloody hand. Even more horrifying was the fact that the wolf had a gaping wound on its abdomen, with bright red fabric protruding from it. The giant wolf let out a low howl, its blood-red eyes fixated on the cabin. Suddenly, a loud noise shook the surroundings, and Lin Han quickly shielded the woman behind him. Strangely, the wolf seemed oblivious, merely clawing at the cabin walls without being able to breach the seemingly fragile barrier. In the next moment, an extraordinary sight unfolded. The wolf's howl abruptly stopped as a withered arm emerged from its abdominal wound, followed by a blood-stained body and head resembling the grandmother. Shockingly, the grandmother then slit open her own abdomen, engulfing the massive wolf along with the blood. In a grotesque act of consumption, Lin Han gripped his hunting rifle tightly, his brow furrowed. A system prompt reminded him that as a hunter, he could only attack when the grandmother revealed her wolf form or showed a flaw. At that moment, a gentle voice came from outside the door. The grandmother, draped in a blood-red robe, entered with a warm smile. Lin Han quickly explained that they were sent by the townsfolk to ward off wolves, and asked if she had seen the granddaughter due to visit. The grandmother's cloudy eyes brightened momentarily but dimmed again when she glanced at the two female companions, muttering that the granddaughter neither would nor could come here. Just then, Lin Han's attention was drawn outside the scene revealed Qin Luoshi, clad in a half-red cloak and hood, finally appearing on the rugged path, pursued by grotesque figures. This cabin is a cursed place, the grandmother suddenly exclaimed, evidently noticing the approaching little girl. With all the key characters now gathered, Lin Han and his companions silently prepared themselves. Bang! Bang! Two gunshots shattered the silence. Lin Han ignored the eerie presence of his grandmother beside him, focusing entirely on helping Qin Luoxi escape danger. A system notification flashed. Successfully killed the transformed beast, gaining 10,381 experience points. His two female companions immediately summoned their guardian beasts, forming a protective circle to ensure Qin Luoxi's safety. "Why did you come back?" A menacing shout suddenly erupted from inside the cabin, coming from his grandmother, her voice eerily emanating from her abdomen. To end all of this, Qin Luoxi, agile and swift, evaded the pursuing monster and slipped into the cabin. The cramped space became instantly crowded. She turned to Lin Han, her grateful words coming from under her hood. "Thanks to your little snake. Otherwise, I would have been suppressed by the red robe." The grandmother suddenly grabbed Qin Luoxi's shoulder, her sharp nails nearly piercing through the fabric, urgently asking, "Is there something wrong with the people in the town?" Lin Han was about to raise his hunting rifle, but was stopped by Qin Luoxi's gaze. She stared directly at the grandmother's increasingly swollen figure, calmly questioning, "Are those even people anymore? Do you think you can hide what you've done forever?" Battle begins. Lin Han pulled Qin Luoxi behind him, warily watching the mutation in front of them. The grandmother let out a piercing howl. "No. How do you know? You can't know these things." Under her skin, a pair of enormous black eyes appeared, and her body swelled rapidly. "I'll eat you, and no one will know these things, not even my granddaughter." The wooden cabin collapsed under immense pressure, and the grandmother had completely transformed into a grotesque wolf. Thick wooden beams pierced its body, with blood slowly seeping along the wood. Qin Luoxi removed her hood, revealing a delicate face, her voice filled with reproach. "Your out-of-control magic killed the residents of the entire town, and you used dark magic to stuff beasts inside them to sustain their lives. You reap what you sow. Did you ever consider their suffering? Behind those seemingly kind smiles lies their true oppression. Eat you, and everything will disappear." The wolf roared, opening its bloody maw and lunging towards them. Lin Han quickly activated the Eye of Creation, gathering information. Symbiotic wolf. Level 69. Description: a witch's magic backlash forced into symbiosis with a wolf soul. Extinguish the sky Qilin. Scorching fire. Lin Han shouted, and the massive guardian beast beside him sprang into action, its eyes blazing with fiery light. A towering pillar of fire surged upward, trapping the wolf within. At this moment, Lin Han gripped a beast bone, using the power of the river diagram and Luo Shu to divide the black forest into several zones. The other team members immediately felt a surge of enhanced attributes. Roar. The fierce wolf's howl shook the heavens as its massive claws slammed towards the heavenly killing Qilin, who nimbly dodged the attack. Suddenly, the forest echoed with the sound of hurried footsteps. Those whose bodies were overtaken by beasts were struggling in agony, launching a fierce assault on Lin Han and his companions. "Xiaohua, use the cloudburst." At the command, the crimson eagle in the sky let out a piercing screech, and immediately, blazing flames engulfed the entire dark forest. Zhou Qingqing quickly summoned a centaur to fend off the wolf's attacks, creating a window for Qin Luoxi to unleash her power. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted beside Lin Han, and potent magical energy flooded the forest. He looked up to see a fragmented image of his grandmother's face hovering above the wolf, her withered hand wielding a magic staff to launch an attack. "Yen Jun!" Lin Han shouted fiercely, as countless metal shards coalesced into a rapier in his hand. A system prompt appeared: Divine Craftsmanship, Rapier currently enhanced. Bleed effect, 30 chance to cause bleeding, triggering blood kill at 3 stacks, deducting 20 health. "Huaner, get me up there!" Lin Han called out. Chen Huaner quickly commanded a spirit raven to lift him into the air, and he leaped down, aiming directly for the wolf's head, his sword targeting the witch. The heavenly killing Qilin's roars echoed continuously, its internal flames growing more intense, consuming the entire dark forest in a sea of fire. After a prolonged battle, the wolf's health finally began to plummet. "Damn it! Why won't this monster die?" Zhou Qingqing shouted anxiously. Just then, a sharp gunshot pierced the sky, the bullet precisely tearing through the witch's body and the wolf's skull. A system prompt echoed: killed the symbiotic wolf, gained 24,891 experience points. Level up, all attributes 400, gained 200 discretionary points. With the wolf's demise, the anguished cries of the transformed beasts gradually faded. A system prompt followed: Fairy Tale Book Dark Forest Dungeon cleared successfully. Leave in 30 seconds or choose to continue to the next dungeon. The team exchanged glances and unanimously chose to continue the challenge. Lin Han checked the system prompt. Fairy Tale Book Dungeon Progress 67. Side Quest 1. Rescue the trapped little girl. Kill the wolf completed. Reward: 40,000 premium points. Random item reward box 1. Side Quest 2. Obtain the gold behind the rainbow incomplete. Reward, 40,000 premium points. Random item reward box 1. Looking at the newly added premium points in the system shop, Lin Han nodded in satisfaction. The arduous battle had not been in vain. On the vast ocean along the border of the Xinglong Empire, several figures darted across the water like arrows, finally landing steadily on the shore. The middle-aged man leading them wore a grave expression as he reported to his companions in a low voice. The Viper squad was completely wiped out in Anqing. Their final signal indicated that the person who obtained the sacred level beast is the same one who signed a contract with the Blood Qilin last time. Captain, with a beast master of this caliber, it might be difficult for us to approach, one of the teammates said urgently. The captain furrowed his brow and sighed. But Lord Yaki's revival requires the blood of a high-grade beast to assist. The Sakura Empire doesn't have such resources. He turned to another teammate. What about the intel? The target is named Lin Han, who has recently gained quite a reputation. However, Captain, there's something Ada recently contracted an ordinary golden-scaled snake, reportedly hatched from that sacred-level beast egg. Could the information be wrong? Or was the beast egg switched? The captain fell into deep thought, then made a decision. Let's head to Anqing and investigate these matters thoroughly. We might even find clues to enter the forbidden area. Meanwhile, inside the fairy tale book replica, Lin Han and his group of 4 stood on a simple pirate ship. This time, they were fortunate enough to be assigned similar roles. Zhou Qingqing, wearing an eye patch, served as the captain of the Flying Mary, a special ship driven by elemental power with a particular affinity for fire elements. Captain, we've been following this rainbow for half a day, and there's still no end in sight? Chun Huaner quipped. Don't ask me. He's the one giving directions. Zhou Qingqing pointed to Lin Han, who was studying the coins and compass. Lin Han checked the task list again. Fairy Tale Book Rainbow and Gold Act 1. Task name: The Gold Behind the Rainbow. Task content: Find the end of the rainbow and reach the fairy's secret island. Role: Navigator. Description: As the navigator, you need to guide the pirate ship along the correct course. Reliable sources say the gold guarded by the fairy is hidden behind the rainbow, and you must lead the crew to find it. Despite using his navigator's special perception of the sea to determine the course with the help of the coins, Lin Han found the current situation perplexing. Captain, how long are we going to drift like this? Zhou Qingqing was growing impatient with the ship's rocking. Lin Han stood up, staring at the distant, unreachable rainbow, and said solemnly, This rainbow is fake, so we'll never reach it. Fake? How is that possible? We've been sailing for so long, Chun Huaner exclaimed, jumping up in surprise. She seemed much more spirited than she had been in the Black Forest. Lin Han suddenly asked, How is a rainbow formed? This question even caught Qin Luoshi's attention, who had been focused on the sails, prompting her to put down her work and look over. Heavy rain! The 3 women exclaimed almost simultaneously. Lin Han nodded in confirmation. Only after rain can you see a rainbow. Since we arrived in this sea area, it's been nothing but clear skies. How could we possibly see a rainbow? Everyone fell into a brief silence. Lin Han then took out a compass and replanned the route, steering the ship towards the direction of the storm. The Flying Mary turned against the wind and began to sail in reverse. Extinguish the Sky Qilin. More fire. Lin Han commanded. The holy beast reluctantly growled, using its divine fire, which was supposed to be capable of destroying the world, to power the ship. Soon, the Flying Mary approached a peculiar sea area. In the distance, a massive storm was brewing, with blue-violet lightning flickering through the oppressive clouds. The sea wind whipped up enormous water columns, forming terrifying whirlpools. Zhou Qingqing was leaning over the deck, vomiting uncontrollably. She turned her head with difficulty towards the bow, seeing Lin Han sitting steadily, still gripping the compass. Captain, do we really have to go through the storm? Can't we wait until it passes? We're looking for a rainbow, not a whirlpool. Zhou Qingqing asked weakly. Qin Luoshi interjected. This is not the real world. Don't judge by common sense. The greater the storm, the greater the reward. Maybe the rainbow is hidden right in the center of the storm. Prepare to set off. Lin Han shouted, handing Zhou Qingqing a bottle of anti-seasickness potion. With the Extinguish the Sky Qilin's roar, furious flames propelled the Flying Mary into the storm. Instantly, thunder roared, torrential rain poured down, and massive whirlpools reached up to the sky. The planks on the ship began to loosen as the entire vessel was engulfed by the water curtain. Just as Zhou Qingqing clung to the mast, continuing to vomit, she suddenly noticed several dark shapes crawling onto the deck, creatures with pointed ears and skin like yellow mud. Don't just stand there. Start fighting. Those are elves. Lin Han's reminder snapped Zhou Qingqing back to reality. Flame Lord, Lin Han ordered, as he charged into the group of elves enveloped in scarlet flames. The golden-striped viper on his arm also launched an attack. In this harsh weather, the Extinguish the Sky Qilin's combat abilities were limited, making it temporarily unsuitable for battle. The golden striped viper suddenly emitted a golden glow, layers of energy arrays unfurled, and a massive phantom coalesced around it. The next moment, it swung its tail, causing the entire deck to shake violently with its massive force, and many of the elves were thrown off. Is this really a golden-scaled snake? Zhou Qingqing looked at the formidable beast and couldn't help but turn to ask Chen Huaner. Maybe. The captain is just good at training? Chen Huaner replied hesitantly, as the fierce creature before her was nothing like the golden-scaled snake she remembered. Lin Han punched with both fists, knocking the remaining elves off the deck, and said in a deep voice, "It seems we can't completely defeat these elves on the ship. I'll hold them off. You all need to find the island behind the rainbow quickly." Zhou Qingqing, who had been observing the storm due to seasickness, soon noticed faint colorful lights forming within it. A system notification then sounded. "Congratulations on finding the rainbow. It will disappear in 3 minutes. Please locate the rainbow island quickly." This alert made Zhou Qingqing's heart race. She suppressed her overwhelming discomfort and began adjusting the ship's course. Her teammates were still entangled with the elves, and they needed to break the stalemate quickly. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, setting the mast ablaze in the torrential rain. "The hull has a breach," Qin Luoshi shouted from within the cabin. "I'm finding the direction," Zhou Qingqing shouted anxiously, struggling to turn the seemingly jammed wheel. With her efforts, the ship finally began to change course, heading towards the rainbow. Lin Han wielded a serrated sword, slashing at the elves while using his fist's wind to repel them. Despite being cut open with their innards exposed, the elves kept attacking with eerie smiles. At that moment, a rainbow light flashed, and the entire Flying Mary ship vanished into it. The ship suddenly crashed against the island's edge and came to a stop, with the damage to the deck and cabin instantly repaired. A system prompt appeared. Fairy Tale Book Rainbow and Gold Act 1 ended. Starting Act 2. Please find the pot of gold on Rainbow Island. It's finally over. Zhou Qingqing exhaled deeply, exchanging relieved smiles with her teammates. Where did those elves go? Qin Luoshi looked around the quiet island, feeling wary. After everything they'd been through, they didn't believe the quest would be this simple. "Let's go. Find the gold first," Lin Han said, retracting the golden patterned snake on his wrist and taking out the gold coins they had obtained from the elves' guarded pot. Legend had it that these coins originally belonged to Viking pirates, and after being seized by the elves, the pirate families relentlessly pursued them at sea, eventually driving the elves to this island. They searched the island thoroughly but found nothing. The island was small, and if anything was hidden there, it should have been discovered quickly. However, at this moment, there wasn't a trace of gold, let alone the legendary elves said to guard it. The group paced back and forth on a patch of open ground a couple of times before stopping in disappointment. Chen Huaner looked at Lin Han, who was deep in thought, and couldn't help but ask, "Captain, have you thought of any clues?" "This is definitely the right place," Lin Han murmured to himself, convinced that the guidance of the coins couldn't be wrong. After pondering for a moment, he decisively grabbed a sturdy branch nearby and started probing the ground. Seeing this, Qin Luoshi's eyes lit up. "Do you suspect the elves buried the gold underground?" she said, picking up a branch to join the search. The other team members followed suit, and soon the 4 of them began a thorough excavation. Even the Tianqi Kirin joined in, using its hooves to dig. As the hole deepened, Lin Han felt the coins in his hand gradually warming up. "Lin Han, there's something here," Qin Luoshi suddenly exclaimed, pulling out a mud-yellow skeleton from the earth. This skeleton was evidently ancient, with sand trickling from its bones. "Is this an elf skeleton?" Chen Huaner wondered aloud. No wonder they couldn't be killed. Lin Han accelerated his digging, quickly uncovering more elf skeletons. Beneath these remains, a pot filled with gold gleamed enticingly. A system notification promptly sounded, informing them that they had found the gold at the end of the rainbow, earning 80,000 experience points. Along with this, a long-buried story was revealed. The Vikings' raids and the elves' greed were both at fault. After the elves stole the gold, their insatiable greed led to their pursuit by the Vikings, ultimately dying here with their stolen treasures. Just then, the mud-yellow bones began to grow flesh, emitting indistinct murmurs. "They gold! Kill them!" Lin Han's expression changed as he grabbed the pot of gold and urged his teammates to retreat. Behind them, the resurrected elves staggered after them. Fortunately, the island was small, and they quickly reached the Flying Mary. "We'll hold them off. You push the ship into the sea." Lin Han and Qin Luoshi resolutely decided to cover the retreat, while Zhou Qingqing and Chen Huaner summoned their beasts to start pushing the ship. The Tianqi Kirin's destructive light temporarily halted the elves' advance, but these undead creatures continued to swing their rusty weapons at Lin Han. Thankfully, his Slevel Steel body ability protected him from sustaining fatal injuries. With a loud crash, the Flying Mary finally slid into the water, regaining its freedom. Xue Wushuang and her 2 companions paced anxiously in front of the entrance to the fairy tale book dungeon. Just a day ago, They had returned from the dungeon with each gaining over 5 levels, a truly rewarding experience. However, at this moment, they were more concerned about the safety of Wu Jiaoxi and Linzi's group. Wu Jiaoxi, they've been in there for so long. Do you think something might have gone wrong? Shui Wushuang finally couldn't hold back and approached Wu Qinghong to ask softly. Wu Qinghong nodded slightly, her tone steady. Don't worry, I have a good sense of it. She was well aware that this duration was still within the expected range. After all, Lin Han and his team were tackling 2 completely unrelated dungeon tasks simultaneously, and the fairy tale book was notorious for its difficulty, having thwarted countless beast tamers. If Lin Han and his team hadn't successfully completed it once before, she wouldn't have risked sending them back. Suddenly, Qian Xuan's exclamation shattered the tense atmosphere. They're out. They're out. The teleportation array lit up, and 4 figures emerged from it. Zhou Qingqing immediately removed her monocular eye patch, her face filled with the joy of having survived. Qingqing, you finally made it back. Shui Wushuang's face broke into a smile as she hurriedly approached them. Of course, who do you think we are? Zhou Qingqing said proudly, lifting her head. At that moment, Lin Han, holding a jar of gold, caught the attention of the chubby cat. Wow, Linzi, did you bring the dungeon props out? Get lost. Lin Han retorted jokingly, while receiving a system notification. Rewards for the 2 side quests have been issued, and premium points have been deposited into the system store. Although one side quest remained incomplete, considering the eerie nature of the fairy tale book dungeon, he decided to take a break before continuing. Lin Han took a moment to check the attributes of the gold he held. Name, Vikings gold. Quality, epic. Description. This gold from the Viking pirate era, stolen by elves, has been endowed with special abilities. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round, granting the holder numerous benefits. Introduction. Coins extracted from it can permanently enhance a specific attribute. Looking at these attributes, Lin Han couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Compared to the divine mechanism, or mask of virtue and vice, the effect of this jar of gold seemed rather unremarkable, which explained the tough battle with those undead elves aboard the Flying Mary. Well done. It seems you've completed more than just one dungeon, right? Wu Qinghong approached them, her tone carrying a hint of confidence. Qin Luoxi quickly responded. We've explored and completed 2 dungeons inside the fairy tale book, but there are a few more dungeons we can't proceed with due to certain conditions. Alright, very good. The dungeons are here whenever you're ready to continue, Wu Qinghong said understandingly. Completing 2 dungeons had already met her expectations. At this moment, Wu Qinghong was about to assign a new mission to the Longya squad when suddenly, a message from Qin Yu came through. Senior sister, there's trouble. Zhang Xianyue, the young owner of the Anyang Moon auction house, has been kidnapped, Qin Yu reported calmly. Zhang Xianyue? Who would bother kidnapping that kid? Wu Qinghong frowned slightly. Lin Han, who was nearby, immediately stood up upon hearing this. The young owner had left a good impression on him, and due to a previous favor involving the golden pattern viper, he felt obliged to help out. According to Qin Jiao, it was people from the Sakura Empire. Experts came, and even she got injured. Alright, I understand. I'll take the Longya squad over there right away. Wu Qinghong responded briefly. The members of the Longya squad had already gathered around. After a moment of thought, Lin Han asked, Instructor Wu, what is the connection between Zhang Xianyue, or the Moon Auction House, and our military academy? Wu Qinghong chuckled. It seems that young owner didn't explain it clearly to you. The Moon Auction House is not only connected to the military academy, but also to several major academies of the Star Dragon Empire. Half of the academy task rewards come from the Moon Auction House. I see. Lin Han realized, understanding why Huang Xing was so courteous to Zhang Xianyue, and why the latter was indifferent to a debt of nearly 300 million. People from various academies are probably already searching in Anyang. We should act quickly too, so as not to disappoint Moon Auction House, Wu Qinghong said. We're not going to Anyang, Lin Han suddenly suggested. Let's go to Taiwa Mountain instead. The people from the Sakura Empire didn't come all this way just for money. Zhang Xianyue must hold important information. Lin Han's expression turned serious. About the Forbidden Land. They must want access to the Forbidden Land. Upon hearing this, Wu Qinghong immediately led the trainees to abandon the idea of joining the search in Anyang. With her expertise, the Longya squad quickly used the teleportation array and soon arrived at Antai City. The majestic Taihua Mountain stood before them, piercing the clouds. Ancient magical energy flowed over the mountain peaks, connecting with the clouds, showcasing the awe-inspiring grandeur of this world-renowned mountain in the Star Dragon Empire. In a dimly lit room, Zhang Xianyue found himself tightly bound to a wooden chair. He glanced around, quickly assessing his situation. The last memory in his mind was of his aunt, Qin Jiao, fiercely battling several armed individuals. Judging by the weapons' characteristics, the kidnappers were undoubtedly from the Sakura Empire. As for the tracking magic array on him, it had clearly malfunctioned, or he wouldn't be in captivity. Awake, are you? A stern-faced man approached him, looking down at the young boss of Yueluan. You've kidnapped me? So aren't you planning on asking for a ransom? Zhang Xianyue tried to adjust his confined position to find a semblance of comfort. Your Yueluan's money doesn't matter, the man said expressionlessly, dragging a chair over to sit down. People from the Xinglong Empire say you're quite clever. I suppose you can guess what we want. Zhang Xianyue shifted his shoulders, squinting with a cold smile. Of course, but I won't let you succeed. People like you will never set foot on Taiwa Mountain. That's not for you to decide, the man replied, and before he finished speaking, a black dagger plunged into Zhang Xianyue's knee. The intense pain drained the color from the young boss's face, cold sweat pouring down as blood quickly soaked through his pants. Still don't want to talk? The man said coldly. Don't say I didn't warn you. This dagger is poisoned and carries a magic array. Your leg won't last long. No matter, as long as my brain's intact, Zhang Xianyue retorted, lifting his head to glare at his captor with bloodshot eyes. He knew there was more than one kidnapper. The solitary presence of this man indicated that they had split up and begun their ascent of the mountain. Confident, aren't you? The man sneered, then produced a cap-like object and forcibly placed it on Zhang Xianyue's head. Meanwhile, in Antai City, the Longya team opted not for a broad search but headed directly to Taiwa Mountain. At the mountain's base, Wu Qinghong solemnly instructed the trainees behind her. Taiwa Mountain is riddled with ancient magic arrays, possibly thousands of years old. You must follow my steps closely. She gazed at the towering mountain. The mountain may seem ordinary, but beast masters who ascend often vanish without a trace. Let's get moving, instructor, Lin Han urged. Just then, the golden-patterned viper coiled around his wrist opened its eyes, gently nudging his palm with its two protuberances. Little Jean, do you recognize this place? Lin Han asked with a delighted smile. Although Zhang Xianyue had brought the golden-patterned viper down from Taiwa Mountain, he hadn't expected the little creature to still have a connection to the location. With that, the group began their ascent. According to Wu Qinghong, Taiwa Mountain is filled with spatial formation arrays, where one can easily lose their way if not careful. To prevent the group from getting lost and unable to contact each other, she took out a few faintly glowing crystals from her storage bag and handed them to the students. These are universal communication stones. Once infused with energy, they allow communication even across different dimensions, she explained while distributing them, adding, but remember, they consume a lot of energy, so use them sparingly. As they progressed, the instructor at the front suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on several cracks along the mountain path. Lin Han, with his keen eyes, noticed more marks nearby and pulled a dart from a crevice in a rock. Someone's been up the mountain already. These must be the markers they've left to avoid getting lost, Lin Han remarked solemnly. That means we're on the right track. Han Fei immediately responded. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Lin Han's mind. Detected host arrival at Taiwa Mountain. Fixed location quest released. Quest name, Path of Taiwa. Objective, break the maze and find the correct path to the summit. Introduction. As the oldest and most mysterious place in the Star Dragon Empire, Taiwa Mountain holds many unsolved mysteries. Reward, 50,000 gold points. Following the markers, the group continued forward. After an unknown period, Shui Wushuang was already panting heavily, unable to lift his head. Instructor, Linzi, can we take a break? Those people are already on the mountain. They can't escape, he suggested. The eerie silence that followed made his heart tighten. Behind him, Qianishuan impatiently said, Fat cat, hurry up. Why did you stop? Before the words were fully spoken, both realized they were now surrounded by a strange low forest, with no sign of the others. Oh no, the spatial formation has been activated. Meanwhile, Lin Han found himself alone on the other side of the mountain. Looking down from halfway up, he realized the height was significant. He quickly understood that these spatial formations would randomly transport people to different parts of the mountain, but not directly to the summit. He decided to pause and took out the He-Tu Luo Shu. Against the spatial formations, this tool, also possessing spatial attributes, was undoubtedly the best choice. As starlight flickered, two formations revealed the overall structure of Taiwa Mountain. Lin Han observed intently, noticing the entire mountain was covered with intricately arranged spatial formations, yet they showed no apparent connections. He repeatedly simulated and compared, unable to find a completely feasible path. However, he no longer worried about Zhang Xianyue's safety since they were trapped here. The people from the Sakura Empire must also be stuck somewhere on the mountain. In this perilous situation, Zhang Xianyue, as the only person who had reached the summit, was relatively safe. Just then, the brief silence was broken by the voice of Fat Cat, coming through the 10,000 Worlds communication stone beside him. Wu Qinghong's clear voice soon followed. This tool consumes a lot of energy, so I'll be brief. We have gathered 5 people here, making a total of 8. So Lin is on his own now? Shui Wushuang immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and said urgently, It's too dangerous to be alone in a place like this. After numerous unsuccessful attempts at deduction, Lin Han finally decided to infuse energy into the communication tool and said to everyone, I'm temporarily safe. I have an item that can alter space, but I need your cooperation. Just tell us what to do, Wu Qingheng said, her tone heavy. As an instructor, she felt frustrated that the team had already been scattered before they could locate the sealed area. Lin Han explained succinctly, I need you to perform actions that can indicate your positions so I can determine the connections between spaces. Fat Cat, you go first. After speaking, he set down the energy-draining tool and patiently awaited his companion's actions. Soon, in the two intricate star formations of the Hichu and Luoshu, two spatial division points were activated, followed by the appearance of a third point. Lin Han immediately commanded his beast, Mythical Qilan, Flame of Destruction. Intense flames soared into the sky, forming a third light point on the formation. Seeing these three division points, and combining them with the arrangements of the two sets of star maps in his hands, Lin Han finally discovered the key to unlocking the true path of Taiwa Mountain. He promptly instructed his companions, Fat Cat, move towards the base of the mountain. Instructor, break through the stone wall to your northeast and proceed. With a thunderous crash, Wu Qingheng decisively led the students to break through the stone wall. Although Zhou Qingqing was somewhat skeptical of this method, Han Fei was the first to step into the dust-filled opening and instantly pass through the darkness to reach another bright clearing. This scene completely convinced Zhou Qingqing of Lin Han's judgment. Under Lin Han's guidance, the two teams gradually advanced toward the summit and could already see the outline of the peak. However, just as he was about to continue giving instructions, the voice from the communication stone suddenly cut off. Wu Qingheng's eyes narrowed, sensing that something was amiss. In the next moment, a deafening explosion erupted from the mountainside, as blood-red flames shot skyward, creating a terrifying spectacle. Lin Han, Qin Luoshi called softly, instinctively taking a step towards the mountainside before abruptly stopping. Without Lin Han to guide them, they couldn't figure out the direction in this complex terrain. You stay here, Wu Qingheng said gravely, beginning to gather her inner strength to prepare for any possible crisis. Meanwhile, at the mountainside of Taihua, Lin Han was coldly staring at four men dressed in black. They were dragging along Zhang Xianyue, who was barely alive. His knees were bloody and mangled, unable to support him, and his head was bleeding from multiple wounds, leaving him in a critical condition. Brother Lin. Zhang Xianyue managed to lift his eyes to Lin Han, but his heart sank. Lin Han's presence in such a dire situation only increased his worry. Ha, a Qilan! The leader of the black-clad men sneered. What luck! We didn't even have to look for you. You just walked right into our hands. Let him go, Lin Han said expressionlessly, or die. Despite his firm tone, he wasn't entirely confident. His earlier reconnaissance with the Eye of Fortune had revealed that their levels were around 70, a gap too wide for him to bridge with just his attribute advantages. The leader suddenly produced a miniature house. Don't worry, you'll join him soon enough. Zhang Xianyue's body shrank instantly and was absorbed into the special item. This dimensional difference really comes in handy. The leader sneered, Lin Han, we've got a room for you too. Before he finished speaking, the four black-clad men launched an attack on Lin Han. Lin Han immediately summoned a massive flame, forming a blood-red blade to counter. Bang! The leader was pushed back a few steps, astonished as he assessed the sky-devouring Qilan. Huh? You've reached the sacred level? Lin Han, you've saved us a lot of trouble. Let's see if you can handle this fortune. Lin Han suddenly smirked. A system notification sounded just in time, informing him that the Dark Xuanwu was undergoing transformation. After deducting 30,000 premium points, it successfully evolved into the Sacred Devouring Xuanwu, gaining two new skills, Earth Shatter and Raging Water Serpent. The enormous devouring Xuanwu roared into existence, its size comparable to a mountain, dominating a large area of Taihua. On the other side, the sacred golden patterned viper exuded a dragon's might, its golden light illuminating the surroundings. The appearance of three sacred-level beasts wasn't enough to completely suppress these level 70 experts, but was sufficient to hold them off for a while. Haha, Lin Han, you keep delivering surprises. The leader laughed, ordering attack. Each of you take one. These beasts are premium nourishment, don't waste them. A fierce battle ensued. Extinguish the heavenly Qilan, Flame Lord. 9 transformations of burning flame. Lin Han shouted, and in an instant, blood-red flames engulfed his entire body like a tidal wave. Gripping his serrated long knife, he dashed forward, targeting the captain in black. With a thunderous crash, the black-clad captain's katana emerged, blocking the fierce attack with precision. Is that all you've got? The captain sneered, flicking the blade upward. Despite Lin Han's steel-like body, he was sent flying by the strike. As Lin Han hit the ground with a thud, he struggled to get up, noticing a gash across his abdomen from the katana. The legendary level talent, it seems it's not much after all. the captain remarked, swinging his blade horizontally once more. Lin Han was forced to retreat several meters, his hands trembling violently as he gripped his knife. The oppressive power from the level difference was something his freely allocated points couldn't compensate for. The black-clad captain's figure blurred, and countless flying blades whistled through the air, leaving Lin Han with no room to dodge. He had no choice but to block with his knife again, only to be knocked down with his health dropping by over 30%. The captain showed no mercy, continuing his relentless assault. On the other side of the battlefield, 3 summoned beasts were also struggling. With a deafening crash, the swallowing heaven Black Tortoise was pinned against a mountain wall. Its opponents included not just the black-clad figures, but also a giant yellow dog standing on 2 legs, clad in a blue robe. This dog god was suppressing the tortoise. The system indicated it was a level 73 Shikigami, a common type among Shikigami, yet possessing terrifying destructive power. Summoning Shikigami. Is this the true awakening ability of the Sakura Empire? Lin Han pondered silently. Ha, boy, you dare to get distracted at a time like this? The captain taunted, thrusting his katana towards Lin Han's face. Lin Han quickly dodged to the side, only to see the blade suddenly drop. With a swift swish, a blood trail was left from his head to his shoulder. Facing a dire situation and seeing his summoned beasts in a tough battle, Lin Han had no choice but to retreat and take out the mask of good and evil. Reluctantly, he needed more power. However, as the mask covered his face, the system's notification chilled him. The mask had entered a defensive mode, increasing defense but weakening attack. At that moment, a Shikigami wielding a blade suddenly struck at the neck of the extinguishing heavenly Qilin. Blood spurted from the wound as the Qilin let out a pained roar, flames spewing from its mouth. Qilin! Lin Han exclaimed, attempting to recall it into his summoned beast space. But the captain, with a cold smile, swung his sword once more towards Lin Han's body. In an instant, Lin Han's health rapidly dwindled, forcing him to use his knife to barely maintain his stance. He struggled to look at his beasts, finding all 3 in dire condition, with only the golden-striped serpent barely holding a combat posture. The black-clad captain smirked slightly, already holding the intermediary price difference tool, ready to trap Lin Han within it. Jade-faced Qiongqi. Attack. A furious female voice suddenly erupted from a short distance away. In the next moment, a fierce dual-headed, winged beast took to the sky, letting out a deafening roar. The black-clad captain was startled, quickly grabbing Lin Han beside him and vigilantly scanning the surroundings. With a thunderous crash, the once imposing Shikigami Inagami was instantly pinned to the ground by a massive, blood-red paw, then dissipated into specks of light. The black-clad figure maintaining the Shikigami spat a mouthful of blood, weakly explaining, the Shikigami's strength depends entirely on the summoner. Even if destroyed, it merely returns to the spirit bridge to await the next summoning. The 4 black-clad figures now gathered together, warily eyeing the beast before them. It was a fearsome creature with a tiger's body and 2 heads, each with a single horn on its forehead. Its blood-white wings folded on its back, and its 4 eyes surveyed the group below, while a blood-red glow occasionally seeped from its body, with faint formations appearing around it. Jade-faced Qiongqi? Is that Wu Qinghong from the Xinglong military? The black-clad captain recognized the beast, already considering retreat. The ability to crush a level 70+ Inagami with 1 strike was far beyond their capabilities. Wu Qinghong sat atop one of the beast's heads, speaking coldly, since you've recognized it, why not hand him over? As a frequent visitor to the military, she understood the power of overwhelming force. Even without comprehending the spatial formations of Taiwa Mountain, her strength allowed her to move unimpeded. Instructor. Lin Han spoke weakly, simultaneously recalling his severely injured beasts for recovery. Wu Qinghong glared at the opposing group, daring to hold a military academy student hostage. Does the Sakura Empire wish to provoke a war between our nations? The black-clad captain hurriedly explained. We wouldn't dare truly harm your student, but we must leave now. He intended to exploit Wu Qinghong's urgency to rescue her student to escape. You have no right to negotiate with me, Wu Qinghong sneered. No matter what, you won't survive, though your manner of death may vary. Lin Han and Zhang Xianyue are liabilities you can't afford to harm. The Sakura Empire's current instability means its leadership wouldn't risk provoking Xinglong. Of course, you could choose to kill them, but the consequence would be Xinglong's army at your doorstep. Even at a cost, we'd ensure your nation's downfall. The Xinglong Empire wouldn't wage war over the lives of 1 or 2 individuals. The black-clad captain continued to argue. Wu Qinghong sneered disdainfully. Yes, the Empire won't intervene, but my old man will, and so will Zhang Jiyu, the Moon Wheel's wealthy owner. Her words made the captain in black hesitate visibly. In that brief moment of vulnerability, Wu Qinghong's jade-like hand shot forward, piercing his abdomen with lightning speed. This stunning instructor from the military academy managed to pierce through the body of a level 70 powerhouse with a single blow. A surge of magical energy exploded, emitting a series of loud bangs. The captain, caught off guard, watched his health plummet rapidly. In his dying moments, a flicker of malice crossed his eyes as he hurled the intermediary tool he was holding down the mountain. No! Lin Han cried out, breaking free from his restraints. He dashed forward, spreading his arms to protect the small house, clutching it tightly. In the next instant, he and the special item vanished from the space. Die! Wu Qinghong shouted fiercely, withdrawing her blood-stained hand from the enemy's body and delivering another powerful palm strike. The level 70 captain had no chance to resist as his body was pulverized into dust. Captain, boss. The remaining members barely had time to speak before meeting the cold gaze of Yumian Chongqi. Ultimately, none of the four-member squad survived. On the mountainside, Lin Han, covered in wounds, struggled to release Zhang Xianyue from the special item. Although Zhang Xianyue's wounds had stopped bleeding, his legs remained immobile. Seeing Lin Han equally battered, the young boss chuckled instead. In this state, you can still laugh? Lin Han sighed helplessly, moving over to check his injuries. Soon, Lin Han's brow furrowed. What is it? Internal injuries? Zhang Xianyue asked. There's a special energy in the wound on your knee that I can't handle. We'll have to wait and find Instructor Wu for a solution, Lin Han said, summoning the gradually recovering extinguishing sky Qilin and placing the young boss atop it. Thank you for coming all this way to save me, Brother Lin. Zhang Xianyue said apologetically, stroking the Qilin scales. My life could be lost, but their methods can extract memories. If they enter the Forbidden Land, the consequences would be unimaginable. Don't say that. If anything happens to you, the moon will err, the consequences would be even more unpredictable, Lin Han quickly replied. At this moment, Wu Qinghong communicated through the 10,000 Worlds communication stone, asking, Lin Han, is everything okay on your side? All clear now. Let's proceed with the plan. There's no more threat, and we can meet at the mountain top, Lin Han replied, then sat down to take out the Hichu Luo Shu. Zhang Xianyue's gaze suddenly became sharp, like a blade, directly staring at Lin Han. Brother Lin, you actually understand the 5 elements feng shui and the yin-yang trigrams? Lin Han continued his calculations as he replied, I acquired these skills by chance in a game instance. After completing it, I found myself possessing these abilities. The small boss sighed upon hearing this. It seems that beast tamers are indeed more favored. I spent months gathering records on the yin-yang and 5 elements, and the mutual generation of trigrams, only for it to be a mere instance reward for Brother Lin. You shouldn't be so worried, Lin Han said, a hint of surprise in his eyes. You have considerable financial resources and don't need to engage in constant battles like beast tamers. Besides, the fact that you've mastered these in just a few months. The more Lin Han observed these formations, the more astonished he became. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to master these in a few months, let alone apply them in a place like Taiwa Mountain. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for this small boss. If only he were skilled in combat, he would make an excellent ally. At this moment, Lin Han's focus was on the 2 star formations of the Hichu and Luo Shu, preparing to resume his calculations. Near the mountaintop, Qin Luoshi and the other 3 had already arrived according to Lin Han's instructions. They were greeted by a massive platinum-colored pass, its surface adorned with increasingly complex carvings from bottom to top. Intricate floral patterns below evolving into wild beast images above. At the center of the pass was an engraving of 2 intersecting beasts, with the sun and moon suspended on either side. Is this the fearsome Taiwa Mountain? Zhou Qingqing curiously reached out to touch the carvings. Why is it that beyond this gate there's nothing to see? Don't touch it! Qin Luoshi suddenly shouted, his voice stern. As a recipient of the gift of reincarnation, he stared at the pass with a pale face and eyes full of reverence. Zhou Qingqing immediately withdrew her hand. Remembering the series of explosions on the mountain earlier, they dared not act rashly. Soon after, Xue Wushuang and Qin Yishuan also arrived under Lin Han's guidance. Although the journey was long, they were more shocked by the ruins scattered along the way, evidently the result of their instructor's handiwork. Finally, Lin Han ascended the mountain with Wu Qinghong. As they reached the summit, a system notification sounded. Detected host arrival at Taiwa Mountain. Fixed location, task completed. Task reward, 50,000 premium points have been issued. Detected host entry into hidden map. Taiwa Mountain Summit. New task, the Forbidden Land. Objective, enter the Forbidden Land instance. Description, the Forbidden Land holds the most complete memories of this ancient land, containing not only countless treasures but also an unbroken legacy of starlight. Reward, 30,000 premium points. Faced with this new task, Lin Han became increasingly intrigued by the Forbidden Land. Unlike ordinary quests, the frequent triggering of system tasks here hinted at its uniqueness. At this moment, The group stood at the edge of a pass that reached into the clouds. Despite their numbers, they seemed insignificantly small against the majestic mountain range. Zhang Xianyue was seated on the back of the sky-devouring Qilin, his leg injury, imbued with residual power from a shikigami, proving difficult to heal quickly even after Wu Qinghong's diagnosis. Mount Taiwa, as the oldest witness of the Xinglong Empire, captivated Zhang Xianyue's gaze. He stared at the massive pass before him, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. The members of the Dragon Fang squad couldn't help but turn their eyes to this young leader of Yuluin, reputed to be exceptionally talented and likely to become a standout among the younger generation if he awakened a combat-related gift. Wu Qinghong sat on a large rock, overlooking the mountains and rivers below. From this vantage point, one could almost take in the vast landscapes of the Xinglong Empire. It was her first time climbing Mount Taiwa, as previously, no one knew the way to enter the Forbidden Land, and merely climbing the mountain seemed pointless. Captain Lin, what should we do next? Head back for training, or continue to enjoy the breeze here? Wu Qinghong asked Lin Han. Lin Han responded with a question of his own. Instructor, don't you want to explore the Forbidden Land? This question caught Wu Qinghong by surprise. No one has been able to enter for so many years. Do you have a way? Or does the young boss truly know the method to enter the quest? Zhang Xianyue straightened up from the Qilin's back and began taking items from his pocket. The 12 patterns on this pass symbolized the mark of this ancient land. To enter the Forbidden Land, you must gather the corresponding 12 items. He produced ordinary items like straw and white rice, then revealed a multicolored feather, instantly enveloping the mountaintop in a spectacular glow. A feather from a Huayan pheasant? Wu Qinghong realized. No wonder Zhang Jiyu spared no expense searching globally for this beast 3 years ago. Zhang Xianyue continued to reveal several rare beast pelts, leaving everyone present astonished. After presenting 7 materials, he paused. Go on. Why did you stop? Zhou Qingqing asked urgently. Zhang Xianyue smiled helplessly. The remaining materials are beyond my reach. Sun, moon, stars, and mountains will appear on their own when the sun and moon meet. As for dragon scales, I'm powerless. Dragon scales? You should have mentioned earlier. I've got plenty. Han Fei eagerly prepared to summon his beast, but Zhang Xianyue shook her head repeatedly. I've tried all sorts of dragon-related items, and none could activate the sigils, Zhang Xianyue explained. The dragon these sigils require is likely not an ordinary winged dragon. She turned to Lin Han, a hint of expectation in her eyes. Brother Lin, the creature from your sacred grade beast egg, even with diluted blood, should count as a dragon, right? It's worth a try. Lin Han nodded and immediately summoned the golden pattern viper from his beast space. The little snake appeared, curiously scanning its surroundings before slithering towards the pile of sigils on its own. How odd, I can't communicate with it, Chen Huaner said in confusion, experiencing this for the first time. However, she could sense the little creature's excitement. The golden patterned viper gently rubbed against each material, then suddenly bit off a scale from its own soft underbelly. Now we wait, Zhang Xianyue said, looking towards the sky with a faint smile. As dusk fell, the white moon rose slowly, and stars began to light up one by one. Suddenly, the light of the sun, moon, and stars intertwined, merging with the remaining sigils. All 12 sigils were finally gathered, and the massive archway became riddled with cracks. We did it! Zhang Xianyue exclaimed joyfully. The statues on the archway seemed to come to life, and a thunderous dragon roar echoed through the sky. Below the archway, a special magic circle appeared, not the usual 6-pointed star, but a trigram pattern. Brother Lin, do you recognize these trigrams? Zhang Xianyue asked. Great fortune, replied Lin Han, adept in the river diagram and the Book of Luo, instantly recognizing the rudimentary form of the 8 trigrams array. Wu Qinghong stood up, intrigued by the dungeon. Let this be your next mission. It saves you from having to find another target. Instructor, aren't you going to check out this legendary dungeon? Xue Wushuang asked eagerly. Now that we know how, I can come anytime. Wu Qinghong waved her hand. Besides, if I join, it would increase the dungeon's difficulty beyond your capability. All right, let's explore this sealed land. Lin Han led the way into the dungeon, with Zhang Xianyue following on the back of the heaven-extinguishing Kirin. In an instant, the entire Dragon Fang squad was transported to another space. Though still on Mount Taiwa, the place felt completely different. Above, the stars flowed like ribbons. A bright moon hung high, while on the other side, a brilliant sun shone. Day and night intertwined, presenting an incredible spectacle. Is this the Forbidden Land? Xue Wushuang looked around, frowning in confusion. The scene before him was identical to Mount Taiwa, except it was shrouded in a layer of brilliant colors, quite unlike his previous visit. Zhang Xianyue also appeared bewildered. He distinctly remembered being directly transported to a palace last time, not to a scene like this. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared before everyone. Welcome to the instance. Forbidden Land. This instance consists of 3 stages, each with different tasks. Please be prepared. Immediately, the first stage task details appeared. Trial task objective. Try to repel more enemy units to earn points. Task details. Fight and repel beasts within a time limit, earning 1 point for each one repelled. The lowest ranked participant must battle again. Special note. One member of the team is detected as unable to participate in direct combat and will not be included in the point ranking. Before the words had faded, numerous teleportation arrays lit up around them, and a large number of beasts surged towards the mountaintop. Prepare for battle, Lin Han shouted. Fortunately, his previous injuries had healed, and he was in peak condition. The system promptly released a new task. Achieve a high ranking on the leaderboard. 5th place earns 20,000 gold points, with 10,000 additional points for each rank higher. Lin Han was full of confidence. With his 3 sacred beasts alone, not counting the unstable star-shattering beast, securing the top spot seemed easily within reach. Zhang Xianyue dismounted from the heaven-extinguishing Qilin, leisurely sitting aside to watch the battle. Suddenly, a gigantic creature charged at Lin Han. It was a beast as large as a small mountain, resembling a tiger but with a pair of white wings. Lin Han immediately activated the Eye of Creation to check its attributes. Name, Chaos Qiongqi. Level, 68. Species, Ferocious Beast. Quality, Peerless. Skills, 100 Venoms Devour Soul. Sun Eclipse Star Snatcher. Frenzied Wing Deceives Heaven. Description. A ferocious beast with ancient bloodlines, symbolizing malevolence. It has survived on this land for countless ages, possessing formidable strength and a vicious nature. Damn, Lin, are these really beasts? They're completely different from the ones we usually encounter, Shui Wushuang exclaimed. Zhang Xianyue explained. These are legendary ferocious and exotic beasts from the Star Dragon Empire, supposedly extinct for several epochs. Our current beasts may not be able to match them. No matter what they are, we're here, so let's fight. Chen Huaner, unusually eager for battle, commanded her fiery cloud eagle to engage. With a thunderous roar, a pillar of fire erupted from Mount Taiwa, with Lin Han standing amidst it like a deity. He punched out, sending the Qiongqi beast back several meters. The sky-devouring Qilin closely followed Lin Han, its entire body quickly enveloped in the flames of the 9 transformations of blazing flames, charging straight at the Qiongqi. Meanwhile, the heaven-swallowing Xuanwu was already locked in fierce combat with the ferocious beast Taotai. Flames surged between Lin Han's hands, sweeping around like a dragon. Suddenly, the mischief Qiongqi halted, letting out a deep, angry roar as a black and gold aura enveloped its body. It leaped forward with its sharp fangs aiming for the throat of the sky-devouring Qilin. The Qilin glowed with a bright red light, swiftly breaking free from Qiongqi's bite and retaliating with scorching flames. The 2 mythical beasts were locked in an intense battle until the mischief Qiongqi let out a startled cry and fled in panic. A system notification followed. Successfully repelled the mischief Qiongqi, gaining 20,183 experience points. Lin Han's level increased to 47, with all attributes boosted by 500 points. He calculated that he should reach his peak by the time he left Taiwa Mountain. This battle was devoid of flashy techniques, relying purely on the primal clash of beasts. Inspired by the wildness of the surrounding ferocious beasts, the Dragon Fong Squad's beasts were filled with fighting spirit. In the sky, the Dragon Sparrow, Spirit Crow, Cloud Eagle, and other avian beasts clashed, feathers and blood falling amidst the flashing energy arrays. Lin Han turned to look at the leaderboard behind him, confidently holding the top spot with his 3 saint-level beasts. But more striking was the larger leaderboard beside it. Upon closer inspection, it was filled with unfamiliar names, with Desia prominently at the top, its beast being the Desia Dragon Sparrow. It became clear that this was the all-time leaderboard of all visiting beastmasters across several eras. The Martial Emperor sat atop the list, having repelled 109 beasts, an impressive display of strength. With nearly 2 hours left, I need to repel 69 more beasts to stand alongside the Martial Emperor, Lin Han thought, as blood-red flames surged from his hands, igniting his fighting spirit. He was determined not only to follow in the Martial Emperor's footsteps, but to surpass him. He gripped a broad blade, charging into battle on the heaven-swallowing Xuanwu. Around him, the beasts displayed their powers. The Spirit Crow unleashed the Wind God Slash, and the Golden Cloud Leopard executed the 1,000-segment slaughter. Lin Han leaped from the Xuanwu's back, his flame-wrapped heavy blade cleaving towards a roaring one-horned beast, severing its horn. The system immediately notified, successfully repelled the soaring rhinoceros, gaining 18,499 experience points. Damn, Lindsay, do you really have to go all out like this? Are you afraid of ending up at the bottom of the rankings? Shui Wushuang watched intently as Lin Han maneuvered deftly through the herd of beasts. His eyes glimmered with a mix of bloodlust and wildness, yet they held a hint of clear-headed rationality. This expression sent a shiver down the spine of his companion, Fat Cat, who had never seen Lin Han like this before. Do you think everyone is like you, only focusing on our team's ranking? Han Fei remarked with a cold laugh from the side. This comment reminded Xue Wushuang to check the leaderboard. The numbers were astonishing. The scores had already broken into the triple digits. Several team members stared at the top 3 rankings, momentarily stunned by the close scores. They had been fighting hard, yet their scores lingered around 70 or 80. However, under Lin Han's lead, his beast companions launched an even more ferocious assault, pushing his personal score to 94. Quick, don't just stand there, we can't let him get too far ahead, Qian Yishuan shouted urgently. Although they couldn't match the captain's speed, they had to do their utmost to keep up. Flame scorching heaven. Water python overwhelm. Lin Han commanded, his broadsword never pausing, as yet another beast fell under his fierce attack. With half an hour left until the final tally, the gap between him and the leaderboard's top contenders was rapidly closing. 2 beasts roared thunderously, intertwining water and fire elements into a net that swept towards the surrounding fierce beasts. Lin Han suddenly slid sideways, catching the golden patterned viper, and with a swift motion, slashed at the nearby Xieji. A loud crash forced the exotic beast back, its health plummeting. Standing atop the mountain, Lin Han gripped his broad sword tighter, his fighting spirit soaring. At this moment, he was driven not only by the system's rewards, but also by the desire to prove that modern beast tamers were no less powerful than their predecessors. Until the last second, the blood-red glow flickered across the sky, with the battle against the Heaven Destruction Qilin continuing until the moment of reckoning. As the opposing forces vanished, the Dragon Tooth Squad achieved their final ranking. Lin Han claimed the top spot with a record-breaking 119 beast captures in the first stage of the Forbidden Zone. A system notification appeared. The last time this record was challenged was during the Great Xia Dynasty. As a reward, an ancient battle soul feather appeared in Lin Han's hand, instantly merging into his body. An ancient power coursed through him, his bones cracking as his attack stats soared. At this point, Xue Wushuang glanced at the leaderboard and said helplessly, "Why is my ranking still at the bottom? Why did you wait for the right moment to form a contract with your beast? Having only a golden cloud leopard as your battle beast, how could you possibly reach our level?" Zhou Qingqing pointed out bluntly. At this moment, Lin Han, with all effects completely worn off, slowly stood up and carefully placed Zhang Xianyue onto the back of the extinction Qilin. Despite his gentle actions, fatigue was evident on his face. "Captain, you're too ruthless." Qian Yishuan immediately flattered. Wasn't the original first-ranked person the Great Xia Martial Emperor? Even his Great Xia Dragon Sparrow was outshone by you. It was just luck. Lin Han shook his head and said, "I only took advantage of the 3 saint-level beasts. As for the true strength of the Martial Emperor from back then, no one can say for sure. To hold the top spot for so long, his power must be unfathomable." Suddenly, Xue Wushuang felt her body become extremely ethereal, as if she might dissolve into the air at any moment. "Fat Cat," Lin Han called out warily. "Don't worry," Xue Wushuang quickly explained. "I need to undergo the second beast trial, and I'll catch up with you soon." Just then, a new instance prompt appeared simultaneously in front of the remaining group. First stage settlement complete. The last rank participant has begun the second trial. Second stage. Simulate the source of darkness. Task description. You will face the assault of countless dark emissaries. These enemies are both a mental test and a physical challenge. Task time, 3 days. Special reminder. This is a team battle, requiring close cooperation. Warning. Preparation time 3 minutes. Countdown begins. 180, 179. Dark emissaries? What are those? Zhou Qingqing asked, puzzled. Lin Han's expression suddenly turned serious. Dark emissaries are somehow connected to the divine servants who ambushed the Martial Emperor back in the day, but I'm not sure if they're related to the abyss of Qingming. He pondered silently, realizing that the trial in this sealed place was meticulously designed, not for individual cases. Since the first test was about resisting fierce beasts, does this dark trial imply that such dark forces have appeared multiple times? Brother Lin, I'm afraid I'll be a burden this time, Zhang Xianyue said with some guilt, clearly regretting participating in the instance again. "No, boss, I actually need you for a big task." Lin Han retrieved an item from his storage space. It was the Hichu Luo Shu. "You want me to use the Hichu Luo Shu to assist in the battle?" Zhang Xianyue asked in surprise as she took the item. "I need to focus on fighting, and only you can handle the task of strategizing," Lin Han said earnestly. After all, this trial would last for 3 days, and they had to prepare for a possible prolonged battle. Restoration time is up. The system prompt abruptly sounded. This trial will fully simulate the scenario of the Dark Emissary invasion. Once it begins, you cannot exit, so please be prepared. The sky over Taiwa Mountain was suddenly shrouded in a vast blackness as the prior warning vanished. It was as if the boundary between day and night had been torn apart by an invisible giant hand, with dense magical energy sweeping across the surroundings in an instant. World-destroying Qilin blaze, Lin Han called out in a low voice, summoning red flames that stood out strikingly in the dimness. He positioned himself in front of his teammates, solemnly advising, "Prepare for battle." These entities are more bizarre than the third and fourth sequences of the Qingming Abyss. Stay vigilant. Before he finished speaking, a black-gray tentacle suddenly pierced through the air, aiming straight for Lin Han's face. A familiar raspy voice followed closely. "Prophet, it's been a while. How about I take you away?" The fragmented face of the dark messenger he had previously defeated appeared before him. 4 or 5 dark messengers flitted ghost-like through the darkness, persistently harassing with black-gray magic circles. Lin Han blocked the tentacles with his sword while swiftly organizing, "Qiani Xuan, distribute attack buffs evenly to each beast. Han Fei, handle aerial interception. Don't let more dark messengers approach the core area." Zhang Xianyue, protected by the team, quickly unfolded the Hichu and Luoshu diagrams for strategic calculation. With his familiarity with formations, he soon found the rhythm and began providing tactical support to Team Longya. Each time a dark messenger attempted an attack, they'd be instantly teleported miles away. Lin Han directed his 3 beasts to launch a simultaneous attack on a single target. Although these dark messengers weren't as numerous as a beast tide, their abilities were notably more troublesome. 2 dark messengers, previously slain by Lin Han, reappeared tauntingly. "Prophet, you seem weaker now. Why so indecisive?" "Annoying," Lin Han retorted dismissively, thrusting with his sword in one hand and striking with fiery force in the other, managing to hold his own against both opponents. A loud crash sounded nearby as the heaven-devouring Xuanwu's long-range attack felled a dark messenger, which was then blasted underground by the fierce flames of the world-destroying Qilin. Han Fei commanded the dragon sparrow to maneuver in the air, continuously providing firepower support. Suddenly, a raspy voice whispered in Han Fei's ear, "As a dragon language talent, are you content to be outdone by someone else's dragon? Ha, you filth, trying to sway me with mental pollution? Know your limits first." Han Fei sneered, casting a dragon language spell. The dragon sparrow in the sky unleashed relentless dragon breath and flames, its attacks fierce. At that moment, a towering black-gray magic circle erupted, instantly dragging the massive beast from the sky to the ground. "Long Ke," Han Fei exclaimed as she hurried to the side of her injured beast. The massive creature, with dragon blood coursing through its veins, let out a low cry, warily scanning its surroundings. A gruesome wound was visible on its body, with blood steadily dripping from it. "Ha, a dragon speaker. Is that all?" A pale-faced man stood not far away, his lower body engulfed in dark energy, glimmering with spots of starlight. This dark emissary gave a light chuckle as a colossal beast materialized behind him, covered in black magical runes. Han Fei focused her gaze and saw a severely twisted dragon-like beast. Its once hard scales were filled with a thick black liquid, making it appear bloated, while its eyes bulged as if they might burst at any moment. "How dare you turn a noble beast into such a wretched state?" Han Fei seethed with anger and immediately summoned her purple lightning Tyrannosaurus from her beast space. The dragon roared thunderously upon appearing, charging straight at the dark emissary with its jaws wide open. Why so hasty?" The dark emissary sneered, casting a dark spell. The corrupted dragon behind him braced its legs and spewed a jet of black dragon breath. With a rumble, even the formidable purple lightning Tyrannosaurus was forced back several steps. Han Fei began chanting in the ancient dragon language, and mysterious marks appeared on both beasts. The purple lightning Tyrannosaurus's eyes shone with a sovereign majesty, unleashing a blue-violet lightning that clashed fiercely with the dark dragon breath. Amidst the crackling energy, the black goo on the dark dragon shuddered violently. Seizing the opportunity, the purple lightning Tyrannosaurus bit through the opponent's neck. Rotting flesh splattered, and the dark dragon collapsed, dissolving into a pool of black liquid. "Tsk tisk, finally showing some dragon speaker prowess, are we?" The dark emissary leapt forward, instantly appearing before the purple lightning Tyrannosaurus, uttering low dragon language incantations. "Purple lightning Tyrannosaurus, what are you doing?" Realizing the danger, Han Fei quickly recalled her beast to prevent it from being controlled and turning against her. Unfazed, the dark emissary's arm, now a spear of starlit flesh pierced by dark energy, lunged straight at Han Fei. Bang! A short sword intercepted the deadly strike just in time. Qin Luoshi, panting heavily, said to Han Fei, "I'll hold it off for now. Your beast is injured and needs immediate care. Come back to assist me once it's healed." "All right," Han Fei agreed without hesitation, knowing that to withstand this attack, She couldn't allow her beast condition to worsen further. On the battlefield where Lin Han stood, shattered corpses lay scattered all around. He had just commanded his 3 beasts to successfully kill 2 dark envoys. Before he could catch his breath, a glinting dagger was already closing in on him. Lin Han instantly switched to combat mode, transforming his Shunji Balian into a rapier. The blade emitted a glow characteristic of its Pajun attribute, enhancing attack by 20, penetration by 10, and blade sharpness by 10. These attributes made his strikes even more fierce. A golden patterned viper coiled around his arm, launching attacks in sync with each thrust of his sword. The dark envoy in front of him sneered. Where's the hunter's gun? Where did it go? The dagger lunged constantly, yet it couldn't touch Lin Han, who was right in front of him. Lin Han exchanged a glance with Zhang Xianyue. Such precise spatial control was something that even he, with the Hichu Luo Shu, might not achieve with such accuracy. Sensing something amiss, the dark envoy let out a beast-like roar and charged at Zhang Xianyue. Black-gray mist poured from its abdomen, forming tentacles that slammed into the ground, creating several deep pits instantly. The sky-extinguishing Qilin appeared just in time, spewing searing flames to scorch the tentacles. It then released a world-ending light from its single eye, annihilating the black-gray tentacles. Deprived of the support of dark power, the envoy lost its balance, coughing and tearing off its human skin to reveal the black-gray fur underneath. A shadow of the same color emerged behind it. This isn't good. It's trying to summon an ancient god with dark power. Lin Han's expression changed. Zhang Xianyue, create a separate battlefield for me. Zhang Xianyue immediately deployed a Bagua formation, restructuring the space. In an instant, Lin Han and the bloated dark envoy filled with black water were isolated in an independent space. Heh, a mere mortal. And you think you can slay a god? Even a sliver of divine power is enough to crush you. The dark envoy's voice was as eerie as an abyss. Lin Han felt his consciousness beginning to be influenced by the ancient god's aura. Finish this quickly, he said in a low voice, thrusting his sword, only to realize with shock that his attack couldn't harm the ancient god's thought even slightly. Lin Han instinctively activated the Eye of Creation to investigate the source of the strange aura. The panel appeared, Remnant Will of the Qingming Ancient God. Aptitude, unknown. Level, unknown. Strength, 68. Other attributes, all unknown. Current status, cannot be selected. Ha ha ha. The dark envoy let out a piercing, cold laugh as his body transformed completely into a black sphere, continuously gathering dark energy. The voice of the ancient god echoed in Lin Han's mind like a thunderous drum, nearly shattering his consciousness. Lin Han endured the intense pain, using his rapier to support himself on the ground. His face was pale, but his eyes remained sharp. Who says I can't? Lin Han chuckled, retrieving a collection of items from his storage space. The soul of a fallen one, an old robe, a hunter's rifle. He inspected each item, his gaze finally settling on a small bottle emitting a heavy magical aura. As Lin Han picked up the bottle, he immediately felt a force within him being drawn to the aura of the fallen one inside. The dark envoy's bloated body squirmed on the ground, his bulging eyes staring at Lin Han in shock. Who knows which is stronger, a false god or an ancient god? Lin Han suddenly crushed the bottle, and the black-gray energy lunged at the dark envoy like a ravenous wolf. Amidst the harrowing screams, the two eerie masses of energy devoured each other, ultimately perishing together. Lin Han looked down at his hand, noticing black lines extending through the blood-red flames, like veins spreading across his entire arm. Was this the influence of the fallen one or the false god? He couldn't help but ponder, questioning the relationship between the abyss of Qingming and the Temple of Chaos. Zhang Xianyue's voice timely broke the silence. Brother Lin, what's wrong? Is there a problem? No worries, let's keep fighting. Lin Han quickly collected his thoughts. The current situation allowed no room for distraction. The sky remained a somber shade of dark gray for 3 whole days. During this prolonged period, the Longya team engaged in relentless combat on Mount Taiwa, only finding relief when the system's voice finally announced a pause. You have successfully repelled the attacks of the Dark Envoys. The 3-day period is over. Your team score has now reached 201 points. Congratulations, you have earned 20 minutes to rest. After this, the next trial will begin. Lin Han's eyes were bloodshot, and his intense focus on battle instantly relaxed. Throughout these 3 days, his vision was filled with the constant notifications of accumulating experience points. Turning to his teammates, he noticed they were in even worse shape, disheveled and seemingly deaf to the system's announcement, still fighting mechanically. Kill. Spirit Crow kill. Chun Huaner screamed hoarsely. By the 3rd day, she was fighting purely on instinct. Noticing her unusual state, Qin Luoshi quickly ran to her side. It's over, Huaner, it's over. On the mountaintop, the roar of the purple lightning Tyrannosaurus still echoed. Die, die. Han Fei shouted madly, haunted by ghostly voices in her mind. Lin Han quickly patted her shoulder, causing the Tyrannosaurus's massive jaws to pause midair. Though not completely lost to madness, Han Fei's bloodshot eyes met Lin Han's, her lips trembling, unable to speak. Everyone, we don't have much time. Make the most of this break. The final stage is still ahead. Lin Han called out, then sat down wearily. The taunting voices of the dark envoys and the eerie black-gray tendrils lingered in his mind. A trace of an ancient god's consciousness seemed to vie for control of his mind. He shook his head to stay alert, and the feeling gradually dissipated. Did we really fight for 3 whole days? Qian Yishuan looked around at the now-normal dungeon world, feeling as if he had been reborn. Suddenly, he was hit by a wave of pain, and upon looking down, he saw that his body was covered in wounds. Shui Wushuang, lying on the back of the golden cloud leopard, asked with concern, Big Meow, are you okay? When did you get these wounds? His beast had a large wound stretching from its neck to its abdomen, but fortunately, it had begun to heal. They had joined the fight a day after it started, jumping directly into the fray after completing the beast trial. This was the most brutal battle the Longya team had ever faced. Both beast masters and their beasts were left without a single unscathed spot. At this moment, everyone was using recovery items to heal their injuries. The only one nearly untouched was Zhang Xianyue, who was responsible for spatial maneuvers and had been protected by both the He-Tu Luo Shu and Lin Han, sustaining only minor scratches. Lin Han glanced in Zhang Xianyue's direction and saw him holding a special item, seemingly deep in thought. What did you figure out? Zhang Xianyue looked serious, resting her chin on her hand. After a moment of silence, she said, in ancient records, I've come across mentions of the Dark Envoys. Although they have different names in various historical documents, after this battle, I can confirm it's them. These beings must have played a significant role on the ancient lands of the Xinglong Empire. Several teammates sat around, still processing the thrilling battle they had just experienced. These Dark Envoys were unlike any opponents they had faced before. Right from the first encounter, they instilled a deep-seated fear. Captain, do these things still exist? Zhou Qingqing suddenly asked. The question plunged everyone into silence, reminding them that this was merely a simulated battle. Lin Han replied in a deep voice, No, they don't. Their presence in the sealed land means they have long vanished in the river of time. At that moment, the dungeon system's prompt sounded again. Rest time is over, and the 3rd round of trials is about to begin. Congratulations on your outstanding performance. The first settlement of rewards is complete. After the 3rd round, you will receive a second settlement of rewards. Of course, you can choose to leave now if you wish. We came all this way. How can we not see it through to the end? Lin Han said with a light chuckle, making his choice. Suddenly, 10 enormous portals appeared before them, each a different color. Red, gold, black, each exuding an ancient aura. The doors were engraved with unique arrays and patterns, and though distant, everyone could clearly see these mysterious symbols. The system continued to prompt. Sealed land, 3rd stage, inheritance trial. You must each choose a door to enter and complete the corresponding challenge. Successful completion will yield generous rewards. These doors don't even have hints. How do we choose? Shui Wushuang asked, puzzled. Who cares how we choose, as long as we don't run into the Dark Envoys again? Qian Yishuan immediately replied. Lin Han quietly activated the Eye of Creation, observing the features of the marks of time. Unknown level, unknown material. Only knowing it was the essence of ancient powers, containing many secrets. Brother Lin, Zhang Xianyue suddenly said with a light smile, please take me to that black door. I have some questions that need answers. All right. Lin Han carried Zhang Xianyue towards the black door. The other teammates also selected their targets and moved in different directions. When Lin Han supported Zhang Xianyue to the black door, the ancient door slowly opened a crack, letting out a sliver of golden light. Brother Lin, find what your heart desires. Zhang Xianyue's figure gradually became transparent in the golden light until she vanished completely. At the peak of Taiwa Mountain, only Lin Han remained. Staring at the few remaining doors, he sighed softly. What my heart desires? I have no such desires, just a wish to become stronger. After pondering for a moment, Lin Han resolutely chose the golden rippled door in front of him. As he approached, a fierce golden pressure surged from within the door, like an invisible giant hand descending upon his head. Instead of retreating, he advanced, leveraging his reinforced steel body to strike upward with a punch. With a thunderous boom, the pressure intensified, and fragments of the golden light formed a massive energy array. Lin Han's eyes narrowed as he increased his strength and punched again. The summit of Taiwa Mountain trembled and roared, and the golden door began to close. He leaped forward, holding the door frame with both hands, preventing it from shutting completely. Looking around, he noticed that all the other doors had vanished, leaving only this one golden door barring entry. His indomitable spirit urged him to forge ahead. Yin Jun, he shouted, as a fierce flame erupted around him. The flames gathered in his palms, and the fire elemental array grew brighter. Open for me, he roared, unleashing his power as blood-red flames surged like a volcanic eruption against the door. With a cracking sound, two deep handprints appeared on the door. Through sheer force, Lin Han pried the door open wide enough for a person to pass through. He smirked and strode inside. Behind the door was not the battlefield he had imagined, but a grand and resplendent palace. Intricate carvings of flowers, birds, and fish adorned every corner, instilling a strange sense of familiarity in Lin Han. This is one of the sleeping chambers of the martial emperor, a cold voice suddenly declared. The surrounding golden light dimmed, coalescing into a massive figuria creature with the head of a dragon and the body of a bird, the legendary Xia dragon sparrow. Lin Han immediately activated his creation eye to investigate. A mythical beast of a legendary race, classified as a fierce beast, with 69 strength, other attributes unknown. This was the martial emperor's most powerful ally, elevated to a mythical level, though its current stats were adjusted to match Lin Han's. The Xia dragon sparrow did not speak aloud. Instead, its voice resonated directly in Lin Han's mind like that of an ancient deity. The martial emperor, also known as the martial sovereign, the divine ruler of the Xia Empire. Immediately, Lin Han heard the legendary beast speak, its voice deep and ancient. Is that you? I never expected that a remnant of my consciousness could meet you once more. Consciousness? Lin Han frowned. Is this not just a simulation of the replica, but rather your divine awareness manifesting? Before he could finish, a startling thought flashed across his mind. Did this beast recognize him? Could it be that his experience in the chaotic ruins was more than just a replica? The massive head of the Xia dragon sparrow slowly descended from the Golden Palace's dome, its authoritative eyes fixed on Lin Han. I can only say that the ancient Taiwa mountain indeed has ways to bind the soul. You seem like the prophet, yet not entirely him. I understand your meaning and can provide you with answers. After the Golden Immortal Hall, didn't you encounter the Worm of Time? Lin Han thought of the skill extension he had obtained and realized something. Are you suggesting that the power of the Worm of Time allowed me to truly experience the ancient battle of Longyuan City? The Xia dragon sparrow remained silent, tacitly acknowledging this theory. Suddenly, its body shook violently, emitting a sound like a thunderous drum. Since you are here for the trial, we can begin. Defeat me, and you shall receive a reward. As it spoke, a vivid red health bar appeared above its head. A system notification immediately followed. Detected host encountering Xia dragon sparrow. New mission issued. Mission objective: defeat the remnant soul of the Xia dragon sparrow and obtain the complete dragon energy from its body. Mission reward: 20,000 credits. Dragon energy? What is that? Lin Han wondered. But before he could ponder further, the Xia dragon sparrow's talons came whistling down, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Lin Han quickly summoned 3 beasts to fight. The extinguishing heaven Qilin charged first, flames soaring into the sky, piercing through the palace. However, the Xia dragon sparrow merely flicked its fiery wings, effortlessly sending both the extinguishing heaven Qilin and the swallowing heaven Black Tortoise flying. Taking advantage of the moment, the golden patterned python attacked, its body enveloped in golden light, its massive tail striking at the dragon sparrow's head. Yet the Xia dragon sparrow easily dodged and pinned the golden patterned python to the ground with its 5 claws. A dragon? But your bloodline is quite diluted. How long will it take for you to reach the strength of your ancestors? With that, it breathed a stream of dragon fire, instantly reducing the golden patterned python's health to below half. A deafening dragon roar erupted within the golden palace, an overwhelming golden pressure enveloping the entire scene, rendering all the beasts immobile. The Xia dragon sparrow turned its gaze to Lin Han. Boy, one of my feathers contains dragon energy that can help refine this little dragon. But whether you can see it and take it depends on your own fortune. Lin Han hurriedly activated his Eye of Creation, only to be shocked that he couldn't see through the opponent's power. The Xia dragon sparrow sneered. The boundless power within me is not something your superficial talent can perceive. Suddenly, 9 energy arrays appeared behind the dragon sparrow, transforming into 9 suns, their dazzling light illuminating the entire palace. The 3 beasts were blasted away by the raging solar flames, and a massive sun exploded directly in front of Lin Han, its overwhelming force knocking him to the ground. In Anqing, the Moonwheel Group, a renowned conglomerate throughout the Xinglong Empire, operates an auction house that is just a minor storefront under its vast umbrella. In Qin Zhao's office, the atmosphere was tense. Her eyes were red as she glared at the subordinates reporting to her, her expression dark and foreboding. Still no leads? Can't find anything at all? Boss, we've turned Anqing upside down and thoroughly checked the surrounding cities as well, said a few long-term employees of the Moonwheel Group, feeling guilty as they had a deep affection for their young boss and had exhausted all efforts during the search. Just then, another report came in. Boss, the major academies have reported that they couldn't find traces of those Yinhuan Empire ninjas in Antai City and are now moving to Taiwa Mountain. Just keep looking. After cooperating with us for so many years, is it really this hard to find someone? Qin Jiao, already known for her fiery temper, was even more volatile with her nephew missing, like a powder keg ready to explode. A middle-aged man entered the room, glanced around and said, "No need to look any further. I just received word from Wu Qinghong, the instructor at Taiwa Mountain. Xianyue has been found and is currently in the restricted zone instance. Due to unusual energy fluctuations on the mountain, it took a while for her to get the message out. She's there now, waiting for the students to complete the instance." What? He's in the instance again? Qin Jiao was startled. Although he had been found, the restricted zone was no safe place. At this moment, a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Qin Jiao entered the room. "Xiao Jiao, now that he's been found, let everyone take a rest. They've been worn out over this long period." Her presence seemed to be a relief for the beast tamers, who breathed a sigh of relief as if seeing a savior. "Sis, I understand," Qin Jiao replied reluctantly, then began contacting the academies, only informing them that Zhang Xianyue had been found, withholding any other details. Meanwhile, at the foot of Taiwa Mountain, a large group of academy students had gathered. Since it was a search mission, they had come alone, without instructors. The Zhoutong squad, which had tracked the investigation from Anqing to here, was gazing up at the massive mountain. "Is the moon will playing us? We just got to Antai City, and they say the person has been found," a team member grumbled. "Who cares? As long as the mission is completed, we can head back," another team member said. But their captain, Zhoutong, continued to stare thoughtfully at the mountain. The other academy students were also curiously observing Taiwa Mountain. Suddenly, someone suggested, "I heard Taiwa Mountain is full of dangers, especially the restricted zone instance, which no one has managed to conquer. Since there are so many of us, why don't we give it a try?" This suggestion was quickly met with enthusiasm by most of the group. "We've gathered elite teams from various academies. With so much talent at our disposal, how can we not conquer a dungeon? Let's go. Let's check it out." With this rallying cry, everyone agreed unanimously, quickly forming a line as they wound their way up Taiwa Mountain. Meanwhile, the battle in the Forbidden Zone had been raging for quite some time. Lin Han, gripping a serrated long blade, sweat dripping down his face, focused intently on the massive De Xiaolong Ke, which still had nearly half its health remaining. Beside him, the roaring swallowing heaven Xuanwu summoned a giant vortex of water elements, attempting to trap their foe. However, a surge of Dragon Emperor aura suddenly emanated from De Xiaolong Ke, with a golden glow revealing a crescent moon shadow. The fierce water tornado was instantly reversed, violently crashing towards Lin Han from both sides. Lin Han dodged mechanically, his keen eyes catching a glint of light flickering within the red-gold feathers of De Xiaolong Quebec. As soon as he identified his target, his fighting spirit reignited, and the serrated blade became enveloped in blood-red flames. "You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Haven't you realized this yet?" De Xiaolong Ke's voice, tinged with disappointment, echoed in Lin Han's mind. It suddenly flapped its enormous wings, sending dragon flames and scorching winds directly at him. In a critical moment, the extinguishing heaven Qilin roared, erecting a blood-red firewall to protect its master. However, a golden five-clawed strike shattered the firewall, sending flames skyward. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Han dashed forward, as the golden-patterned hui on his wrist shot out, targeting the dragon-imbued feather. Just as victory seemed within reach, De Xiaolong Ke abruptly turned, its dragon breath directly assaulting the golden-patterned hui. Lin Han's heart tightened, instinctively wanting to protect his beast. Interesting, De Xiaolong Ke's voice sounded again as a mysterious golden dragon head appeared in the palace, its scales solidifying. The once small golden-patterned hui suddenly expanded, its size matching that of the Qilin and Xuanwu, with a pair of golden wings sprouting from its back, slightly disproportionate to its elongated body. Lin Han immediately activated the Eye of Creation, revealing the complete information of the golden-patterned Yinglong before him. A sacred-level species, possessing skills like dragon pressure soul capture, golden patterns overhead, coiling strangle, and all that glitters is not gold. This was the state of the golden-patterned hui, temporarily awakening its ancient bloodline power after absorbing dragon energy. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed through the palace as the power within the golden-patterned Yinglong erupted. Golden mist surged from its body like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire palace in an instant. The massive dragon claws collided with a deafening crash. At the same time, the heaven-destroying Qilin and the sky-swallowing Xuanwu joined the fray. The golden-patterned hui, now transformed into Yinglong, saw its strength soar. Lin Han stood to the side, breathing heavily, his eyes fixed intently on the battle. The golden-patterned Yinglong spread its wings, unleashing a torrent of dragon energy towards the Daxia dragon sparrow. Undeterred by such provocation, the dragon sparrow countered with a breath that connected heaven and earth, leaving destruction in its wake. Is it finally happening? Lin Han's eyes gleamed with anticipation. This was the legendary technique the Daxia dragon sparrow had once used to obliterate the ancient god's consciousness. Fire mixed with thunder cascaded from the sky, engulfing Lin Han and his beasts. At that moment, the golden-patterned Yinglong soared into the air, radiating brilliant golden light. It circled above, releasing dense golden mist, then locked onto the dragon sparrow's position. The golden mist solidified in midair, causing a flicker of surprise in the previously disdainful eyes of the dragon sparrow. Seizing the opportunity, the golden-patterned Yinglong gathered its breath, transforming the golden mist into countless blades that attacked the dragon sparrow. The Qian and Xuanwu seized the moment to unleash their strongest skills. With a three-pronged assault, the already wounded dragon sparrow was knocked back, its health depleted to zero. A system notification echoed in Lin Han's mind, informing him that he had completed the task of defeating the remnant soul of the Daxia dragon sparrow, earning a reward of 20,000 premium points. Not bad. You're not entirely hopeless. The dragon sparrow's voice sounded again as a red-gold light coalesced, and the mythical beast reappeared. It seems the senior was going easy on us, Lin Han chuckled, retrieving his beasts as the golden-patterned Huai reverted to its original form, wrapping around his wrist once more. Suddenly, the ruins of the palace burst with a brilliant imperial light, forming a skill book. Seeing Lin Han's puzzled expression, the Daxia dragon sparrow explained that this was a skill uniquely created by the Mythical Emperor, who had once used it to defeat enemies single-handedly without relying on beasts. Created by the Mythical Emperor? Lin Han's eyes widened with astonishment, filled with intense curiosity about the unique skill of the legendary warrior he had once witnessed. The Soul Skyline is a powerful skill that can cause explosive damage in an instant. It not only inflicts severe physical harm but also intimidates the opponent mentally. Daxia Lonke remarked with a hint of admiration in his voice, then sighed. In this ancient land filled with formidable warriors, it was no small feat for the Mythical Emperor to stand out among the peerless experts and eventually reach the pinnacle. If not for unforeseen events, he should have left behind treasures and divine beasts like other powerhouses. Lin Han immediately activated his creation eye to closely examine the attributes of this skill book. Skill, Soul Skyline. Effect. By gathering immense energy in both hands, it transforms the boundary of the world in front of the target into a single line within the palms. When it fractures, it not only causes great damage, but also tears the target's consciousness. Special note. If used on other non-target skills, it will cause the target skill to fold and become ineffective. This kind of skill that directly causes mental trauma is indeed rare. Lin Han mused. Its power rivals the innate abilities of an A-level psychic beast tamer, perhaps even surpasses them. Without hesitation, he added the skill to his collection. At that moment, a door suddenly appeared behind him, and a system message indicated that the third stage of the trial had ended, with forced teleportation in 3 seconds. Lin Han quickly turned to Daxia Lonke. Senior, are the dark forces still? Before he could finish, he was transported out of the trial space. Looking up, the familiar instance world with its flowing galaxy appeared before him, with night and day distinctly dividing the sky. The final instance settlement was about to begin, and the other teammates had yet to return. Suddenly, a flash of light, and Xue Wushuang excitedly rushed out, holding up a beast egg. Linzi, we really hit the jackpot this time. Look, this is a king-level beast egg. Lin Han smiled as he checked the beast egg's attribute panel. Beast, Zhou. Species, ferocious beast wind type. Quality, king level. Skills, frenzied silk dance, bloodthirsty evil claw, transformation of heaven and earth. Trait, possesses an ancient and fierce nature, with astonishing combat power, capable of harnessing the essence of the world for its own use. Evolution path, can evolve into ancient wing Zhou peerless level with 1 doubling, and eternal engraving Zhou sacred level with 2 doublings. Soon, Qin Luoshi, Zhou Qingqing, and others also returned, their faces filled with unconcealed joy. Only Zhang Xianyue had yet to return, and Lin Han felt a bit worried for the non-combatant small boss. Don't worry, Qin Luoshi reassured. The instance won't set impossible tasks. While waiting, the other teammates continued to enthusiastically discuss their gains. A king-level beast egg. That's nothing. Look at my armor. It can completely negate attacks below level 40. Do you know what complete negation means? In the Forbidden Land, a beam of light pierced the sky, revealing Zhang Xianyue's figure to everyone present. He looked haggard and his eyes were dim, silently observing the crowd without saying a word. Boss, wasn't there some autonomy in the third phase reward? Why didn't you use it to heal your legs? Xue Wushuang couldn't help but ask. His legs, due to their special injuries, would likely take a long time to recover. Zhang Xianyue shook his head, his tone calm. The Forbidden Land is far too important to be used for such trivial wishes. He turned to Lin Han, Brother Lin. I'll still need your beast. No problem. The system notification then sounded. The three-phase trial of the Forbidden Land dungeon is complete. Participants may choose a beast below the sacred level, which will be promoted by 1 grade upon leaving the dungeon. Wow, the Forbidden Land is really generous. Qin Xuan exclaimed excitedly. For beasts that have reached legendary or even king levels, a grade promotion is a rare opportunity. Lin Han looked at the reward with a wry smile, as the only beast he could upgrade was the not fully awakened Star Shatterer. Soon, the system announced that all rewards had been settled, and the light of the teleportation array began to flicker. In a blink of an eye, everyone was back at the peak of Mount Taiwa. Oh my! Big Me has become stronger, Shui Wushuang shouted excitedly, as his golden cloud leopard had evolved into a golden cloud spirit leopard. Others also received notifications of their beast's evolutions, except Lin Han's Star Shatterer seemed unchanged, with even the stars spawned from consuming the Dark Messenger remaining the same. Finally out, huh? Wu Qinghong, who had been waiting on a rock, stretched and looked at the members of the Dragon Fang team. Your aura has indeed changed quite a bit. Though you still carry some innocence, there's now a sharpness from the battlefield. It seems the Forbidden Land offered you an unforgettable trial. Coach, are you teasing us? Qian Yishuan asked. Why so suspicious? Now that you're out, it's time for us to leave too. Wu Qinghong's voice trailed off as a loud noise suddenly erupted from halfway up Mount Taiwa. The Dragon Fang team instantly went on alert, but Wu Qinghong laughed and said, Why so tense? It's just some unruly kids. Nothing worth getting worked up over. The group relaxed, but Lin Han noticed energy traces all over the mountain, which made him uneasy. Thankfully, the spatial energy here could automatically repair environmental damage, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. Coach, what exactly happened? Lin Han asked. Why is it that only your Longya squad is allowed to climb Mount Taiwa, and others can't try their luck? Wu Qinghong stood with her hands on her hips, a playful glint in her eyes. She turned to look at the now calm Mount Taiwa, a hint of reflection in her voice. It's just that the luck of these squad members doesn't seem too good. After all this time, not a single team has reached the summit. She glanced at her trainees, whose skills had surpassed those of others halfway up the mountain after a period of special training. Let's head down, Lin Han said, giving a light pat to the Tian Qi Lin beside him. Zhang Xianyue, sitting on the back of the Qi Lin, raised her arm slightly, and a broad path suddenly appeared on Mount Taiwa, leading straight to the foot of the mountain. I've temporarily altered the spatial array on the mountain. Follow this path, and you'll reach the base quickly. The group looked at their young boss in shock, their hearts stirred. They couldn't help but imagine how formidable a combination Zhang Xianyue and Lin Han would be if she had combat abilities, considering even Lin Han couldn't effortlessly reorganize the spatial formations of Mount Taiwa. Meanwhile, halfway up Mount Taiwa, Zhou Tong frowned as he surveyed his surroundings. Captain, have we been walking for so long and still can't find a way out? Some teammates had started to hesitate, unable to even find the way back. Shut up, don't disrupt the captain's judgment. Meng Xiao immediately scolded. Ah, Sister Meng, you sure are carefree. We've walked this path 3 times already. A teammate couldn't help but mock. Just then, Zhou Tong sensed something unusual and immediately summoned his golden crow. Countless fireballs roared into the depths of the forest. Can't you change that bad temper? In the forest, a golden figure darted past the fireballs and appeared around them in an instant. Zhou Tong's body was enveloped in fiery crow flames as he warily watched the suddenly appearing chubby man and his legendary golden cloud spirit leopard. Shui Wushuang, what are you doing here? Meng Xiao recognized the newcomer with delight. I should be asking you that. How did you follow the scent here? The fat cat sneered at Zhou Tong, unreservedly mocking. Is this the renowned Zhou Tong? And class talent? Can't even find a way out of Mount Taiwa? I guess you've been stuck too long and your brain's overheated. You fat idiot. Courting death. Zhou Tong, already in a foul mood, was now furious. He swung a massive flaming fist straight at him. But the fat man, with the superior speed of his legendary golden cloud spirit leopard, vanished instantly. Roar! The golden crow was enraged, clearly provoked by the leopard. Stop right there! Zhou Tong shouted angrily, flames blazing around him as he led his teammates in pursuit. Faster! Give them a run for their money? Shui Wushuang shouted back playfully as she rode her agile beast. Keep up, or you'll have to find your own way down this mountain. The group behind her perked up at her words. The Jinwu let out a loud cry, lowering its flight to follow closely with the team. Meng Xiao felt a wave of frustration. Running into this group on Mount Taiwa likely meant Lin Han was here too. Judging by their demeanor, they seemed to have figured out a way to leave. Meanwhile, in a clearing on Mount Taiwa, Qian Yishuan hurried forward with a group of 7 or 8 beastmasters to report to Wu Qinghong. Instructor, we've found another group. It seems like almost everyone is accounted for. As the Longya team reached midway up the mountain, Wu Qinghong and Lin Han stopped simultaneously. With just a glance exchanged, the master and apprentice understood each other perfectly. Guided by Zhang Xianyue, the Longya team began searching Mount Taiwa to gather the trapped beastmasters. All right, let's get ready to leave, Wu Qinghong said calmly, surveying the group of 20 or 30 people around them. Remember, once you return to your respective academies, don't forget to report back and ensure the reward reaches the military academy promptly. That's 5 million Xinglong coins per person. The beastmasters widened their eyes in disbelief. That expensive? Your military academy hogs so many resources, and now you're extorting us? Lin Han spoke coldly. We're not a charity. If you want to leave Mount Taihua, you have to pay. Lin Han, is that really you? I'm a huge fan. A young man interjected eagerly. Lin Han shot him a disdainful look. Say one more word, and I'll be 10 million for you. Everyone fell silent, grumbling internally. The famed Lin Han of the military academy, known for his strength and carefree nature, seemed money-obsessed. Not only did they fail to capture the young boss of the Moon Wheel, but they were found by him instead. Worse still, they wouldn't receive any rewards from their academy this time and had to pay out of pocket. Anger brewed among them, and they all wanted to know who suggested climbing Mount Taihua in the first place. Suddenly, a blaze of fire erupted into the sky. Lin Han reacted swiftly, stretching a line between his hands, and the massive fire elemental attack dissipated upon nearing him. Damn! Who knew the steel body talent could be used like that? The surrounding beastmasters were left in shock. The weakness of the beast tamers was particularly evident in front of this top student from the military academy. Lin Han's display of double-level talent and strength left everyone present utterly astonished. The crowd instantly forgot their frustration over being taken advantage of, their eyes now filled with admiration for Lin Han. Shui Wushuang quickly ran to Lin Han's side, asking with concern, Lindsay, are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere? He had intended to tease Zhou Tong a bit, but didn't expect such an explosive temper from him, commanding his beast to attack over just a few words. Lin Han, however, seemed unfazed, his gaze already set on the distance. His composure left the beast tamers at the scene in awe, especially the young women, who couldn't help but feel stirred as they recalled his earlier expression. Heh, who would have thought the one to withstand Brother Zhou's golden crow skill would be Giran Tan? Meng Xiao sneered. Taking such a powerful hit must not feel good, right, Lin Han? You, 10 million? Lin Han replied calmly, looking at her with an indifferent tone. 10 million? What 10 million? Meng Xiao was baffled, and seeing that Lin Han was ignoring her only fueled her anger further. Behind her, Zhou Tong's eyes flashed with a hint of frost. As someone with the same level talent, he knew the power of the golden crow strike, and Lin Han's ability to easily defuse it made him a formidable opponent. The group began their descent back to Antai City. Many beast tamers speculated that the Longya team had likely figured out the way to ascend and enter the sealed area, as the young boss was currently chatting and laughing with them. Sister, can I sleep for 3 days when we get back? Qian Xuan pleaded wearily with Wu Qinghong. After considering, Wu Qinghong agreed. All right, this journey from the dungeon to the sealed area has indeed worn you out. I'll report when we return to the academy and give you a 3-day break. This news excited the team members, contrasting sharply with the worried faces of the larger group behind them. Lin Han quietly scanned the team with the eye of creation, noticing that most had reached around level 45, while Qin Luoxi and Qian Yishuan were far ahead. Qin Luoxi was max level and ready for her awakening task, while Qian Yishuan had reached level 54. The team finally arrived at the foot of the mountain, where Qin Jiao and Qin Ting rushed towards Zhang Xianyue. Seeing her son's weakened legs, the usually composed Qin Ting was tearful. Zhang Xianyue comforted her, saying, It's okay, mother. Although my legs can't move temporarily, I've gained a lot of insights and experiences. The memory of the dark emissary still lingered in his mind, making this experience unforgettable. At this moment, the true owner of Moon Wheel, Zhang Jiyu, approached Wu Qinghong. I didn't expect Instructor Wu to lead the team personally. Wu Qinghong responded with poise. Your son, Mr. Zhang, requires my personal attention, doesn't he? At the foot of Taihua Mountain, a group of Academy Beast Masters gathered with somber expressions, quietly discussing how to explain their recent failure to their instructors and mentors. Don't forget, each of you still owes the Military Academy 5 million Star Dragon coins, and some even owe as much as 10 million. Shui Wushuang's voice echoed behind them, each word hitting their hearts like a heavy hammer. Meng Xiao looked particularly distressed, finally understanding what Lin Han meant by the 10 million he mentioned earlier. Regret was written all over her face. Not far away, Wu Qinghong was talking with Zhang Jiyu, the owner of Moon Wheel. With such an incident, what do you plan to do, Mr. Zhang? Letting it slide doesn't seem like your style, does it? A glint of coldness flashed in Zhang Jiyu's eyes. I've already contacted people from the Sakura Empire, and will soon have a list of everyone who recently came to Star Dragon. When the time comes, there will be a reckoning. Although he had no intention of getting involved in the Beast Master's disputes, seeing his son tortured like that, he couldn't stand by idly as a father. After a brief exchange, Wu Qinghong returned to the students, preparing to lead them back. Meanwhile, the wealthy owner of Moon will approached the Longya squad with a smile. Thanks to your help, my son was able to escape danger. We've prepared some small gifts for you, which you will receive once you return to the academy. You're too kind, sir. Your son is my friend, and helping him was the right thing to do, Lin Han quickly replied. Other rescued beast masters also came over to say their goodbyes. Although they were still skeptical about the rumors of Lin Han's golden-skinned snake, no one dared to voice their doubts after this incident. 2 days later, in a rare moment of leisure at the military academy, Lin Han lay on his dorm bed, staring at the ceiling. Qin Luoshi had already gone out to train, and even he, usually diligent, had eased his training intensity, clearly feeling the fatigue. The chubby cat focused on incubating the Zhou beast egg. With only 2 months left until the Star Dragon Festival, Lin Han knew he had to make the most of this time to prepare. Just yesterday, Chen Huaner, following Wu Qinghong's instructions, began compiling and analyzing information on the new generation of top talents from various academies. Suddenly, the dorm doors swung open with a loud bang, followed by Shui Wushuang's excited voice. Linzi, the gifts from Moon Wheel are indeed generous. They're at least epic-level equipment, and they've even prepared 2 legendary beast eggs for us to distribute as we see fit. Hearing this news, Lin Han slowly got up from the bed and walked over to check out the table full of gifts brought by the chubby cat. His attention was primarily focused on the 2 beast eggs. The first one was the Qingguang Violent Bull Egg, a dominant creature from the Qinghai grasslands, with only 1 in every 100 possessing a protective aura of azure light. It has earth-based attributes and boasts 3 legendary skills: Earth Explosion, Primordial Earth Skin, and Qing Luo Shield. Through 2 stages of evolution, the Qingguang Violent Bull can advance to the King-level Welding Earth Bull Demon and the Supreme-level Divine Light Holy Bull. However, its bloodline restricts it from surpassing the Supreme level. The second egg was the Dual-Blade Azure Wolf Egg, originating from the ferocious Black Forest. Its most notable feature is the pair of sharp steel blades on its shoulders, which injure countless creatures every year, providing it with nourishment. This beast has water-based attributes and possesses 3 legendary skills: Frenzied Blade Slash, Unmatched Valor, and Bloodthirsty Frenzy. After 2 stages of evolution, it can progress to the King-level Frenzied Blade Azure Wolf and the Supreme-level Hidden Blade Wolf Emperor, but similar to the bull, it cannot exceed the Supreme level due to bloodline constraints. These 2 beast eggs, one specializing in defense and the other in attack, perfectly met Qian Yishuan's need for protection and compensated for Zhou Qingqing's lack of offensive power. Shui Wushuang wholeheartedly supported this allocation plan, as neither of them had found suitable contract beasts since their awakening. Once the distribution was settled, Lin Han and the others delivered the equipment and items to the teammates best suited to use them. Learning that these were gifts from the owner of Moon Wheel, everyone gladly accepted them, as supporting them was no challenge for someone of Moon Wheel's capability. The next day marked the end of the holiday, and everyone gathered punctually in the academy courtyard. Their demanding instructor, Wu Qinghong, was already waiting there. Seeing everyone in good spirits, she was relieved and got straight to the point. You're in luck. New tasks have come your way. Hearing this, the group was taken aback, as it was clear that the instructor had already accepted a new mission on their behalf. Qian Yishuan quickly said, Sister Wu, I think we'd prefer to choose our own tasks. Enough with the nonsense. This isn't something I forced on you, Wu Qinghong clarified, distancing herself from the decision before explaining. Recently, Beastmasters have been disappearing frequently in the border sea areas between the Xinglong Empire and the Sakura Empire. It's initially suspected that a dungeon may be forming, or has already formed there. The Qingfu Academy in Haihu City has been investigating for some time without results, and since your seniors are training on the frontier battlefield, this task has fallen to us. Seeing the puzzled looks from everyone, she added, I merely recommended my students to the academy. Plus, Haihu City has beautiful scenery, so you can enjoy some sightseeing while investigating. Don't think too poorly of me. Besides, if it really is a dungeon exploration, the rewards will be substantial. You're still a long way from leveling up, and this is a rare opportunity. In the conference room, Lin Han frowned as he stared at the list in front of him. This list recorded the recent disappearances of beast tamers at sea, but there seemed to be no connection between these individuals. Adding to the predicament was Mu Qingchan's assertion that not only beast tamers were disappearing, but also a large number of ordinary people. Despite their thorough examination of all the missing persons' records and even searches of their residences, they had found nothing. Mu Qingchan focused intently on the screen in front of her and, after a moment, pushed an analysis chart toward Lin Han. This is a recent analysis of ocean currents around the area, she explained. I've used current sensing to analyze the range of energy fluctuations in this sea region. Lin Han carefully examined the chart, which meticulously mapped out the entire sea area, with all known locations marked clearly. Captain, what's our next move? A few team members asked as they saw Lin Han stand up and immediately followed him. I need to go to the sea area to understand the situation firsthand. Huaner, have the spirit crow give me a lift. Wait, Mu Qingchan interrupted. There's an energy array in this sea area that prevents anything from taking flight. Even flying beast tamers are cut off. Upon learning this, the members of the Longya team could only sigh helplessly. Eventually, they managed to secure a powered boat through the connections of the Haohai team at the academy. The two teams, totaling over a dozen people, promptly set out for the target sea area. The powered boat sped across the water, and beneath the deep blue sea, a group of shadows followed the vessel. Those are blue-scaled sea emperor fish, Mu Qingchan quickly explained when she noticed Qin Luoxi and the others on alert. They're water-type beast tamers that use the currents stirred by the boat to move more efficiently. She wondered why her peers, who were all the same age, were so sensitive. I didn't expect to see so many wild beast tamers near Haihu City, Lin Han remarked with some surprise. Nowadays, aside from the dungeons, the only places to find beast tamers in large numbers were the hatching centers. He gave Chen Huaner a look, but she shook her head in resignation. They're willing to communicate with me, but they say the white mist seems to follow no pattern. Suddenly, Xiao Lu, who was piloting the boat, brought it to a stop. Captain, there are people up ahead performing a sea god ritual, probably islanders from nearby. The group looked and saw several large boats floating not far away, with thick black chains pulling a massive wooden statue. The statue wore a mask, obscuring its face, but it appeared to be male. The people on the boats were kneeling reverently before the sea god statue, murmuring prayers that were too distant to discern. Damn it, performing a sea god ritual at a time like this, aren't they afraid? Mu Qingchan frowned deeply, unable to comprehend their actions. Captain, we shouldn't disrespect the sea god. With the sea god watching over us, we won't come to harm, Xiao Lu from the Haohai team said reverently, kneeling before the wooden statue of the sea god with a tone of awe. Lin Han studied the statue thoughtfully, and suddenly, an attribute panel appeared beside it. Green-garbed sea god. Aptitude. Unknown. Nature. Spirit of faith. Description. A sea god formed by the faith of the people, composed of spiritual energy. Level. Unknown. Strength. Unknown. Agility. Unknown. Spirit. Unknown. Constitution. Unknown. So, spirits constructed from belief really do exist? Lin Han thought to himself in surprise. Let's go. Their rituals have nothing to do with us, Shui Wushuang said as he moved towards the helm, only to be stopped by Xiao Lu. During the Sea God Festival, no ships are allowed to move. It will anger the Sea God. Xiao Lu shouted passionately. That's just superstition. If the Sea God were truly effective, you wouldn't be missing people, Shui Wushuang said dismissively as he started the motorboat. The Sea God will be angered. Xiao Lu trembled on the deck, watching as his teammates tacitly agreed with the action. As the motorboat headed towards the direction of the Sea God Festival, Lin Han suddenly felt a strange gaze upon him. Though the wooden statue remained completely still, the sense of being watched was unmistakably real, a perception honed by the martial emperor's blessing, not to be doubted. Lin Han turned to the members of the Haohai team and noticed that, aside from Xiao Lu, the others seemed indifferent to the sea god. Captain Mu, don't you believe in the sea god? Why would we? It's of no use, one team member replied disdainfully, only to receive a glare from Mu Qingchan. Worshipping the sea god is a coastal tradition. People from inland don't really believe in it anymore, Mu Qingchan explained. No, the sea god is real. Xiao Lu interjected excitedly. I have an A-grade talent granted by the sea god, and I saw the sea god myself when I awakened. Suddenly, a shout came from afar. Hey, you on the boat. Stop. The sea god doesn't like to hear the sound of rowing. Fat cat, stop the boat, Lin Han instructed, standing up to face the shouting crowd. Whose brat is daring enough to provoke the sea god's wrath? An old man glared at them fiercely. If the sea god were truly effective, you wouldn't have encountered us at sea. Zhou Qingqing couldn't help but shout back. This statement caused an uproar among the crowd, especially the old man, who began shouting angrily from a distance. Upon hearing her words, the members of the Longya squad all showed expressions of disbelief. Everyone knew that tasks from the military academy had to go through Wu Qinghong's approval, and the missions available to other squads were those she had passed over. But right now, they had no choice but to rush to Haishu City, the largest import-export city in the Xinglong Empire. After transferring through teleportation arrays 3 or 4 times, the Longya squad finally reached their destination 3 days later. They stood in front of the teleportation array, waiting for the liaison from Qingfu Academy. Captain, the instructor was right. The scenery in Haishu City is indeed beautiful, Qian Yishuan remarked as he stood in the middle of the team, gazing at the distant horizon where the sea met the sky. His comment was quickly interrupted by a female voice. What good is the view? This sea area has been blocked off for 2 days. No one dares to approach. Lin Han looked in the direction of the voice and saw a petite girl sitting on the ground, fiddling with a large tablet, a black backpack slung over her shoulder. Though she had delicate features, she appeared quite disheveled at the moment. Lin Han immediately deduced that she was the liaison and extended his hand, saying, "Hello. We're the Longya squad from the military academy. I'm the captain, Lin Han. Mu Qingchan, captain of the How High squad." The girl replied as she stood up and shook his hand, then added, "You're 11 minutes late. Is that level of precision really necessary?" Lin Han sighed in resignation. As they walked toward Haishu City, Mu Qingchan explained, "According to my calculations, 12 beast tamers have gone missing in the past week. This 11-minute delay could extend the time it takes to uncover the truth, putting more beast tamers in danger." "She's no ordinary person," Shui Wushuang commented quietly. Chen Huaner quickly added, "Mu Qingchan is the brightest star of this year's awakening ceremony in Haishu City, with its level talent called Ocean Currents of Myriad Forms. While ordinary awakeners can control water flows, she can command entire ocean currents. During the recent Haishu City Beast Tamer tournament, she manipulated 3 ocean currents at once, causing it to rain for several days across the city." After hearing this introduction, the Longya squad members all gasped. "It's not that impressive," Mu Qingchan said with a slight smile. "I just calculated the paths of a few currents and made some use of them." Her smile sent chills down their spines. She then looked at Lin Han and said, "I've studied your profile, and my assessment of your combat power keeps changing. Once we figure out what's happening in the sea, how about a match?" This suggestion left the Longya squad members momentarily stunned. The thoughts of a genius with level talent are indeed different from others, Lin Han reflected, observing his unconventional companion. Unlike most people who avoid challenges, she seemed eager to confront powerful opponents. "Let's deal with the current problem before discussing this further." Lin Han decisively shifted the topic. Moments later, the group arrived at a spacious office in Qingfu Academy. As the primary investigators of the maritime disappearance incidents, the How High team, consisting of 6 members, was gathered there to strategize. When Lin Han and his companions entered, they were met with expressions of displeasure. Without hesitation, Mu Qingchan slammed her backpack onto the table with a sharp voice. "What's this attitude? If you can't handle your tasks, don't take it out on others." Despite her petite frame, her words resonated like thunder, compelling the How High team members to drop their arrogance and spring into action. Lin Han and the others couldn't help but smile wryly at the scene. "Take a seat. I have some footage to show you," Mu Qingchan said, her tone softening but her gaze still stern as she surveyed her teammates. A young man quickly understood and brought over the playback equipment. "Linzi, why do I feel she's harsher than our martial instructor?" Shui Wushuang whispered to Lin Han. "Perhaps it's for the sake of efficiency," Lin Han replied as best as he could. Soon, a video began playing before them. In the footage, several beast masters and their beasts were leisurely floating on the sea. A common sight since some dungeons were located offshore, requiring beast masters to operate on the water for extended periods. "This is why we're eager to investigate. The sea blockade has been causing unrest among the beast masters," Mu Qingchan explained, suddenly raising her voice. "Here it comes." The scene showed the beast master's location suddenly enveloped by an eerie white mist. A massive shadow emerged, its tentacles swiftly engulfing the group, who vanished without a trace. Mu Qingchan explained that these incidents had been occurring frequently and unpredictably. The white mist would disappear whenever they deliberately searched for it. "Based on this alone, we can't confirm if it's an undiscovered dungeon," Lin Han questioned. "That explanation is just to calm those unaware of the truth," Mu Qingchan replied, fiddling with her tablet. "If we told them people were disappearing, it would cause panic." At this point, a member of the How High team stood up to add, "We've been in contact with official personnel from the Sakura Empire. They also have numerous missing people." With those words, the dozen or so beast masters in the office fell silent. Faced with such a bizarre event, they had too little information to make an accurate judgment. It was clear that the old man was the leader of the group, and he was the one presiding over the Sea God Festival. Lin Han stood in front of his teammates, his eyes cold and resolute in a way that sent shivers down one's spine. Unlike his teammates who relied on beast control in battles, his hands were stained with real blood. The crowd participating in the Sea God Festival lost half their momentum upon seeing Lin Han. Shui Wushuang quickly started the motorboat, heading to the designated location and keeping a distance from the others. Lin Han stood at the boat's bow, observing, and noticed that among these ordinary people, there were a few gifted beast controllers, though they were only low-level C and D class, around level 20 or 30. "Captain, how are we supposed to find anything in this white fog?" Qian Yishuan asked. "If we can't find it on the surface, we'll go underwater," Lin Han said as he picked up the underwater equipment. His steel body ability made him at home in water, but since they had the equipment, he might as well use it. At that moment, the old man suddenly jumped onto the bow of the motorboat. Grabbing Lin Han with trembling hands, "You can't go down there. The sea god is in the water, driving away evil spirits. Don't interrupt his work. The old man suddenly spotted Xiao Lu kneeling on the ground, his eyes lighting up as he shouted, Lu family boy, you were blessed by the sea god. Without him, would you have awakened that so-called divine power? Come help us. These people want to desecrate the sea god. Hearing this, Xiao Lu immediately stood up, looking pleadingly at Mu Qingqian and Lin Han. Captains, let's halt the investigation for now. Lin Han placed the underwater equipment back on the deck and instructed his team, investigate the energy levels in the water. I'm quite interested in this sea god. He then turned to the old man, softening his tone. Sir, can we talk for a bit? We're from out of town and don't know the customs. Learning more about the sea god might help us avoid any missteps. Sure. I'll tell you about our sea god. The old man agreed eagerly, then called out to the crowd, Old Wu, you lead the sea god dance. A middle-aged man took the peculiar black instrument handed to him by the old man, and the crowd began to dance on the boat. Xiao Lu joined in, stepping on the deck with unusual movements. The boat rocked with the dance, creating a rhythmic splashing sound. The team members on the motorboat were surrounded by the sound of water and strange noises, their fingers unconsciously tapping to the rhythm. You know, this dance seems to be working, Shui Wushuang exclaimed. Qin Luoshi scoffed. There's something on the boat making sounds in sync with their dance and that strange instrument, creating a bewitching effect. The team members snapped back to reality upon hearing this, and looking at the bizarre dance, they felt as if the dancers were possessed by something. Meanwhile, inside the cabin of the motorboat, Lin Han sat face-to-face with the old man. Speaking of the sea god, that's a tale from hundreds of years ago. I remember back then. The old man's words trailed off. Lin Han remained silent for a long time, committing these stories of the sea god to memory. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened, and he dashed out of the cabin onto the deck. What he saw was unsettling. The followers were still engaged in their bizarre dance, and at some point, dark gray lines had appeared on their bodies, weaving into a net that reached skyward. More alarming, the wooden statue of the sea god had developed cracks, with wisps of black-gray mist seeping out, interspersed with eerie red light. What are you doing? Stop it! Lin Han shouted, leaping to the sea god statue in an instant. What are you doing, child? The old man followed in a panic. It was all fine just now. Don't disrespect the sea god. Lin Han grabbed Xiao Lu, only to find him mechanically repeating strange movements. Looking around, the members of both teams were not spared. A dozen people sat by the ship's edge, the same black lines appearing on their bodies. Even strong individuals like Qin Luoshi and Mu Qingqian were frowning, seemingly resisting some unknown force. What are you trying to do, child? The old man panted as he climbed aboard. But before he could finish, Lin Han had already snatched the strange instrument from Lao Wu's hands and crushed it. The sudden change shocked everyone. Their faces turned pale as they doubled over on the deck, retching. You destroyed the sea god's artifact, the old man exclaimed in horror, grabbing Lin Han's sleeve. The sea god is performing a ritual in the sea to eliminate evil, and you disrupted his formation. It's all because of you. The team members regained their senses, and Han Fei rubbed her temples, muttering, What happened? I think I just saw the sea god. Xiao Lu coughed as he crawled towards Lin Han, trying to salvage the broken instrument, but Lin Han picked him up. Think carefully. Is your level talent really because of the so-called sea god? He threw Xiao Lu heavily onto the deck, meeting the angry glares around him. Sea god! Sea god! Someone suddenly shouted, pointing at the large wooden statue. The cracks on the sea god's statue rapidly widened, with black water gushing out and quickly flowing into the sea. It's over. The sea god is angry. None of you will escape this. The old man collapsed onto the deck, his face ashen. Lin Han, everyone be careful. The white mist is coming. Mu Qingqian, who had ins-level water element talent, suddenly warned. Everyone immediately became alert, while the ordinary followers lay paralyzed on the deck, trembling as they watched the sea water turn black. Please don't blame us, sea god, the old man pleaded, holding the broken instrument with trembling hands. The one who broke your ritual is him. Take him if you must. A massive mist descended upon the sea, engulfing everyone in an instant. Lindsay, the motorboat is gone, Shui Wushuang said with a grave tone. From the moment they left the ship to the appearance of the white fog, not even a minute had passed, yet the ship had indeed vanished into thin air. Let's see what kind of trickery is at play here. Lin Han sneered, then turned to the group of people who were now crying in fear. Qingqing, Huaner, keep an eye on them. Make sure they're safe and don't lose them. You think this has something to do with them? Qin Luoshi immediately caught on. Within the deduced energy threshold, there's only this sea god statue. We can't rule it out, Lin Han said, his eyes scanning the surrounding fog with caution. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the mist, and a colossal shadow began to form, with several massive tentacles lashing out at the ships. Playing tricks, Lin Han exclaimed, as blood-red flames covered his hands. With a thunderous roar, the shadow burst into flames. How high squad attack? Mu Qingqian leaped into the air, supported by deep blue currents. Behind her appeared a fierce sepia giant ape-like beast with a gray-white body and a tail like a steel blade, stirring up waves. Lin Han quickly assessed its data panel. Fierce sea ape, an ancient beast with both water and rock attributes, possessing supreme skills like water saint mastery. Through enhanced evolution, it could reach sacred or even mythical levels. The sea ape wielded 2 gigantic water columns, launching them at the shadow. Meanwhile, Lin Han summoned an extinction Qilin, conjuring a massive flaming sword to strike. At that moment, several thick tentacles shot up from beneath the ship, nearly enveloping it entirely. Forgive us, sea god. The old man led the crowd in kneeling and praying once more. Why are you doing this again? Zhou Qingqing sighed, directing her beasts to set up a defense. With tentacles this big, how enormous must the octopus be? Shui Wushuang, alongside her beast, fought off the suction cup-covered tentacles, while Lin Han and the main forces continued battling the unidentified massive shadow. Just then, a system voice suddenly echoed in Lin Han's mind. A task notification clearly displayed. A random event has been detected, and a new mission, Sea Mist, has been issued. The mission consists of 2 phases, identifying the cause and conditions of the mist's appearance and eliminating the true culprit behind it. Completion will reward 60,000 credits and a random item chest. Without hesitation, Lin Han unleashed a surge of power from his fists, striking at the massive shadow before him. At that moment, a dark gray fish-like limb darted toward him with lightning speed. He narrowly dodged the attack, only to be drenched by a burst of black water from his opponent. To make matters worse, the eerie black water seemed to have a life of its own, attempting to invade his body. Flame Lord! Lin Han shouted, and flames instantly enveloped him, repelling the sinister liquid. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped forward, his broadsword slicing through the strange limb with a flash of cold light. Mu Qingqian reacted quickly, catching the falling Lin Han with a stream of water. This thing is dangerous. Don't let your guard down, she warned, commanding her beast to unleash furious tail whirl. Instantly, a massive whirlpool formed on the sea, sweeping the bizarre limbs and the attacking octopus into its depths. As the group prepared to continue their pursuit, the enormous shadow began to retreat, and the surrounding white mist dissipated. The shattered sea god statue and the black water it exuded vanished, leaving the sea a deep, serene blue once more. On shore, people were still shouting in fear, invoking the sea god's mercy. The members of the vast sea squad immediately retorted that it was their captain's display of strength. Lin Han leapt back onto the deck from the water, tossing a section of black-gray bone onto the ground with a sharp crack. Mu Qingqian examined the fragment. It was assembled from fish bones, covered in black-gray barbs, with a crab claw affixed to one end, the very weapon that had nearly claimed Lin Han's life. Let's head back, Mu Qingqian said as she stood up. We may not have solved everything, but we've found some clues. Her teammates had already begun maneuvering their ships, preparing to return to shore. Back at Qingfu Academy, Mu Qingqian led a group into the conference room, only to find a middle-aged man sitting there. It was their instructor, Zhang Chengxian, who was looking at them with a stern expression. Shouldn't you be more mindful of your actions during missions? Was capturing those involved in the Sea God Festival just something to do out of boredom? Zhang Chengxian's tone was harsh. Instructor, there were reasons for our actions, and the situation left us with no choice, Mu Qingqian quickly explained. Zhang Chengxian sighed. The complaint lines at Qingfu Academy have been flooded. They know you're my students, and now they're cursing my ancestors. He sat down, his gaze sweeping over the 2 teams before settling on Lin Han and his group. You high-achieving students from the military academy have encountered those worshipping the sea god. Can you avoid them in the upcoming investigation? It's not that my ancestors can't handle the insults. I'm just worried about further escalation. Instructor Zhang, we've already encountered those strange phenomena and believe we'll uncover the truth soon, Mu Qingqian said helplessly. All right, just focus on your investigation. I'll handle the complaints from the coastal residents, Zhang Chengxian said, leaving the room with just a glance at the students. Understood. We'll keep a low profile, Mu Qingqian quickly responded. Lin Han and the others were a bit taken aback by this teacher-student interaction. Compared to Wu Qinghong, Instructor Zhang seemed to take a more hands-off approach, only stepping in to shield his students from public criticism. Take a seat, Mu Qingqian said, leaning against the table. Her petite frame allowed her to look Lin Han in the eye. So far, we've only confirmed one thing. The appearance of the white mist is conditional. Based on my calculations, the energy at the seafloor rises sharply when the white mist appears, Shui Wushuang said. Could that big dark shadow be rising from the seafloor? That's a possibility, Mu Qingchan replied cautiously. Is there a connection between the existence of the sea god and the disappearances of the beast tamers? Lin Han asked. He had noticed some clues in the strange rituals, but didn't want to interfere with the believer's faith. The belief in the sea god has been around for a long time, whereas the disappearances of beast tamers are a recent issue. So we can't equate them lightly, Qin Luoshi said, then added, however, when I observed the ritual with my reincarnation ability, I noticed the energy and dark aura were somewhat similar. How does this link back to the abyss of Qingming? Zhou Qingqing asked warily, recalling their past torments by the dark emissaries vividly. At that moment, Lin Han suddenly had a flash of inspiration and turned his gaze towards the Hao Hai team. Xiao Lu. His voice cut clearly through the crowd. Xiao Lu stepped out from the team, an obvious look of apology on his face. In the previous battle, not only had he failed to help, but he had also been a hindrance. Captain Lin, what do you need? He asked quietly. Lin Han got straight to the point. What is your relationship with that old man? Why does he know you? Xiao Lu's face turned pale and he stammered. The old man and his people are just ordinary folks, unaware of these things. Lin Han's voice took on a chilling edge. I understand your point, but this question is important, and you need to answer me. He is like an elder from my clan, a distant relative, Xiao Lu hurriedly replied. So, the elders in your family can recognize you? Yes, those older family members have good memories. Lin Han took a list out of his pocket and handed it to Xiao Lu. Take these photos of the missing people and visit the coastal areas. See if they or their ancestors are from there. Mu Qingchan seized the key point. Do you suspect these people were harmed because of a belief in the sea god? It's just an initial hypothesis that needs further confirmation, Lin Han added, leaning back in his chair. The next step is for both teams to frequently venture into the sea to test the conditions under which the white mist appears. 2 days passed quickly. During this time, the two teams continuously patrolled the sea but failed to encounter the white mist. Qian Xuan pushed open the meeting room door, exhausted, and collapsed onto the sofa. We've been out in the sea breeze so long we're turning into salted fish, and we haven't even seen a trace of the white mist. Shouldn't we change our strategy, team leaders? Other members of the Hao Hai team also voiced their complaints. They should be honing their skills on the training field, not endlessly battling the sea breeze. It's not entirely fruitless, Lin Han said, stepping forward with a hint of a smile. Xiao Lu just sent word confirming that all the missing persons are connected to the sea god. Either they themselves believe in the sea god, or their ancestors did. They're all tied to this deity that's been worshipped for centuries. Everyone perked up. Could this mean they found the conditions that trigger the white mist? At that moment, a task prompt appeared in Lin Han's mind. Only those who believe in the sea god, or whose ancestors did, will encounter the white mist. The system required him to address this immediately. The Hao Hai team members quickly suggested, let's bring Xiao Lu back as bait and take down that ghostly thing in one go. Mu Qingchan, however, raised a critical point. The current missing persons are all level or below beastmasters. This restriction also needs to be considered. As everyone fell into contemplation, Qin Luoshi rushed in. Bad news. A large group of people is pushing a massive sea god statue to the shore, saying they want to hold a ritual to ask the sea god to rid them of evil spirits. This news sent a chill through everyone. Continuing like this is really counterproductive, Shui Wushuang exclaimed, sitting on the chair with a face that quickly turned ashen. Let's go. It's a good opportunity to watch the sea god festival, Lin Han said casually. With the information he had a good idea of what the so-called sea god was plotting. This was the perfect chance to resolve everything. The group quickly made their way to the seaside. From a distance, they saw thousands of people moving like waves, gathered around a massive statue of the sea god. Lin Han's gaze quickly found a familiar figure at the front of the crowd. A senior, holding a peculiar instrument, was leading the ceremony. Honorable sea god, we serve you with utmost reverence, praying for your blessings and the removal of calamities from the sea. The elder's resonant voice echoed all around. Uncle, long time no see. Lin Han suddenly appeared beside the elder, startling him. The elder stared at the young man before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Uncle, how can the sea god festival be interrupted? A voice Lin Han recognized from the sea, belonging to the fifth elder, spoke up angrily. The surrounding people began to close in on Lin Han, though hesitant to act rashly. What are you doing here again? Wasn't one encounter with the sea god enough? The elder conducting the ceremony pointed at Lin Han, his arm trembling with anger. Uncle, I'm here today to catch a glimpse of the sea god and apologize to him, Lin Han replied sincerely. Despite his reluctance to let this ticking time bomb remain at the scene, the elder couldn't interrupt the ceremony and allowed Lin Han to stand aside and watch. The ritual officially began. The elder closed his eyes and shook the instrument in his hand, while the surrounding followers raised similar instruments in unison. The crowd began an eerie dance, with movements that were sometimes subdued and sometimes vigorous. As hoarse chants resounded, the participants' bodies began to transform. The elder's exposed arm gradually became covered in scales, with black and gray threads extending from the scales skyward. Other followers also hunched over, developing aquatic features on their faces and bodies. More and more black threads wove through the air, ascending. Suddenly, Lin Han sensed a startling change. The calls of "See God, see God" weren't heard through his ears but directly in his mind. Even more shocking was that he noticed his teammates were also being affected by the atmosphere, as black lines began to appear on their bodies, stretching upwards. Lin Han turned to look at Qin Luoxi beside him, noticing her staring intensely at the people participating in the ritual, her face pale with anger. I will embrace this call and uncover what this sea god truly is. If I can't escape from its influence, I'll need your help, Lin Han said solemnly. Qin Luoxi nodded slightly, her expression grave. Lin Han then faced the enormous statue of the sea god, and his mind was immediately filled with the voices of the sea deity, followed by the sound of drums and thunder reverberating in his head. When he looked down at his palm, decomposing shells began to appear. As he looked back at the statue, it finally revealed its true form. A body constructed from fish bones, shells, and decaying flesh, with black water flowing through it, connecting its parts. Its movements were clumsy like a newborn, awkwardly trying to mimic human gestures. Black threads twisted in the air from the worshippers, connecting to the figure as if nourishing it. The sea god continuously absorbed the black water to fill its gaps, even tearing off its own massive fish bones to restructure itself, desperately trying to resemble a human. I finally understand. Lin Han sighed deeply, a sudden intense headache almost causing him to lose consciousness. Once he steadied himself, the bizarre sea god had already noticed him and launched an attack with its limbs made of bones and flesh. Come on then, show me what you've got. Lin Han sneered, as blood-red flames surged within him. He quickly checked the data panel of this strange sea god. Azure Sea God Pseudo-God. Essence, Spirit of Faith. Description: a sea god evolved from the faith of the people, composed of psychic energy. Level: 69. Strength: 857,211. Agility: 488,482. Spirit: 385,882. Constitution: 482,424. Warning: to become a true god, a pseudo-god must have human form and flesh. After reviewing the panel, Lin Han understood. He leapt up, launching two fiery punches toward the sea god. Meanwhile, members of two Beastmaster teams were waking up, discovering the shore shrouded in a massive white fog, with a giant grayish-green octopus emerging from the water, attacking with its tentacles. Damn it, what have you done? The sea god is really angry. An old man trembled as he looked at the fog in the sky. Although the people around were furious, they dared not act rashly out of fear of the sea god. It's just a pseudo-god that absorbed some faith power and gained sentience, only to be deceived. And yet, you defend it so fervently? Stubborn fools. Lin Han scoffed. At this moment, Mu Qingqian also joined the fight, sending several towering water columns crashing down on the strange sea god. Lin Han suddenly turned and shouted to her, "Report to Qingfu Academy. There are cultists of the Abyss of Azure hidden in Haihu City. The sea god has been manipulated by them, leading it to devour humans in an attempt to gain a human form and flesh, thereby becoming a true deity." Lin Han's words were powerful and left his teammates around him gasping in shock. The ability of his level talent, the Eye of Creation, was truly astounding, allowing him to see through such hidden truths. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqian immediately became vigilant. As a beastmaster, she was well aware that the legends of the Abyss of Qingming were not baseless. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a skyscraper in Haihu City, a figure in white stood silently. The person wore a tall hat that concealed their face, revealing only a hand marked with black and gray patterns. Watching the sea god reveal its ferocious true form, he let out a hoarse, maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha. You, a mere spirit nourished by incense for a few years, dare to dream of becoming a god through the art of spirit slaying? He looked down coldly at the beast masters battling the sea god below, mocking them with another laugh, trying to challenge a false god? How amusing. Several beast masters had already gathered at the outskirts of Haihu City, drawn by the news. The original Sea God Festival had unexpectedly turned into such a situation, taking everyone by surprise. In the center of the battlefield, the extinguishing Heaven Qilin was enveloped in blood-red flames, launching fierce attacks on the sea god under Lin Han's command. Swallowing Heaven Xuanwu, use a giant wave to scatter the limbs of this creature. Lin Han wielded a serrated long blade, valiantly fending off the sea god's grotesque attacks. The sea god let out a raspy roar. Its jaw, made of fish bones and scraps of flesh, began to crack, and large white bones fell to the ground. How dare you desecrate the sea god? The elder presiding over the festival had bloodshot eyes and was about to charge at Lin Han, but was held back tightly by Xiao Lu. Young Lu, have you forgotten the sea god's blessings? The elder's scales fell off in a flurry as he shouted hoarsely. These people attacking the sea god are defying the sea that nurtures us. Grandfather, open your eyes and see. This is no sea god, just a mindless monster. Xiao Lu shouted loudly. The elder turned to the kneeling followers. What are you waiting for? Protect the sea god, or will you abandon the blessings of our god? However, those people were too terrified by the battle to even stand. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky, revealing a massive teleportation array. Zhang Cheng, an instructor from Qingfu Academy, emerged from it. With a wave of his hand, he laid down an array beneath everyone, teleporting them away from the danger zone one by one. In the midst of the battle, the instructor did not intervene, as the situation was still under his control. It was a perfect opportunity for the students to gain some practical experience. With a thunderous crash, Lin Han fell from the sky, followed by a gigantic, eerie arm hitting the ground. Black water quickly evaporated from the fish bone and flesh, filling the air with a scent of decay. The sea god opened its massive, fong-filled mouth, spewing black water that stained everything in its path with a dark gray hue. It raised its thick arm to strike Lin Han, but a long sword blocked the blow. Intense flames surged from the blade, charring and cracking the fish bone-covered arm. The black liquid on the ground writhed like a living thing, extending several tendrils that precisely pierced Lin Han's abdomen. Lindsay, Captain, his companions shouted in alarm. With a low growl, Lin Han's body surged with blood-red flames, shattering the dark force with the aid of the extinction Heavenly Qilin Flame Lord. He quickly purchased items from the system store to stabilize his rapidly depleting health. A faint, eerie whistle from the sea god reached Lin Han's ears, the strange sound echoing in his mind. Suddenly, a wave of agony hit, and Lin Han fell to the ground. Though his left leg was unharmed, it radiated excruciating pain. Looking at the sea god, he saw a large hole blasted in its leg by Mu Qingchan's beast, the furious sea ape, with black water oozing out. Yet the creature seemed oblivious, continuing to control its tendrils to attack the surrounding beastmasters. So, it has this ability? Lin Han was about to lift his long sword when another wave of pain tore through his abdomen, forcing him to his knees again. Lin Han, Qin Luoshi shouted, cutting through the approaching tendrils with her sword while dragging him behind the extinction Heavenly Qilin. Lin Han coughed up blood, his face turning pale. What's happening? Qin Luoshi asked urgently. It's nothing serious, Lin Han insisted, struggling to lift his long sword, pointing it at the sea god. You think you can restrain me with just this? In response, a thunderous, terrifying roar echoed in his mind. On a distant high-rise, a man wearing a tall hat was panting heavily, cursing in anger. Useless. Have all the blessings of 100 years gone to waste? You can't even handle these few youngsters? A black-gray magic array formed in his hands. No matter. I'll fill in the gap for you. In the skies over Haihu City, a massive dark magic array suddenly appeared, casting its shadow over the sea god. Already heavily wounded, the sea god let out a thunderous roar as the fish bones and flesh on its body began to grow wildly. The black water from the shore, as if summoned, surged towards it, carrying silt that adhered once more to its form. The sea god, in a fit of rage, swung its giant fist into the water, instantly raising a towering black tidal wave. On the shore, the forecasters looked up, their expressions grave. Stop! Mu Qingchan stepped forward, attempting to use her level ability to control the tide, only to find that the blackish-gray waters were beyond her control. This isn't ordinary water element. The dark power will corrode flesh. Everyone, fall back! Lin Han shouted as he leaped into the air on his sky-swallowing turtle. His arm turned transparent, extending countless threads that froze the massive black tide in midair. Then, Lin Han unleashed his soul thread technique, forcefully compressing the vast sea into a single ink line. When the system warned that the skill had reached its limit, he sneered and forcibly snapped the line. The effort made him cough up blood, and he collapsed from exhaustion. As the time-slowing effect dissipated, the black tide vanished instantly before everyone's eyes. Xue Wushuang quickly commanded his golden cloud leopard and Zhou to retreat, exclaiming, "Damn, this thing just got stronger." From the sky, the magic array released countless black tendrils, accompanied by an eerie black rain that fell upon the sea god. Lin Han stared intently at the dark gray array until his vision went black, and he heard a slow, heavy breathing in his mind. Nearby, a man in a tall hat, observing the intense dark aura, was about to investigate when he sensed something. Tisk, TSK, TSK, you're relentless. Every time I visit Xinglong, you manage to find me. he muttered before dissipating into a plume of black smoke. In the next moment, a sharp sword energy struck where he had just been. A middle-aged man appeared on the rooftop, frowning. I can't believe he caused such a commotion in just a moment of distraction. He glanced towards the sea, quickly identifying the figure he was searching for amidst the crowd. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes but vanished just as quickly, replaced by his usual indifferent expression. He swung his sword again, slicing through space, relentlessly pursuing. The massive dark magic circle suddenly dispersed, and the sea god, having just caught his breath, let out a thunderous roar. Lin Han slowly stood up and used the Eye of Creation to check the monster's data. Its health was down to less than 20%, clearly at the end of its rope. Seeing the favorable situation, a surge of fighting spirit welled up within him. Extinguish the heavenly Qilin, 9 flames of destruction, annihilation light of the world. With Lin Han's command, crimson flames shot skyward, completely enveloping the sea god, who was dripping black water and fish bones, in a blood-red glow. At the same time, the massive claws of the swallowing heaven Black Tortoise pressed heavily on the ground, as if to tear the sky apart, pinning the sea god firmly in place. Wild sea water ape, towering waves. On the other side, Mu Qingqian, who also possessed level talent, commanded. The towering water ape in front of her immediately gathered a violent water elemental force, surging wildly towards the sea god. In an instant, countless skills rained down on the sea god like a storm. The system notification sounded. You have successfully slain the false sea god, gaining 3,244,547 experience points. Your level has increased, with all attributes rising by 500 points. Your level has reached the highest for this stage. Please proceed to the Awakening Temple to undertake the Awakening Quest, during which you cannot gain experience. The task completion notification followed, informing him that he had received 60,000 premium points and a random item chest. The system also reminded him that his premium points had reached the threshold for doubling the beast space. Double it to the maximum, Lin Han said without hesitation. His teammates also gained substantial experience from slaying the false sea god. Wow, this is more satisfying than defeating the hardest boss. I leveled up twice, Shui Wushuang exclaimed, hugging her 2 beasts. Lin Han looked around, seeing the beach in ruins, black-gray foul water spread everywhere, clearly indicating a long recovery time. Fortunately, the threat of the white mist had been eliminated. At that moment, Qin Luoxi approached him, her eyes filled with concern. That strange feeling around you is getting stronger. Have you been wearing that mask lately? She asked softly. She intended to use her reincarnation talent to investigate, but found that Lin Han's Eye of Creation completely blocked her skill. Is that so? Lin Han could only respond with a slight doubt. As everyone was still immersed in the joy of their rapid level up, Zhang Cheng suddenly appeared beside them, speaking urgently. Everyone, we need to leave now, or you won't be able to leave at all. In the most luxurious suite of Qingfu Academy, members of the Longya and Haohai teams were gathered together. The room was brightly lit, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Clearly, after fighting side by side for the past few days, the 2 teams had formed a deep camaraderie. I originally planned to show you around Haihu City for a day or 2, said Zhou Qinghai, the deputy leader of the Haohai team, looking at Lin Han and the others with a noticeable hint of reluctance. They had just received instructions from Wu Qinghong to return to the military academy immediately after completing their mission. Mu Qingqian was focused on editing the mission report on an electronic screen. Her fingers moved swiftly over the keyboard, succinctly documenting the sequence of events. After gaining the power of faith, the sea god developed self-awareness but was beguiled by some force, attempting to gain a human form and flesh by devouring humans, in a bid to ascend to true godhood. Suddenly, Mu Qingqian looked up, her gaze landing on Lin Han. How did you know that the sea god was connected to the Qingming Abyss? Lin Han set down his teacup and calmly explained. During a recent encounter with a trio from the Qingming Abyss, one of them had the ability to merge beast-controlling powers. Seeing those mixed fishbone limbs, I naturally made the connection. He paused before raising another question. What about that powerful external force that appeared and disappeared during the battle? Does your academy have any explanation? This question left everyone momentarily speechless until Zhang Cheng entered the room. He placed a special storage artifact on the table and said, "This is a gift from the Sakura Empire. They've also been affected by the White Mist invasion, and it turns out the sea god's followers had infiltrated their empire." Then, turning to Lin Han, Zhang Cheng addressed his earlier query. We launched a search in Haihu City as soon as we got the news. By the time we located the Qingming Abyss cultists, they were already gone. It's speculated that such stealthy operations could likely be the work of individuals or pairs at a sequence level. A pair at sequence level? That's over level 80. Everyone gasped, realizing they might have narrowly missed encountering such powerful individuals, leaving them in awe. Sensing their concern, Zhang Cheng reassured them, "Don't worry too much. The Empire has special task forces dedicated to pursuing strong individuals of this caliber. The halt of the dark magic array operation might very well be because one of our experts detected their presence. Lin Han felt relieved upon hearing those words. It was indeed the best outcome that the people from the Qingming Abyss would no longer cause trouble. A day later, the members of the Longya squad gathered at the designated meeting point at the military academy. Wu Qingheng looked at the young trainees before her, a rare smile of satisfaction gracing her face. It was truly unexpected that these youngsters could successfully handle the tricky situation of the sea god in Haihu City being corrupted by dark forces. Who would have thought that the revered traditional deities could actually come to life? Wu Qingheng's expression suddenly turned serious. There isn't much time left until the Star Dragon Festival. I've already devised a new plan for you, all up until the day of the festival. From now on, no external factors should affect your training progress, except for awakening tasks. At this moment, within the Longya squad, Qin Luoshi and Qian Yishuan had met the requirements to participate in the Star Dragon Festival. Lin Han and Han Fei had just reached level 50, and the remaining 3 teammates were only a step away from meeting the standard. Soon, Lin Han arrived at the Awakening Temple. The receptionist was already familiar with his upgrade pace and swiftly prepared for the awakening task. Mr. Lin, you can proceed to take on the awakening task. In a private room, Lin Han placed his palm on the awakening stone. Instantly, a surge of power flowed into his body, and a blinding light filled the space. The details of the new awakening task appeared. Name, Lin Han. Age, 16. Level, 50. Talents, Iron Body, Eye of Creation. Additional skills, Extension, Soul's Thread. Beasts, Devouring Sky Black Tortoise, Annihilation Sky Chielin, Star-Shattering Beast, Gold Striped Snake. Awakening Task, Azura's Inferno. Task Location, Instance Azura's Divine Tower. Task Objective, clear the Azura's Divine Tower instance, defeat all enemy units, retrieve the Azura God Crystal at the tower's top, and complete the delivery. Azura's Divine Tower? Another one of those insane instances. Lin Han couldn't help but sigh. This landmark was easy to find, yet its notorious reputation was well known every year. Beast tamers would rather forego the instance rewards than risk their lives, highlighting its dangers. That afternoon, Lin Han arrived at the Azura's Divine Tower instance. From afar, he saw a large crowd gathered at the entrance, each person wearing a worried expression. He blended into the crowd and saw several beast tamers sternly guarding the entrance. One of them said in a deep voice, "I've told you. Our young lady is currently battling inside the instance. If you interfere, you'll bear the consequences." Azura's Divine Tower is a multiplayer instance. Why are we not allowed to enter? A beast tamer protested angrily. Because our young lady is the personal disciple of the Dean of the Wild Lion Academy. The Roaring Lion Academy is one of the most prestigious institutions in the entire Xinglong Empire. A group of beast tamers declared with their heads held high, their tone laced with threat. Do you think you can afford to offend the people from there? Especially since our young lady is about to participate in the upcoming Xinglong Festival. They took a few steps forward, their sharp gazes sweeping over the restless crowd. If your antics at the dungeon entrance cause any issues, you'll all be in big trouble. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a calm voice emerged from the back of the crowd. Blaming a potential failure at the Xinglong Festival on lack of experience in a dungeon? You really know how to calculate. Lin Han stepped out from the crowd, his expression composed and his lips slightly curled. He silently activated his Eye of Creation, quickly scanning the information of the individuals before him. Their levels were all above 55, enough to intimidate ordinary beast tamers, but not enough to concern him at this moment. And who are you supposed to be? The leading beast tamer barked, frowning. What business do you have here? Get lost, or don't blame us for being rude. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the crowd. It's Lin Han, the Lin Han from the military academy. I saw him in the recent academy reports. This exclamation acted like a fuse, instantly igniting the atmosphere. The crowd buzzed with discussions about this legendary figure whose reputation echoed through the academies, from contracting a golden-scaled snake at Baitian Academy, rescuing lost students at Mount Taiwa, to recently slaying the sea god tainted by darkness. Each feat was enough to astound thousands. Huh, since when did I become so famous? Lin Han sneered, fixing his gaze on the beast tamers blocking the path. So, do you want to fight me and then clear the way? The group exchanged uneasy glances, fully aware of the terrifying strength of the human-shaped beast before them. Unlike others who relied on their beasts, Lin Han himself was a formidable combat machine. We can let you into the dungeon. One of them finally conceded, his tone softening. But please, don't make things too difficult for us. We're just doing our job. All right. Lin Han nodded in agreement and walked straight towards the dungeon's teleportation array. Some beast tamers in the crowd, eager to follow and pick up any leftovers, were promptly stopped by the gatekeepers. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Not everyone is Lin Han. As Lin Han's figure vanished into the teleportation array, he had already entered the realm of the Ashura God-Sealing Tower dungeon. This multiplayer instance has a unique setting. Any level without combat will instantly refresh. This means Lin Han must clear each level again until he catches up with other beast masters who are currently fighting. As Lin Han enters the instance, a system notification appears. Welcome to the Ashura Divine Tower. It is followed by a detailed introduction. The legendary war god Ashura built this tower after retiring his blade, sealing all the vengeful spirits he defeated within it, awaiting challengers. This 9-story tower requires challengers to defeat all opponents on each floor to proceed upward. Lin Han looks around and realizes that this is no ordinary tower. He cannot see the boundaries of the space. This Ashura Divine Tower must be a stack of 9 separate spaces, he remarks, just as a sharp arrow whizzes through the air toward him. Bang! With his innate iron body ability, Lin Han shatters the arrow with a punch. Suddenly, a cavalry army appears in the distance, charging at him with swords and spears. The system immediately displays enemy information. Blood-soaked divine soldiers level 68 spirits slain by Ashura, granted the powerful ability to project killing intent by the divine tower's power. Blood-soaked warhorses level 70 warhorse spirits also empowered by the divine tower with immense combat strength. Bring it on. Lin Han chuckles as he summons 3 combat-type beasts and leaps onto the back of the extinction Shilin, gripping a serrated long blade to confront the enemy. Flame Lord. With a soft command, blood-red flames engulf the blade, scattering the army formation. The extinction Shilin roars, spewing flames mixed with sandstorms, consuming the enemy forces. The system continuously displays kill notifications, but since Lin Han has reached the level cap, he cannot gain any experience points. He needs to complete his awakening task to continue leveling up. 3 hours later, when Lin Han reaches the 3rd floor, the situation is different. There are no enemies in sight. He quickly realizes why. He has caught up with the progress of the challengers ahead. Since there has been constant combat on this floor, the monsters cannot refresh. Lin Han walked through the level of the dungeon, his keen senses picking up an unusual scent of blood in the air. He immediately turned and hurried towards the source of the strongest smell. Along the way, he saw numerous corpses of defeated dungeon creatures. These undead creatures shouldn't have left any blood behind, and this anomaly made Lin Han even more certain that another beast master might be in trouble. Moments later, he climbed to a vantage point. In the distance, a pillar of blood-red light shot into the sky, standing out amidst the howling sandstorm. A horde of dungeon creatures was frantically attacking a blood-colored energy shield at the center of the light. Through the swirling dust, Lin Han could make out the silhouette of a young girl sitting inside the energy shield. Her eyes were closed, and strange blood-red threads were creeping up her neck toward her face. A rank Beast Master talent. Energy container, capable of converting received attacks into personal energy for powerful strikes. Level 53. What kind of trickery is this? Lin Han frowned and summoned his beast, the Extinction Kirin. In this blood-charged environment, his beast was also infused with a fierce killing intent, surrounded by raging blood-colored flames, ready to strike. At that moment, the girl suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Lin Han in confusion. How did you enter the dungeon? Didn't I have people guarding outside? Lin Han let out a cold laugh. Recent experiences had made him wary of the girl's actions, but since she had already drawn all the creature's aggression, he wasn't worried about being ambushed for the moment. Because of my unique talent, I need to collect killing energy to enhance my strength, so I came to this dungeon, the girl explained softly. You look quite convincing, but your words don't add up, Lin Han bluntly pointed out. His creation eye had long since discerned the girl's top-tier or rank talent, energy container, which didn't require absorbing any special energy. Tell me, what is really going on here? And what is this killing energy? Lin Han raised his serrated long blade. Otherwise, I can take action against you for disrupting the dungeon's normal operation. Fine, I'll tell you. But given the current situation, it doesn't seem like the right time to talk, does it? The girl attempted to stall. That's easy to fix, Lin Han responded coldly, then commanded his beast to attack. Within half an hour, all the dungeon creatures were wiped out. When Lin Han looked at the girl again, he saw she was completely enveloped by the blood-red threads rising from the ground. The atmosphere of the blood-soaked warriors, along with the accumulated battlefield aura from the dungeon, was being continuously absorbed by the young girl like threads of silk. You've disrupted my plans. The girl suddenly broke free from the blood-red ribbons entwining her and fixed her sorrowful eyes on Lin Han. You haven't answered me yet. What is killing energy? The serrated long blade in Lin Han's hand let out a resonant sound as his gaze locked onto the girl's eyes. The killing aura and blood energy on the battlefield are killing energy. It's a skill created by my teacher that enhances one's strength through a unique energy array transformation. I intended to refine killing energy from the aura emitted by these blood-soaked warriors, but you killed them all. After listening to this explanation, Lin Han slightly lowered his guard. From the current situation, it seemed that the girl wasn't deceiving him this time. If extracting killing energy always required such a large setup, her limiting the number of people in the dungeon was indeed reasonable. As for disrupting her plans, Lin Han was entirely indifferent. I'm not interested in your killing energy, Lin Han said coldly. If your clearance speed is too slow, I'll proceed to the 4th tower level first. Are you Lin Han? The girl suddenly asked. I've heard about your exploits. You've been through so much. You must have more killing energy. How about this, you help me with something, and I'll teach you how to convert killing energy. Not interested, Lin Han replied firmly. He was solely focused on completing his awakening task and had no interest in such dubious methods. How about this? The girl quickly retrieved a flamboyant tiger head hat from her storage bag. I'll give you a special rule-based item. Lin Han finally turned around. What kind of item? This is New Year's blessing. The girl handed the hat over, fearing he might change his mind. Wearing it grants immunity to most mental attacks for 3 minutes, once a day. Can it resist the influence of ancient gods or false gods? Lin Han's eyes lit up. Ancient gods? False gods? The girl looked puzzled. Are those new field bosses? Lin Han had already accepted the tiger head hat. Tell me, what do you want me to do? There's a hidden boss in the Ashura God Ceiling Tower, the girl said with excitement. According to my teacher, acquiring it can boost strength by 50%. I've gathered all the information on finding the hidden dungeon, but I've always lacked a suitable teammate. I heard you can handle even those cultists, so this dungeon boss shouldn't be a problem for you, right? You need to keep up with my pace. Leaving this remark, Lin Han turned and prepared to ascend to the next level. Lin Han leaned against his serrated long knife, quietly observing the girl, Guyu, who was enveloped in a blood-red aura. The crimson killing intent swirled around her like layered ribbons, standing out starkly in the dim space. However, Guyu's brow furrowed slightly, revealing her displeasure. According to her original plan, the killing aura released by the blood-soaked warriors should have allowed her to gain a more powerful force. But Lin Han's presence disrupted everything each time she prepared to absorb the warrior's aura. The creatures had already fallen to Lin Han's blade. When we reach the 9th level, a boss will appear. How's your combat strength? Lin Han asked, looking at Guyu in the blood cage with a calm tone. He wasn't seeking to rely on her strength, just hoping to ensure she could protect herself. Don't worry, my combat strength is very strong right now. Guyu responded immediately, her voice carrying a hint of confidence. Having successfully converted so much killing force, her power had indeed increased significantly. That's good. The upcoming battle might be tough, so be prepared, Lin Han said just as the staircase to the 9th level appeared before them. A system prompt sounded. You have successfully defeated all enemy units on the 8th level of the Ashura Tower. You will be forcibly moved to the next level in 30 seconds. Please prepare. This mandatory time limit surprised Lin Han, as the previous levels had no such requirement. In an instant, they were transported to the topmost level. Unlike the 8 levels below, the 9th level resembled an actual tower. Standing at the entrance, the surroundings were dark, with only the sound of heavy breathing echoing around them. Lin Han, the boss in the Ashura Tower, is a beast called the Ashura Fiend. It's incredibly powerful. Shouldn't we come up with a strategy? Guyu's voice was slightly tense, her heartbeat unintentionally quickening. However, Lin Han appeared confident. He raised his arm, and a flame suddenly ignited, illuminating the entire tower. In the blazing light, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared from the darkness, staring intently at them. After a deafening roar, a terrifying beast resembling a lion revealed itself. The creature, with its dual eyes, exhaled white mist from its mouth and nose, its body covered in scars. The most striking feature was a massive scar extending from its head to its neck. Its mane was ragged, stained with blood, making it appear particularly fierce and terrifying. The attributes of the Ashura evil spirit are clearly displayed before him. Race: Ashura evil spirit. Quality: sacred level. Features: the highest form in the evolution chain of the Beastmaster's Wildfang Lion, the war beast of the war god Ashura. Attributes: strength, 72. Agility, 746,621. Spirit, 572,771. Constitution, 204,858. Skills: War Gale, Blood Sky, Ashura Demon Realm, God-slaying Ghost Vanquishing. Lin Han examined these data closely and exhaled slowly. It's already reached the sacred level, he said gravely. This battle won't be easy. I'll face its attacks hidden, find an opportunity to assist. Before he finished speaking, Lin Han had already summoned the Divine Machine Heavy Broadsword, with 2 massive beasts appearing behind him. Guyu was stunned by the sight. Even without the insight of the Eye of Creation, she could sense the terrifying killing aura emanating from these beasts. on par with the Ashura evil spirit that was wreaking havoc on the battlefield. The battle erupted instantly. The Ashura evil spirit roared, its body enveloped in a crimson aura that solidified into blades, striking forward. Lin Han wielded his broadsword, coordinating seamlessly with the Kirin and the Xuanwu. Amidst the blazing firelight, shadows flickered and shifted. The previously invincible Ashura evil spirit was now completely suppressed, its successive skills losing their original power. Guyu could only watch in bewilderment from the sidelines, as Lin Han's relentless assault left no room for her to participate. In just 13 minutes, a system notification flashed above her head. Successfully killed the Ashura evil spirit, gained 48,582 experience. Lin Han, your beasts, they must have reached the sacred level too, right? Guyu asked softly, her voice filled with astonishment. After all, sacred level beasts were incredibly rare in the entire Star Dragon Empire. Lin Han ignored her, focused on searching for something. Stop standing there. Help me find out where the Ashura Divine Crystal is. The Ashura Divine Crystal? Guyu exclaimed. That's one of the reward items from the hidden dungeon. She suddenly realized she had missed a crucial item. Urged by Lin Han, Guyu quickly began her search. Soon, she found an ancient, rusty key and led Lin Han to a secret door. This is the place. The hidden dungeon is inside. But I've heard it holds some truly terrifying things, Guyu warned. Lin Han glanced around and said in a low voice, looks like another folded space. With that, he took the key and opened the door without hesitation. In an instant, an overwhelming stench of blood engulfed Lin Han and Guyu. The system notification indicated they had discovered the hidden level of the Ashura Tower of Sealing Gods, with the option to either challenge it directly or exit the instance. Without hesitation, Lin Han stepped forward. The sight before them was suffocating bodies piled high, with a heavy aura of death hanging in the air. Guyu stepped into a puddle, looking down to see that the crimson blood had yet to coagulate. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from afar. Lin Han frowned and swiftly guided Guyu towards the source of the sound. They tread on the sticky, blood-soaked ground and soon ascended a hill. Within their line of sight stood a figure clad in blood-red armor, holding a long, jagged blade. This figure faced an advancing army. With a casual swing, the blade transformed into a crimson dragon, instantly devouring countless enemy troops. Is that the war god Ashura? How did it come to this? Guyu exclaimed in shock. Years of exposure to malevolent energy have clouded his mind, Lin Han explained solemnly, activating the Eye of Creation to review the data. War god Ashura's remnant. Description: a legendary battlefield deity whose mind was lost to vengeful spirits, yet his spirit persists after death. Level: 73. Attributes: Strength 847,249, Agility 694,723, Spirit 217,461, Constitution 604,739. Skills: Godslayer Strike, Thousand Blade Hell, War Reincarnation, Undead Command. Warning: capable of commanding ghost soldiers. We need a strategy, Lin Han said. I'll take the brunt of the attack. You find opportunities to strike. Guyu hesitated briefly, then shook her head, saying, you handle it. Her beast companion might not withstand even a few blows from the opponent. Lin Han immediately launched an attack, his serrated blade sparking as it slashed toward the war god Ashura. Behind him, the heaven-devouring Kirin roared, unleashing flames towards the blood-armored figure. Yet the war god merely turned his blade, a surge of power sending Lin Han flying. Lin Han! Guyu rushed to help him up, exclaiming, this boss is terrifying. Meanwhile, the war god Ashura's long blade cleaved through the roaring flames, splitting them apart and dispersing them in all directions. Raging flames poured down, instantly evaporating the blood on the ground and filling the air with the heavy scent of burning. Lin Han trembled as he gripped his long sword and stood up. His proud class talent seemed so fragile in front of the war god general. What do we do, Lin Han? Guyu asked urgently from the side. She had intended to launch a side attack, yet watched helplessly as the front line was swiftly breached. Lin Han's gaze was fixed on the eerie blood-tinged armor of the war god, Shura. At that moment, Shura swung his blade at the sky-swallowing Xuanwu, carving a deep gash into the supposedly indestructible shell. Such an injury would take a long time to heal, even in the beast's space. While observing, Lin Han noticed that every time Shura swung his long blade, the blood armor on him would emit an even sharper blood-red arc. It's the armor. We need to find a way to strip it off him. Lin Han shouted as he charged at Shura once more. I'll distract him. You find a chance to attack his blood armor. Before he finished speaking, Lin Han had already leaped in front of Shura, his serrated sword clashing violently with the enemy's weapon. With a thunderous crash, the ground caved in, creating a huge crater. The heaven-destroying Qilin seized the opportunity, its massive claws reaching for the blood armor. Guyu finally found her chance. Her wolf-shaped beast darted out from behind her, and while Shura was dealing with Lin Han and the Cheelant's attacks, it successfully tore off a piece of the armor. Shura's strength immediately diminished. Lin Han seized this fleeting moment, quickly drawing out a blood-red thread to temporarily immobilize his opponent. Flames of Heaven. Abyssal Rift. Following Lin Han's command, the two beasts launched a fierce attack. Shura was blasted into the ground by the powerful flames, and then swallowed by the fissure opened by the sky-swallowing Xuanwu. Guyu stared in disbelief at the scene. Are we really beast masters from the same world? Is there really such a big gap between our Wild Lion Academy and the Military Academy? A rare exception, Lin Han chuckled as he withdrew his beasts, while receiving a system notification. You have successfully eliminated the remnant of the war god Shura, gaining 0 experience. You have reached the current stage limit. Please complete the awakening mission as soon as possible. During this time, you will not gain experience points. Seeing that the boss had disappeared, Lin Han immediately began searching the ruins of the Sea of Blood. Soon, a wooden plank appeared in his hand. A system notification popped up. Item acquired. General's Killing Command. Quality: Legendary. Description: an ancient artifact passed down through military families. Possessing it allows the wielder to command countless killing forces. It absorbs the power of destruction and can command eternal warriors on the battlefield. After reading the description, Lin Han handed the wooden token to Guyu. The girl's eyes lit up with delight as she took it. This is it. According to my teacher, with this token, my ability to convert killing forces will greatly improve. Lin Han nodded and continued to search for the legendary Azura Divine Crystal among the bodies and blood. Suddenly, a rustling noise caught his attention. Something's wrong. Fall back, Lin Han shouted. No sooner had the words left his mouth than countless sharp blades shot from where the blood armor war god had disappeared. Lin Han leaped up, grabbing Guyu by the waist and dodging the barrage of attacks. The girl blushed as he held her tightly. With a crash, the ground where they had stood collapsed, revealing a massive black fissure. Blood-red light surged from the gap, emitting an eerie chant. It's the killing force, and it's increasing rapidly, Guyu exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. The vast concentration of killing force was beyond her expectations. Lin Han stared intently at the fissure. His creation eye caught sight of a hand reaching out from the spatial crack, touching the top of the Azura god sealing tower. A blood-red crystal appeared in the dungeon from nowhere. Something big is coming, Lin Han murmured, and the serrated sword in his hand transformed into a long spear. The spear's shaft was cracked, with blood-colored flames flowing through it. A system notification appeared. Divine Machine's mistaken advancement. Authority drive incomplete. New form, Dragon Gallant Silver Spear has been added to the weapon list. Additional effect, Blood Drop, 30 chance to cause a bleeding effect. Stacking 3 times triggers blood kill, reducing 20 of life. Suddenly, Lin Han clutched his head as a strange incantation echoed in his mind. Lin Han? What's wrong? Guyu quickly supported him. Can't you hear it? Lin Han asked, puzzled, remembering that his teammates didn't seem to hear these voices when facing the sea god. His mind was filled with the cries of battle, as if thousands of soldiers were fighting fiercely. With a thunderous crash, a gigantic black shadow, tens of meters tall, appeared before them. This monstrous figure had 8 arms, each wielding a menacing weapon. In the Azura Seal God Tower dungeon, a massive shadow loomed ahead. Embedded in its forehead was a blood-red crystal that pulsed with light, causing the surrounding killing aura to ripple in tandem, like a cruel battle song in the howling wind. The ground trembled under the shadow's rhythmic footsteps. Clearly, this was the true challenge of the dungeon. The previous battles were merely the appetizer. Lin Han frowned deeply, sensing that the voice echoing in his mind this time was entirely different from the ancient god's previous temptations. If the ancient god's lingering voice was hypnotic, this new voice was a blatant call for death. The drumbeats and wind intertwined, nearly tearing his consciousness apart. At that moment, Lin Han remembered something and quickly donned the tiger head hat previously gifted by Guyu, securing it tightly. This hat is pretty good, Lin Han genuinely praised. Once the hat was on, the eerie voices vanished without a trace. His eye of creation immediately analyzed the shadow before him. 8-armed Azura, unknown race, a fragment of killing aura. This entity was summoned by the war god Azura using the killing aura within him as a medium, heralding war wherever it appeared. Level 69, Strength 9 47828. All other attributes are 0. Its companion weapon, the killing aura divine weapon, is also level 69 and possesses an indestructible trait. Let's go. The big job's here. Lin Han sighed deeply. The tip of his dragon gall silver spear ignited with a streak of red flame. He simultaneously summoned 3 battle beasts, the heaven-extinguishing Cheelan, the sky-devouring Xuanwu, and the golden-patterned Hydra. After signaling to Guyu, he charged directly into the army of killing aura. Guyu immediately summoned 4 battle beasts to join the fight, utilizing her Grade talent as an energy container to absorb and convert the surrounding killing aura for a powerful attack. The gentle girl was now enveloped in a blood-red glow, coldly uttering the word die, releasing the accumulated killing aura within her as countless blades. Meanwhile, Lin Han executed 9 changes of blazing flames, scorching heavens ablaze, his spear dancing as fierce flames swept across the battlefield. However, at that moment, a massive axe descended from the sky, splitting the earth. The shattered killing aura divine weapon instantly reassembled, and the battle raged on. Lin Han was forcefully knocked back by the attack, despite his best efforts to avoid the damage. Before he could regain his footing, a long blade with a cold glint was already slashing towards him. "Can't catch a break, can I?" Lin Han exclaimed. In just 2 encounters, his health had already been halved. Fortunately, the 8-armed Ashura was merely a fragment of a divine soul, and his battle beasts had managed to deplete 2 to 3/10 of its health. Guyu, having released a powerful energy earlier, was now exhausted and needed to gather energy again to continue fighting. This was precisely why her energy vessel was only considered an 11 talent. Lin Han, the crystal on its forehead is the key to gathering the killing energy. Upon hearing this, Lin Han immediately stepped back and swiftly pulled out an old hunter's shotgun, aiming at the crystal. However, the system prompt made him curse out loud. This unit is not currently classified as prey. Useless. Unable to resolve the situation from a distance, Lin Han charged towards the group of killing energy soldiers. At this moment, the sky-swallowing Xuanwu roared, its snake tail sweeping across and crushing many foes. "Xuanwu, get me up there!" Lin Han shouted as he reached its side. The sky-swallowing Xuanwu roared in response, and a massive stone peak suddenly rose from the ground, lifting Lin Han higher and higher. Just then, the 8-armed Ashura attacked, gripping a long sword in reverse with one hand while swinging heavy hammers with both arms, striking the sky-swallowing Xuanwu hard. Despite its saint-level status, Xuanwu was smashed into the ground, struggling to rise from the deep crater. "Xuanwu!" Lin Han cried out in alarm as the massive Ashura swung its blade again, severing the stone peak he was on. During his fall, Lin Han quickly recalled the injured sky-swallowing Xuanwu back into his beast space. "Lin Han, watch out!" Guyu's warning came just as a giant axe hovered over Lin Han's head. He retreated just in time, still affected by the impact but narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Suddenly, a drumbeat echoed in Lin Han's mind again, and the system notified him. The effect of the special item New Year's Blessing has ended. Instantly, a sharp pain threatened to tear his head apart. Guyu finally gathered her energy again and launched an indiscriminate attack towards the 8-armed Ashura. She then rushed to Lin Han's side, looking at him with concern. "It's all right, I have a backup plan," Lin Han said, gripping his long gun and standing tall, while taking out the mask of virtue and vice. Despite Qin Luoshi's repeated warnings, the dire situation left him with no other choice. "Now, let's see if what I hoped for will happen." The system prompt sounded. "Mask of virtue and vice. Vice punishment state. All your attack attributes have been enhanced, and the power of vice punishment has begun to accumulate." Guyu was astonished to see that Lin Han's entire demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. With a gentle wave of his hand, the blood-red murderous energy around him surged like a tide, gathering between his palms. "Heh, murderous energy," he murmured to himself. "It's been a while since I felt this aura." As his hands slowly opened, the violent energy began to rapidly converge. Guyu was shocked to realize that even the killing power controlled by the 8-armed Ashura, an embodiment of murderous energy, was steadily diminishing. Despite the searing pain tearing through Lin Han's mind, he merely let out a cold laugh, indifferent to it. Outside the Shura God-sealing tower instance, a man wearing a tall white hat suddenly appeared. He pressed the brim of his hat low, revealing only a grin stretched wildly to his ears. "Ha ha ha!" The man with the hat laughed maniacally. "That feeling is even stronger now. I'm itching to see what's inside that draws me so much. Mere murderous energy? That's nothing. When it comes to slaughter, we're the real masters." Before his words finished, a sharp blade suddenly shot towards him from a distance, aiming for his face. A middle-aged man appeared, eyes cold. "Get out of Xinglong, or I'll definitely chop you down." The cultist vanished instantly. Inside the instance, Lin Han pushed his hands forward, and the blood-red energy transformed into countless blades, slicing through the body of the 8-armed Ashura. Beside him, the heaven-extinguishing Qilin was enveloped by the energy, flames, and murderous aura intertwining, continuously draining Ashura's health. "Haha, let me show you how to use murderous energy." Lin Han sneered, gathering the energy once more, instantly forming a massive blood-red sword, striking directly at Ashura. The enormous spirit remnant hurriedly brought its 8 arms together, attempting to block the fatal blow. The system immediately prompted. You have successfully killed the 8-armed Ashura, gaining 0 experience. You have reached the limit for this stage. Please complete the awakening task soon. You cannot gain experience during this period. Lin Han removed the mask of good and evil, his eyes bloodshot. He looked down at his arm, watching the black threads slowly dissipate. Lin Han, didn't you say you couldn't use murderous energy? Gu Yu asked, confused, as if the maniac just moments ago was someone else entirely. Let's just call it a coincidence, Lin Han replied calmly, retrieving a special item from Azura's remains, a shura god crystal. The system indicated it was possibly linked to the legendary god of murderous energy, containing abundant destructive power. As he pocketed the crystal, the system notified them they would leave the instance in 3 seconds. They're out. They're out. At the instance entrance, several beast masters rushed forward. Miss Gu, you're finally out. If it took any longer, your grandfather might have come in person. All right, I'm perfectly fine, and I've got what I needed, Gu Yu exclaimed excitedly, showing off the item in her hand before turning her gaze to Lin Han. So, Lin Han, I'll see you at the Star Dragon Festival. It's only a few days away. Lin Han nodded but then remembered something. Speaking seriously, don't forget, you shouldn't exclude other beast tamers from participating in dungeons like that again. Didn't I compensate everyone? Gu Yu was momentarily puzzled, then quickly realized her subordinates hadn't strictly followed the plan. She was about to explain when Lin Han had already turned and left. Half a day later, inside the Awakening Temple at the Military Academy, Lin Han placed his hand on the Awakening Stone once more, and suddenly his pupils dilated. He heard a faint yet distinct breathing sound in his mind, remarkably similar to what he had experienced when facing the ancient and false gods. Could the Awakening Stone possess similar properties? Lin Han murmured to himself, carefully examining the stone before him. Yet, the information on the panel remained unchanged. Awakening Stone quality, divine species. Awakening, a wisp of a clone. Level, strength, agility, spirit, constitution all displayed as unknown. Unable to find more clues for now, Lin Han decided to keep this discovery to himself. He then took out the Azura Divine Crystal and placed it on the Awakening Stone to complete the awakening task. The system immediately displayed the task information. Task, Azura Purgatory. Location, Azura God Ceiling Tower Dungeon. Objective, clear and defeat all enemy units. Retrieve the Azura Divine Crystal at the tower's top. Status, completed. Upon confirming the awakening, a surge of energy instantly flowed into Lin Han's body. Once he completely absorbed the energy, the system updated his status. Host, Lin Han. Age, 16. Level, 51. Beasts, Apocalypse Qilin, Devouring Sky Xuanwu, Star-Shattering Beast, Golden Vein Viper. Talents, Iron Body, Creation Eye. Special Skills, Extension, Soul's Thread. Subsequently, a new system task popped up. Task name, Bind a Beast. Content, Bind a 5th Beast. Reward, 70,000 gold points. Seeing this task, Lin Han frowned. The Star Dragon Festival was approaching, and the martial arts instructor might not have the time to allow him to contract a new beast. When he returned to the Military Academy Square, he found his teammates engaged in intensive dungeon training. Shui Wushuang, Chen Huaner, and Zhou Qingqing had finally reached level 50 and were undertaking their awakening tasks. Wu Qingheng noticed Lin Han approaching and playfully tossed the file she was holding to him. Lin Han took the file handed over by Wu Qingheng and began to carefully examine it. It was a detailed report listing beast masters who had reached class and class levels. Each page was filled with crucial information, including basic details about the beast masters, the types of beasts they commanded, and their skill characteristics. This is a list of the strongest beast masters from various academies, compiled by Huaner, Wu Qingheng explained with a smile. We've specifically selected those who hold the position of main attackers. These individuals will be your primary opponents at the Star Dragon Festival. The first page detailed 2 heavyweight opponents. Zhou Tong, 16 years old, level 53. He possesses a legendary beast, the Golden Crow, with the Fire Raven descent talent. It is speculated that he has more than 3 beasts. Mu Qingchan, 15 years old, level 51. She commands the legendary Raging Sea Water Ape and has the Ocean Currents Phenomenon talent. She is also expected to have more than 3 beasts. These 2 are not only exceptionally strong but also the tactical cores of their respective teams, Wu Qingheng said seriously. You'd better study them carefully and prepare for future confrontations, she continued, considering the schedule. From now until the Star Dragon Festival begins, you should pause dungeon training and focus on team coordination. Qian Yishuan asked curiously, Instructor, shouldn't we focus on leveling up? Isn't that the foundation of strength? Your individual strength is already outstanding, Wu Qingheng replied firmly. Trust me, in terms of combat experience, no team can match yours. In the following days, the Longya team remained at the academy, engaging in combat training with other student teams as arranged by Instructor Wu. Over the course of a week, they faced dozens of teams, and their teamwork became increasingly seamless. Today, they once again defeated another ace team from the military academy, Qingying, in the arena. Brother Lin, we concede. Qingying's captain, Jin Shun, raised his hand in surrender, inwardly lamenting the significant gap in ranking. Meanwhile, at Baitian Academy, Zhou Tong was being called over by Instructor Huang Xing. This Star Dragon Festival, the Academy has high hopes for you, Huang Xing said solemnly. Your performance in the internal competitions has been outstanding. Winning is crucial. Don't worry, Instructor, Zhou Tong replied with a calm demeanor. Those beast masters aren't even on my radar. Don't underestimate them, Huang Xing warned, recalling the battle at the Moonwheel Auction House. Lin Han from the Military Academy, Mu Qingchan from Qingfu Academy, both of them are formidable opponents. He still remembered Lin Han's impressive performance in that battle. The Star Dragon Festival, the most significant event in the entire Star Dragon Empire, is the annual highlight for all beast tamers. With only 3 days left until the festival begins, the capital city is already buzzing with excitement. This grand event not only includes the solemn Star Dragon ritual but also features fierce competitions among young beast tamers from various academies, vying for the Empire's highest honor and generous rewards. The largest Star Dragon Shrine Square in the capital has been under meticulous preparation for the past 6 months. At this moment, in front of the city's most luxurious hotel, the Zhuwei Grand Hotel, the team from the Military Academy is gathering. Wu Qinghong is leading the members of the Dragon Fong squad in a line, assisting the festival staff in verifying their information one by one. Each person must undergo strict identity verification to stay at this hotel, which is exclusively for the contestants. Standing in line, Xue Wushuang turns to Lin Han beside him, pointing to the prominent sign of the hotel and asks, Linzi, do you know who owns this hotel? With his hands in his pockets, Lin Han casually replies, Zhang Xianyue already contacted me. As the co-owner of the Moonwheel, he'll be handling hotel affairs later. At that moment, 2 teams of beast tamers in their 20s walk by. Seeing Lin Han and the others' youthful faces, one of them immediately sneers, did the rules change this year? How come such young ones can participate? Are your levels really up to par? Zhou Qingqing is about to retort, but Qin Luoshi stops her. Lin Han turns his head, his calm gaze sweeping over the speaker. Someone in the crowd recognizes Lin Han, exclaiming, wait, he's Lin Han, the one who led the team to slay the Azure Sea God. This statement lands like a bombshell, causing the previously arrogant beast tamer to fall silent. Compared to their experiences, such a feat as slaying a sea god leaves them speechless. The members of the Dragon Fong squad witness this scene with secret amusement. Chen Yishuan approaches the speaker with a half-smile, saying, it's okay if you recognize him. Our captain is really quick at taking people down. It doesn't even hurt. Soon after, Wu Qinghong completes all the formalities. This luxurious hotel, capable of accommodating over 1,000 people, has prepared individual rooms for each team member. At this moment, Lin Han followed his teammates into the lobby of the Zhuwei Grand Hotel. A bellboy in a crisp uniform quickly stepped forward and respectfully blocked his path. Mr. Lin Han, the young boss specifically instructed that your room has been upgraded to the highest level suite, the bellboy said with a slight bow. To facilitate team contact, your room is directly above your teammates. Thanks to the young boss for the generosity, Lin Han replied cheerfully. Standing nearby, Chen Yishuan's eyes lit up as he joked, it seems the Forbidden Zone dungeon has brought the captain quite a few perks. That's a sweet mint for deans. Xue Wushuang quietly agreed. But Wu Qinghong interrupted their chatter. Enough talking, the Xinglong festival is about to start, and time is tight. With that, she led the way into the elevator. Moments later, they arrived at a conference room specially prepared for the participating teams. Wu Qinghong leaned back in her chair, her expression serious. The military just sent word that there might be changes to the academy competition after this Xinglong festival. The military? What's this got to do with them? Chen Yishuan asked, puzzled. Wu Qinghong replied sternly, in past years, Starlight-level Beastmasters under 20 were rare, but this year is different. The Military Academy, Baitian Academy, and Qingfu Academy all have strong new teams, and everyone is watching. I don't know the specifics of the changes, but with your skills, you're more than capable of handling it. Meanwhile, a tense conversation was taking place on the rooftop of a high-rise building opposite the Zhuwei Grand Hotel. A burly middle-aged man was glaring at the 3 people in front of him, led by a skinny young man. You dare to intrude into the imperial capital at this time? The middle-aged man's voice was low and dangerous. The skinny young man leaned in, his voice icy. According to the higher-ups' instructions, you must assist us in entering the Zhuwei Grand Hotel, acting in the place with the highest concentration of beastmasters in the imperial capital? Are you all crazy? That's not for you to question. The skinny young man suddenly summoned a blood-red energy flow in his palm, instantly enveloping the entire rooftop in a chilling aura. He condensed the aura into a bead and handed it to the middle-aged man, coldly reminding him, "Don't forget where your killing technique comes from." At the very center of the imperial capital lies the expansive Star Dragon Divine Realm, occupying the heart of the entire city. At this moment, layers of energy arrays bloom in the sky above the square, with countless lifelike beast patterns swirling within, releasing immense magical energy, as if opening a gateway to the divine realm. The square is teeming with people, tens of thousands eagerly awaiting the commencement of the grand event. On a high platform, a middle-aged man with starry eyes and a commanding presence stands tall. He wears a regal robe of red and gold, adorned with countless shimmering stars, and a blood-gold dragon weaves through this starry river, exuding majesty. "Your Majesty, we can begin." An elderly man with white hair approaches, a serene smile on his face. "Having you come such a long way, I feel a bit guilty," replies the man in the imperial robe, the contemporary emperor of the Star Dragon Empire, who governs the empire with an iron hand. The elder chuckles softly, "Though I no longer hold office, I am still your guardian. It's only natural for me to attend an event like the Star Dragon Festival." The crowd below, recognizing the long-absent monarch, erupts in astonished murmurs. As the royal family leading the empire's steady progress, they have earned the admiration of the entire nation. "Seeing everyone like this, it seems my governance of this country isn't too bad, is it?" The emperor speaks in a deep voice, with a tone that is both gratified and authoritative. Representatives from the North Sky Academy, the military, and other top Beastmaster academies of the Star Dragon Empire sit in the front row of the viewing platform. Shui Wuxuang, sitting beside Lin Han, enthusiastically explains, "Linzi, our emperor is quite the legendary figure. When he first ascended the throne, the entire government was controlled by his maternal family, and the situation was stagnant. Yet, he completed a power transfer and political transformation in less than a year." Lin Han watches the emperor on the stage, his curiosity prompting him to activate the Eye of Creation. Title: Star Dragon Emperor. Potential: unknown. Level: unknown. Strength: unknown. Agility: unknown. Mental: unknown. Constitution: unknown. Warning: possesses Imperial Dragon Aura. Unauthorized probing may result in backlash. In an instant, a thunderous roar explodes in Lin Han's mind. As he looks up, the blood-gold dragon on the Emperor's robe is glaring directly at him. At that moment, a peaceful voice whispers in Lin Han's ear, "Kid, the entire Star Dragon Empire's national fortune is upon him, and you dare to look?" In an instant, Lin Han immediately recognized the familiar voice. It was none other than the elusive headmaster of the military academy. "Now, I declare the Star Dragon Festival officially open," the figure on the high platform announced solemnly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd in the square. When his eyes met Lin Han's, the emperor's lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. As soon as the words were spoken, the red-gold star dragon in the yellow robe soared into the sky, its massive body spiraling above the square. Accompanied by the earth-shaking roar of the dragon, countless points of starlight emerged, embellishing the entire sky with dazzling brilliance. Though the four-winged dragon appeared ethereal and elusive, it exuded an aura of immense majesty. As Lin Han looked up, he discovered that the Eye of Creation could analyze the dragon. Red gold star dragon. Quality: mythical. Species: dragon. Level: unknown. Strength: unknown. Agility: unknown. Spirit: unknown. Constitution: unknown. It's indeed a mythical beast. Lin Han thought in astonishment. This dragon, like the great Xia dragon Sparrow, was an imperial guardian beast, one of the strongest forces protecting the empire. In the square, beastmasters dressed in ancient robes began the ritual dance. Unlike the eerie Sea God Festival, the Star Dragon Festival exuded a magnificent and grand atmosphere. Lin Han sat in the viewing area, attentively admiring this sacred ceremony held for the nation's fortune. On the high platform, the current emperor of the Star Dragon Empire sat calmly on a red gold chair, asking, "Elder Han, is that young man your final choice? He seems quite bold, trying everything because of his level talent." If these words were directed at the top officials behind him, they would likely be terrified. However, Elder Han laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, he's just a reckless youth. The boy does have remarkable talent, and I have high hopes for him. In that case, I look forward to seeing his performance in the Star Dragon Festival competition." The Star Dragon Emperor reclined in his chair, his gaze shifting to the hesitant Western Frontier general. "Speak up. You generals who rarely come to the imperial capital, do you have any important matters?" The Western Frontier general immediately stepped forward, whispering a report into the ears of the Emperor and Elder Han. With the final roar of the red gold Star Dragon, the Star Dragon Festival reached its concluding phase. The long-awaited Star Dragon Festival competition officially began. Replacing the Star Dragon Emperor and Elder Han on the high platform was a woman of stunning beauty. Her features were gentle, and she wore a smile that instantly sparked cheers and excitement among the crowd. It's the headmaster of the Holy Gold Academy, Headmaster Lin Suqing, known as the Golden Light Shadow. They actually invited someone of headmaster status to host the Star Dragon Festival competition. Lin Han and his companions furrowed their brows as they heard the murmurs rising around them. The mysterious figure who transformed into a golden shadow likely possessed strength comparable to that of martial instructors in Qinyu, potentially reaching the level of a dean. Sitting beside the Longya team, Wu Qinghong's eyes flickered with curiosity as she murmured softly, "To invite someone of this caliber, this event is indeed extraordinary." On stage, Lin Suqing cleared her throat and addressed the audience. "I understand you are all curious as to why I, the dean, am personally overseeing this year's Xinglong Festival. Don't worry, I'll explain the reason shortly." She surveyed the crowd and continued, "As you all know, the Xinglong Festival competition consists of 3 phases: the point race, group stage, and finally, the crucial knockout round. However, there is a modification to the point race rules this time. In addition to earning points through team battles, there is now a special option venturing to the border of the Xinglong Empire to hunt the rampaging beasts." Hunting beasts. The audience erupted in surprise. They suddenly realized why a dean-level figure was required to oversee the event. It wasn't just about maintaining order, but also ensuring the participants' safety during their encounters with the beasts. The ferocity of these border beasts was incomparable to dungeon bosses. Someone immediately raised a concern. "Dean Lin, isn't it too dangerous to send students who have never experienced real combat to face these beasts?" Lin Suqing remained calm, her eyes shifting gently. "As I've mentioned, this is merely an optional way to earn points, not a mandatory requirement." "I see," Wu Qinghong mused. "No wonder the military has been considering relaxing the border defenses recently. They want these young people to get accustomed to fighting beasts early on." She smiled slightly, glancing at the younger members beside her, thinking this could be an advantage for them. Once Lin Suqing confirmed that everyone understood the new rules, she proceeded to announce the remaining competition details. The specific rules for earning points had been distributed to the various academies, and each team would decide whether to pursue additional points by hunting beasts. Ultimately, Lin Han and his group returned to the meeting room at the Juyue Hotel. Wu Qinghong did not follow, evidently leaving the decision-making to the young participants themselves. Shui Wushuang plopped down on the couch, carefully studying the names on the schedule. She pointed to the scoring rules and said, "You only get 1 point for participating, but killing a fierce beast earns you 3 points. Isn't it obvious that they want us to focus on hunting beasts?" Chen Yishuan nodded in agreement. "This setup makes sense since facing beasts really tests a team's cohesion," he said, pausing briefly before adding, "For our team, this arrangement is perfectly acceptable. No matter how terrifying those beasts are, they shouldn't be worse than the mysterious green-clad sea god and the dark messenger. We have plenty of time in the first half of the scoring competition, Brother Lin. Shouldn't we make good use of it?" Chen Huaner, uncharacteristically aggressive, expressed her eagerness to hunt beasts. Lin Han, sitting in a nearby chair, frowned slightly. "Of course, we should hunt the beasts, but we need to study their information first." He had a nagging feeling that things wouldn't be so simple. He thought to himself that if these beasts were really so easy to deal with, the military wouldn't have deployed so many strong fighters to guard them. As students of the military academy, they were more aware than others of the strength of those fighters. The capital of the Xinglong Empire was located on the western frontier, very close to where the beasts appeared. With the adjustment of the Xinglong Festival's rules, the military had relaxed its control over the western frontier. Since the Longya team didn't have a team match on the first day, they decided to head to the border to investigate. To ensure the safety of the participating beast tamers, the military had specially opened a safe passage. When Lin Han and his group arrived at the entrance of the passage, they happened to encounter another team preparing to enter. Mu Qingchan. Zhou Qingqing immediately recognized them. The newcomers were the Hao Hai team from Qingfu Academy. Both teams were familiar with each other and quickly engaged in friendly conversation, except for the cautious Lin Han, Mu Qingchan, and Qin Luoshi, who remained silent. "You students from the military academy have never been to the border either?" Mu Qingchan asked, somewhat puzzled. She noticed that the military beast tamers were particularly welcoming to Lin Han and his team. Lin Han shook his head, admitting, "To be honest, we've hardly heard about the battles at the border, let alone faced the beasts." Seeing this, Mu Qingchan refrained from pressing further and instead reminded them, "Among the participating teams, besides us and a few other teams under 20, the rest are experienced veterans, so don't get too overconfident, or you'll end up being laughed at." Lin Han finished her sentence, his expression serious. At the military border, inside the frontline outpost, members of the Longya squad and Hao Hai squad were waiting in the outer hall, while only Lin Han was taken to meet the person in charge. This arrangement was not surprising during the Xinglong Festival competition, given that the military academy and the military were essentially one entity. The outpost's chief, Shura, was leisurely seated in his office chair, observing the young man in front of him. I was assigned to the border battlefield right after graduating from the military academy, and it's already been 12 years, he remarked with a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Have you ever thought about retiring back home? Lin Han asked, setting down his water cup. He was well aware that after 12 years of fighting on the border, it was entirely possible to return home and take up a position as an academy dean or guild leader, leveling up in dungeons without risking life and limb on such a dangerous battlefield. Shura chuckled and shook his head. There are some things you may not understand yet. Once you're assigned from the academy, you'll know why we stay here. We are the strongest beast masters of the entire Xinglong Empire. If we don't guard this place, who can we rely on? Hearing this, Lin Han couldn't help but sigh. These fierce beasts were indeed a troublesome issue. Let's get back to your competition, Shura said, retrieving some prepared documents from a drawer. The connection with the military this time is actually being pushed by the old man. The beasts outside the border are far more brutal than the regular bosses you've encountered, but with your experience dealing with cultists, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Lin Han carefully examined the documents on the table. The first was a detailed map marking all possible beast distribution points around the imperial capital of the Xinglong Empire. Another document recorded the estimated time required for battles in each beast region. The larger the beast group, the longer the battle and the more points earned. Upon learning about the competition process, I had people gather this information. Most of the people in the outpost are from our military academy, all eager to hunt beasts, Shura said, leaning closer to Lin Han and lowering his voice. Other academies have likely obtained similar information, but none as detailed as what you have here. Then I'll thank you on behalf of my teammates, Lin Han said, standing up and raising his glass in salute. No need to be polite among our own. Shura waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, the outpost's dedicated communication line suddenly rang. Lin Han, hold on. Shura answered the phone. Hello, this is Shura. What's the matter? Commander Shura, there's an unexpected situation in the chaotic forest. The threshold is peaking again, and we need support. Understood. I'll arrange personnel immediately. Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Shura's brow furrowed noticeably, a clear sign to Lin Han that something was amiss. Senior, has a fierce beast appeared? Lin Han asked anxiously. Shura's lips curled slightly. Interested in taking your team along with me? This suggestion came from the old man's earlier instructions. Lin Han didn't agree immediately. Instead, he carefully studied the map to pinpoint the exact location of the chaotic forest. After calculating the time, he concluded that the team could fight the beasts and still make it back in time for the first team competition. Senior, I have a question, Lin Han asked cautiously. If we act with the military, how will the number of beasts we kill be counted? You don't need to worry about that, Shura explained. Each of you has your data recorded by a dedicated person. All the beasts you defeat during this period will be accurately reflected, and the points conversion will be flawless. All right, we'll go with you, Senior. Lin Han decided immediately. For him, this was a rare opportunity. The sooner they mastered the skills to deal with fierce beasts, the more advantage they would have in the points competition. Soon, dozens of soldiers in specially designed combat uniforms gathered in neat lines at the main square of the outpost, awaiting orders. The Longya and How High squads stood beside them. Shura, acting as the chief commander, personally took charge, obviously to look after these newcomers. The chaotic forest is divided into 3 battle routes, Shura said sternly. Each route is fraught with danger, which goes without saying. The mission is simple: eliminate the unconscious beasts and restore the forest's order threshold. Teams 4 and 5 will handle routes 1 and 2, while Longya and How High squads will take on the 3rd route. Turning to the troops behind him, Shura teased slightly, don't let these Nodiatrukis outdo you. The squads proceeded through the teleportation arrays to the chaotic forest. Deputy Commander Chang Zhou expressed some concern. The forest hasn't been fully explored yet. Isn't it too risky to let them engage in this level of border combat so soon? The old man's intention, Shura chuckled as he stepped into the teleportation array, is to get them accustomed to the rhythm of real combat as soon as possible. When Lin Han and his group arrived at the entrance to the chaotic forest, the sight before them left everyone stunned. My goodness, Lin Zi, Shui Wushuang exclaimed, wide-eyed and speechless, as he gazed at the eerie silver-gray forest before them. What kind of place is this? It's not unusual for a forest to be enveloped in shades of silver and gray. However, what Lin Han and his companions witnessed was a surreal and disordered scene. Trees that should have been rooted in the ground were instead growing sideways, with their roots fully exposed in the air, yet mysteriously stable. Even more astonishing, a thick branch descended vertically from the sky, swaying in the wind like a vine. Above the forest, it seemed as if an invisible barrier pressed everything down. Stones and clumps of earth of various sizes floated aimlessly in the air. On the ground were scattered deep blue patches that looked like fragments of a shattered sky. Most incredibly, the wind blew downward from above. Chen Huaner stared in disbelief as small pebbles fell to the ground, carried by the downward breeze. Yet the sound of impact seemed to come from above. Just as she was about to speak, a dry branch suddenly appeared in front of her, causing her to gasp, and Shaka Fox was embedded in the branch as if it had been forced into the bark, its limbs swaying eerily with the wind. Lin Han stood at the entrance, holding a map that offered only a brief description of this place. The blue sky embedded in the ground, trees rooted in the clouds, flowers and grass growing parallel to the horizon, with fragrances wafting from every direction. Welcome to the world of chaotic order. Let's go, and be careful. Although this place resembles Mount Taiwa, it operates on a completely different principle. Lin Han frowned as he examined the bizarre map, realizing that navigating this forest would require constant leaps. Unlike the spatial shifts of Mount Taiwa, this place twisted the rules of space directly and perhaps altered other laws as well. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from afar, and a pungent scent of blood surged from all directions, even rising from beneath their feet. Captain Lin, how did you get up there? A member of the How High team exclaimed. Lin Han, seemingly without notice, was now standing upside down on a floating boulder above them. Don't move, Lin Han instructed as he looked down at the group below, analyzing the map before concluding. Some of the order here has changed, but the fundamental properties of things remain. He realized why he was now suspended in the air. The path he had just taken was actually a reassembly of countless fragmented roads, and according to the original spatial logic, his current position was simply a continuation of that path. The deep blue holes were actually the sky swapped with the ground. This also explained why the map's route was so convoluted, with multiple overlapping paths. The routes through these disordered forests were gradually discovered by our military predecessors after getting lost numerous times. Lin Han's words captured everyone's attention. Lin Han, which way should we go next? Shui Wushuang asked eagerly. Lin Han sat down on the ground and pointed ahead. 3 meters from here is the next path point. With your skills, reaching it won't be a problem. He began guiding the group deeper into the forest, searching for the unconscious, fierce beasts. Captain Lin, can I take a look at the map? Mu Qingchan asked, tossing a black device towards where Lin Han was when the group spread out. Lin Han caught it and quickly uploaded a photo of the map. Just as he was about to continue directing the group, a deafening roar interrupted him. His battle instincts alerted him that some creature was lurking nearby. Suddenly, a massive fist, covered in silver-gray bark, appeared in front of him. Lin Han instinctively retreated and saw the full form of the Attack Era 3 to Formator tall silver giant ape. Its body was extremely bizarre. A mix of silver-gray fur and bark, half of its face covered in hair, and a branch with silver leaves protruding from its body. Even more grotesque were the various animal limbs growing chaotically from its bloated body, making it almost unrecognizable as an ape, except for half of its face. Lin Han, Captain. The other team members noticed the anomaly and looked up to see the deformed monster preparing to attack Lin Han. Shui Wushuang roared in anger and immediately summoned the beast Wu. The red tail shot skyward to attack, but couldn't bridge the space to reach Lin Han. Don't waste your effort, Mu Qingchan said, focused on the portable computer screen. We're too far from Lin Han. Instead of worrying, let's find the path to his location. She concentrated on calculating the route and spatial folding. Lin Han stared intently at the deformed monster in front of him and quickly summoned the scepter of faulty evolution. Metal fragments coalesced in the air, forming a heavy broadsword in his hand. At the same time, he activated the Eye of Creation. Disordered Beast Species Fierce Beast Level, 67. Strength, 900,124 Agility, 862,441. Spirit, 611,472 Constitution, 1,023,478. Characteristics: ordinary beasts affected by the disordered land, with scrambled genes growing features of other creatures, and excessive mental intrusion leading to loss of consciousness. Warning: 1. Beast disorder will cause energy expansion or enlarge the disordered land area. 2. Avoid contact with any disordered chaotic entities. In Lin Han's mind, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! System task triggered. The task details appeared. Defeat 5 chaotic beasts to maintain the energy threshold of the unordered forest, preventing further spread. The task reward was a staggering 100,000 points, a number that shocked even Lin Han, who had already accumulated quite a few points. At that moment, the deformed beast in front of him let out a thunderous roar, and the irregularly growing heads on its body emitted low growls, enveloping Lin Han in a suffocating killing intent. Before the creature could strike, Lin Han swiftly summoned the sky-extinguishing Qilin. A streak of blood-red flame cut through the silver-gray space, sending the beast flying. However, the creature's regenerative ability was formidable, and it quickly charged back on its 3 deformed legs, extending sharp spikes from its palm aimed directly at the Qilin's vital points. Lin Han reacted quickly, gripping his broad blade tightly and precisely severing the sudden, venomous spike. But the battle was far from over. A wolf's head on the creature's waist let out a piercing howl, a bizarre sound wave mixing wails and thunder, forcing Lin Han and the Qilin to cover their ears. The sky-extinguishing Qilin swiftly adjusted, for blazing suns appearing around it, unleashing a wave of scorching blood-red flames across the battlefield. Yet, the beast's underarm revealed a glistening patch of scales, releasing a strong water elemental force that completely blocked the flames. White mist spread, reaching the two squads watching below. This creature can use so many abilities? Chen Yixuan exclaimed in shock. Even more astonishing, the chaotic beast suddenly erupted with immense power, accompanied by deafening roars, toppling the Qilin to the ground. Silver-gray chaotic energy enveloped the Qilin. Even its crimson scales were covered with a layer of silver frost. Lin Han immediately swung his heavy blade sideways, severing several deformed limbs from the beast. As silver-gray blood splattered, the creature unleashed even greater strength, grabbing the sky-extinguishing Qilin and hurling it far into the distant silver-gray forest. Qilin. Lin Han's heart was filled with anxiety, watching his companion thrown into another chaotic space. Before he could think further, the chaotic beast raised its fists, slamming them down towards him. Lin Han had no choice but to raise his heavy blade to block, barely withstanding the earth-shattering blow. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.